In the tumultuous era of the Warring States, I, a member of the Uchiha clan and the nephew of Madara, witnessed the tragic demise of Izuna and the disintegration of Konoha. The profound losses I endured awakened within me a pair of kaleidoscopic eyes that govern fate. The left eye, Yomi no Kuchi, allows me to sow the seeds of the future. The right eye, Shikame no Mikoto, enables me to harvest predetermined outcomes. Thus, I followed Madara into the shadows, not to succumb to despair, but to navigate the depths of darkness. The Valley of the End and the Third Shinobi World War became my chessboard, with the ninja realm as the battleground and all lives as mere pawns in my grand strategy. Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Uchiha. Madara, as my uncle? My head aches. Uchiha so violently opened his eyes. A searing pain felt as though a sharp implement were stirring mercilessly within his skull, threatening to tear his consciousness apart. Cold raindrops relentlessly pelted his face, mingling with the suffocating stench of blood and damp earth, nearly robbing him of breath. Struggling to rise, he was instantly befuddled by the scene before him. Strange memories surged into his mind like a deluge. The Warring States period, the Uchiha clan, the Senju clan, the endless bloodshed, the early demise of his parents and his adoption by the clan leader, Madara Uchiha. Today marked the ambush of the clan supply convoy by the Senju. Am I transmigrated? To the hellish difficulty of the Naruto Warring States era. Uchiha So, or rather the current Uchiha So, was utterly bewildered. He endeavored to regain his composure and sort through the chaotic memories. Boom. A violent explosion reverberated nearby, accompanied by piercing screams and the sharp clang of shuriken clashing, snapping him back to reality. Instinctively, he rolled and awkwardly concealed himself behind a sturdy tree trunk. Thud! A cold senbon nearly grazed his scalp, embedding itself into the ground where he had just lain. Cold sweat soaked his back as he cautiously peered out, and a wave of nausea surged within him. Limbs and severed body parts were strewn about, the once muddy ground stained a grotesque dark red. Several ninjas adorned with the Uchiha emblem were engaged in a frenzied battle with a group of enemies bearing the Senju insignia. The explosive sounds of fire techniques, the whoosh of weapons slicing through the air, and the agonizing cries of the dying intertwined to create a symphony of death. This was not an animated spectacle, but a brutal reality, a battlefield drenched in blood and gore. A young Uchiha was impaled by a stone spike thrusting from the earth, eyes bulging in horror as blood flowed freely down the jagged protrusion. Ha ha ha! Uchiha scum, perish! A towering Senju ninja cackled maniacally, swinging his blade mercilessly at another wounded Uchiha. Fear, an unprecedented terror gripped Uchiha So's heart, constricting his breath. Run? Where to run? The original owner of this body was merely a low-ranking ninja who had yet to awaken the Sharingan. Fleeing amidst this chaos would lead to a swift demise. In his moment of despair, a familiar yet icy roar rang out like thunder. Fire style, great fire annihilation. A torrent of flames erupted like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing the arrogant Senju ninja and several of his companions, reducing them to charred remains before they could even utter ACRY. As the flames subsided, two figures descended from a nearby slope, akin to divine beings, or perhaps grim reapers. The foremost figure, with long black hair billowing, crimson eyes spinning with three tomo, surveyed the battlefield with an air of overwhelming power and murderous intent. It was none other than the youthful Madara Uchiha. Beside him stood a young man, resembling him closely, yet with a somewhat gentler demeanor. Uchiha Izuna. It's Lord Madara. Lord Izuna. Reinforcements. Reinforcements have arrived. The surviving Uchihas erupted with cheers of relief. Uchiha So gazed at the two figures, his heart racing. In his memories, these two were not only idols but guardians, especially Madara, who, despite his volatile nature, cared for his nephew. Fools! Can't even handle this ambush? Madara scoffed, his gaze sweeping across the gruesome battlefield before landing on So, who was cowering behind the tree. Pale-faced, he frowned. So, if you're still alive, come out. Uchiha ninjas may die in battle, but we do not cower like rats. Startled, Uchiha So scrambled to Madara's side. Great one, you are now my uncle. Clinging to your leg is my only chance of survival. Izuna, with a gentler demeanor, quickly commanded, injured personnel retreat. The rest follow me to counterattack and eliminate the remaining Senju. With Madara and Izuna's arrival, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Their formidable fire techniques and elusive shuriken skills swiftly dispatched the remaining Senju ninjas. Uchiha so collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, witnessing Madara dispatch enemies with the ease of slicing through vegetables, his heart filled with awe. Is this the oppressive presence of top-tier power? In the face of such absolute strength, human life seemed cheaper than straw. The haunting visage of the clan member pierced by the stone spike lingered in his mind, constantly flashing before him. A chill coursed through him, accompanied by an intense yearning. If I possessed such power, would I not be left helplessly awaiting death as I was moments ago? Could I not seize control of my own destiny? At that moment, he felt a mild warmth and pressure in his eyes, as if his vision had sharpened remarkably. He could discern the subtle tremor of Madara's wrist as he sheathed his blade, the fleeting fatigue on Izuna's face, and even the trajectory of dust particles drifting through the air. Instinctively, he raised a hand to rub his eyes. Noticing his movement, Izuna approached, patting his shoulder with a tone of concern and a hint of admiration. Were you frightened? Surviving such a large-scale ambush is no small feat. That it seems the intensity of your emotions has aided your eyes in adapting to chakra. This is a precursor to awakening the Sharingan. Embrace this profound understanding of life and death. It is the wellspring of our Uchiha power. The Sharingan, about to awaken? Uchiha so paused momentarily. Was it due to extreme fear and a fervent desire to survive? Yet, the thought that emerged in his mind was not the original's reverence and dependency on these two uncles. Instead, it was a cold, lucid notion originating from a modern soul. Power. Is this the sole truth for survival in the ninja world? Madara Uchiha. Izuna Uchiha. The Valley of the End, Infinite Tsukuyomi, the establishment of Konoha, the annihilation of our clan. If I am destined to endure in this hell, then I. His gaze swept over Madara's imposing figure, brushed past Izuna's gentle yet resolute profile, and finally settled on the blood-soaked, muddy earth beneath him. A peculiar sensation blossomed within his heart, as though everything before him transcended mere brutal reality and transformed into a complex game of chess, where every move bore irreversible consequences, and he, perhaps, could faintly perceive a thread of causality connecting it all. Inhaling the cold, sanguine air deeply, a glimmer of unobserved determination flickered within his youthful yet swirling eyes. Can I strive to become the player rather than the pawn? Chapter 2. The Awakening of the Sharingan and Izuna's Acknowledgement. Uchiha so walked silently alongside Madara and Izuna, along with the remaining forces, on their return to the Uchiha clan's territory. The rain had ceased, yet the metallic scent of blood clung to the air, persistently invading each person's nostrils. The gruesome scenes from the battlefield remained vivid in memory, haunting the mind with dread. Throughout the journey, silence reigned. The only sounds are the squelching of mud and fallen leaves beneath their feet and the occasional suppressed groans of the wounded, piercing the heavy stillness. Uchiha A.O. lowered his head, seemingly fixated on the ground beneath him, yet his heart was tumultuous with emotions, transmigration, the warring states, Uchiha, Senju, and those godlike figures, Uchiha Madara and the seemingly gentle, yet equally ruthless Uchiha Izuna. Everything felt surreal, yet profoundly real. The wound on his arm, inflicted by shattered stones, throbbed with pain, a constant reminder of the life and death encounter he had just experienced. Just now, that sensation. He instinctively touched his eyes. The intense heat and extraordinary clarity of vision appeared to have diminished somewhat, yet an inexplicable sense of insight lingered. He could keenly observe the absolute vigilance underlying Madara's seemingly casual stride as he led the team, and he could also perceive the fleeting heaviness in Izuna's gaze. When it swept over the injured, is this the precursor to the awakening of the Sharingan? Indeed, does the power of the Uchiha stem from deep emotional stimuli? Fear, the will to survive, and that yearning for strength? A.O. A voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Izuna, who had slowed his pace to walk alongside him. How are you feeling? Engaging in your first real battle of this magnitude, maintaining your composure is commendable. Izuna's tone was gentle, laced with concern, a stark contrast to his earlier commanding demeanor on the battlefield. Uchiha A.O. took a deep breath, weighing his response based on the original owner's memories and personality. I'm all right, Uncle Izuna. Just a bit shaken, He paused before adding, Uncle Madara, and you arrived just in time. Humph. Even without our intervention, the Uchiha brat should not have met such a humiliating end. Madara, walking ahead, coldly retorted without turning around. Izuna chuckled softly, murmuring, don't mind him. That's just how my elder brother is. He genuinely cares for you. He only cleared the area of enemies after ensuring you were safe. Uchiha Ao nodded, yet he understood the truth. Madara's concern was indeed unique. Your reflexes were impressive. Your evasive maneuver was timely. Izuna continued, his eyes scrutinizing. Moreover, I've noticed your observational skills have sharpened compared to before. It seems the pressures of the battlefield truly foster growth. A shiver ran down Uchiha Ao's spine. Izuna's keen observation was undeniable. He quickly followed suit, I don't know. In that instant, everything seemed so clear, and my body just moved on its own. That is the awakening of potential. Izuna's eyes glimmered with appreciation. Once we return to the clan grounds, seek me out. Your foundational training needs enhancement. You cannot always rely on me and my brother. A true warrior must be capable of facing any danger alone. Yes. Uncle Izuna. Uchiha Ao replied earnestly, his heart stirred. This was an opportunity, a chance to learn closely from this Uchiha prodigy and reasonably enhance his own strength. Upon returning to the clan grounds, the atmosphere remained heavy. The names of the fallen were announced, eliciting a wave of suppressed sobs. Uchiha Ao gazed at the sorrowful faces, silently retreating to his modest dwelling. The following day, he arrived at Uchiha Izuna's training ground as promised. Izuna's training was rigorous, encompassing the most fundamental aspects, from the precision, force, and angle of shuriken, throwing to the meticulous control of fire-release chakra. Physical combat, and even techniques of stealth, tracking, and counter-tracking. Each training segment demanded utmost precision, leaving no room for negligence. Uchiha Ao discovered that the original owner's foundation was not lacking, yet it lacked a certain spirituality. With the understanding of an adult and the insight unexpectedly awakened on the battlefield yesterday, he learned rapidly. Particularly in shuriken throwing and tactical anticipation, he consistently grasped the essentials faster and occasionally posed questions so astute that even Izuna was slightly taken aback. Excellent. After a vigorous sparring session, Izuna deflected his attacks, his eyes reflecting growing admiration. Your rate of progress exceeds my expectations. It seems that the trials of life and death have greatly benefited you. Continue. Under the intense training, Uchiha Ao felt as if he were on the brink of collapse, yet he could distinctly sense his growing strength. That subtle control over his eyes became increasingly clearer. Days later, during a training session, Izuna launched over a dozen shuriken from various angles at remarkable speed. See them clearly. Anticipate their trajectories. Izuna commanded. Uchiha Ao focused intently, his mind fully engaged. In that moment, everything around him seemed to slow down, and the flight paths of the shuriken became discernible, even allowing him to vaguely predict their next movements. Swish, swish, swish. The kunai in his hand accurately blocked and deflected the majority of the attacks. Although the last two shuriken grazed his sleeves and trousers, his defense could still be deemed nearly flawless. Breathless, he halted his movements. Izuna, however, did not speak immediately. He merely gazed at Ao's eyes with a hint of surprise. Sensing something, Uchiha Ao raised a hand to touch his eyelids. A familiar warmth surged within him once more, even clearer than before. Izuna produced a small copper mirror from seemingly nowhere and handed it to him. Uchiha Ao accepted the mirror, gazing into it to find that deep within his black pupils, two slowly rotating, comma-shaped crimson marks had materialized. The Sharingan, an initial Tomo Sharingan, it was truly awakened. Though merely the most rudimentary form of the Sharingan, it signified that he had genuinely stepped into the threshold of the Uchiha's core power. Congratulations, Ao. Izuna's face broke into a genuine smile as he patted Ao's shoulder. With the formal awakening of your Sharingan, you can now be considered a qualified Uchiha ninja. Remember the sensation of opening your eyes. Remember what you wish to protect. This resolve will drive you to grow stronger. Uchiha Ao stared at the enchanting yet potent crimson orbs in the mirror, his heart racing. Power. This was the essence of power. Though still faint, it undeniably belonged to him. Thank you, Uncle Izuna. He suppressed his excitement and earnestly expressed his gratitude. Izuna nodded. Yet a flicker of complex emotion crossed his gaze. He recalled his own experience of awakening, usually accompanied by profound loss and sorrow. Ao's awakening seemed more rooted in a desire for survival and the activation of his potential. Perhaps. That was a good thing. All right, that's enough for today. Izuna restrained his emotions, adopting a serious demeanor. Possessing the Sharingan is merely the beginning. How to wield it and evolve it is the path ahead. Do not grow complacent. Yes. Watching Uchiha Ao's departing figure, Izuna fell into contemplation. How is he? A deep voice emerged from nearby. Uchiha Madara had unknowingly leaned against a tree at the training ground's edge. His talent surpasses expectations, particularly in insight and learning ability, Izuna replied. His temperament remains relatively steady. He is a person of potential. Madara regarded the direction in which Uchiha Ao had vanished, his crimson three-tomo Sharingan revealing no emotion. I hope he is not another waste. The future of the Uchiha does not require the weak. Izuna chuckled softly. You actually have high hopes for him, don't you, elder brother? Madara grunted, neither confirming nor denying it, before turning away. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ao returned to his room, once more gazing at the Sharingan in the mirror. After the initial joy came deeper contemplation. Point 1 Tomo is merely the beginning. The road ahead is still long. Very long. Madara, Izuna, Senju, Konoha. He clenched his fists, the crimson eyes flickering with a faint yet resolute light in the dim room, that he understood that from the moment those eyes awakened, his life had irrevocably changed. Chapter 4. The initial mission and the first taste of causality accompanying Izuna's team on missions proved to be far more arduous and perilous than training. Their tasks primarily involved patrolling and reconnaissance around the periphery of the Uchiha clan's territory, occasionally venturing into the buffer zones of the Senju's influence. While large-scale battles were absent, the threat of skirmishes, traps, and tests loomed ever-present. Uchiha Ao remained vigilant, his Sharingan activated at all times. The enhancement of his dynamic vision and insight allowed him to repeatedly detect hidden explosive tags or fleeting enemy figures in the distance, thereby averting potential losses. Izuna was notably pleased with his performance and occasionally offered him tips on reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance techniques. The Sharingan is not infallible, Ao, Izuna remarked during a break. Over-reliance on your eyes can dull your other senses. A true warrior must trust all their faculties, including instinct. Uchiha Ao pondered this deeply. He indeed felt a significant drain on his mental energy lately. Maintaining the Sharingan was becoming a considerable burden. One day, the squad received an urgent mission. A Uchiha supply convoy in the northwest had likely come under attack. The signal had been lost, and immediate reconnaissance and support were required. Izuna swiftly led the team into action, moving with remarkable speed. Uchiha Ao followed closely, his heart racing involuntarily. It felt eerily reminiscent of the previous ambush he had encountered. They soon arrived at the last known location of the signal. The air was thick with a faint smell of charred flesh and blood, but the scene only revealed several Uchiha ninjas and a few unfamiliar corpses, along with the wreckage of destroyed vehicles. The main contingent was conspicuously absent. Split up and search. 2 by 2, stay vigilant. Signal immediately if you find anything. Izuna commanded, his expression grave. Uchiha Ao partnered with a younger branch member named Uchiha Hai, and they ventured toward the eastern woods to search. The thicket was dense, and the light was dim. Uchiha Ao focused intently, striving to engage all his senses. The vision afforded by his Sharingan enabled him to discern details in the shadowy environment, while his ears caught any sound beyond the rustling of the wind. Suddenly, Uchiha Hai paused, emitting a barely audible grunt. Uchiha Ao whipped around to find that Hai's calf had been ensnared by an exceedingly concealed wire, darkly painted. Although he was uninjured, the mechanism attached to the wire had been triggered. Whoosh, whoosh. Several poisoned crossbow bolts shot forth from the underbrush, aimed directly at the two. Careful. Uchiha Ao's pupils dilated, and the Sharingan instantly traced the trajectory of the bolts. He forcefully shoved the dazed Uchiha Hai aside and flung himself backward. Swoosh. 2 bolts grazed his cheek and arm, drawing a thin line of blood. The others embedded themselves in the ground where they had just stood. That was close. Uchiha Hai exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat. Thanks, Ao. Damn it, that's a trick the Senju scoundrels often use. The two immediately positioned themselves back to back. But the underbrush fell silent. The assailants appeared to have retreated after their failed ambush. Looks like just a little ploy to delay us, Uchiha Hai spat. Yet, Uchiha Ao furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Was it truly that simple? This trap seemed less about causing harm and more about forcing them to alter their course, or perhaps providing cover for another operation. His gaze unconsciously drifted to the seemingly tranquil patch of grass that Uchiha Hai had been about to tread upon before the trap was triggered. The subtle acuity of his Sharingan suggested that certain blades of grass were unnaturally bent. "Hai, wait," he called, halting his companion's advance. "What is it?" Uchiha Hai inquired. Without answering, Uchiha Ao cautiously picked up a stone, channeling his strength to throw it toward the suspicious grass. Thud! The stone landed in the foliage without reaction. Uchiha Hai looked at him, perplexed. Undeterred, Uchiha Ao retrieved another stone and aimed it at an adjacent area that appeared unremarkable. Just as the stone was about to hit the ground, boom! A violent explosion erupted, sending dirt and debris flying, revealing a nearly 2-meter-wide charred crater. The force of the shockwave left the two feeling momentarily breathless. Had Hai walked straight through? Uchiha Hai's face drained of color, his lips quivering as he cast a grateful, yet fearful glance at Uchiha Ao. "How did you know?" Uchiha Ao himself was taken aback, his heart racing. He wasn't entirely certain. It was merely a strong suspicion born of minute observations and instinct. Perhaps the Sharingan had detected subtle inconsistencies. "It was just a hunch," he explained, suppressing his own tumultuous emotions. Was this the battlefield? A constant threat of death, not only from the enemy ahead, but also from these insidious setups. An uncontrollable thought emerged. Was that tripwire trap merely a coincidence? Or had the trap setter anticipated that upon discovering the first trap, the instinctive response would be to proceed forward in vigilance or pursuit, thereby overlooking the more lethal secondary trap beneath their feet? If so, the trapper's understanding of human psychology and behavior was astonishingly precise. Subsequent searches yielded no further enemies, and they eventually found the supply convoy, which had only been compelled to change its route, suffering no significant harm. The assailant's intent appeared to be solely to disrupt and destroy. On the journey back to the clan's territory, Uchiha Ao remained silent, reflecting on the recent ordeal. The foresight derived from keen observation and logical deduction had saved both him and his comrade. This experience deepened his understanding of the capabilities of his eyes. Insight involved not merely clarity of vision, but perhaps also the ability to see beyond the immediate, into the essence of things. That evening, he ventured alone to a secluded corner of the training grounds. He endeavored to concentrate, replaying each detail of the trap encounter, the position of the tripwire, the angle of the crossbow bolts, and the hidden point of the explosive tag. Then, he picked up some shuriken, directing his gaze toward a distant target. Instead of throwing them directly as he usually would, he sought to immerse himself in a peculiar state of focus. He envisioned the trajectory of the shuriken, imagined possible disturbances from the breeze, and considered the minute differences that varying angles of release might introduce. At the same time, he cautiously channeled a barely perceptible amount of chakra, not to augment strength or speed, but imbued with a unique intention, attaching it to the shuriken. The sensation was enigmatic, as if he were not merely throwing, but setting an initial cause into motion. "Left eye, Ketsurui," he murmured subconsciously, and the tomo in his eye seemed to flicker with faint light. Whoosh! The shuriken flew from his hand, tracing an arc thud. It struck the target with precision, albeit not in the center, but at a nondescript edge. Uchiha Ao frowned slightly as he approached to inspect. There, at the point of impact, the wooden fibers exhibited an exceedingly subtle spiral crack, and the angle of the shuriken appeared odd, as if it had not struck directly but had slightly altered its course due to an almost imperceptible, irrational collision before hitting the mark. The collision was so minuscule it could have been overlooked entirely. Did I fail? Uchiha Ao felt a twinge of disappointment. He initially sought to establish a cause that would guarantee his shuriken would strike the heart, yet the outcome merely resulted in a trivial deviation. He shook his head, realizing that he had perhaps overthought the matter. Such power could not be easily mastered. However, unbeknownst to him, a slender, nearly invisible spider silk quivered slightly in the frigid night air just ahead of the shuriken's initial flight path. Had it followed its intended trajectory, the shuriken would have merely brushed past the silk. Yet, due to a subtle intention and an exceedingly fortuitous deviation in angle, the blade ever so slightly grazed the resilient thread. This minuscule contact, devoid of any significant force, caused the silk to vibrate. At the other end of the thread was a withered leaf, which trembled gently before drifting down from a low-hanging branch, spiraling slowly to the ground. Below, a squad of ninjas adorned with the emblem of the Feather Garb clan was stealthily marching through the night. The leaf descended silently, landing squarely atop the helmet of a young ninja at the rear of the formation, obscuring his vision for a fleeting moment. Instinctively, he reached up to brush the leaf away, causing his steps to falter just enough to inadvertently trigger a concealed tripwire that his cautious comrades had previously avoided. A sharp, clear sound of a bell rang out, startlingly resonating through the quiet night air, echoing in the distance. This was a grave misstep. The leading jonin of the Feather Garb clan's expression shifted drastically. Not far off, a Uchiha reconnaissance team abruptly halted their advance. There was movement to the northwest. Stay alert. At that moment, it seemed as if the gears of history had been ever so slightly nudged by an inconsequential pebble. No one was aware. Uchiha Ao sheathed his shuriken, stifled a yawn, and turned away from the training ground. He felt a twinge of fatigue in his eyes, attributing it to overexertion. He needed rest. Tomorrow's tasks would be even more demanding. Meanwhile, in the far northwest, a small-scale skirmish, which should never have occurred, was quietly set into motion, triggered by a single falling leaf. Chapter 5. Silent ripples. The sudden encounter in the northwest stirred ripples within the Uchiha clan, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, yet these ripples were soon overshadowed by larger waves. When the news reached the clan's territory, Uchiha Ao was practicing chakra transformation for fire release at the training ground. Have you heard? Last night, Patrol Team 3 clashed with the Feather Garb clan in the northwest. The Feather Garb? Did they truly dare to engage? What was the outcome? Of course, we emerged victorious. We dispatched 7 or 8 of them and captured 2 alive, sustaining only minor injuries ourselves. Thankfully, Team 3 detected the situation early. It seems an alarm bell was accidentally triggered. Nearby, a few resting clan members animatedly discussed the matter. The flames in Uchiha Ao's hands flickered dangerously, almost spiraling out of control. He forcefully steadied his chakra, extinguishing the flames, while his heart quickened involuntarily. The combination of the alarm bell in the northwest and the Feather Garb clan conjured an absurd, yet chilling association in his mind. Could it truly be mere coincidence? He shook his head, dismissing the implausible notion. It was simply a shuriken thrown during practice. Surely, he was overthinking it. The battlefield was rife with coincidences. Yet, that subtle unease pricked at his heart like a thorn. When he encountered Izuna in the afternoon, he noticed that Izuna appeared in good spirits. Ao, have you heard about the situation in the northwest? Izuna inquired while polishing his blade. I've heard some whispers, Uncle Izuna, Uchiha Ao replied, feeling a pang of guilt. Well done, Izuna remarked, a cold smile gracing his lips. The Feather Garb, those fence-sitters, have evidently succumbed to temptation and allied with the Senju. Now, we have the perfect opportunity to make an example of them. My brother has already decided to assert our dominance. Assert our dominance? Uchiha Ao's heart stirred. Are we truly going to take action against the Feather Garb clan? Not just take action, Izuna's eyes gleamed with a chilling light. If we strike, we must do so decisively, inflicting pain that will deter any thoughts of treachery. We must send a clear message to other clans still on the fence about betraying the Uchiha. His tone was laden with resolve and confidence, as if the fate of the Feather Garb clan was already sealed. Observing Izuna in such a state, Uchiha Ao found the warning about being cautious of Senju Tobarama lodged in his throat. The atmosphere would not allow for any words that could be perceived as cowardice or encouragement for others. He could only lower his head and acquiesce. Yes. Now, set aside your worries, Izuna said, sheathing his blade and patting Ao's shoulder. Your task is to continue growing stronger. In a few days, you will join me in action. Me too. Uchiha Ao was taken aback. Of course, Izuna replied, his gaze meaningful. Only by witnessing blood can one truly grow. Remaining in a sheltered environment will not forge the pillars of the Uchiha. In the following days, the atmosphere within the clan became palpably tense and foreboding. The number of mobilized ninjas increased, and the acquisition of supplies became more frequent. A sense of impending storm hung heavily over the clan territory. Uchiha Ao trained with relentless fervor, aware that true combat differed vastly from previous reconnaissance missions. It was a matter of life and death. He was determined not to perish. Thus he must grow stronger. Simultaneously, he discreetly sought intelligence regarding the Feather Garb and Senju clans, attempting to piece together more details from the discussions among the clan members and scattered information. He had caught wind that Senju Tobarama had been frequently spotted near the borders of the Feather Garb clan. This news intensified his unease. Once again, he tried to recall the details of the original narrative, but apart from the knowledge that Izuna fell at the hands of Senju Tobarama, the specifics remained elusive. In desperation, He returned to the corner of the training ground. He needed validation, or perhaps a measure of psychological comfort. He picked up a shuriken once more, focusing intently. Recalling the sensation of that night when he attempted to imbue his intention into the shuriken. This time, his target was simpler, to strike a bell suspended 30 meters away, which swayed slightly. Taking a deep breath, he felt his single tomo spinning slowly in his eye, immersing himself in that exquisite perception and intention. He sensed a warmth in his eyes, his mental energy gradually ebbing away. Whoosh! The shuriken flew forth. Its trajectory seemed to carry an unusual rhythm, skillfully navigating the disturbances of the evening breeze, precisely anticipating the bell's swaying cadence. Ding! A crisp sound resonated. The blade of the shuriken grazed the edge of the bell perfectly, producing a delightful chime. Had he succeeded? Uchiha Ao felt a surge of joy, but he quickly regained his composure. This might merely be the result of his diligent practice in shuriken techniques and the perceptiveness of his Sharingan, not necessarily indicative of that mysterious ability. He repeated the exercise multiple times, sometimes hitting the target, other times deviating slightly. The success rate appeared inconsistent, and with each attempt, the fatigue in his eyes became increasingly apparent. It seemed he required more practice and a stronger vision. He rubbed his throbbing temples, pondering. This ability seemed exceedingly subtle and difficult to control, more akin to a minute alteration of probability than absolute mastery. Could it truly influence events occurring far beyond the borders? Uchiha Ao remained deeply skeptical. Days later, the order for action was finally issued. Led by Uchiha Izuna, a select team of elite clan members was dispatched, targeting a critical supply transfer point of the Yuhi clan. Uchiha Ao, one of the team members, donned his gear and secured his ninja tools, standing resolutely among the assembled ranks. Uchiha Madara personally came to bid them farewell. He gazed at Izuna and simply stated, swift and decisive. Izuna smiled confidently, do not worry. Brother, await my good news. Madara's eyes scanned the team, momentarily lingering on Uchiha Ao before he said nothing, merely nodding slightly. Let us depart. With Izuna's command, dozens of figures silently melded into the night, racing towards the border. Uchiha Ao followed closely, feeling the wind whistle past him, his heart pounding with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. This was his first engagement in such a large-scale offensive mission. He was uncertain of what awaited him ahead, and he was even more unaware of whether the butterfly whose wings he had inadvertently stirred had already triggered an unforeseen storm along this timeline. All he knew was that he must survive. Meanwhile, far ahead, the Yuhi clan's stronghold remained oblivious, shrouded in the night. Yet, in the deeper shadows, an elite team led by Senju Tobarama was quietly altering its patrol route based on intelligence, possibly intercepted or deliberately guided, regarding Uchiha's potential course of action. Swiftly advancing towards a predetermined ambush point, the night deepened. Invisible threads of causality seemed to weave silently beneath the starlit sky, drawing everyone toward an inevitable conclusion, perhaps already veering off its initial course. Chapter 6. Night Raid on Yuhi. The night was thick as ink. A biting wind swept through the forest, carrying a haunting wail. Uchiha Ao closely followed the figures ahead, traversing silently between the branches, his chakra precisely adhering to the trunks, making not a sound. Enshrouded in dark combat attire emblazoned with the Uchiha clan emblem, his cold forehead protector pressed firmly against his brow. The shuriken and kunai in his tool pouch rattled slightly with his movements, akin to coiled serpents ready to strike. His heart drummed in his chest. A mix of excitement from participating in his first official mission and fear of the unknown battlefield, yet more so, an exhilarating thrill stemming from the combative nature of the Uchiha bloodline. Though his Sharingan was not yet activated, his vision in the darkness was still remarkably acute, allowing him to clearly discern the graceful and powerful silhouette of Uncle Izuna ahead, reminiscent of a leopard. The entire team resembled a silent phantasmagoria of warriors, with only the whisper of fabric through the wind and the occasional crunch of dried leaves underfoot breaking the stillness. The oppressive atmosphere of impending conflict pervaded the air. Even their breathing was intentionally subdued. After racing for about an hour, the lead ninja suddenly signaled a halt. The entire team froze as if a pause button had been pressed, all lowering their bodies into the shadows of the trees, their gazes sharply directed towards the valley below. Uchiha Ao followed their gaze. In the valley, flickering flames revealed the outline of a small stronghold. Several rudimentary wooden structures clung to the hillside, surrounded by makeshift watchtowers and barriers. This was the Yuhi clan's supply transfer station, the target of their operation. It appeared the intelligence was accurate. Izuna's voice was low and cold, clearly audible in the stillness of the night. The distribution of patrols and the timing of shifts align with our information. Ayo, remember, this is the consequence of underestimating the enemy. The Yuhi clan believes they are safe behind the Senju, which is utterly laughable. Uchiha Ao focused intently, memorizing the layout of the stronghold and the positions of the sentries. This was his first lesson on the battlefield. Izuna made a simple gesture, and the team immediately split into several smaller units, spreading out like a net, silently encircling the valley from different directions. The group AO was led by an experienced Chunin, tasked with flanking from the side, clearing the outer sentries, and creating chaos. Stay close and maintain absolute silence, the lead Chunin commanded softly, a fleeting flash of red from his single Tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Ao nodded firmly, taking a deep breath to suppress his racing heart, closely following behind. The infiltration proceeded remarkably smoothly. The Yuhi clan's guards were even more lax than anticipated. Perhaps they had never expected the Uchiha to launch such a decisive night raid. Or perhaps the conflict in the northwest had led them to misjudge the Uchiha's main attack direction. Suddenly, a kunai found its mark, plunging into the throat of a sentry who had no time to issue any warning before collapsing, swiftly dragged into the shadows by a fellow Uchiha ninja. The thick scent of blood began to permeate the valley air. Uchiha Ao gripped his kunai tightly, knuckles whitening from the pressure. This was his first close encounter with death, witnessing a vibrant life extinguished before his eyes. His stomach churned, but he forced himself to endure as his Sharingan involuntarily activated, the single Tomo spinning slowly, imprinting the surrounding details with crystal clarity while amplifying the visceral stimulation of the bloodshed. To show mercy to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself and one's comrades. The cold voice of the lead Chunin echoed in his ears. Remember, this is the battlefield. Just then, a massive fireball erupted from the largest building at the center of the stronghold. Boom! The deafening explosion shattered the night silence, the towering flames illuminating half the valley in an instant. Enemy attack. It's the Uchiha. The piercing alarm finally sounded, but it was already too late. The battle erupted in an instant. Engage! The lead Chunin shouted, charging forward, his ninja blade drawn, its cold gleam slicing toward a panicked Yuhi ninja bursting from the building. Uchiha Ao gritted his teeth and surged forward as well. A Yuhi ninja swung a long blade at him, the movement appearing sluggish within his Sharingan's view. Instinctively, he sidestepped, his kunai slicing upward in response. Splat! Warm liquid splattered across his face. The enemy let out a muffled groan, staggering back. Had he succeeded? Uchiha Ao felt a jolt of realization, but before he could contemplate further, another wind blade sliced through the air from the side. His Sharingan detected the flow of chakra, and he narrowly ducked, the wind blade severing a few strands of his hair and slamming into a tree behind him, leaving deep scars. The life and death thrill cast aside all distractions, as his body instinctively followed the insights of his Sharingan and the muscle memory honed through countless trainings, dodging, weaving, blocking, countering. Kunai clashed with the ninja blade, sparking fiercely, while explosive tags detonated around them, igniting grass and structures, and kindling life itself. The cries of the wounded, roars of anger, and blasts of explosions intertwined, composing a brutal symphony of death. Uchiha Ao wove through the chaos, his primary objective not to slay enemies, but to utilize the insight of his Sharingan to support his comrades and employ fire techniques for area control. Fire release, great fireball technique. He formed the hand seals, inhaled deeply, his chest swelling, and unleashed a torrent of scorching flames from his mouth. Though smaller in scale than those of Madara and Izuna, it successfully repelled two Yuhi ninjas attempting to flank his teammates. The battle displayed an overwhelmingly one-sided dynamic. The Uchiha clan, well-prepared and with their elite forces deployed, swiftly divided, encircled, and annihilated the insufficiently fortified Yuhi clan defenders. Under the flickering flames, the faces of the Uchiha ninjas appeared as cold as ice, their Sharingan eyes glowing crimson, flashing like harbingers from the netherworld, efficiently and mercilessly reaping lives. Uchiha Ao panted heavily, standing amidst the wreckage, his feet planted on charred earth and uncoagulated bloodstains. His chakra reserves had been significantly depleted, and he was smeared with dust and blood, bearing a few minor scratches, yet he was largely unscathed. He surveyed the scene, observing the twisted, resentful faces of fallen Yuhi ninjas, the scattered enemies who still resisted being swiftly eradicated, and his clan members methodically searching for supplies, delivering the coup de grace, and preparing explosive tags to annihilate this place completely. A tumultuous and indescribable emotion surged within him, a mix of post-battle dread, the physiological discomfort of killing for the first time, the shock of witnessing the brutality of war, and perhaps a chilling thrill derived from wielding power. Is this the Warring States period? An era inscribed with blood and fire. At that moment, the ninjas tasked with guarding the periphery suddenly emitted a sharp warning whistle. Immediately after, a voice filled with shock and fury echoed from that direction. Senju. It is Senju Tobarama. Like ice water splashed into boiling oil, the battlefield erupted in an instant. The movements of all Uchiha ninjas momentarily halted, only to be replaced by an even more astonishing bloodlust and a deep-seated hatred for the Senju. The recently concluded battle felt merely like an appetizer. The true feast, or rather, the deadly struggle, was just beginning. Uchiha Ao sharply raised his head, his Sharingan instantly honing in on the entrance of the valley. Amidst the wavering flames and swirling smoke, a dozen figures surged forth like arrows released from a bow. Leading the charge was a man with short silver hair, marked by 2 red streaks on his cheeks. His gaze sharp as a blade. It could only be Senju Tobarama. How could they be here? What a coincidence! A chilling thought surged uncontrollably into Uchiha Ao's mind, plunging him into an abyss of dread. The hand shuriken, the inadvertently triggered warning bell, the encounter in the northwest, the clan's determination to assert dominance. This night raid plan, could it truly be because of him? Before he could ponder further, Uchiha Izuna's icy yet furious command resonated throughout the valley. Everyone, engage the enemy. Eliminate these Senju scum. Chapter 7. The Advance of Tobarama. Senju Tobarama. That name thundered like a storm in the hearts of every Uchiha clansman. The bone-deep hatred instantly overwhelmed the fatigue of their recent battle. All gazes turned crimson, and the killing intent permeated the atmosphere, even causing the flames burning in the valley to falter momentarily. Uchiha Ao's heart constricted violently, nearly leaping from his chest. He fixated intently on that speeding silver figure, his mind blank, save for the absurd and terrifying speculation that echoed frantically. Could it be due to him? Izuna's reaction was the swiftest, marked by unbridled fury. His originally stoic visage twisted in rage, the 3 tomo of his Sharingan spinning wildly, nearly joining as one. Defensive formation. Teams 2 and 3, intercept. The rest of you, clear the remaining enemies and prepare for confrontation. Izuna's voice sliced through the chaos like ice, sharp and penetrating, instantly quelling the brief turmoil, demonstrating exceptional battlefield command. The elite qualities of the Uchiha clan were showcased vividly at that moment. Despite the sudden change, the clan members executed orders with remarkable speed. The team responsible for the flanks immediately turned, unleashing ninjutsu and shuriken like a torrential downpour upon the incoming Senju squad, attempting to halt their momentum. Others dealt swiftly and ruthlessly with the remaining Yuhi ninjas, hastily converging toward Izuna's core position. However, Senju Tobarama brought with him the elite of the Senju clan as well. Faced with the Uchiha's interception, Tobarama did not even slow down. He merely formed hand seals at lightning speed. Water release, water barrier. Boom. A colossal wall of water materialized out of thin air, blocking most of the ranged attacks. The clash of water and fire produced a deafening hiss, generating vast clouds of white steam that instantly obscured vision. Scatter. Tobarama commanded sharply. The Senju ninjas behind him dispersed in an instant, slicing through the Uchiha formation hindered by the steam like precision instruments. The battle escalated in an instant, transforming into a more brutal and chaotic affair. Water and fire intertwined. Blades gleamed amidst the crimson, and the cacophony of screams and roars intensified. Uchiha Ao found himself ensnared in a melee. A Senju ninja swung a heavy short staff towards him with tremendous force. Ao narrowly evaded the fatal strike with the inside of his Sharingan. Though his arm was numbed from the impact, he retaliated with a barrage of fireballs from the fire release, Phoenix Fire technique, pushing back his opponent while swiftly repositioning. Not daring to linger in one spot, his Sharingan whirred tirelessly, capturing every detail around him. Clan members engaged in fierce combat with Senju ninjas. Uncle Izuna racing towards Tobarama's direction, attempting to intercept the greatest threat. But Senju Tobarama, Ao's pupils contracted sharply. Tobarama's intentions were exceedingly clear. He completely disregarded the obstacles in his path, moving like a specter across the battlefield, employing a technique known as body flicker to deftly evade the main conflict. heading straight towards a specific location, the site where the Yuhi clan captives, previously under Uchiha control and intended for interrogation, were held. He aimed to silence them, or to prevent the leakage of information. Block him. Some Uchiha ninjas discerned his intent and shouted furiously as they charged forward. Yet Tobarama's speed was far too rapid. His figure appeared to teleport, effortlessly slipping past the interception, his hand inexplicably brandishing a glimmering special kunai. Caution! Uchiha Ao could not resist the urge to shout a warning. But his voice was swallowed by the din of battle. The two Uchiha Chunin guarding the captive stood ready, their Sharingan fixed on Tobarama. However, in the next moment, Tobarama's figure suddenly became indistinct, shimmering like a reflection in water. Is it an illusion? No. Ao's Sharingan detected exceedingly subtle chakra fluctuations. This was not an ordinary genjutsu, but a visual deception created through high-speed movement and water clones. The real Tobarama had appeared from a remarkably cunning angle. Water release, water severing wave. A fine, high-pressure jet of water shot forth from his mouth with astonishing speed, akin to a reaper's ray, slicing through the air. Swoosh, swoosh. The two vigilant Uchiha Chunin froze abruptly, their defensive stances not yet adjusted, as the high-pressure water lines severed their necks or pierced their chests, blood gushing forth as they fell slowly. Expressions of disbelief etched upon their faces. Clean and decisive, a single strike to end it. Senju Tobarama's combat style was efficient, ruthless, and characterized by precise calculations, starkly contrasting with the Uchiha's explosive ferocity. Having eliminated the guards, Tobarama wasted no time, sending the kunai directly into the hearts of the two bound, terrified Yuhi captives. Thud, thud. The kunai found its mark, severing their last source of information. After completing this grim task, Tobarama did not spare a single glance at the corpses, his cold gaze sweeping across the battlefield, immediately locking onto the furious Uchiha Izuna charging towards him. Senju Tobarama. Izuna's roar brimmed with overwhelming hatred, as the ninja blade in his hand ignited with fiery chakra, descending like an avenging firebird. Uchiha Izuna. Tobarama's voice was equally frigid, devoid of emotion. He swiftly drew a short blade from his back, blocking the attack, while simultaneously forming hand seals with his other hand. Water release, water dragon bullet. A colossal surge of water ascended into the sky, colliding fiercely with the fire release of Izuna. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted in the heart of the valley. The shockwave generated by the intertwining elements sending several battling ninjas flying. Uchiha Ao was staggered by the force, barely managing to regain his footing. He gazed in astonishment at the clash between the two formidable warriors of the warring states, a power far beyond his current level, causing his spirit to sway. Yet, simultaneously, a deeper chill rose from the depths of his heart. The timing of Senju Tobarama's appearance was too fortuitous, his intentions too evident. He was not there to rescue the Yui stronghold. Rather, he seemed intent on ensuring certain events transpired, such as eradicating evidence of the Yui clan's collusion with the Senju, or perhaps exacerbating tensions. If his seemingly innocuous actions inadvertently contributed to this encounter, what role had he played in this vast whirlpool of causality? He had merely aimed to throw a shuriken for self-preservation, and perhaps subconsciously sought to alter the fate of Uncle Izuna just a fraction. But now, watching Izuna engage in a fierce battle with Tobarama, the killing intent palpable, and witnessing the Uchiha and Senju clansmen falling around him, he felt the weight of destiny and the absurd brutality of war more clearly than ever. His small butterfly had seemingly stirred an unexpected storm, and the ultimate direction of this tempest filled him with dread and confusion. The battle raged on, intensifying with each passing moment. The figures of Izuna and Tobarama clashed amidst the explosions and the elemental chaos, each encounter fraught with peril. Uchiha Ao forced himself to remain calm, his Sharingan fixed intently on the unfolding conflict, particularly Tobarama's movements. He understood that his current strength was negligible, but if he could seize even a fleeting opportunity. At that moment, after a hard-fought exchange with Izuna, Tobarama's gaze seemed to flicker in his direction, cold and sharp, as if it could pierce through anything. A sudden chill coursed through Ao's spine, akin to being targeted by an immensely dangerous prehistoric beast. In the next instant, Tobarama vanished once more, not towards Izuna, but transformed into a streak of shadow, hurtling towards Uchiha Ao from an astonishing angle. His speed far surpassed before. Ao, be careful. Izuna's warning echoed from nearby, laced with unprecedented urgency. The shadow of death swiftly enveloped Uchiha Ao. Tobarama Senju had chosen to strike at him. This seemingly inconsequential figure, in the midst of his fierce battle with Uchiha Izuna. Chapter 8. Struggling in the abyss of death, time appeared to stretch infinitely in that moment. The figure of Tobarama loomed larger in Uchiha Ao's Sharingan. The cold, killing intent piercing like tangible needles, almost freezing his blood and thoughts. The opponent's speed was astonishing, his angle devious, completely cutting off any possible escape routes. Was this the might of a shadow-level warrior? Just the targeted killing intent nearly robbed him of the courage to resist. He would die? Absolutely, he would die? His mind raced with alarms, fear crashing over him like a tidal wave. But beneath this ultimate pressure of death, something deeply rooted in the Uchiha lineage was ignited, a refusal to yield, a fierce anger, the primal desire to survive. No. A hoarse roar erupted from Uchiha Ao's throat, and his body, initially paralyzed by fear, was propelled by the instinct to survive. His chakra surged with unprecedented speed, pouring into his eyes. Pain akin to tearing surged through his eye sockets, and the world before him shifted dramatically. The swiftly approaching Tobarama, his movements, the subtle quivers of his muscles, the flow of chakra, even the dust stirred by his next possible landing. Every intricate detail flooded into Uchiha Ao's mind with unprecedented clarity. Like a raging torrent, the single Tomo Sharingan spun frantically at an unprecedented rate, the edge of the Tomo blurring as if on the verge of splitting. The ocular power erupted under the pressure of impending death. He saw it. Though still despairingly fast, it was no longer an elusive shadow. The custom kunai in Tobarama's hand traced a cold arc, precisely aimed at his throat. There was no escaping. Absolutely none. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Ao made the most instinctive and helpless choice. He leaned back with all his might, desperately raising the kunai in front of him to deflect the lethal blow. He could even feel the chill emanating from the kunai's blade slicing through the air. Just as the moment hung in the balance, "Get away, Tobarama!" A furious shout erupted, a blazing crimson figure crashing into the scene like a meteor. It was Uchiha Izuna. He too had clearly overexerted himself, even braving the residual force of Tobarama's previous attack to seize this fleeting moment of salvation. Flames, compressed to their extreme, coiled around his blade, no longer merely slashing but charging directly, brutally colliding with Tobarama's side, aiming to save Ao. If Tobarama insisted on killing Ao, he would undoubtedly suffer a grievous blow from Izuna's wrathful strike. Tobarama's icy demeanor flickered slightly, a hint of displeasure at the disruption of his calculations. In the blink of an eye, he weighed his options. While eliminating a promising Uchiha youth was important, sustaining his own injuries in exchange was not in accordance with his value assessment, especially when facing an enraged Uchiha Izuna. His wrist subtly twitched, altering the trajectory of the kunai by mere millimeters, transforming the fatal strike aimed at Ao's throat into a deflection against the kunai and his chest. Simultaneously, his body twisted in defiance of physical laws midair, and his other hand swiftly formed seals. Water release, water blade slash. A high-pressure water blade surged towards Izuna's fiery assault. Sizzle. The sharp sound of energy friction exploded. Thud. Simultaneously, Tobarama's redirected kunai easily brushed aside Uchiha Ao's futile defense, the sharp tip slicing through his chest, drawing forth a spurt of blood, revealing glimpses of the ribs beneath. The tremendous force sent Uchiha Ao hurtling backward, crashing violently against a charred boulder. Blood erupting from his mouth, darkness clouding his vision, nearly rendering him unconscious. A searing pain radiated from his chest, each breath akin to a knife's edge. Yet, he had barely survived. Ao. Izuna's voice mixed with fury and concern reached him, but he was now fully entangled with Tobarama. The two resumed their fierce clash, the explosions of water and fire echoing relentlessly, the residual forces tearing at the ground. Coughing violently, Uchiha Ao struggled to rise. But the intense pain in his chest and excessive chakra depletion left him nearly incapacitated. Leaning against the boulder, he gasped for breath, his Sharingan still fixated on the battlefield. In his eyes, the single Tomo spun increasingly slowly, yet its form became clearer and more solid. That fleeting glimpse of overextended potential, though brief, had elevated his understanding and utilization of the Sharingan to a new level. The double Tomo seemed tantalizingly close, separated only by a thin veil. More importantly, he had personally felt the brush of death against a top-tier warrior. That sense of oppression, that precision and lethal technique, had been indelibly etched into his memory. He gazed at Uncle Izuna, who had abandoned all defenses to save him, attacking Tobarama with a fervor that bordered on madness. Each strike was vicious and relentless, a desperate gamble of life against life that momentarily suppressed Tobarama. Was it because of him? Had his unexpected presence plunged Uncle Izuna into a more perilous situation? Had Uncle Izuna not been compelled to rescue him, he could have faced Tobarama with greater composure. The thought of change resurfaced, weighed down by an overwhelming sense of guilt and confusion. At that moment, a Senju ninja seemed to recognize that Uchiha Ao was on the brink of exhaustion. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he broke through the defense of an Uchiha clansman and lunged at him with a kunai. Damn brat, die? Uchiha Ao's pupils contracted as he attempted to rise, but the movement aggravated his wounds, slowing his reaction. Just as the blade was about to strike him, whoosh. Several shuriken flew in from the side, precisely intercepting all of the Senju ninja's attack routes, forcing him to retreat and defend. Reinforcements from the Uchiha had arrived. A few Uchiha ninjas quickly gathered around Uchiha Ao, engaging the Senju who sought to take advantage of the situation. Can you still move? One of the clansmen urgently asked, eyes fixed on the enemy. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, Uchiha Ao braced himself with a kunai to stand. He understood that in the battlefield, falling often meant death. The battle gradually descended into greater chaos and tension as reinforcements from both sides joined the fray and high-level confrontations reached a stalemate. The entire valley had turned into a hellscape, with casualties occurring by the minute. After yet another fierce clash with Izuna, Senju Tobarama leaped backwards, his cold gaze sweeping over the battlefield. He noted the Uchiha's resistance remained resilient, while Izuna's fervor in saving others exceeded expectations. Continuing the fight would exact a heavy toll, and the initial objective of silencing them had already been achieved. He decisively made his choice. Retreat. Tobarama's icy voice resonated clearly in the ears of every Senju ninja. Well trained, the Senju promptly disengaged from their opponents, providing cover for one another as they swiftly retreated from the valley, their movements crisp and efficient, showing no inclination to linger in battle. Trying to flee? Izuna roared, intent on pursuing them. But Tobarama turned, forming hand seals. Water style, great water explosion. A colossal wave materialized out of thin air, crashing down like a flood, instantly obliterating the burning debris and sweeping the entire valley floor, forcibly severing the Uchiha's pursuit route. Izuna was left with no choice but to halt, using fire style to evaporate the incoming torrent, helplessly watching as the Senju figures vanished into the darkened forest. The battle had begun abruptly and ended just as suddenly. The valley lay in ruins, filled only with the crackling of flames, the murmur of flowing water, and the agonized groans of the wounded. Exhausted, Uchiha Ao leaned against a massive stone, gasping for breath, the wound on his chest still oozing blood, staining his dark attire. He stared toward the direction where Senju Tobarama had disappeared, his expression a tumult of emotions. He had survived, but was it all merely a coincidence? He lowered his gaze to his still trembling hand, which tightly gripped the kunai, bearing faint scratches from the clash with Tobarama's weapon. The wings of a butterfly seemed to have stirred an unpredictable storm, and he found himself being propelled toward an unknown fate within that tempest. The protective barrier of his Sharingan, teetering between life and death, seemed to have weakened. Chapter 9. The indelible scars of war. Senju Tobarama and his subordinates vanished as abruptly as they had appeared, swallowed by the dense shadows of the forest and the lingering mist, leaving behind a valley marred by devastation and an eerie silence. The oppressive sounds of labored breathing and pained groans gradually became the dominant symphony, mingling with the crackling of flames consuming the corpses and the strange murmurs of the flowing water, composing a cruel elegy of war's aftermath. Uchiha Izuna stood amidst the muck and water, his chest rising and falling slightly, the three tomo in his eyes still rotating slowly, fixated on the direction where the enemy had disappeared. His fingers, gripping the blade, turned pale from exertion. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, clearly the result of his recent frenzied confrontation with Tobarama. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on his wounds. He pivoted sharply, his gaze scanning the battlefield with urgency, finally locking onto Uchiha Ao, who was slumped against a charred boulder, his face as pale as a ghost. Ao. Izuna rushed over, crouching down, his movements unusually hurried. Upon seeing the deep, gaping wound on Ao's chest still bleeding profusely, his expression darkened immeasurably, and murderous intent surged uncontrollably within him. Medical ninja. Get the surviving medical ninja here now. He barked, his voice hoarse with fury and anxiety. The surviving Uchiha began silently clearing the battlefield, recovering their fallen comrades' bodies and tending to the wounded. A medical ninja, with an injured arm, stumbled over and quickly began to assess Ao's condition and apply emergency pressure to the wound. The sting of disinfectant on his injury made Ao gasp sharply, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Izuna. "Uncle Izuna, are you all right?" he asked weakly, noticing the blood at Izuna's lips and his slightly disheveled attire. Izuna did not respond, his brow furrowed tightly as he observed the medical ninja tending to the horrific wound. Only when the initial bleeding was staunched did he seem to relax slightly. He raised a hand, roughly wiping the blood from his mouth, his eyes chillingly fierce. "That damn Tobirama." He spat through clenched teeth, his anger palpable. "He was specifically targeting you." This realization was not lost on the few surviving elite Uchiha around them, who regarded Uchiha Ao with a mix of astonishment and scrutiny. For Tobirama to deliberately divert his focus to strike during such a critical moment, there had to be something exceptional about this youth, or perhaps he inadvertently posed a certain threat. Uchiha Ao was shaken to his core, Izuna's words confirming his worst fears. Tobirama's strike had been unmistakably aimed at him. Why? Was it because of his earlier actions during patrol that had drawn attention? Or was it due to his Sharingan, which held potential for evolution? Or perhaps some other reason he had yet to perceive? An overwhelming sense of unease and confusion enveloped him. I don't know," he murmured, lowering his head, his voice trembling with the aftershocks of survival and bewilderment. He was too fast. Izuna, observing the boy's pale face and wide, frightened eyes, initially thought he was merely shaken by the killing intent of a shadow-level opponent. His anger began to subside, morphing into a cold dread and an even more resolute desire for vengeance. He patted Uchiha Ao on the uninjured shoulder, his grip still a bit too firm. "It's all right. This time it was my oversight. I never expected that mad dog to suddenly appear and fixate on you." His tone turned frigid. "I will exact vengeance for this. One day, I will personally slay Senju Tobirama." Just then, an Uchiha Jonin approached to report, his expression grave. "Lord Izuna, the count is complete. We lost 11 men, 7 are severely injured, and nearly everyone has sustained minor injuries. Most of the supplies at the Yuri stronghold have been destroyed, and our gains are limited." The Senju left behind 5 corpses, with the status of the injured unknown. What was intended as a decisive victory, a calculated ambush on the Yuri stronghold, had transformed into a brutal exchange due to Tobirama's unforeseen intervention. The losses for the Uchiha were evidently far greater. The countenance of Uchiha so became increasingly grim. After a brief closure of his eyes, he reopened them with the usual cold intensity. "Understood. Clear the battlefield, take away what can be salvaged, and utterly destroy what cannot. Prepare for withdrawal. This place is no longer safe." "Yes." The members of the team commenced their tasks with urgency. With the aid of medical ninjas, Uchiha so struggled to rise, the searing pain in his chest a constant reminder of how close he had danced with death. His gaze swept over the bodies of his clansmen draped in white cloth, their familiar clan symbols stained with blood, stirring within him a profound sorrow and rage. This is war. There are no true victors, only survivors and the fallen. He instinctively touched his eyes. The sensation of his ocular powers being pushed to their limits during that near-fatal moment remained vivid. His vision seemed sharper than before, and his ability to track movement had significantly improved. The rotation of the single tomo now felt more fluid, and he sensed a burgeoning desire for further evolution within him. Perhaps the double tomo was indeed within reach. Yet, at this moment, he felt little joy in his newfound strength. The cold, unyielding gaze of Senju Tobirama lingered in his mind like a haunting specter. That man was exceedingly perilous. His schemes, his ruthlessness, and his efficiency surpassed all imagination. It seemed that this unexpected fluttering of wings, this butterfly effect, had truly incited an unforeseen tempest, drawing him into its very eye. The order to retreat was given. The survivors, burdened with the bodies of their companions and assisting the wounded, departed in silence from this valley tainted by blood and fire. Supported by his clansmen, Uchiha so moved forward, each step sending waves of excruciating pain through his chest. He glanced back at the ravaged battlefield, the dying rays of the setting sun casting a haunting yet beautiful glow over it. Shadows seemed to stretch behind him, while ahead, an even more oppressive darkness awaited. He understood that some things had irrevocably changed. An invisible, murderous thread of fate appeared to have been woven between him and Senju Tobirama. Moreover, The ancient animosity between the Uchiha and Senju clans had likely taken on a new dimension this night, becoming even more intractable. His era of warring states had, from this moment forth, revealed its most fearsome fangs. The insatiable desire for evolution in his Sharingan quietly accumulated strength amidst the trials of blood and fire, biding its time for the next opportunity to break free from its cocoon. Chapter 10. The Return and Undercurrents. The retreating party traversed the forest in silence, their departure akin to a sword unsheathed. Yet their return was laden with heavy casualties and an insurmountable sense of oppression. The stench of blood and char seemed to permeate every garment, lingering inescapably. Uchiha so was carried by a clansman, each jolt exacerbating the sharp pain in his chest, causing him to break into a cold sweat, his complexion growing increasingly pallid. Yet he gritted his teeth, suppressing any groans, and with his weary yet keen Sharingan, he observed his surroundings intently. The expressions of his clansmen were predominantly somber and icy. The joy of victory, if the defeat of Yui could be considered a victory, had long since been overshadowed by the losses and humiliation wrought by the abrupt intervention of the Senju. They vigilantly surveyed the encroaching darkness, as though new adversaries might leap forth from the shadows at any moment. Having endured the brutal encounter, all were on high alert. Izuna walked at the forefront of the group, his posture straight, yet imbued with an unspoken air of menace. Occasionally, he would glance back at the team, pausing momentarily to assess Uchiha So's condition. His three-tomo Sharingan glowed like smoldering embers in the darkness, flickering ominously, revealing the tumultuous emotions swirling within its master. Lord Izuna, a jonin responsible for the rear guard, hastened to catch up, whispering urgently, "There are no signs of pursuit from behind. It seems the Senju have truly retreated." Izuna responded with a cold huff. "Humph, Tobirama, that mad dog, retreats to his den once his objectives are met." His fingers unconsciously grazed the hilt of his blade. His appearance this time was anything but ordinary. It is far too coincidental. Just as we finished dealing with the remnants of Yui, he appeared with pinpoint precision, intent on silencing us. Then his gaze fell upon So, attempting to eliminate a promising descendant. Was this all merely a spur-of-the-moment decision? The trusted ninja beside him wore a grave expression. "Do you mean to suggest that our operation may have been compromised? Or could it be that Yui was a mere bait?" Perhaps not a bait, for Yui lacks the value to warrant such a significant strategic deception from the Senju. Izuna's eyes gleamed with sharpness. "It is more plausible that our internal movements were discerned by Tobirama through some unknown means. He may have anticipated our reactions from the conflict in the northwest, waiting for this very opportunity." His analysis was chilling and precise, sending shivers down the spines of those who heard it. Should this be true, the depth of Tobirama's cunning and machinations was indeed formidable. Uchiha So, resting on the back of his clansman, heard every word of Izuna's discourse, his heart racing uncontrollably. Could the unexpected skirmish triggered by him in the northwest truly be the beginning of it all? Did Tobirama capture the movements of the Uchiha and their potential for retaliation, thus foreseeing this assault? It was even possible that he had been covertly observing, waiting for the Uchiha to make a move, only to execute his plan of silencing and sniping. If that were the case, then his unintentional strike had unwittingly become a cog in Tobirama's grand scheme against the entire Uchiha clan. This realization sent a wave of icy dread through him, far more distressing than the pain in his chest. He felt ensnared in an invisible web, with the cold, merciless eyes of the weaver observing him in the dark. "Quickly, increase your pace," Izuna commanded in a steely voice, no longer elaborating. "We must return to the clan grounds post-haste. This incident must be reported to my brother immediately." The group's pace quickened, yet the atmosphere grew heavier. At long last, the familiar outlines of the Uchiha compound and the figures of patrolling ninjas came into view. Upon witnessing the battered state of the returning expedition, the guards immediately heightened their vigilance, rushing forward to assist. "Lord Izuna, this, immediately inform my brother. We must convene in the council hall." Izuna interrupted the inquiry, his tone brooking no dissent. "The injured must be taken to the medical unit for priority treatment." A commotion erupted within the clan's grounds. The remaining clansmen, upon seeing the bodies being carried back and the multitude of injured, particularly the sight of Uchiha So being borne back, bloodied across his chest, displayed expressions of shock, anger, and sorrow. It was the Senju. It must have been them. Curse that white-haired fiend. This vengeance shall be exacted. The suppressed murmurs and curses spread throughout the crowd. Uchiha So was carefully placed upon a stretcher, being taken towards the medical unit. Before departing, he cast one last glance at Izuna, who nodded slightly in return, his gaze complex, filled with concern and encouragement. Yet beneath it all lay a chilling, resolute intent for retribution. "Recover well," Izuna said simply before turning away. Striding purposefully towards the central building of the clan, the council hall, his presence steeped in blood and a palpable aura of menace. He needed to report everything that transpired this night to Uchiha Madara, especially the peculiar actions of Senju Tobarama and the potential conspiracies lurking behind them. The medical unit was suffused with the potent mingling scents of herbs and blood. Numerous injured ninjas were present, and the medical ninjas were busily tending to them. Uchiha So's wounds were thoroughly cleaned, treated, and meticulously bandaged. The intense pain nearly rendered him unconscious, but he persevered, striving to remain alert. The individual responsible for his treatment was a slightly older medical ninja, who, upon observing the severe wound, furrowed his brow in concern. Had it been any deeper or slightly askew, it could have inflicted damage to the internal organs. "Is this technique the work of Senju Tobarama?" Uchiha Ao nodded silently. The medical ninja sighed, skillfully continuing to bandage the wound. "It is fortunate that you were able to salvage a life from that subordinate. Consider it a stroke of luck. Rest assured, although the wound is deep, it has not compromised anything vital. Given the Uchiha constitution and the efficacy of our medicine, you should be able to regain mobility within half a month." Reclining on the sickbed, Uchiha Ao gazed at the ceiling, surrounded by the muffled groans of other injured comrades and the hushed conversations of the medical ninja. His body was utterly fatigued, yet his spirit was inexplicably invigorated. The night's experiences replayed in his mind like a revolving lantern. The flames at the Feather Robe stronghold, the fierce battle with the Senju clan, the earth-shattering confrontation between Izuna and Tobarama, the chilling shuriken aimed at his throat, and an unsettling theory concerning causality. He slowly raised his hand, observing his still trembling fingers. Under the flickering candlelight, these hands appeared unchanged from before his journey, yet they had undeniably been tainted by the blood and dust of this world. The desire for strength had never felt so intense and urgent. It was not merely for self-preservation or survival on the battlefield, but to unravel the vortex into which he had unwittingly been drawn. To possess the capability to confront those cold, calculating eyes lurking behind the scenes. He closed his eyes, concentrating inward. The sharp pain in his chest remained vivid, yet the slight warmth and restless sensation in his eyes were equally pronounced. The single Tomo Sharingan spontaneously manifested in the darkness, slowly rotating. The barrier to the double Tomo seemed to have grown as fragile as gossamer after being tempered by blood and fire and the thrill of life and death. Perhaps when he next opened his eyes, the world would appear transformed. Deep within the clan's territory, the lights in the council hall burned throughout the night. Chapter 11. A visit from Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Ao drifted into a restless slumber on the medical bed, repeatedly stirred awake by the sharp pangs from his wound and bizarre nightmares. His dreams were filled with the cold glint of shuriken, terrifying images of high-pressure water lines slicing through flesh, and the emotionless eyes of Senju Tobarama, seemingly capable of piercing through everything. When he finally managed to open his eyes once more, the faint morning light had begun to filter through the paper window. The scent of medicine still pervaded the medical ward, but it was markedly quieter than the previous night, with only a few severely injured patients occasionally emitting soft groans of pain. The throbbing pain in his chest served as a reminder that the previous night had not merely been a nightmare. He attempted to wiggle his fingers. Thankfully, though weak, he seemed to have regained a modicum of strength. Just then, a faint yet palpable sound of footsteps emerged from outside, seemingly causing the very air to thicken. It was not an intentional effort to be quiet, but rather an innate presence that was powerful yet restrained, exuding an undeniable authority. The previously subtle sounds in the medical ward vanished instantly, and all the awake clan members, whether injured or medical ninjas, instinctively held their breath, casting reverent glances toward the entrance. The curtain was drawn aside. A tall figure entered. His long black hair hung loosely, and his stern visage revealed no hint of emotion. The red layered armor he wore was still damp with dew, as if he had just returned from an external patrol. The most striking feature was his calm, profound eyes, which bore an air of dominance, rendering the surrounding atmosphere heavy without any deliberate display. Uchiha Madara. He had personally come to the medical ward. His gaze swept across the entire room like a tangible force, ultimately resting on Uchiha Ao, who was struggling to sit up. Lord Clan Leader. The head of the medical team and the ambulatory patients hastily attempted to pay their respects. Madara waved his hand dismissively, indicating they need not stand on ceremony. He approached Uchiha Ao's bed with a few strides, looking down at him, his gaze coolly scanning the thick bandages covering his chest. It seems the Grim Reaper's scythe grazed your throat. Madara's voice was deep and resonant, devoid of discernible emotion, yet imbued with an inherent pressure. Uchiha Ao stifled the pain that tugged at his wound, striving to straighten his back and lower his head. I have brought shame upon you and the clan. Lord Clan Leader. Shame? Madara raised an eyebrow slightly. To survive an encounter with Senju Tobarama's subordinate is no trivial feat. Izuna did well to rescue you. His tone was flat, as though stating a simple fact, yet it softened ever so slightly when mentioning Izuna. It was thanks to Uncle Izuna, Uchiha Ao replied quietly. Feeling both flattered and pressured by Madara's personal visit, it was most unusual for the clan leader to visit an injured subordinate. Madara's gaze lingered on his face for a moment, seemingly scrutinizing something, particularly pausing over his eyes that, weakened, had failed to open the Sharingan. I have already been informed of the details by Izuna, Madara said casually. It is intriguing that Tobarama specifically targeted you. The use of the word intriguing made Uchiha Ao's heart tighten. I do not know the reason, he repeated, half-truthfully, concealing the deepest unease. Madara appeared not to expect an answer from him, continuing with his own thoughts. Tobarama never engages in meaningless actions. Since he chose to strike at you at that moment, there must be a reason. Perhaps your displayed potential captured his attention, or perhaps it is something else. His words were laden with significance, imbued with the calculations of someone in power, making Uchiha Ao feel as if he had become a pawn under scrutiny through a magnifying glass. Rest and recuperate, Madara concluded without delving further, his tone returning to its previous neutrality. The future of the Uchiha requires every capable individual. Strive to become stronger. Strong enough that next time we meet, Tobarama will pay a price for his recklessness. This statement bore the weight of a direct command, laced with a subtle encouragement. Yes, Lord Clan Leader. Uchiha Ao suppressed his excitement and responded earnestly. Madara nodded slightly, uttered no more words, and turned to leave the medical ward. He came and went like the wind, yet the pressure he left behind lingered for a long time. Once his figure had completely vanished, the occupants of the medical ward seemed to exhale in relief, yet murmurs of discussion quietly arose. The clan leader actually came in person. It seems Ao has truly caught Tobarama's attention. To be noticed by the clan leader, one wonders if it is a blessing or a curse. Uchiha Ao reclined once more, his heart surging with emotion. Madara's personal visit and words undoubtedly constituted a form of acknowledgement, yet it also thrust him into a more conspicuous position. This indicated greater scrutiny and, consequently, greater risk. He understood that, following the events of the previous night, his standing and the level of attention he received within the clan had subtly shifted. He had transformed from a promising junior into one who had garnered the special attention of Senju Tobarama, even prompting the clan leader's personal inquiry. In the afternoon, Izuna arrived. His complexion remained somewhat pale, yet his spirit appeared considerably improved, clad in a fresh clan uniform. He dismissed the others and settled by Uchiha Ao's bedside. Has my brother been here? He asked directly. Yes, Uchiha Ao nodded. What did he say? To rest and recuperate, and to become stronger as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Izuna's lips curled into a cold, sharp smile. Indeed, my brother speaks true. This matter cannot simply be left unresolved. That mad dog Tobarama must die. The flames of hatred reignited in his eyes. Has there been any decision from the clan? Uchiha Ao inquired cautiously. Izuna snorted coldly. My brother is very angry. The actions of Senju this time are nothing short of blatant provocation and conspiracy. The clan has already initiated a thorough investigation to ascertain whether any information has been leaked, while simultaneously intensifying their retaliatory measures against Senju. He cast a serious glance at Uchiha Ao, stating, As for you, Ao, you have now drawn the attention of Tobarama. You must exercise greater caution while undertaking missions. I will arrange for someone to discreetly protect you for a while. You must strive to improve, having narrowly escaped this calamity. Your Sharingan should have evolved, correct? A flicker of realization crossed Uchiha Ao's mind as he attempted to gather his chakra. A familiar warmth enveloped his eyes. Although somewhat dimmed due to his frail condition, the single tomo spun more fluidly than before, and the barrier surrounding it grew increasingly thin. Indeed, Uncle Izuna. I sense that the next evolution is not far off. Excellent. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Izuna's eyes. This is the essence of the Uchiha. Hatred and suffering will transform into our source of strength. Remember this humiliation and pain. They will drive you to become stronger. After imparting a few more instructions regarding his recovery, he hastily departed, evidently burdened with numerous clan affairs to attend to. Left alone on the sickbed, Uchiha Ao reflected on the words of Madara and Izuna, experiencing the paradox of his weakened body juxtaposed with the burgeoning power within his eyes. The outcome of the clan council evidently pointed towards retaliation, further deepening the enmity with Senju. He, too, found himself ensnared in the vortex of turmoil, a consequence of Tobirama's targeted assault. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined, he mused. Closing his eyes, he began to carefully guide the feeble chakra, nurturing and attuning to his yearning for the evolution of his eyes. The tempest outside loomed closer, and he desperately needed to acquire the strength to stand firm amidst the storm. The double tomo had become his singular, lucid objective. The clouds above the clan grounds appeared to thicken ominously. In the ensuing days, Uchiha Ao spent his time on the medical team's sickbed. Time felt viscous and slow, each moment filled with the pangs of his injuries and the bitterness of medication. The atmosphere within the clan had grown palpably tense. The patrols had intensified, and the scrutiny over mission assignments had become more stringent, while the details of that fateful night and the losses incurred were tightly controlled. Whispers of Tobirama's ambush on the Uchiha descendants circulated privately, igniting greater indignation and solidarity among the clan members. As a direct participant and focal point of the incident, Uchiha Ao attracted considerable attention. Relatives would often visit, their words a blend of consolation, curiosity, and probing inquiries. Ao typically cited his grave injuries and fatigue as reasons for his terse responses, repeatedly emphasizing Tobirama's prowess and ruthlessness, attributing his survival to Izuna's timely intervention and a stroke of luck, all the while delicately concealing his inner anxieties regarding the chain of causation. Much of his time was spent with his eyes closed, feigning sleep, yet in truth, he delved deeply into himself. His frail condition could not be swiftly altered, but his eyes remained. The ocular power ignited at the brink of life and death had not entirely diminished. Rather, it had been tempered like fine steel. Although its quantity waned due to his weakened state, its quality had become purer and more manageable. He could distinctly perceive the single tomo Sharingan rotating in the darkness, autonomously and slowly, drawing upon the meager chakra he refined, akin to a dormant beast awaiting its moment of awakening. He began to endeavor in recalling and simulating the insights of that fateful night without activating his Sharingan, relying solely on perception. The trajectory of Tobirama's kunai, the explosive form of Izuna's flame chakra during the rescue, even the angle of the dust that had been kicked up, every detail replayed in his mind, dissected. This purely mental exercise was exceedingly taxing, yet it deepened his understanding of the essence of Sharingan. It was not merely about seeing clearer and faster. It was also a rapid reception, processing, and even predicting of information. Simultaneously, he truly calmed his mind for the first time, meticulously organizing and attempting to harness that instinctual ability to manipulate causation, which occasionally surfaced within him. He requested the medical ninja attending to him to bring some withered leaves and fine grains of sand. When no one was watching, he concentrated all his mental faculties, fixating on a fragile leaf in his palm, attempting to imbue it with intent, not to destroy it, but to set a minuscule cause, to let the next gentle breeze that wafted in through the window dislodge it from his hand. His eyes grew warm as his mental energy flowed like fine threads, attaching to the leaf. The sensation was profoundly elusive, with a dismally low success rate. Out of 10 attempts, perhaps only once or twice would the leaf gracefully tumble down when an inconsequential breeze blew by. The endeavor with the grains of sand proved even more challenging, aiming to create a simple pattern from the scattered particles. The results were bleak, scarcely perceptible, and the exertion left him dizzy. Indeed, the limits of his current abilities could only induce the slightest deviation in trivial, probable events, and the effort was immensely taxing. Rubbing his throbbing temples, Uchiha Ao gazed at the leaf that had finally been successfully dislodged, feeling a blend of resignation and a flicker of insight. This ability was not something he could rely upon at this stage, yet it undeniably existed, intricately tied to his Sharingan, or rather, to his very soul. Perhaps its potency required a stronger ocular and mental force for support? He speculated. This revelation intensified his yearning for the evolution of his Sharingan. 10 days later, under the meticulous care of the medical ninjas and the inherent recuperative capabilities of the Uchiha physique, the wound on Ao's chest finally healed and scabbed over. Though vigorous activity still induced pain, he could now move freely. He eagerly requested to return to his dwelling, declining any suggestions for continued rest. He understood that the clan would not grant him ample time for tranquility. The friction with Senju was escalating. He needed to regain his strength swiftly, even to become more formidable. He embarked on an intense regimen of restorative training. At dawn, before the first light of day, he rose, carefully moving his body, practicing the refinement and control of chakra, feeling his strength gradually returning. In the morning, he engaged in throwing exercises with shurikens and kunai, shifting his focus from power to the exquisite precision of timing, reliving the subtle state of merging his mental will into each throw. Afternoons were devoted to the slow recovery of taijutsu, avoiding strain on old injuries, yet striving for precision in every movement. Integrating insights from his Sharingan to optimize his techniques for striking and evading. Nights were reserved for the unwavering nurturing of his chakra and the honing of his ocular power. He ceased attempting to impose any outcomes, instead concentrating all his spirit on the eyes themselves, feeling the burgeoning desire for evolution, nourishing it with pure chakra, akin to refining an exquisite weapon. Izuna visited him several times, witnessing his relentless effort, feeling both gratified and compelled to remind him to heed his health and avoid aggravating his old wounds. However, upon observing the steadfast determination growing in Uchiha Ao's eyes and the increasingly fluid motion of his single tomo, he ultimately refrained from further interference, discreetly instructing others to provide additional restorative medicines. Days turned into weeks. Uchiha Ao's body gradually regained strength, and following the tempering from this severe injury, his chakra volume and control improved slightly. His Sharingan's barrier had thinned to a gossamer veil. Evolution seemed imminent. He merely lacked a catalyst, a stimulus to ignite the final fuse. One evening, having just concluded a series of shuriken drills, he sat by the training grounds to rest, wiping the sweat from his brow. The setting sun elongated his shadow. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the entrance of the clan's territory, mingled with muffled sobs. Another patrol team had returned, yet the atmosphere was unsettling. Uchiha Ao stood up and beheld several clan members carrying a stretcher, upon which lay a figure completely shrouded in white cloth. The other ninjas in the group bore wounds, their faces etched with despair and fury, their eyes ablaze with a frenzied hatred. It was the Senju, an ambush. How tragic for the captain who sacrificed himself to protect us. Those accursed white-haired ones. This enmity is irreconcilable. The fragmented cries of lament and rage wafted through the air. More and more clan members gathered, the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive and mournful. The agony of losing loved ones and comrades spread like a plague. Uchiha Ao gazed at the stretcher being carried away, observing the bloodied figures of his kin, tears glistening in their eyes, and the profound hatred etched on their faces. A familiar, chilling tremor coursed up his spine once more. Hatred was burgeoning, suffering was proliferating. This was the warring states, an unending cycle. Amidst this pervasive sadness and hatred, he felt an unexpected warmth surge in his eyes. The long-held barrier shattered under the strain of such intense emotional resonance. He clamped his hands over his eyes, his body trembling slightly. It was not his own hatred, but rather the collective, overwhelming negative emotions of his entire clan that served as the final catalyst. When he raised his head again and lowered his hands, the world before him was clearer than ever. His dynamic vision had ascended to an unparalleled level. He could even discern the glimmer of tears in the eyes of distant clan members and the subtle tremors of their muscles from anger. The tomo in his eyes was no longer solitary. Two pitch-black tomo, alive and vibrant, spun slowly in the crimson depths of his gaze, exuding a chilling and formidable power. Double tomo Sharingan, activate. A surge of power welled within him, but with it came a deeper, more profound coldness and understanding. Standing amidst the dying rays of the sun and the pervasive hatred, he observed everything around him, yet found an unusual calm within. He comprehended that the power of these eyes was inextricably linked to the hatred and suffering of this world, and his journey was just beginning. Chapter 13. The abilities of the double tomo and preparations for war. The double tomo spun slowly, deconstructing and reconstructing the world within his sight. The trajectory of dust, the subtle refraction of light, and the minutiae of muscle movements on the faces of distant clan members flooded his mind with unprecedented clarity and speed, rapidly processed and understood. Uchiha Ao stood still, inhaling deeply, forcing himself to suppress the tremors brought on by the evolution of his eyes and the resonance triggered by the surrounding negative emotions. He could not afford to appear too abnormal, especially in the presence of his kin, who were emotionally sensitive and vulnerable after recent tragedies. Lowering his head, he let his bangs partially obscure his eyes, and when he lifted his gaze again, the double tomo had vanished, reverting to ordinary black pupils, though the depths of his gaze held an inexplicable profundity and coldness. Like the other onlookers, he displayed appropriate expressions of sorrow and gravity, silently watching as the beleaguered patrol team was escorted away. Yet the turmoil within him was far from the calm he portrayed. The double tomo was not merely an enhancement of perception. Upon returning to his dwelling, Uchiha Ao swiftly closed the door and activated his Sharingan once more. In the solitude of his quiet space, he could more acutely feel the power of his new eyes. His dynamic vision had undergone a qualitative leap. He swiftly swung his arm. Actions that had previously appeared as mere blurry afterimages in ordinary sight were now dissected with crystal clarity under the Sharingan, even allowing him to predict the position his arm would reach in the next instant. The foundational elements for the body flicker technique were now in place. He realized that while he had been able to observe movements with the single tomo, his body and neural responses had not kept pace, and his understanding had remained superficial. Now, however, the enhanced information processing capabilities brought by the double tomo instilled him with confidence to attempt understanding and mimicking relatively simple taijutsu techniques. What particularly caught his attention was the strength and penetration of his ocular power. He retrieved a practice leaf once more, focusing intently on it. This time, the sensation of mental exertion was markedly lessened, the enigmatic intent becoming clearer and easier to manipulate. He attempted to set a slightly more complex cause, to make the leaf flip once before descending after he released it. His eyes warmed slightly, the ocular power entwining like invisible threads. Releasing his grip, the moment the leaf slipped from his fingers, it seemed to be lifted by an imperceptible current, executing a gentle flip before gracefully descending. He had succeeded, and it was far less taxing than before. Uchiha Ao's heart raced. The evolution of the Sharingan undeniably enhanced his capacity to manipulate causation. He concluded that the essence of the ocular power had elevated the amplification and quality of his spiritual strength, mental energy. Although his influence remained limited to trivial matters and the exertion was still present, it undeniably illuminated a clear path. To truly master that unfathomable power, he must relentlessly evolve these eyes. The elevation of his strength brought a fleeting joy, but it was soon overshadowed by the weight of reality. In the following days, the atmosphere within the clan grew increasingly grave. The ambush of the patrol team seemed to signal a sharp escalation in the frequency and severity of conflicts between the Uchiha and Senju. Due to his recent recovery and youth, Ao was not yet assigned to any missions, but he could distinctly feel the rumble of the gears of war accelerating. He witnessed more clan members being carried back injured and heard the anguished cries of those who had lost fathers, sons, and brothers. Hatred blazed like wildfire, consuming the rationality of everyone in the clan. The clan leader, Uchiha Taijima, wore an increasingly somber expression, and clan meetings became more frequent. Madara and Izuna's outings had noticeably increased, returning each time reeking of blood and exhaustion, their gazes sharper and colder. Uchiha Ao endeavored to refine his new abilities further. Beyond the daily training of taijutsu and shuriken techniques, he focused more on the precise manipulation of his ocular power and the honing of his spiritual strength. He was no longer satisfied with merely influencing a single leaf. He began attempting to affect 2 or 3 leaves simultaneously, guiding them to fall in different ways. Or he tried to subtly alter the trajectory of small stones, causing them to roll in slight deviations. He even sought to optimize his evasion routes and the angles of shuriken strikes during high-speed movements by utilizing the insight and predictions of the Sharingan. Combined with the minute causal shifts, these exercises yielded minimal results and were immensely taxing, often leaving his eyes strained and his head throbbing. Yet he persisted, sensing a growing familiarity with this power, a subtle mastery emerging from the depths of his soul. He understood that these seemingly futile practices might, at a critical moment in the future, yield unexpected miracles. One evening, Izuna sought out Ao, who was engaged in training. Ao, His voice bore a hint of barely perceptible fatigue, but his gaze remained sharp. What of your eyes? Uchiha Ao ceased his movements, turned, and instinctively activated his double Tomo Sharingan. The two Tomos spun slowly. In Izuna's eyes flickered a glimmer of relief and an acknowledgement of inevitability. Indeed, evolution has occurred. It was due to that day. Aoi nodded, not concealing his feelings. Witnessing the tragic demise of kin left everyone in agony, rendering me unable to remain tranquil. Hatred and suffering are undoubtedly the most potent catalysts for our strength. Izuna's tone was laden with complexity. A blend of recognition for his kin's increased power and a tinge of resignation towards such power, yet the crux lies in mastering it. It appears you have performed commendably. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. Father has decreed that at dawn tomorrow, we shall execute a retaliatory strike against a frontline stronghold of the Senju clan, led by me. A chill ran through Aoi's heart, realizing the true test was upon him. I will join as well, he stated without hesitation, the cold light glimmering in his double Tomo Sharingan. Isolated training will never facilitate genuine growth. He required real combat to hone both his eyes and that unique ability amidst the brutal slaughter. Izuna regarded him, hesitating before responding, as if assessing his condition and resolve. Your injury? It is no longer a concern. Are your eyes and mindset capable of keeping pace? This is not mere training. Lives will be lost. Izuna's tone turned grave. I understand. Aoi met his gaze resolutely. I have faced death before and will not waver again. Izuna scrutinized him for a moment before finally nodding. Very well. Prepare yourself. Assemble before dawn. Remember to stay close to me and refrain from impulsive actions. Understood. Watching Izuna's departing figure, Aoi slowly clenched his fists. Tomorrow's battle would mark his first engagement since awakening his double Tomo Sharingan. It was also a decisive step into the meat grinder of this warring era. He gazed up at the somber night sky, his newly evolved eyes twinkling with a profound luminescence in the darkness. The threads of causality seemed to be quietly drawing together. Chapter 14. The initial ripples of causality. The darkness before dawn was at its densest, the chill biting. In the dense forest outside the Uchiha clan's territory, a group of over 10 figures silently assembled, clad in black garments and masks. Only their eyes, some cold, others ablaze with the fire of vengeance, were visible. A suffocating aura of murderous intent permeated the crisp air, silencing even the chirping of insects. Aoi stood among the ranks, feeling the palpable hatred and resolve radiating from his comrades. His own heartbeat, however, remained surprisingly steady, his Sharingan quietly activated beneath his mask, capturing and analyzing the tension in his companion's muscles, the subtle frequencies of their breathing, and the faintest variations in the forest's light. As the leader, Izuna offered no superfluous words, merely a concise and sharp gesture. Move out. The figures darted forth like phantoms, silently merging into the darkened woods as they hastened towards the Senju clan's forward base. Aoi followed closely behind Izuna, pushing the perceptive capabilities of his Sharingan to their limits. His role was not to lead the assault, but to provide support, observe, and, when necessary, utilize his ocular prowess to assist. This was Izuna's form of protection and a test. In their swift advance, he practiced constantly, not through grand motions, but through minute adjustments, precisely landing on the most stable footholds to avoid the slightest sound from cracking branches, weaving through the branches, employing infinitesimal shifts in causality to minimize the sound of his clothing brushing against leaves, even subtly altering the flight path of an occasionally passing owl to prevent it from screeching and alerting the enemy. These exceedingly delicate maneuvers placed immense strain on his mental and ocular faculties, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. He felt his affinity for this ability slowly and steadily enhancing under the pressure of the real combat environment. The target stronghold was a small fortress built against the mountains, guarded by Senju ninjas, controlling a crucial supply route. As the first light of dawn began to break, marking the moment of the night when fatigue and vigilance were at their lowest, Izuna's cold voice resonated through the chakra vibrations, penetrating the ears of all. Execute the plan. A few Uchiha ninjas skilled in stealth and assassination moved like melting shadows towards the watchtower. Aoi, alongside Izuna and several key members, concealed themselves in the underbrush outside the stronghold, his Sharingan fixated on the fortress's entrance and patrol routes. Southeast corner, 2 patrolling, separated by 15 breaths. West watchtower, 1 person, armed with a crossbow. The main gate guards appear somewhat lax. He relayed his observations in the softest whisper, providing a basis for Izuna's commands. Izuna nodded slightly, a flicker of approval in his eyes. Aoi's observations proved even more meticulous and precise than he had anticipated. Soon, an exceedingly faint muffled sound emanated from within the fortress, followed by a mimicry of a bird's night call, the signal that the infiltrators had succeeded. Now, Izuna commanded, leading the charge like a shadow darting towards the main gate. In an instant, battle erupted. Enemy attack. It's the Uchiha. The Senju guards reacted swiftly, immediately sounding the alarm. The sharp whistle pierced the dawn. Kunai and shuriken flew like a torrential downpour, the clash of fire and earth techniques erupting in a cacophony of thunder and flames. Screams, roars, and the explosive sounds of ninjutsu shattered the tranquility of the mountains. Aoi, closely following Izuna, felt the double tomo spinning wildly. His primary task was not to slay enemies, but to safeguard Izuna's flank and capture any potential threats with his eyes. A Senju Chunin lunged at him from the side, blade gleaming. Aoi's Sharingan instantly detected the subtle dissonance in the shoulder muscles as the enemy prepared to strike, predicting the trajectory of his slash. To the lower left, an opening existed between the third rib. Aoi shouted, simultaneously launching a kunai that did not target the enemy's vital spot, but rather aimed to intercept his path, forcing him to alter his attack. Izuna's vast combat experience allowed him to react almost instantaneously. As soon as Aoi called out, his short blade struck forth like a venomous serpent, precisely exploiting that fleeting gap, slicing cleanly through the enemy's throat. Their cooperation was seamless. Another Senju ninja attempted to form seals from behind to unleash a water technique. Aoi's Sharingan clearly observed the shift in chakra flow. Behind, rooster, goat, monkey, water chaos. Aoi quickly reported the sequence of seals and technique name. Izuna did not even glance back, deftly launching several shuriken that accurately disrupted the enemy's sealing rhythm while his body twisted, evading the significantly weakened water assault. Amidst the chaotic melee, Aoi's double tomo played an extraordinarily enhanced role beyond its inherent capabilities. He functioned like a high-speed warning and support system, integrating and processing the vast fragmented information on the battlefield, transforming it into the most concise and effective directives or cues, significantly elevating the combat efficiency of Izuna and their small team. He even began to experiment with that ability amidst the turmoil. A clan member engaged in a fierce clash with a Senju ninja, the latter clearly possessing superior strength. The clan member's blade was deflected, leaving a gaping opening. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in the Senju ninja's eyes as he lunged forward. In that critical moment, Aoi's gaze locked onto a loose stone beneath the Senju ninja's feet. With an unprecedented intensity, his ocular and mental energies surged forth. Slip! A powerful urge surged through him. The Senju ninja's foot suddenly slipped, his thrust distorted, his body losing balance and tumbling forward. The Uchiha clan member, initially facing certain death, hesitated for a moment but instinctively seized the opportunity. Swinging his blade down with fierce determination, slicing through, blood splattered. The Senju ninja gazed in disbelief at the blade piercing through his chest, unable to comprehend how he had suddenly lost his footing. The salvaged clansman gazed in shock towards Ao, who had already diverted his attention elsewhere. Beneath his mask, his complexion was slightly pallid, and his breath came in quick gasps. Success! Yet, influencing a ninja amidst intense combat drained far more energy than affecting a mere leaf. In a mere instant, he felt a distinct wave of dizziness wash over him. However, there was no time for respite. The battle raged on. The Uchiha's ambush had seized the initiative, deploying their finest warriors. Although the Senju's defenders fought valiantly, they were gradually being overwhelmed. Izuna moved across the battlefield like a specter of death, leaving virtually no opponent standing in his wake. His Sharingan, coupled with masterful swordsmanship and fire techniques, harvested lives mercilessly. At last, the final Senju Jonin, who had stubbornly resisted, was engulfed in Izuna's flames, signaling the battle's nearing conclusion. The fortress was permeated with the acrid stench of blood and charred remains. Clear the battlefield, gather intelligence, and prepare for withdrawal, Izuna commanded, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. Uchiha Ao, panting slightly, closed his Sharingan. A wave of profound exhaustion washed over him, not merely physical but mental as well. Maintaining the double tomo while engaging in high-intensity insight and anticipation, especially during that last intervention, had exacted a tremendous toll. He surveyed the carnage and corpses strewn about, some belonging to the Senju, others to the Uchiha. A familiar clansman, who had fought alongside him moments ago, now lay quietly nearby. a kunai embedded in his chest. The harsh reality of war was laid bare before him once more. Yet, his heart remained an icy lake, unperturbed by the turmoil. Was it due to familiarity? Or was it because these eyes, born of hatred and death, were continually consuming his emotions? He approached the clansman he had indirectly saved and extended his hand. The man hesitated briefly, then grasped Ao's hand and stood, his voice hoarse. "Thank you for earlier." "It was nothing," Ao replied, shaking his head, his voice muffled by the mask. He noticed a deep, bone-revealing wound on the clansman's arm, bleeding profusely, and silently retrieved a bandage from his ninja tool pouch to tend to him. At that moment, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the corpse of a Senju Jinin not far away. The boy was scarcely more than a child, his face still bearing the marks of youth and terror, a fatal gash across his throat. Ao's movements faltered slightly. The exceptional memory granted by his Sharingan brought forth a vivid recollection of the boy attempting to defend himself with an unrefined Doton technique at the battle's onset, only to be effortlessly overwhelmed by Izuna's fire technique, causing him to stumble backward and fall prey to another Uchiha's blade. An inconsequential pawn in the grand scheme. Yet, in the depths of his memory, he recalled that, at the moment when Izuna's flames breached the earth wall, the boy had stumbled as if tripped in his panic. The chaos of the scene had rendered it unnoticed by all. Ao's pupils constricted slightly. He vividly remembered being entirely focused on assisting Izuna against the frontal foe, his peripheral vision catching an unintentional thought flitting across his mind. Was it possible that this fleeting notion, combined with his newly heightened yet unstable ocular power, had subtly altered the course of fate on that tumultuous battlefield, causing the boy's minor stumble, inadvertently leading him into the path of another Uchiha's attack, thus sealing his fate? This thought sent a chill through Uchiha Ao's core. It appeared that this power was not entirely within his conscious control, manifesting in ways he himself was unaware of, influenced by his emotions and thoughts, like a passive skill subtly affecting those around him. It was more potent, peculiar, and perilous than he had ever imagined. "What's wrong?" the injured clansman inquired, observing Ao's sudden stillness. "Nothing," Ao replied, reclaiming his gaze and resuming the bandaging, burying his uncertainty deep within. He lifted his eyes to Izuna, who was directing the cleanup, then to the sky, now brightening in the distance. The dawn's light pierced the darkness, illuminating the bloody battlefield, yet failing to penetrate the fog that shrouded his heart, born from these eyes and that enigmatic ability. The ripples of causality had already spread, and all he could do was strive to grow stronger, until he could truly perceive and even control the direction of those ripples. The dawn's ambush was merely the first faint cry in his lengthy odyssey through the flames of war. Chapter 15. The return journey. The remnants of battle had yet to cool completely, the mingled sense of blood and scorched earth weighing heavily on every heart. The Uchiha ninjas moved swiftly and silently, efficiently scouring every corner of the fortress for any potentially valuable intelligence scrolls or supplies. The corpses, whether of foes or comrades, were treated with a simple yet solemn process. The enemy's bodies were gathered for incineration, while those of their own were carefully sealed with sealing scrolls, prepared for transport back to their clan for burial. This was the grim, yet necessary code of the warring states. Uchiha Ao assisted in the rudimentary cleanup, yet most of his attention remained ensnared in thoughts of the earlier unintended intervention. He instinctively reined in his emotions, striving to avoid unnecessary thoughts, while meticulously attuning himself to the subtle connection between his ocular power and the surrounding environment. He discovered that when he consciously maintained a tranquil state, akin to a still pond, the dissonance with the world around him diminished to near imperceptibility. Conversely, any fluctuation in emotion, be it murderous intent, vigilance, or intense focus, would render that subtle sense of interference starkly apparent. It was more akin to a passive, field-like influence rooted in his emotions and will, rather than an active skill. Though he could not fully comprehend it yet, he at least gained a preliminary understanding of the direction in which to exert control. Mastering his emotions would serve as the switch and amplitude for this power. Withdraw. Izuna's cold voice interrupted Ao's contemplation. The intelligence gathering was complete, and there was no longer any value in lingering. The Uchiha team retreated as silently as they had come, leaving behind the burning fortress and the billowing black smoke as a bloody declaration to the Senju clan. The atmosphere on the return journey remained oppressive, yet it bore a tinge of weariness and melancholy compared to the resolute departure. Even in victory, the pain of lost comrades lingered incessantly. The team traversed the dense forest in silence, quickening their pace and heightening their vigilance against any potential pursuit or retaliation. Uchiha Ao remained at Izuna's side. His double tomo still active, but no longer engaging in high-intensity data processing. He focused instead on maintaining basic insight and warning, while continuously practicing his perception of the subtle interference in a state of emotional calm. He realized that while moving swiftly, if he could anticipate even a fraction of a second in advance the slight changes in terrain ahead, such as a low branch suddenly jutting out or a loose stone, he need not employ that special ability. A mere subtle adjustment of his body or a shift in chakra would allow the clansman trailing slightly behind him to naturally avoid these trivial obstacles, thus ensuring the squad's progress remained smooth and discreet. This guidance was not forceful, but rather a near-instinctive suggestion based on precise anticipation. It seemed another application of the synergy between those eyes and that unique perception. Izuna clearly noticed this development. During a brief respite, he approached Ao and extended a water flask towards him. Your eyes wield a significance on the battlefield far beyond my expectations. Izuna's voice lowered, imbued with a hint of inquiry, suggesting that not only do you possess insight and foresight, but you also seem to facilitate a seamless collaboration among those around you. Uchiha Ao felt a subtle tightening in his chest, acutely aware of Izuna's remarkable observational skills. He took the water flask, sipping from it to gather his thoughts. It was merely a matter of seeing a bit more clearly, enabling the early detection of minor troubles. He chose a response that closely aligned with the truth while concealing the core of the explanation, aiming to conserve everyone's energy. Izuna cast a glance at him, his sharp, three-tomo Sharingan seeming capable of piercing through hearts. Yet ultimately, he merely nodded, refraining from probing further. A commendable instinct. Maintain it. It could save many lives in critical moments. Indeed, Ao exhaled in relief. The team pressed on, and at last, the silhouette of the Uchiha clan's territory came into view. The remaining clan members, upon witnessing their return, particularly the sight of the fallen comrades being carried away, felt the atmosphere grow heavy with sorrow and solemnity once more. The ambush had succeeded, but at a grave cost. Clan leader Uchiha Taijima personally emerged to receive Izuna's concise report. Upon learning of the successful elimination of the enemy's stronghold and the acquisition of vital border defense intelligence, a hint of satisfaction flickered across his somber visage. However, as he heard the casualty figures, that satisfaction was swiftly replaced by a chilling demeanor. For the honor of the Uchiha, their sacrifices were warranted. Taijima's voice bore no warmth. Ensure they receive a proper burial. Double the compensation. Yes, father, Izuna replied, bowing respectfully. With the report concluded, the team disbanded. Exhausted ninjas dispersed, some to tend to their wounds, others to rest, while some succumbed to the grief of lost loved ones. Uchiha Ao, too, prepared to return to his quarters for much-needed rest and to reflect upon the day's battles and revelations. However, as he turned, an indescribable, weighty sense of oppression, akin to a mountainous heft, suddenly enveloped him from behind. It was not a murderous intent, yet it felt even more suffocating, as if being scrutinized by an ancient, fearsome entity. His blood and chakra momentarily froze. He whirled around. Not far away, beneath the shadow of an evergreen tree, stood a figure with arms crossed. Long black hair, a visage as stern as stone, and eyes of crimson, in which three tomos slowly revolved, exuded an air of indifferent superiority. It was Uchiha Madara. He had appeared there unnoticed, seemingly having observed for quite some time. His gaze did not specifically target Ao, but rather swept over the bodies being carried away, then over the grieving and enraged clan members, before finally landing on Uchiha Ao, who had just emerged from a bloody battle, still reeking of smoke and blood. Just the brush of his gaze caused Ao's Sharingan to involuntarily accelerate its spin, as though encountering a being of a shared essence far beyond his own, evoking a sense of oppression along with an uncontrollable resonance and thrill. Madara's gaze lingered on him for what felt like a fleeting moment. That glance seemed to penetrate his exterior, revealing the newly evolved, albeit still inexperienced, dual Tomo Sharingan within, and the remarkable, yet heavily taxed ocular power coursing through him, possibly even sensing the unique fluctuations that Ao himself had yet to fully comprehend. There was no expression, no commendation, nor inquiry, merely the casual glance of a lion observing a cub that had just learned to pounce. Then, as swiftly as he had appeared, Uchiha Madara withdrew his gaze, merging with the shadows and vanishing without a sound. The suffocating pressure dissipated as if it had never existed. Only after Madara had long departed did Uchiha Ao finally exhale a breath he had been holding, a fine sheen of cold sweat breaking out on his back. Was this the power of Uchiha Madara? Merely standing there was enough to extinguish any thought of resistance? Moreover, had he sensed something? Ao's mind raced with alarm. Madara's perception and insight surpassed even Izuna's, perhaps even exceeding his own imagination. Could he truly conceal his secrets from such a being? Yet, concurrently, an even fiercer longing ignited within him, a desire to possess such power, a yearning to seize control of his own destiny, to master the chaotic causality of this world. He clenched his fists, nails nearly embedding into his palms. Upon returning to his silent abode, Uchiha Ao did not immediately rest. Instead, he activated his Sharingan once more. Gazing intently at his palm, this time, he refrained from attempting to influence external factors. He endeavored to delve deeper within, to sense the flow of ocular power, to explore the interplay with that unique sense of interference, and to attempt to subtly and deliberately establish a certain cause within himself. For instance, to increase the speed of chakra refinement by 1% over the next minute, or to hasten the recovery of a slight fatigue in a specific muscle of his arm. The effects were negligible, almost immeasurable, perhaps even a mere psychological effect. Yet he understood that this path was correct. While external causality remained unshakable, practicing and controlling the smallest, most intimate causality from within himself might be the safest and most effective approach at this stage. Outside, the setting sun cast elongated shadows across the Uchiha territory. New graves dotted the landscape, while sorrow and hatred silently settled and fermented. Inside, the youth gazed at the faint glow in his hand, his dual tomo rotating slowly, attempting to capture and weave the intangible threads of fate that could determine the future. The gaze of Uchiha Madara hung over him like an ever-present sword, instilling an unprecedented sense of urgency while simultaneously fueling a stronger motivation. He must grow faster, acquiring sufficient strength to protect himself and engage in the game of fate before those all-seeing eyes truly took notice of him, possibly viewing him as an anomaly or a pawn. In these turbulent times of war, there was no room for complacency. Chapter 16. The night raid in the undercurrents. The success of the ambush on the stronghold was akin to a lightning bolt cleaving the night sky, bringing a glimmer of hope to the Uchiha clan. This victory served as a potent tonic, temporarily dispelling the gloom wrought by consecutive losses, thus uplifting the spirits of the clansmen to a certain degree. Uchiha Ao, as one of the key participants in this operation, found himself under the spotlight. Particularly, his newly evolved dual tomo Sharingan shone like the brightest star in the night sky, drawing the attention of many. These eyes not only symbolized his strength, but also marked his emergence among the younger generation. The clan members' focus on him was a mix of envy and curiosity. Envy for his prowess and achievements, and curiosity regarding how he had made such remarkable progress in such a short time. Nevertheless, Uchiha Ao remained unaffected by their gazes, maintaining his composure and humility, continuing to concentrate on enhancing his abilities. Yet, he paid little heed to this attention. Madara's brief glance that day loomed over him like a sword suspended above, compelling him to channel all his energy into training and concealment. He diligently honed his physical skills and ninjutsu, pushing the insights and replication abilities of his dual tomo to their limits. With the Sharingan, he could swiftly grasp the techniques of common Uchiha fire techniques. Although his power did not yet match that of seasoned ninjas, his precision and control far exceeded that of his peers. More importantly, he dedicated nearly all his free time to exploring that special ability, strictly adhering to the principles of inward exploration and minutiae. Late at night, as tranquility enveloped the world, he sat cross-legged, his Sharingan casting a soft red glow in the darkness. He focused all his spirit, attempting to establish subtle internal causality. Let the next strand of refined chakra enhance its purity by 1,000th. Allow the muscle in my left arm, strained from today as training, to mend at a rate accelerated by 1%. These aspirations may seem trivial, perhaps even self-deceptive, their effects challenging to quantify with concrete data. Yet, he pursued these seemingly insignificant goals with fervor, tirelessly seeking a sense of perception and mastery over himself and the invisible rules that governed existence. Through this process of cultivation, his control over chakra became increasingly delicate, each thread of chakra akin to a fine thread in his hands, manipulated with precision. Simultaneously, his mental fortitude subtly strengthened, growing more resilient and robust. Time flowed quietly amidst the intense training and sporadic minor skirmishes. The friction between the Uchiha and Senju clans resembled an unending tide, ceaselessly crashing one wave after another. Once more, a family meeting convened, the atmosphere in the conference room heavy with tension, as if the very air had solidified. Uchiha Taijima's countenance was grim, frighteningly dark. "We have 3 transport squads missing near the borders," he announced, his cold voice echoing in the chamber. Neither alive nor dead. The scene bore little trace of large-scale conflict. It resembled an assault by individuals moving at breakneck speed. A stir arose in the hall. Was it the Senju? An elder inquired solemnly. Who else could it be? Another elder seethed, particularly incensed by Senju Tobarama. That brat-ass body flicker technique has grown increasingly uncanny. The name Senju Tobarama resurfaced, sending a shiver through Uchiha Ao, who sat in the corner. It's not merely about the disappearances. Uchiha Taijima slammed his palm on the table. Our informants in the capital of the Land of Fire have recently been eliminated as well. The methods are clean and decisive, leaving only traces of chakra from rapid movements. Our activities near the daimyo's estate are severely restricted. The chamber erupted in chaos. The removal of informants signified that the Uchiha were suffering a significant blow in the realm of intelligence and external influence. It's the Senju clan's physique, Izuna interjected, his voice tinged with suppressed rage and apprehension. They possess an innate abundance of chakra and remarkable physical vitality, particularly Senju Tobarama, who has perfected this talent. His words stunned the assembly. The limits of the Sharingan's dynamic vision had long been a cornerstone of Uchiha confidence. If the enemy's speed truly exceeded such bounds, it would mean a complete upheaval of the Uchiha's greatest advantage. We must retaliate. The radical faction roared. How do we retaliate? We can't even catch a glimpse of their shadows. Who can match such monstrous speed? The rational elders countered. The meeting devolved into heated arguments, rife with a sense of helplessness. Uchiha Ao remained seated quietly, listening intently to the discussions. His gaze fell upon Uchiha Taijima at the head of the table and Uchiha Madara beside him, noting their unwavering silence. Taijima's eyes flickered, as if calculating something. Though his expression was calm, Ao sensed the turmoil within him. Uchiha Madara, however, remained inscrutable, his features betraying no emotion, but his narrowed crimson eyes concealed an icy, almost cruel calmness. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and the debates intensified, Taijima and Madara continued to observe in silence. Finally, amidst the clamor, the meeting adjourned without resolution. Though the final decision was merely to heighten vigilance, a shadow loomed over everyone's hearts. Ao silently watched as the assembly dispersed, pondering the true purpose of the meeting. After the meeting, Uchiha Ao felt a heavy weight in his heart. The shadow of Senju Tobarama, like a silent tide, was eroding the Uchiha from various fronts. This precision decapitation strategy, reliant on absolute speed, was far more suffocating than a direct confrontation. During his nighttime training, a thought flickered in his mind. If he were to develop his causal abilities to a profound level, could he not directly instigate errors or accidents in his enemies? Yet, this notion felt too distant, and he quickly refocused his mind on introspection. Just as he immersed himself in concentration, a faint but piercing sound of air being sliced cut through the night, accompanied by a blurred white silhouette that seemed to meld with the darkness. Zipping past the clan's barrier at an alarming speed, disappearing in an instant. The speed was extraordinary, almost producing a sonic boom. Uchiha Ao's Sharingan sharply captured the fleeting afterimage and the residual, aggressive chakra fluctuations left in the air. It was no illusion. Someone had breached the clan's borders at supersonic speed. Was it the Senju? Was it Tobarama? The details of the day's meeting flashed through his mind, his heart nearly skipping a beat. Without hesitation, he sprang up, silently darting out of his room like a leopard, racing toward the direction where the white silhouette had vanished. The double tomo spun wildly in the darkness, fixating on the rapidly dissipating trail of scorching, aggressive chakra. His pursuit resembled a young beast lunging into the unknown storm. Chapter 17. The Battle with the White Phantom, the Finale of an Era. Uchiha Ao propelled his body flicker technique to its utmost limits. His double tomo Sharingan relentlessly locking onto the nearly invisible silhouette and the searing chakra trail in the air. Faster. Too fast. Even with the Sharingan's dynamic vision, he could barely catch a glimpse of a blurred white phantom racing through the trees ahead, each flicker spanning astonishing distances. as if the obstacles of trees and terrain posed no hindrance whatsoever. This speed had surpassed his comprehension of the body flicker technique entirely. This could only be Senju Tobarama. Only he could unleash the Senju clan's monstrous physique and chakra control to such terrifying heights. What was the adversary's objective? Reconnaissance? Or the assassination of a key figure? Ao's heart raced, chasing with all his might, yet he could only watch as the white phantom receded into the distance. The gap widening rapidly. The disparity in strength was starkly evident at this moment. However, just as the white phantom seemed poised to vanish completely from his perception of. How dare you, rodent! A thunderous roar erupted from the clan's core, reverberating through the air. A colossal chakra, imbued with a tempestuous fire-like aura, soared skyward. It was the clan leader, Uchiha Taijima. Almost simultaneously, another chakra, solid as a mountain yet brimming with explosive power, erupted from another direction, meeting the first with equal ferocity. Uchiha Taijima, you've indeed been hiding. A deep, menacing voice bellowed. Senju Butsuma. Ao's pupils constricted sharply. The leader of the Senju clan had also arrived in person? This was no mere reconnaissance or assassination attempt. It was a meticulously orchestrated assault led by two top-tier warriors, targeting the very heart of the Uchiha. The white silhouette, Tobarama, showed no signs of slowing down, instead leveraging the chaos and impact from the collision of the two leaders' terrifying chakras to accelerate once more. Darting like a specter away from the main battlefield, heading straight for the area where key Uchiha figures resided. Stop him! Uchiha Taijima's furious shout echoed. But he was already ensnared by Senju Butsuma. The two formidable clan leaders clashed once more as if bound by fate, their fierce confrontation of fire, earth, and water release igniting the night sky. A tremendous roar and shockwaves swept through the air. The Uchiha compound was thrown into chaos. Alarm bells ringing as countless Uchiha ninjas were roused, rushing towards the main battlefield and the rampant flash of white light. Song gritted his teeth and charged recklessly towards Tobarama's direction. He was acutely aware that he was no match for Tobarama, yet he felt compelled to act. At the very least, he needed to witness his movements with his own eyes. In the midst of the turmoil, he caught sight of Izuna. Clearly, Izuna had also recognized the threat posed by Tobarama, his Sharingan blazing with power, kunai in hand, attempting to intercept the white-haired figure. Izuna, be careful. His speed surpasses the ordinary. Song shouted, urgently relaying the fragmented trajectory of Tobarama's movements through chakra fluctuations. Izuna's expression grew grave. His Sharingan could discern Tobarama's actions, yet his body struggled to keep pace with such pure, unadulterated speed. Each clash brought peril, and were it not for Song's precise shuriken throws and timely warnings providing maximum disruption, he would have surely sustained injuries by now. A bothersome fly, came Tobarama's cold, impatient voice from within the white specter. Clearly, he found Song's precise yet inconsequential disturbances irksome. Following a violent exchange, Izuna was forced back several steps by a powerful kick from Tobarama. Meanwhile, Tobarama, using the recoil to his advantage, floated backward as if weightless, passing directly in front of Uchiha Song. In that fleeting moment, Tobarama's gaze inadvertently swept over Song's wildly spinning dual Tomo Sharingan. Song's heart skipped a beat, a profound sense of impending doom stabbing into his mind like an ice pick. He had no time to think. Relying solely on the premonition of his Sharingan and his instinct for survival, he infused chakra into his legs and desperately dodged to the side. Almost simultaneously, a razor-sharp vacuum blade grazed his neck, severing a few strands of hair and leaving a faint trace of blood on his cheek. Swift, ruthless, and precise. It came without warning. Had it not been for the foresight granted by his dual Tomo and his almost instinctual awareness of danger, he would surely have met his demise. A flicker of barely perceptible surprise crossed Tobarama's eyes. He seemed taken aback that this mere dual Tomo wielder had evaded his casual strike. Yet, he did not linger. His objective was evidently more significant, and the white figure accelerated again, shaking off Izuna's entanglement as he surged deeper into the fray. Song. Izuna, filled with wrath and fear upon witnessing Song's brush with death, was consumed by fury, disregarding everything as he once more pursued Tobarama. Meanwhile, the battle between Uchiha Taijima and Senju Hashirama had reached a fever pitch. The two old adversaries unleashed their full power, every clash shaking the very earth beneath them. Though both were advanced in age and lacked the vigor of their youth, their experience and murderous intent had only sharpened. Hashirama, today, I shall take your head, Taijima roared, unleashing the great fireball technique. Foolish delusions. The era of the Uchiha must come to an end. Hashirama bellowed, countering with the Earth Release, Earth Flow River, forcefully halting the Fire Dragon, while simultaneously launching himself at Taijima like a cannonball. Close quarters combat. This was the most perilous and likely decisive method of determining the victor. The two clan leaders fought like aging yet still ferocious lions, engaged in their final struggle. The sparks from kunai collisions, the muffled sounds of physical clashes, and the suppressed roars and gasps intertwined into a cruel symphony of demise. All the Uchiha and Senju ninjas witnessing this scene understood that this battle would likely determine the fate of both clans and serve as the final stage for these two lifelong rivals. Uchiha Tsang, clutching his stinging wound, felt a lingering dread. The sensation of narrowly escaping death was vividly clear. He gazed at the suffocatingly intense main battlefield and then towards the direction where Izuna and Tobirama had vanished, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness washing over him. In the face of such high-caliber combat, his abilities felt insignificantly small. Just then, an unexpected shift occurred on the main battlefield. Senju Hashirama had feigned a weakness. Absorbing a heavy blow from Taijima, blood spilling from his mouth, yet he fiercely locked Taijima's arm with his own strength. Now, Hashirama's eyes blazed crimson as he let out one final roar. A figure, akin to a lurking serpent, suddenly shot forth from the shadows. It was another skilled member of the Senju clan. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he thrust a poisoned kunai directly at Taijima's unguarded back. Father, Izuna, caught in a struggle with Tobirama, caught sight of this scene out of the corner of his eye, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Uchiha Taijima's pupils constricted as he sought to break free, yet Hashirama held him firmly in place at the cost of his own life. In this moment of utmost peril, "Get away!" A roar, akin to that of a wounded beast, reverberated across the battlefield. A dark figure, moving at an almost frenzied speed, tore through the air, instantly appearing behind Taijima. It was Uchiha Madara. His three-tomo Sharingan spun with such furious anger and urgency that they seemed on the verge of tearing from their sockets. He had no time to utilize ninjutsu. He could only use his body to crash forcefully into the attacking Senju ninja. With a sickening thud, the poison kunai failed to pierce Taijima's back, but instead sank deeply into Madara's shoulder. Pain shot through him, but Madara's movements did not falter. With his other hand, he unleashed a devastating punch infused with violent chakra, shattering the chest of the assailant. However, at the moment Madara shielded his father from this fatal strike. The immense gap created by his all-out rescue exposed him to his enemies. Tobirama, who had been waiting for such an opportunity, resembled a white hawk poised to strike. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. The body flicker technique, surpassing the limits of visual capture, activated once more. This time, his target was not to sidestep, but to directly strike at Uchiha Madara, who had revealed a vulnerability in his desperate attempt to save his father. Madara, Taijima, having just freed himself from Hashirama's grasp, was filled with rage. Izuna's scream was drowned out by the explosive roar. Uchiha Tsang's Sharingan could only perceive a white flash of death, piercing toward Madara's heart with a speed beyond comprehension. The shadow of death loomed over Uchiha Madara in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the frenzied spinning of his three-tomo, fueled by the fury of witnessing his father's peril, the determination to shield him, and the imminent threat of his own demise, collided violently, igniting. The form of the three-tomo began to twist, stretch, and merge in an eerie manner. A cold, powerful, and hate-filled chakra erupted from within Uchiha Madara. Like a cataclysmic explosion, the finale of the heroes of the old era was about to resonate. While the kaleidoscope of a new age quietly gestated within this extreme despair and hatred, this brutal ambush was heading towards its conclusion in an unforeseen manner, sowing the seeds of deeper hatred and transformation for the future. Chapter 18. The broken wings of shadows and the eyes of hatred. The white trajectory of death. In the eyes of Uchiha, was no longer a flash, but a specter of doom. Silent, swift, and uncanny. Imbued with the overwhelming life force and cold murderous intent unique to the Senju clan, it surged towards Uchiha Madara, who had left himself exposed in his attempt to save his father. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Uchiha Taijima, filled with rage, could not act immediately due to his injuries and the recent explosive bout. Izuna's scream was swallowed by the roar of the explosion. Other Uchiha ninjas were caught off guard by the rapid succession of events. Only Uchiha Tsang, with his dual Tomo Sharingan, remained fixated on the specter, his mind racing at full capacity. He could perceive the trajectory, yet he was utterly unable to match its speed, forced to watch helplessly as death approached his most revered and feared elder brother. In this moment of impending doom, A roar erupted from the depths of Uchiha Madara's throat, not born of pain, but filled with an overwhelming rage and hatred. Despite the poisoned kunai embedded in his shoulder, blood gushing forth, his aura underwent a monumental transformation at that instant. The three tomo of his Sharingan, trembling violently from intense emotions, saw the central pupil contract to a pinprick, while the surrounding tomo were pulled by an invisible force, warping and ultimately merging into a singular, more intricate pattern, embodying boundless hatred and power. Erupting like a tsunami from his very being, the air itself seemed to warp and moan in response. Those eyes were no longer mere tomo, but had transformed into an enigmatic design, swirling like a tempest, akin to a blooming black mandala. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan opened amidst this dire predicament. What? The ghostly figure of Senju Tobarama, rushing in, was the first to experience the oppressive force of this entirely different dimensional eye power. For the first time, disbelief marred his eternally calm visage. His speed instinctively faltered, a minuscule hesitation, the most primal reaction of a living being confronting an unknown threat. It was this slight delay that allowed Madara, having awakened the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, to elevate his dynamic vision and reaction speed several tiers. In his perspective, Tobarama's once ghostly swift movements seemed to slow ever so slightly. Enough. Without even turning back, Madara cast a fierce glance over his shoulder with the newly awakened, terrifying kaleidoscopic Sharingan. The ocular power activated. Not a cataclysmic jutsu, but rather a manifestation of the kaleidoscope's most fundamental, yet most direct power, a potent visual genjutsu interference. Tobarama felt the scene before him blur, Madara's figure appearing to twist for an instant, the originally certain strike missing by a hair's breadth. With a splatter, blood erupted. Tobarama's kunai failed to pierce Madara's heart, instead embedding deep into his side. Simultaneously, Madara, enduring the excruciating pain from his injuries, retaliated with a fist enveloped in violent chakra and seething fury, striking fiercely at Tobarama's face. Tobarama, quick to react, evaded the blow by using Madara's wound as a pivot, executing a swift backward somersault, narrowly avoiding the furious strike, though the fierce wind from the punch still grazed his cheek painfully. Severing a few strands of white hair that fluttered down, he landed lightly, clutching the cheek that had just been brushed by Madara's fist. His gaze filled with uncertainty as he looked at the slowly turning Uchiha Madara, staring into those unfamiliar, ominous, and powerful eyes. A profound sense of crisis surged within Tobarama's heart. Madara. Izuna finally rushed over, positioning himself protectively before Madara. Alarmed and shocked at the sight of his brother's abdominal wound and the gruesome poisoned kunai in his shoulder, his expression a mix of urgency and disbelief. I am fine. Madara's voice was hoarse and cold, imbued with boundless murderous intent. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan fixated on Senju Tobarama, its gaze seemingly emanating from the depths of the underworld, sending chills even through the battle-hardened Tobarama. From the main battlefield, a piercing cry echoed from a Senju ninja, Lord Clan leader. Senju Butsuma was seen collapsing, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, life extinguished, yet he retained the stance that bound Uchiha Taijima. Although Uchiha Taijima broke free, slaying the ambushers and Butsuma, he suffered a grievous wound to his back, the poison, compounded by his elderly frailty and prior injuries, rendering his complexion ashen, his life force rapidly waning, sustained only by sheer willpower. In this fierce conflict, the two clan leaders, who had battled throughout their lives, were destined to perish together in such a tragic manner. Father! Both Madara and Izuna cried out in anguish, yearning to rush forward. Stay back! Taijima shouted with his final strength, his gaze sweeping over Madara's newly awakened kaleidoscopic eyes, flickering with an array of complex emotions, shock, relief, but ultimately yielding to profound exhaustion and a hint of release. The future of the Uchiha rests with you, he managed to utter, his body slowly collapsing backward. Father! Madara and Izuna's cries reverberated with heart-wrenching sorrow. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan in Madara's eyes spun wildly, the chilling ocular power uncontrollably radiating, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. The Senju faction, witnessing Butsuma's death and Tobarama's inability to achieve complete victory, along with the emergence of Madara's terrifying new power, saw their morale plummet. Retreat! Tobarama decisively commanded, casting a cold glance at the waning Uchiha Taijima and those haunting kaleidoscopic eyes, issuing orders without hesitation. The Senju ninjas swiftly lifted Butsuma's lifeless body, retreating like a tide, while Tobarama employed his body flicker technique to cover their withdrawal, disappearing into the dense forest, leaving behind a scene of devastation and the anguished Uchiha. No one pursued. The Uchiha had paid a heavy price. Clan leader Uchiha Taijima lay grievously injured, Madara afflicted by a poisoned blade and abdominal wounds, with numerous elite warriors slain. Izuna and several clan members rushed to Taijima's side, attempting to render aid, but it was to no avail. Madara stood rooted, blood streaming from his abdominal wound. The numbness from the poison beginning to spread, yet he seemed oblivious to it all. He merely fixed his gaze on the direction of the Senju's retreat, focusing on the spot where Tobirama had vanished. Within his newly awakened kaleidoscopic Sharingan, an overwhelming blend of hatred and profound sorrow for his lost kin churned and coiled, ultimately settling into a near-solid, destructive coldness. The two titans of a bygone era had played their final notes with their lives. Yet, the animosity and power of a new age were ignited that night in a far more brutal and extreme manner. Uchiha Ao stood at a distance, witnessing this harrowing scene, staring into Madara's ominous and powerful new eyes, filled with shock and dread. Is the kaleidoscopic Sharingan truly an eye that harbors such deeper power? He pondered, realizing it came at the cost of a loved one's death and an emotional upheaval. He observed the grieving Izuna, the icy demeanor of Madara, and recalled the ghostly figure of Senju Tobirama, navigating with ease. The brutality of war, the price of power, the uncertainty of the future, all weighed heavily upon his heart. He understood that from this night forward, everything would change. The future of the Uchiha would hinge upon those eyes, imbued with endless hatred. And he, with his feeble causal power, like a flickering firefly amidst this tempest of vengeance, pondered how he would find his place and illuminate any path. As the night deepened, the scent of blood thickened, suffocating. The elegy of the Uchiha rose slowly amidst the ruins. Chapter 19. The Fallen Titans and the smoke of a new era. Uchiha Taijima ultimately left no final words. Amidst the heart-wrenching cries of Madara and Izuna, the once mighty leader of the Uchiha clan, who had struggled for survival in the blood-soaked seas of the warring states, saw the last flicker of light in his eyes extinguish completely. He collapsed onto the cold earth, not far from his lifelong rival Senju Butsuma. The enmity and affection between these two giants concluding in this tragically brutal manner. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the shattered battlefield. Only the night wind whispered through the charred remnants, accompanied by the stifled, low sounds of weeping. Sadness enveloped every member of the Uchiha clan like a dense fog. The death of the clan leader was not merely the loss of a leader, but the collapse of a spiritual pillar, particularly in the context of the war against the Senju, marking an undeniably heavy blow. Uchiha Madara slowly knelt before his father's increasingly cold body. Wounds on his shoulders and abdomen still bleeding. The numbness brought by the poison felt trivial compared to the heart-wrenching pain he endured. With his head bowed and long black hair cascading down to obscure his expression, an unsettling, bone-chilling chakra emanated from him, even hidden beneath the shadows of his hair. His newly awakened Sharingan radiated an ominous and formidable aura, reminiscent of the gaze from the abyss. Izuna knelt nearby, silent tears streaming down his face, tightly gripping his father's increasingly stiff hand, his shoulders trembling slightly from suppressed grief. The tomo in his eyes dimmed, filled with profound sorrow and bewilderment. Uchiha Ao stood at a distance, observing the suffocating scene with a heavy heart. Although clan leader Taijima was strict and ruthless, he was indeed the backbone of the Uchiha. His death heralded immense uncertainty for the future. Ao's gaze fell more upon Madara, feeling the oppressive aura of the Sharingan stronger than ever before. It was a power bought with the death of loved ones and unspeakable agony, a burden too great to bear. After a long moment, Uchiha Madara slowly lifted his head. As his hair fell away, it revealed his Sharingan, now calm yet colder than eternal ice. No tears remained, only a chilling silence filled with a burning hatred and resolve. He reached out, gently closing his father's unseeing eyes. Then, with great difficulty, he stood upright. His body swayed slightly from the pain and toxins, but was immediately steadied by Izuna and an elder who had rushed to his side. Madara, your wounds, the elder expressed with concern. It is of no consequence, Madara replied, his voice raspy like sandpaper, imbued with an undeniable authority. He shrugged off their support, standing on his own, his gaze sweeping over the remaining Uchiha ninjas. Each face bore the marks of sorrow, anger, fear, and confusion. Madara's Sharingan slowly rotated, its eerie gaze seeming to penetrate the depths of each soul. For my father, and for all those who shed their last drop of blood for the Uchiha, his voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in everyone's ears, carrying a cold, powerful intensity. Their sacrifices will not be in vain. Senju Hashirama is dead, but that is not enough. The pain and hatred inflicted upon us by the Senju must be repaid tenfold, 100-fold with their blood. His voice gradually rose, filled with boundless hatred and an almost frenzied obsession. From this day forth, I, Uchiha Madara, shall inherit my father's will and lead the Uchiha into a new era. An era that will make all enemies tremble, purging every humiliation with fire and fear. The glory of the Uchiha shall be defended by these eyes. Anyone who dares to obstruct us will be utterly crushed. There was no passionate rallying cry, only a cold declaration and a palpable bloodlust. Yet the formidable power of the Sharingan, coupled with the unprecedented strength and determination Madara displayed, acted like a shot of adrenaline into the hearts of the anxious clan members. Grief began to morph into rage, and confusion was replaced by hatred. Lord Madara. We will follow you, Lord Madara. Revenge for Lord Taijima. Annihilate the Senju. The remaining Uchiha ninjas knelt on one knee toward their new leader. Toward those eyes symbolizing newfound strength, unleashing a roar of vengeance. Even a few elders who might have harbored dissent chose silence and submission upon witnessing the unfathomable power of the Sharingan and Madara's current resolve. Izuna looked at his brother, his eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions, sorrow, support, and an unnameable worry, but ultimately, he resolutely stood beside Madara, declaring his allegiance. Uchiha Ao also bowed his head along with the others. He sensed that the helm of the Uchiha clan had been irrevocably handed over to Uchiha Madara. The path Madara had chosen was undoubtedly one of greater radicalism and bloodshed. The Sharingan served as the clearest guide along this treacherous road. In the following days, the Uchiha clan fell into profound sorrow and tense preparations for war. The funeral for Taijima and the fallen was solemn and grim. Madara, despite his injuries, presided over the ceremony, his expression icy throughout. Only when he gazed upon the coffin did a fleeting glimpse of deeply buried pain surface, quickly overshadowed by an even more intense hatred. Under the care of the clan's medical ninjas, his shoulder and abdominal wounds began to heal rapidly, aided by his natural constitution and indomitable will. The awakening of the Sharingan seemed to amplify his chakra and vitality. After the funeral, Madara immediately consolidated the clan's power with an iron fist. Dissenting voices were forcibly silenced, and the Uchiha clan operated like a war machine driven by hatred, gearing up for a direct confrontation with the Senju, who were similarly engulfed in grief and chaos over Hashirama's demise. The clouds of war did not dissipate with the mutual destruction of the two clan leaders. Rather, they thickened, heralding an even more brutal conflict as the wounded yet more dangerous tiger, Uchiha Madara, ascended to the throne. During these days, Uchiha Ao remained increasingly taciturn. He sought to enhance his strength while coldly observing everything. He noted Madara's transformation, becoming more ruthless and autocratic. The power of the Sharingan was unfathomable, yet it seemed to impose a burden on Madara, occasionally manifesting as subtle fatigue. He also observed Izuna's unwavering support for his brother, coupled with a deeply concealed worry about Madara's state. The smoke of a new era had risen, and in the accelerating spiral of hatred, Uchiha Ao felt his own meager strength and unique ability akin to a fragile boat in a tempest. He needed to grow stronger, to comprehend and master his power more swiftly. Otherwise, whether facing the formidable Senju or this vengeful war chariot driven by Madara into the unknown, he could not guarantee his survival, let alone instigate any change. He turned his gaze inward once more, seeking the enigmatic threads of fate. Perhaps, beyond the certainty of hatred and destruction, there lay a sliver of alternative possibility. He needed to find it before all was lost. Chapter 20. The spiral of hatred in the brothers' eyes. Time flowed like a torrential river, swept along by the currents of hatred and war for years. The deaths of Uchiha Taijima and Senju Hashirama did not bring about peace. Rather, they ignited an unquenchable fire of enmity between the clans. Uchiha Madara, inheritor of the Sharingan and his father's will, led the Uchiha clan with even greater iron-fistedness and radicalism. Over the years, the scale of warfare expanded, its brutality surpassing all previous encounters. Uchiha Madara began to familiarize himself with the powers of the Sharingan. This was not merely a simple ocular technique. It was a deeper, terrifying force that touched the very essence of the soul and energy. Although he has yet to fully unlock his potential, he has already demonstrated illusionary techniques that far exceed the level of the three-tomo Sharingan, capable of driving high-ranking shinobi to the brink of mental collapse. His insight has reached an astonishing level, allowing him to discern the flaws in the chakra flow of most ninjutsu. With these eyes, he has become a relentless force on the battlefield, repeatedly inflicting devastating blows to the Senju forces, earning a name that strikes fear into the hearts of Senju ninjas. After losing the Sacred Realm, the Senju clan was initially led by the youthful and vigorous Hashirama Senju. Though inherently averse to war and yearning for peace, he felt compelled to rise in defense of his kin. His sage body was continuously stimulated amidst years of bloodshed, his vitality and chakra levels reaching an extraordinary pinnacle. His formidable strength and generous nature gradually won him the loyalty of his clan, establishing him as a leader capable of contending with Uchiha Madara. Tobirama Senju, on the other hand, became the cornerstone in the fight against the Uchiha, particularly against Madara. His ghostly speed technique grew increasingly refined, allowing him to strike swiftly and stealthily, repeatedly causing significant trouble for the Uchiha clan. Yet, in the face of Madara's ocular prowess, which could predict and even disrupt his movements, Tobirama faced numerous setbacks and perilous situations. This compelled him to invest considerable effort into the development of new techniques to counter this dreadful eye. Preliminary concepts for space-time ninjutsu and extreme tactics based on explosive tags began to take shape in his mind. In the ensuing years, Uchiha Izuna grew taller and shed much of his youthful naivety. He remained taciturn and inconspicuous within the clan. Cautiously, he concealed his greatest secret, confining the training of his special abilities to his inner self, resulting in slow but steady progress. His control over chakra became extraordinarily meticulous, and his mental fortitude grew ever more resilient. His Sharingan, having already reached a mastery level, shone brilliantly in numerous battles, yet he deliberately stifled the urge to evolve further. Wishing to avoid drawing too much attention, he observed the spiraling hatred intensify, watched as Madara became increasingly obsessive, noted Izuna's unwavering loyalty to his elder brother, and witnessed the rapid growth of the Senju brothers, all of which heightened his sense of impending crisis. He knew that the equilibrium would eventually shatter. At last, that day arrived. A decisive battle for resources erupted in the valley along the border of the two nations, with the Uchiha and Senju clans deploying nearly all their elite forces. From the outset, the conflict escalated into a fever pitch. The cacophony of battle cries, explosive ninjutsu, and clashing blades resonated deafeningly. Madara Uchiha, akin to a black storm on the battlefield, effortlessly discerned and dismantled multiple assaults from the Senju, leaving a path of destruction in his wake. Hashirama stood firm like an unyielding giant, his immense chakra and formidable taijutsu countering Madara's onslaught. The nascent forms of wood release began to manifest in his hands, producing only a few resilient vines and wooden structures, yet the power emanating from him, rooted in the essence of creation, shocked and troubled the Uchiha clan. Tobirama, like a white specter on the battlefield, employed his ghostly technique amidst the chaos, targeting Uchiha command nodes and powerful jonin with precision and success. The situation was extraordinarily tense, with casualties occurring every moment. Izuna Uchiha remained steadfast at Madara's flank, his three-tomo Sharingan operating at its zenith, his swordsmanship exquisite, and his fire techniques fierce, repeatedly thwarting side attacks, especially Tobirama's cunning ambushes. The brothers fought side by side, their cooperation seamless, becoming the sharp spearhead of the Uchiha forces. However, Tobirama awaited this very opportunity. He deliberately feigned a vulnerability to entice Madara into a fierce assault, while his true target was the heavily burdened Izuna, who had always protected Madara. In a moment of extreme speed, Tobirama's figure seemed to teleport past Madara's fire dragon technique. His specially crafted kunai, inscribed with runes, aimed directly at Izuna's heart. The velocity and angle were unprecedented. "Izuna, be careful." Madara's pupils constricted as he attempted to intervene, only to be forcibly obstructed by the massive wooden arm that Hashirama had conjured with his last effort. Izuna's Sharingan caught sight of the lethal gleam, but his body, fatigued from prolonged intense combat, faltered for a moment. He felt the breath of death closing in, just as the moment hung by a thread. Not a chance. Uchiha, lurking at the battlefield's periphery, hurled several shurikens affixed with explosive tags, precisely targeting the ground in Tobirama's path, not to strike him, but to compel him to alter his trajectory. Simultaneously, his Sharingan spun wildly, pouring all his mental energy and that minuscule interference ability into an inconspicuous shard of stone beneath Tobirama's feet. Slip. A potent thought surged forth, perhaps by coincidence, or perhaps that faint ability finally bore fruit at this critical instant, or perhaps Tobirama had focused entirely on Izuna, but his feet indeed experienced a momentary sluggishness. This hesitation was minuscule, barely a fraction of a second, Yet for a ninja of Izuna's caliber, it was more than sufficient. Drawing upon the last of his strength, Izuna veered sharply. With a sickening thud, the specially crafted kunai failed to pierce his heart, but instead lodged itself into the right side of his chest. The tremendous impact sent him hurtling away, blood gushing forth. Izuna, Madara, witnessing his brother's grievous injury, let out a heart-wrenching roar. An overwhelming surge of fury, concern, and fear consumed him. Hashirama, too, was momentarily stunned by this unexpected turn of events. Yet, Tobirama, having failed to deliver a fatal strike, felt a cold glint in his eyes as he hastily retreated, his hands forming seals with lightning speed. Forbidden technique, mutual explosive tag technique. Preliminary prototype. The explosive tag embedded within Izuna's body was instantly activated, triggering a frantic summoning of more explosive tags, poised to unleash a chain reaction of violent explosions. He intended to obliterate Izuna into nothingness. No, Madara's Sharingan, overwhelmed by intense emotion, spun uncontrollably, its power surging beyond control. He beheld his brother on the brink of annihilation, and despair coupled with hatred reached its zenith. Simultaneously, Izuna, propelled backward and feeling the destructive energy within him about to erupt, glimpsed his brother's tormented face, Tobirama's cold and merciless gaze, and the horrified expressions of their clan members. Protect my brother. Safeguard the Uchiha. In that moment, the profound hatred for the Senju, especially for Tobirama, and the ultimate unwillingness to succumb to death erupted within him. As he flew backward, Izuna's cry was not born of pain but emerged from the depths of his soul. The blood spraying from his chest wound seemed to pulse with intense chakra waves. His three-tomo Sharingan, wide with agony and rage, saw its pupils constrict, the tomo twisting and distorting, ultimately merging into a new, complex pattern, distinct from Madara's, but equally imbued with formidable, chilling power. The Mangekyō Sharingan erupted within Izuna Uchiha's eyes. In that fleeting moment between life and death, the newly awakened ocular power instinctively surged forth. With a resonating hum, a massive energy framework radiating a ghostly purple light, akin to rib bones, materialized out of thin air, enveloping Izuna's body. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless explosions of the explosive tags violently assaulted the ethereal purple framework, engulfing it in flames and smoke. The shockwaves of the blast swept across the surroundings. Everyone held their breath as the smoke cleared. As I gazed upon Uchiha Izuna, who knelt on one knee, he gasped for breath, a kunai protruding from his right chest, blood staining his garments. Yet, his form was steadfastly shielded by a seemingly fragmented, yet indomitable, purplish energy skeleton. Though fissures marred its structure from the violent explosion, it successfully withstood the lethal strike. Susanoo, Izuna, Uchiha Madara, astonished and elated, swiftly rushed to Izuna's side. Izuna lifted his gaze, revealing a pair of blood-tearing, newly patterned Mangekyō Sharingan. His voice hoarse yet brimming with malice. I am unscathed, brother. I shall personally gouge out that white-haired one's eyes. A momentary silence enveloped the battlefield. The Uchiha clan had unexpectedly manifested a second pair of Mangekyō Sharingan. Senju Tobirama's expression darkened significantly. His most potent ambush and newly developed forbidden technique had inadvertently aided the opposition in awakening the Mangekyō. He fixated on the enigmatic energy skeleton. Alarm bells ringing in his mind, and his threat assessment of the Sharingan reached its zenith, intensifying his resolve to develop new techniques. Senju Hashirama beheld those two ominous eyes. Feeling the chilling hatred they harbored, a profound anguish and helplessness etched upon his visage. The path to peace seemed increasingly elusive. A certain power within him appeared to awaken more vigorously due to this ultimate confrontation and his determination to protect his kin. Uchiha Tsukumo observed Izuna, who had activated Susanoo and narrowly escaped death, and he exhaled slowly, yet his heart felt heavier. The emergence of a second Mangekyō would only incite the Uchiha's fervor for battle, tightening the chains of hatred further. He had finally witnessed the moment of awakening, and the overwhelming emotional impact signaled a terrifying new phase of war. The different possibilities he sought now seemed ever more distant and improbable under the gaze of those two vengeful eyes. The reprieve was fleeting. Chapter 21. The First Cry of Nature and the Tilted Scales. Two pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan. The purplish skeletal frame shielded the gravely wounded, yet vengeful Izuna. While beside him stood Uchiha Madara, his eyes ablaze with power, reminiscent of a hellish Azura. The two brothers stood united, their overwhelming hatred and frigid ocular prowess merging into a despair-inducing aura that enveloped the entire battlefield. The surviving Uchiha ninjas, invigorated as if by a potent stimulant, fervently shouted, "Lord Madara! Lord Izuna!" Their morale surged to unprecedented heights. Conversely, the Senju faction was engulfed in profound shock and fear. One pair of Mangekyō had already rendered Uchiha Madara nearly invincible. How could they contend against another? Senju Tobarama's complexion turned ashen. He fixated on the purplish skeletons surrounding Izuna, his mind racing to calculate the limits and potential countermeasures against this unknown defense. He felt a deep regret for failing to eliminate the enemy in one fell swoop, further solidifying his resolve to develop an ultimate technique that transcended speed and conventional ninjutsu. Senju Hashirama positioned himself at the forefront. Feeling the immense dual hatred emanating from the two pairs of eyes, the weight of immense pain and responsibility nearly overwhelming him, he spread his arms wide, unleashing a torrent of chakra, striving to stabilize the precarious front line with his own strength. Get lost, Hashirama. Otherwise, the Senju clan shall be eradicated today. Uchiha Madara's Mangekyō locked on a Hashirama, his tone devoid of any warmth. Madara, cease this. Such hatred will only lead to annihilation, Hashirama implored, channeling his power to summon more robust vines and wooden structures from the ground. Though rudimentary, they were remarkably resilient, struggling to withstand the Uchiha onslaught. Annihilation? Then let it commence with you, Madara roared, unleashing the full force of his Mangekyō, a colossal flame coalescing and hurtling toward Hashirama. Izuna, enduring excruciating pain, manipulated the fragmented purplish skeletal arm, crashing it into the Senju formation. The brothers united, their might astonishing. The Senju's defenses wavered perilously, ninjas being engulfed in flames or hurled by the skeletal arm, their cries echoing. Hashirama's eyes widened in horror. He poured all his chakra into the ground. More vines erupting, growing wildly, intertwining to form a massive wooden shield, bracing against Madara's fire techniques and Izuna's Susanoo onslaught. With a thunderous roar, the explosion sent wooden splinters flying, the shield fracturing, on the verge of collapse. Hashirama gritted his teeth, blood seeping from his lips, chakra depleting at an unprecedented rate. He felt an overwhelming struggle against the might of two pairs of Mangekyō. Even his sage mode felt insufficient. In that critical moment, an exceedingly subtle change transpired. It did not emanate from any individual on the battlefield, but rather from the world itself, or perhaps from the very earth beneath their feet, from the surrounding forest. It was as if a long dormant will, having slumbered for countless years, stirred ever so slightly at this moment. Only a select few with extraordinarily keen senses could perceive that fleeting, ancient, and vast resonance. Uchiha Tsukuyomi's Sharingan trembled violently. He sensed an uncanny dissonance within the surrounding natural energy, as if an invisible hand had subtly shifted the balance, a force inclined toward life quietly permeating the air, subtly augmenting the beleaguered Senju Hashirama. Conversely, the cold, hate-fueled ocular power emanating from Uchiha Madara and Izuna appeared to encounter an ineffable, gentle repulsion from the world itself. This influence was minuscule, nearly imperceptible, and incapable of altering the tide of battle. Yet, it undeniably existed for that fleeting instant. Uchiha Madara's brow furrowed ever so slightly, his Mangekyō scanning the surroundings, yet finding nothing amiss, attributing it to visual fatigue from overexertion. However, for Senju Hashirama, the experience was profoundly different. In that fleeting moment of the vast tremor, he felt an unprecedented deepening of his connection to the earth beneath him. The life force that had previously surged passively now became remarkably vibrant and responsive. The faint vitality of countless plants in the surrounding forest seemed to celebrate and converge toward him. A revelation flooded his mind. The essence of the wooden creations he had long sought to nurture was not merely a simple manifestation of chakra, but guidance. It was the resonance and shaping of life energy. Hashirama, unconsciously murmuring to himself, relinquished his hand seals and opened his arms wide, as if to embrace the entire forest. Buzz, an eruption of life force, tenfold, 100-fold more potent than before, burst forth from his being. In the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, the earth trembled violently around Hashirama. No longer mere rudimentary vines and wooden stakes, but countless resilient, living trees erupted from the ground, growing wildly. They intertwined, wrapping around Madara's flames and Izuna's Susanoo arm, their growth rate and resilience surpassing anything seen before. More importantly, this newly manifested forest domain exuded a gentle yet immensely powerful life force, which, to a certain degree, neutralized and mitigated the chilling, oppressive aura of the Mangekyō Sharingan, alleviating the pressure on the nearly collapsing Senju ninjas. What is this? Izuna stood in astonishment, witnessing the animated forest before him, as his Susanoo arm found itself momentarily hindered by the wildly growing trees. In Uchiha Madara's kaleidoscope, a flicker of astonishment crossed his mind as his flames were gradually weakened and absorbed by the vibrant trees surrounding him. Hashirama gazed at his friend and rival, now shrouded in a verdant forest, his aura becoming unfathomable, and his expression turned grave. Before him, Hashirama seemed to have entered an entirely new realm. Although this forest domain had yet to reach the transformative level of later generations, merely representing a rudimentary and limited manifestation of the wood release, its significance and potential were undeniably distinct. Senju Tobarama observed his brother's sudden breakthrough with a glimmer of surprise in his eyes, though deeper contemplation prevailed. He understood better than anyone that this surge of power from his brother seemed somewhat abrupt, as if he had received some invisible favor from the heavens. The battlefield once again fell into a stalemate. The two pairs of kaleidoscopes faced off against the sage body that had begun to master the true essence of wood release. The forces of hatred and destruction confronted the powers of life and growth. Uchiha Ao watched this astonishing scene, feeling an indescribable tremor within him. He was utterly convinced that the subtle fluctuation he had sensed moments ago was no mere illusion. Something, or perhaps some entity, had intervened, favoring Hashirama in this dire moment, granting him the critical opportunity for breakthrough. Was this the causality of the world? Was this the bias hidden behind history? A chill surged from the depths of his heart as he beheld the two pairs of kaleidoscope Sharingan, potentially more resentful and hateful due to the world's subtle injustices, and looked upon Hashirama, whose aura steadily ascended beneath the forest's protection. He realized that from this moment forth, the nature of war might have irrevocably changed. This was no longer a simple feud between two clans. Rather, it seemed that a deeper force had begun to quietly intervene. As he pondered his attempt to glimpse and control causality within this grand and biased chess game, how should he position himself? The battle had reached an impasse due to Hashirama's unexpected breakthrough and the exhaustion of the Uchiha brothers. Both sides tacitly began to withdraw, licking their wounds. Yet, everyone understood that the next clash would be even more terrifying. The torrent of time surged ever faster toward an unknown direction, spurred by this subtle bias. Chapter 22. The silent smoke of gunpowder and Ao's choice. The brutal battle in the valley ultimately ended in a mutual defeat. The Uchiha clan, possessing an absolute advantage with two pairs of kaleidoscope Sharingan, failed to utterly vanquish the Senju. At a critical moment, Hashirama's unfathomable breakthrough, seemingly aided by the heavens, withstood the Uchiha brothers' most ferocious assault, granting the Senju clan a chance to breathe and retreat. Both sides paid a heavy price, with the corpses and blood left on the battlefield bearing witness to the brutality of war. Within the Uchiha clan's territory, the atmosphere did not lighten due to Madara and Izuna's power breakthroughs. Instead, it grew even more somber. Madara's shoulders and abdomen bore old wounds that had yet to heal, and the forced exertion of his kaleidoscope and the fierce battle had drained him greatly, leaving his complexion an unhealthy pallor, though the obsession and coldness in his eyes deepened. He isolated himself in the council chamber, rarely seen by anyone other than Izuna, evidently digesting the power of the kaleidoscope and planning his next, undoubtedly more lethal, act of vengeance. Izuna fared slightly better, yet his severe chest wound, exacerbated by the chakra attached to his special kunai, hindered the healing process, necessitating prolonged treatment and rest. The ghostly purple Susanoo frame surrounding him had long dissipated, yet the hatred burning within his newly awakened kaleidoscope was no less than Madara's. The ordinary Uchiha clansmen, after their initial fervor, gradually settled into a deeper unease. The failure of both kaleidoscopes to subdue Hashirama, who had manifested a power akin to that of a forest deity, instilled a profound and visceral fear within them. The shadow of war loomed heavier than ever upon each clansman's heart. Uchiha Ao silently fulfilled his duties, participating in patrols, training, and occasionally undertaking less perilous missions. He became increasingly low-profile, burying all his doubts and astonishment deep within. However, he did not cease his observations and reflections. He repeatedly recalled the peculiar sensation from the battlefield's final moment, as if the entire world had tilted slightly, imparting a subtle vitality to Hashirama through an almost imperceptible fluctuation. This was no illusion, he felt increasingly assured, considering Hashirama's almost irrational breakthrough in the heat of battle. A terrifying conjecture began to take shape in his mind. It seemed that some great will, transcending the shinobi and even the essence of ninjas, was secretly favoring Hashirama, or rather favoring the forces of life and unity while rejecting the Uchiha's extreme powers rooted in the mind and emotions, particularly the negative ones. This bias was not an overt intervention, but appeared more like a tilt of fortune, a slight nudge of inspiration or encouragement at a crucial moment. Why? Uchiha Ao felt a profound sense of injustice and chill. If the very rules of the world were already skewed, what significance did the Uchiha struggles and hatred hold? Were they not ultimately doomed to destruction? This thought nearly suffocated him. Yet, he quickly forced himself to regain composure. No. If causality could be interfered with, even by such a grand existence, then it proved that it was not absolutely unshakable. His gaze turned inward once more, though my power was weak. Its essence might indeed touch upon one of the foundational rules of this world. He reflected on his countless failed internal attempts to purify his chakra, even slightly, to hasten the healing of wounds. These exercises were not entirely without effect, as they had allowed his chakra control to achieve remarkable precision, and his body's self-healing seemed to be slightly quicker than that of his kin. Previously, he believed this to be a result of psychological influence or arduous training. But now he entertained a different notion. If the scales of the world's causality could be nudged by an invisible hand, could I not also act as a fulcrum, however minuscule, to tilt my own scales? This idea quickened his heartbeat. He no longer endeavored to set a specific outcome, such as accelerating wound healing by 1 unit, but began to explore a more abstract practice, one that resonated more closely with that subtle fluctuation. Sitting cross-legged, he concentrated intensely, sensing everything within himself, the flow of blood, the circulation of chakra, the metabolic processes of his cells. Then, he attempted to use his spirit and vision to imitate or resonate with the subtle inclination toward life he had sensed in that moment. He sought to impart this intention of vitality, however faintly, upon his wound healing or chakra refinement. The process was exceedingly difficult, even more abstract and futile than before. He often sat in silence for nights, capturing only a vague sensation and failing to produce any tangible effect. Yet he did not give up. He understood that this might be a genuine path toward comprehending and harnessing his abilities, a road that could potentially unveil and even counteract the biases of the world's rules. Days later, by chance, he was tasked with escorting medical ninjas to the infirmary for the severely injured. The barracks were filled with the heavy scent of medicine and blood, and the sounds of pain groans echoed incessantly. Many Uchiha ninjas, gravely wounded in the valley battle, lay here, their conditions largely grim. The medical ninjas were overwhelmed, with chakra and medicine in critically short supply. Uchiha Ao observed all of this in silence. His gaze swept over the broken bodies and despairing faces. The stark reality and brutality of war laid bare before him. In a secluded corner, he beheld a familiar figure, the clansman he had assisted in bandaging an arm injury on that fateful day at the training ground. At this moment, the clansman bore a grievous wound that pierced through his abdomen. Although it had been treated, the surrounding flesh had turned black, clearly infected by a pernicious toxin or residual chakra. His life force flickered like a candle in the wind, and the medical ninja had already shaken his head, preparing to give up. The clansman seemed to recognize Ao, and in his glazed eyes, there flickered a faint glimmer of hope and a yearning for life. Uchiha Ao's heart was stirred. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, he stepped forward and whispered to the busy medical ninja, "Allow me to try." The medical ninja glanced at him with skepticism, recognizing him as a young ninja of considerable talent within the clan, yet doubting his ability to effect any change. Wearily, he stepped aside. Ao knelt down, gazing into the clansman's desperate and longing eyes. He refrained from forming any hand seals or employing medical ninjutsu. He lacked such knowledge. Instead, he took a deep breath, activating his Sharingan, not for perception, but to concentrate his mental energy and summon that unique sensation to the fullest extent. He hovered his hand gently above the blackened wound. He recalled the vibrations of life he had sensed on that day, and the indistinct intentions he had captured during countless tedious practices. Discarding all distractions, he channeled his entire focus and the faint power of his eyes into a singular, simplistic thought: may the force of life bestow its grace upon this. There were no specific metrics, only a pure will directed towards the revival of life. He felt his mental energy rapidly depleting, and waves of pain surged through his eyes. As time slipped away, just when he was on the brink of collapse and the medical ninja beside him began to display impatience, a miracle unfolded. The stubborn, necrotic tissue surrounding the clansman's wound seemed to quiver imperceptibly. A barely noticeable, healthy pink hue began to seep forth from the edges. and the fading life force appeared to stabilize, halting its decline. While healing remained a distant prospect, this was undoubtedly a small step pulled back from the brink of death. What is this? The medical ninja stared in disbelief at this extraordinary scene. He hurried to inspect, his face a canvas of shock and confusion. Had the toxin been suppressed, even slightly? How could life force be restored? The dying clansman's eyes rekindled with a faint glimmer, and he emitted a raspy, grateful sound from his throat. Uchiha slowly withdrew his hand, closing his Sharingan, as a wave of intense dizziness and fatigue washed over him, nearly causing him to stumble. Yet, within him, a tempest of joy surged. He had succeeded. Though the effect was negligible and the cost unbearable, he had indeed accomplished something. Not through medical ninjutsu, but through an almost prayer-like approach. He had subtly shifted the course of fate, granting the clansman a sliver of hope. This affirmed that his path was correct. This power could indeed reach the fundamental laws of the world. However, as elation surged within him, an inexplicable, faint sense of repulsion and warning silently emerged. As if a great will cast a dispassionate glance upon his audacity to seize life and disrupt the predetermined trajectory. This sensation was fleeting but left him chilled to the bone. The world's favoritism was not only evident in its favoring of the Senju, but also in its vigilance against those who dared to alter destiny. Was it? Uchiha observed the medical ninja diligently resuming treatment for the clansman and quietly withdrew from the tent. Sunlight bathed him, yet he felt no warmth. The path of power had revealed itself, but its end seemed fraught with unknown dangers and scrutiny from a higher dimension. He clenched his fists. Nevertheless, he would press on. In this biased world, he sought to find a path that belonged to him, a path where he could survive and perhaps even instigate change. His gaze turned once more to the heart of the clan's territory, where a kaleidoscope representing destruction and hatred was gathering strength in the shadows. The next storm would not be far off. Chapter 23. The Lurking Beast and the Thief of Fire. Months after the battle in the valley, a peculiar calm settled along the border. Large-scale conflicts had rarely ceased, replaced instead by numerous smaller, more insidious infiltrations, reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, assassination and counter-assassination. War had shifted from overt military clashes to shadowy games that tested patience, intellect, and unique abilities. The Uchiha clan licked its wounds. Obito and Izuna's injuries slowly healed, thanks to the clan's resources, yet the use of their Mangekyō Sharingan was not without consequence. Obito became increasingly reclusive, and when he did appear, an inscrutable depth enveloped him, though hints of fatigue occasionally flickered across his brow. Izuna took on greater external responsibilities, his Mangekyō abilities seemingly leaning towards defense and insight. His deep-set eyes sharpened to always detect and thwart the Senju's schemes. Yet, the old injury on his right chest still ached on rainy days. A reminder of that perilous day. Discussions within the clan regarding the two pairs of divine eyes never ceased. A blend of awe and anticipation interwoven with an undercurrent of unease. The power of the Mangekyō was formidable yet ominous, a sentiment unspoken among many seasoned ninjas. The Senju clan, too, quietly amassed strength. Hashirama's nascent mastery of wood release had astounded the entire clan, and he was seen as the hope to lead the Senju into a new era. He devoted much time to solitary training in the forests behind the clan's territory, striving to master and expand this newfound power. The grove he had summoned had already become a sacred site for the Senju, its flourishing vitality even accelerating the recovery of the injured. Tobirama, on the other hand, immersed himself entirely in the development of forbidden techniques. The Uchiha brothers' Mangekyō had provided him with immense motivation and pressure. Although his shadow shifter technique was incredibly swift, it still bore risks when faced with the ocular power capable of predicting and even disrupting space. He required techniques that were faster, more elusive, and impossible to defend against. The concept of a space-time barrier gradually crystallized in his mind, and his laboratory became cluttered with scrolls on talisman studies, summoning techniques, and theories of instantaneous energy transfer. Concurrently, he relentlessly refined the explosive talisman's mutual detonation technique, pursuing the ultimate instant annihilation. His gaze grew increasingly sharp and cold, akin to a precise calculating instrument. Amidst this relative tranquility, dark currents surged beneath the surface. Both sides were desperately digesting their gains and enhancing their strength, awaiting the next earth-shattering clash. During this time, Uchiha moved like a specter, silently traversing the periphery of the clan's territory. He trained diligently in conventional ninjutsu and jinjutsu, mastering the use of his Mangekyō Sharingan. his strength steadily rising to the level of a core jonin within the clan. Yet this drew little attention. In this era, strength was a necessity for survival, not a capital to be flaunted. He devoted the majority of his energy to exploring that unique ability. Ever since that day in the medical tent when he successfully seized a flicker of life, he had found direction, yet he also felt the ominous warning in the air. He became increasingly cautious, refraining from using this ability on others, instead focusing practice entirely on himself and abandoning the pursuit of specific, quantifiable effects. He sat cross-legged beneath the moonlight, his spirit delving deep within, no longer attempting to hasten the healing of his wounds. Instead, he engaged in a persistent and repetitive endeavor to mimic and resonate with the vital vibrations of existence he had sensed that day. This process was profoundly enigmatic, akin to trying to grasp flowing water with one's hands or to listen to colors with one's ears. Countless times, he exhausted his mind and spirit, yet found himself in a void, feeling the insignificance of his existence. Yet, he did not relent. The allure of establishing a connection with the underlying principles of the world was too great, especially after realizing that this world might harbor biases against him. He felt an intense impulse to grasp something to counter this injustice. He began to notice some exceedingly subtle changes. As he continued his resonance exercises, the natural energy within a small vicinity seemed to transform into a state of gentle vitality and liveliness, not as if he were commanding it like a puppet, but rather as if it leaned towards him in a friendly manner. For instance, during his morning practices, the dew appeared to favor the blades of grass around him, refracting a more crystalline light. When fatigue set in, a gentle breeze in the forest would bring a refreshing coolness, and when he attempted to refine his chakra, the process became remarkably smooth, with the rate of impurities diminishing to an almost negligible extent. These changes were so minute they felt illusory, even less pronounced than the most rudimentary energy-gathering techniques. Yet, the insight from his Sharingan and his spiritual perception affirmed their authenticity. It was a subtle shift in causality brought forth by his sustained resonance. He resembled a primitive man in the boundless darkness, striving to create fire by friction, failing countless times and wearing his hands raw, yet finally glimpsing a flicker of flame, fragile and ready to extinguish at any moment. Though weak, this flame signified the potential for light. He endeavored to integrate this resonant state into his daily life. Whether walking, resting, or performing simple tasks, he allocated a portion of his consciousness to maintain that state of synchronization with the vibrations of life. The effects were maddeningly slow, yet he could sense an imperceptible transformation within his body. His cells became more vibrant, his chakra purer, and even his Sharingan, often weary from overuse, seemed to receive a faint nourishment, recovering slightly more swiftly. He even began to risk another experiment. If he could resonate with life, could he also resonate with other vibrations? He recalled the chilling, destructive energy waves unleashed by Madara and Izuna upon awakening their eyes on the battlefield, attempting to replicate that resonance. The result was almost immediate backlash. As soon as he initiated this intent to resonate with the force of hatred, a wave of intense nausea, dizziness, and palpitations crashed over him. The natural energy around him felt like icy needles piercing his mind. His eyes throbbed with excruciating pain, as if they might go blind. He instantly ceased his attempt, gasping for breath, cold sweat soaking his garments. The world's bias became evident once more, rejecting this force born from extreme negative emotions, at least through the method he employed. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Uchiha Ao's mind grew clearer. He began to comprehend the essence of it all. This world, or rather, the will behind it, encouraged life and integration while repelling death and extremity. His ability seemed akin to that of a thief of fire, capable of pilfering the faintest embers from the world's inclination, yet attempting to touch the forces it abhorred would result in backlash. This path was destined to be arduous and narrow. However, he had no choice. That day, he received a mission to escort a small team to the border with the Yuhi clan for a change of guard. It was a relatively simple task, expected to proceed without incident. Yet, just as they were nearing their destination, they fell into an ambush. It was not the Senju but a group of unidentified, ruthless, and well-trained ninjas, seemingly intent on inciting conflict between the Uchiha and the Yuhi clans. Combat erupted in an instant. Among the ambushers were several formidable fighters, and the Uchiha team found themselves in a fierce struggle. Uchiha Ao wielded a kunai, his Sharingan surveying the battlefield as he grappled with an enemy utilizing a peculiar earth-style technique. This faux earth techniques were not only defensive, but could also create quicksand traps, making them exceedingly troublesome. In a fierce clash, Ao opened himself up to save a comrade trapped in the quicksand. Another ambushing ninja, like a striking serpent, lunged from the shadows, their poisoned dagger aimed at his back. Danger! Ao's Sharingan detected the sneak attack, yet his body could not evade in time. At that critical moment, he instinctively reversed the feeble state of resonance he had been maintaining with life. No longer attracting vitality, he desperately attempted to impose a notion of misfortune upon the assailant. He could not directly harm them. He could only strive to subtly alter the most minute threads of causality. His foot slipped. A powerful, distorted intent surged forth, accompanied by intense mental exhaustion. The dagger failed to pierce his heart, instead grazing his ribcage due to the assailant's sudden stumble, leaving a trail of blood. The pain was sharp, but not fatal. Seizing the opportunity, Ao pivoted and delivered a kick, sending the off-balance attacker flying, while simultaneously hurling his kunai with pinpoint accuracy to eliminate the Earth-style ninja. The battle concluded swiftly, the ambushers vanquished, yet the Uchiha team bore injuries. Teammates rushed to Ao's side, tending to his wounds. Shaken. That was too close, Ao. Thankfully, that guy slipped. Ao, clutching his rib injury and feeling the fiery pain and dizziness from mental exhaustion, managed a weak smile. Indeed, luck was on my side. Only he understood that it was not mere fortune. In the face of life and death, he had attempted to employ his ability for an offensive curse for the first time, though the effect merely caused the opponent to slip. The immense cost and instability of the endeavor proved that this path was not entirely inaccessible. Yet, alongside this success, the familiar sensation of subtle rejection and warning from the world resurfaced, clearer than it had been during his time in the medical tent. It was as though a distant voice whispered in his ear, "Thief of fire, tread cautiously. Those who toy with fate shall ultimately be consumed by it." Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Ao suppressed the chill that crept into his heart. He gazed at the distant, gloomy sky and the even further reaches of the Senju clan. He knew that peace was but a temporary illusion. Uchiha Madara would never relent, and Senju Hashirama and Tobirama were rapidly growing stronger. When those eyes of hatred opened once more, they would surely unleash an even more ferocious storm of destruction. And he, this anomaly quietly pilfering the remnants of the world, must acquire sufficient power before that moment, at the very least to preserve his existence amidst the tempest and perhaps even alter its course. His path was destined to be lonely and perilous. Yet, he had embarked on this journey, with no possibility of retreat. Chapter 24. The language of nature and the night of choices. The wheels of time turned, lubricated by hatred, for another year. The friction at the border had never truly ceased. Small-scale skirmishes bled like unhealable ulcers, continuously draining the vitality of both clans. Uchiha Madara and Izuna's powers grew increasingly profound, particularly Madara, whose mastery of the Sharingan became ever more refined. The terrifying power he occasionally revealed during practice left all who sensed it trembling with fear. They lay in wait like dormant tigers, sharpening their claws, anticipating the perfect moment to rend their enemies asunder. Meanwhile, Senju Hashirama remained almost permanently stationed in the forest behind the clan's territory. The grove born from his power flourished increasingly, vibrant and teeming with life. It began to subtly alter the surrounding environment, rendering the land of the Senju clan more fertile and slightly hastening the recovery of the wounded. Hashirama spent his days among the trees, endeavoring to communicate with them, attuning himself to the vast yet gentle natural energy flowing within. Unfamiliar with the concept of sage arts, he instinctively felt that this forest was a part of his strength, a manifestation of his yearning for peace. One day, as was his custom, Hashirama placed his palm against the trunk of the mightiest ancient tree, closing his eyes in concentration, attempting to delve deeper into his perception. Gradually, he entered a profound state. His chakra began to intertwine with the vitality of the trees, his thoughts seemingly sinking into the earth, spreading along the gnarled roots. He could hear the moisture flowing through the soil, the leaves engaging in photosynthesis, and the insects scuttling beneath the bark. A colossal, ancient, gentle consciousness flowed slowly beneath the forest like a slumbering giant, a collective of natural energy nourishing all living things in silence. Hashirama's spirit was irresistibly drawn, trying to touch and comprehend it. Just as his consciousness was about to converge more deeply with that vast energy, a familiar, subtle vibration emerged once more. It felt as if an invisible hand gently nudged him from behind, clearing away the last veil of mist, imparting a crucial revelation into his mind. Stillness. Stillness within movement. Unity of body and mind, merging with nature. Enlightened, Hashirama relinquished all conscious guidance and control, allowing himself to relax completely. his awareness merging like a droplet of water into the vast ocean of nature. Suddenly, his aura dramatically transformed. The immense natural energy, attracted by his pure vitality and unique constitution, began to gradually and spontaneously converge towards him, initiating a rudimentary and coarse fusion with his own chakra. Beneath his eyelids, two faint, ephemeral streaks of red began to appear. His perception expanded exponentially, enabling him to clearly see countless points of natural energy surrounding him. Sage mode. Though still in its rudimentary, unstable form and difficult to maintain, it was a significant breakthrough. Hashirama abruptly opened his eyes. Feeling an unprecedented warm flow of vitality and strength within him, his gaze filled with astonishment and joy. While he did not fully comprehend the implications, he understood that he had touched upon a more powerful force intricately connected to the forest. Meanwhile, far away in the Uchiha territory, Uchiha Sasuke was concluding a day of patrol. He habitually maintained a faint state of resonance with life as he walked the path back to his dwelling. Over a year of continuous practice had made this state nearly instinctive for him. Although the enhancement it provided was minimal, it accumulated over time, and his fundamental physique, chakra quality, and mental resilience had far surpassed those of his peers, though he deliberately concealed this from others. Suddenly, he sensed something, abruptly lifting his gaze towards the Senju clan's direction. In his perception, the natural energy in that direction seemed to have stirred. Like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, it created a ripple of invisible waves, faint yet imbued with a refreshing and mighty essence of life. This sensation resonated with the life force he had long sought to harmonize with, but it was magnified 100-fold in clarity and intensity. Uchiha Sasuke immediately grasped the reason. The one favored by the world had evidently achieved another significant breakthrough. A complex emotion surged within him: envy, vigilance, and a profound sense of powerlessness. It felt as if the other was walking along a well-paved path of light, while he could only stumble through thorns and darkness. At that moment, from the center of the clan territory, a cold, violent chakra exploded forth, akin to the opening of a demonic eye in the night, instantly dispersing Sasuke's faint connection to the essence of life. It was Uchiha Madara. He seemed to have been startled by the unusual commotion from Hashirama's direction, instinctively releasing his power as a response and warning. The two opposing forces collided in the air. Though silent, it weighed heavily on the hearts of perceptive ninjas. Sasuke sighed, knowing that the brief tranquility was likely coming to an end. Madara would never allow Hashirama to grow stronger. An act of retaliation was likely imminent. That night, under the dark moon and howling wind, Sasuke was secretly summoned to the council chamber. Inside were only Madara and Izuna. Madara sat in the main seat, shadows enveloping much of his figure, his Sharingan emitting a faint red glow in the darkness, instilling fear. Izuna stood nearby, his expression grave. "Sasuke, you have arrived." Madara's voice was low and gravelly. "Though your eyes bear only the double tomo, your insight and subtle grasp of the battlefield are unparalleled within the clan. Especially in dealing with Tobirama's swift ambushes, you seem to always find a way." Sasuke felt a jolt within, but maintained his calm facade. "You flatter me, Lord Madara. I merely do my best." "There is no need for modesty," Madara waved his hand. "The reason for summoning you is to assign you an important mission." He paused, his Sharingan fixated on Sasuke, exuding immense pressure. "We have received intelligence that in 3 days, Senju Tobirama will lead an elite team to escort a batch of vital supplies to a secret location for a meeting with the Fire Country's daimyo. This is an excellent opportunity for us to deal a heavy blow to the Senju, intercept their supplies, and possibly sow discord between them and the daimyo." Izuna interjected. "Brother will personally lead the assault, initiating the primary attack. However, Tobirama is cunning and suspicious. He may have traps laid or devise countermeasures against the Sharingan. We need a pair of sufficiently keen and composed eyes hidden in the shadows to observe the entire situation. Should anything appear amiss, you must issue a warning immediately. If necessary, interfere with Tobirama's actions to create a lethal opportunity for my brother." Sasuke's heart sank. This was an order to act as bait, or rather, a high-level cannon fodder. Facing the direct confrontation with the cunning Tobirama and the powerful Madara, even his double tomo could lead to a disastrous outcome with a single misstep. "Your mission is critical and perilous." Madara's eyes revealed no emotion. "Are you willing to undertake this significant responsibility for the Uchiha?" Silence enveloped the chamber. Sasuke could feel Madara and Izuna's gazes pressing down on him like a tangible weight. This was not a discussion, but an order. The consequences of refusal were unimaginable. He took a deep breath, his mind racing. Direct participation in such a high-level battle posed a grave risk of death. Yet, it was also an opportunity, a chance to observe the clash between the Sharingan and top-tier power up close, a potential for gleaning more information or even advantages amid the chaos. More importantly, he sensed that this mission might be another trial or opportunity ordained by the biased world for Hashirama Senju. Should he become the stepping stone destined in this narrative? No. He quietly clenched his fist within his sleeve. He refused to follow the predetermined script. He raised his head to meet Madara's deep, terrifying Sharingan, his voice calm yet resolute. For the future of the Uchiha, I am willing to risk it all. Excellent. A faint smile seemed to grace the corner of Madara's mouth, quickly vanishing. Prepare yourself. Izuna will inform you of the specific plans. Sasuke bowed and exited the oppressive council chamber. The cold night breeze brushed against his face, bringing a moment of clarity. He recognized that he had embarked upon an exceedingly perilous tightrope. In 3 days' time, he would no longer remain a mere observer, but would step directly into the eye of the storm of hatred. The adversaries he would confront were not only formidable foes, but potentially malevolence emanating from the world itself. Yet, he had no alternative. He returned to his dwelling, eschewing rest, and once again entered a state of resonance. This time, he sought not the inclination for survival, but endeavored to concentrate his entire spirit to perceive, anticipate, and deduce the myriad possibilities that awaited him 3 days hence. In this skewed chessboard, he aimed to pry loose even the most trivial variables for himself. The night stretched long, and the tempest was imminent. Chapter 25. The Shadow's Broken Wing and the First Cry of the Celestial Tree 3 days later. Within the dense border forest, the morning mist lingered. The air was as dense as solid matter, and the tremors of each leaf seemed magnified infinitely. Uchiha Ao concealed himself deep within the crown of a colossal cedar tree, his breath nearly suspended, as his Sharingan peered through the interstices of branches. Fixating intently on the meandering path below, his heart thudded heavily within his chest, not merely from the anticipation of the impending clash, but due to an inexplicable and increasingly intense feeling of oppression. It was as if the surrounding natural energies were issuing a silent warning, heralding some ominous conclusion. This was the vague omen brought about by his sustained state of resonance. Inscrutable yet unsettling. He occupied the second observation point of his plan, positioned at a safe distance from the designated ambush zone, affording him a panoramic view while maintaining relative safety. The main forces led by Ban and Izuna lay concealed in a more precarious location ahead. Time slipped by, second by second. At last, faint sounds of air being sliced and fluctuations of chakra reached his ears. They had arrived. Uchiha Ao's mind tensed to its utmost. Before him, a squad of elite Senju ninjas escorted several supply carts inscribed with sealing runes, traversing the path with vigilance and haste. At the center of the formation, the striking white hair and stern visage unmistakably belonged to Senju Tobarama. He moved with an apparent nonchalance, yet his sharp eyes scanned the surroundings like a hawk, each step carefully placed to avoid ambush. The convoy gradually advanced deeper into the ambush zone. Without warning, a thunderous roar erupted, a massive fire release technique, akin to celestial flames, descended and instantly engulfed the front half of the convoy. Following this, countless shuriken and kunai rained down from the flanking woods like a torrential downpour. The attack was upon them. Uchiha. The Senju ninjas reacted with remarkable speed, immediately forming defensive formations, but caught off guard, they had already lost several comrades. Uchiha Madara's figure descended like a deity, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan spinning, deftly locating and evading several concealed trap seals within the squad, charging directly at Senju Tobarama. Madara. Tobarama's eyes narrowed, unflinching as he met the onslaught head-on. The body flicker technique activated, transforming him into a series of afterimages, kunai thrusting toward Madara's vital points. The battle escalated to its zenith the moment it commenced. Madara's kaleidoscopic perception was astonishing, always able to anticipate the landing points of Tobarama's body flicker technique. As flames and blades clashed, erupting in a cacophony of thunderous roars and surging shockwaves, Izuna, leading other Uchiha elites, launched a frenzied assault on the Senju defensive formation, attempting to sever Tobarama's escape route. Uchiha Ao watched from above, his heart racing. Madara's power was undeniably terrifying. The kaleidoscope's ocular prowess seemed to create an invisible domain, suppressing Tobarama's speed. Yet, Tobarama's adaptability was equally formidable. His body flicker trajectories became increasingly erratic, consistently evading fatal strikes, while contingencies he had laid in secret began to manifest as several Senju ninjas swiftly formed seals, causing sealing chakra pillars to rise from the ground. aiming to restrict Madara's movements. The battle raged fiercely and with tremendous brutality. Ao suppressed the unease within him, exerting his full effort to operate his Sharingan, capturing every detail. He noted that while Tobirama appeared to be at a disadvantage under Madara's relentless assault, his gaze remained calm, as if he were awaiting something. At that moment, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. A seemingly ordinary Senju ninja, guarding the supply cart, suddenly tore off his disguise, his hands moving like lightning to form seals. Flying Raijin, guided thunder, incomplete version. He bellowed, activating a technique inscribed on a specially crafted kunai already placed nearby. A faint distortion rippled through the air. As Tobirama engaged fiercely with Madara, his form suddenly blurred, utilizing this incomplete space-time technique to extricate himself from their clash, appearing beside the ninja. Now is the time. Go. Tobirama commanded, seizing the ninja's shoulder while his other hand flung numerous smoke bombs and explosive tags to cover their retreat. Their objective was not to engage in a direct confrontation, but to exploit this unfinished technique to escape, perhaps even turn the tables on Madara. Attempting to flee, Uchiha Madara bellowed, his kaleidoscopic eyes locking onto the residual spatial distortion, a terrifying ocular power surging forth as he sought to forcibly disrupt the stability of the technique. Brother, be careful, Izuna cried out, witnessing the determined frenzy on the face of the Senju ninja executing the technique, his chakra within becoming drastically unstable, transforming him into a human bomb. A trap within a trap. All attention was drawn to this sudden twist. Yet, at this critical juncture, Uchiha Ao, concealed above, felt his pupils constrict sharply. His Sharingan clearly observed that as Madara exerted all his might to disrupt the spatial distortion, and Izuna attempted to rush forward to protect his brother, another shadow, faint and nearly indistinguishable from the darkness, Tobirama's water clone or some high-speed afterimage, stealthily maneuvered behind Madara's blind spot, wielding a short blade glimmering with perilous runes, silently and swiftly aiming for Madara's back. The true lethal strike. Tobirama had drawn all attention with the incomplete flying Raijin and the human bomb, while the genuine fatal blow lay hidden in this moment. Madara's kaleidoscope seemed to sense the impending danger, yet his body was momentarily paralyzed from the exertion of disrupting the space. There was no time left. Uchiha Ao's mind went blank, all calculations, fears, and hesitations cast aside in that instant. He was unaware of the reasons behind his actions. Perhaps it was for the victory of the Uchiha, perhaps to prevent Madara's fall from leading to a total collapse of the situation. Or perhaps it was simply a desire to avert the inevitable script from unfolding. His eyes blazed as the double tomo spun to its utmost. Even feeling a tinge of tearing pain, he staked all his mental energy, ocular prowess, and the tenuous connection with the world accumulated over the past year and more. Like a gambler wagering everything, his objective was not to attack, not to defend, but to interfere, to disrupt the most delicate causal thread linking the shadow's lethal strike. Tilt. A silent yet all-consuming cry resonated deeply within his soul. He had not predetermined how to tilt the attack, but infused it with the most fervent intent, to ensure this strike could not find its mark. A soft sound akin to a balloon bursting echoed. Below, the deadly shadow's rune-etched short blade, just moments away from piercing Madara's back, seemed to be subtly tugged by an invisible and enigmatic force, its trajectory altering in a manner imperceptible even to its wielder. At last, Ban emerged from his brief paralysis, the kaleidoscopic insight returning as he sensed the chilling intent of death looming behind him. He desperately evaded to the side. With a swift sound, the rune-imbued dagger failed to pierce his heart and instead plunged deeply into his right rear, penetrating his lung. The dangerous runes on the blade illuminated instantaneously, seemingly eager to unleash some nefarious effect. A grunt escaped Ban's lips, pain and the sensation of a foreign object coursing through him. But his vast combat experience propelled him to retaliate instantly, his fist enveloped in a tempest of chakra and fury, striking back with ferocity. The phantom was obliterated by his wrathful blow, dispersing like a puddle of water, revealing a remarkably lifelike water clone trap. Meanwhile, the real Tobirama, utilizing the incomplete flying thunder god technique, had yet to catch his breath when he felt the shattering of the water clone and the failure of his plan. His complexion turned pale, disbelief and profound sorrow flickering in his eyes, for the bait and the one executing the unfinished technique was his highly valued research assistant. Without hesitation, he resolved to retreat, taking his remaining loyal subordinates to vanish swiftly into the depths of the forest amidst the chaos of Ban's injury. Brother, Izuna rushed to Ban's side, his face ashen as he beheld the dagger embedded in Ban's lung, the runes flickering ominously. Do not touch it. Ban gritted his teeth. His kaleidoscope eyes fixated on the runes, exerting his formidable ocular power to suppress the impending eruption of vile energy, veins bulging on his forehead. The Uchiha ninja attempted to pursue, but was halted by Ban's raised hand. "Do not chase the desperate enemy. Be wary of traps," he warned, each word laced with blood. The ambush concluded with tragic finality. Tobirama had grievously injured Uchiha Ban, paying the price with his loyal subordinates and the exposure of his incomplete technique, yet he successfully escaped, preserving most of their resources. Ban, severely wounded, had narrowly avoided a fatal injury, yet the bizarre dagger presented a significant complication. High above, Uchiha Ao, having expended all his strength during that moment of intervention, succumbed to darkness, plummeting from the tree, only to be caught in time by nearby clan members. His complexion was pale as paper, blood streaming from his eyes, plunged into deep unconsciousness, as if his very soul had been drained, before slipping into complete oblivion. The last blurred thought that crossed his mind was the unprecedented strength of the repulsive sensation that warned him. In the Senju clan territory, Tobirama returned with his remnants, his face shadowed with dread. The losses from this mission were catastrophic. The unfinished Flying Thunder God technique had been revealed, and most crucially, he had lost his most significant research assistant. He isolated himself in the laboratory, staring at the intricate blueprints, his eyes filled with bloodshot intensity and obsession. Uchiha Ban's kaleidoscope, and that peculiar power that interfered with my lethal strike. I must accelerate my efforts. A more perfected Flying Thunder God. A more powerful forbidden technique. I shall utterly annihilate you. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, Senju Hashirama, merging with the natural energy, seemed to sense something amiss and abruptly awakened from his meditation. A strong sense of unease and palpitations gripped him. He gazed toward the border, his brow furrowed. In the next moment, a panicked Senju ninja rushed in, exclaiming, "Lord Hashirama, it's terrible. Lord Tobirama has returned gravely injured, and Mr. Ryoshika has perished." Hashirama felt as though struck by lightning. Ryoshika was Tobirama's most vital assistant and one of his few friends. A torrent of extreme worry, grief, and an endless loathing for war erupted within him like a volcano. Instinctively, he pressed his palms to the ground and let out a mournful wail toward the heavens. Boom! Trees, larger and more vibrant than ever before, burst forth from the earth, not in aggression but as if responding to his anguish, growing wildly to form a lush forest area radiating a gentle glow. More natural energy, drawn by his intense emotions, surged into the space. The red hue beneath his eyelids intensified. The understanding of sage techniques, nurtured through pain, deepened unexpectedly. The world's bias once again exacted its toll through the blood and suffering of the Uchiha, propelling its destined child. Unconscious Uchiha Ao, severely wounded Uchiha Ban, obsessed Senju Tobirama, and the burgeoning power of Senju Hashirama, all intertwined in a spiral of hatred, tightening evermore. And those indifferent eyes watching from the shadows seemed to express satisfaction with this unfolding. Chapter 26. The cost of the thief of fire and the undercurrent. Uchiha Ao struggled in the endless darkness, an excruciating headache for what felt like an eternity. His consciousness, like a sunken ship, repeatedly attempted to surface from the cold depths, only to be dragged back into the abyss by an unseen force. Distant echoes of vague calls, the clash of weapons, and a deep, warning hum from the very foundations of the world resonated in his ears. Ultimately, a gentle yet resilient flow of chakra, akin to a trickling stream, began to nourish his nearly exhausted meridians and consciousness, gently pulling him back into reality from his deep slumber. With great difficulty, he opened his eyes, his vision gradually clearing to reveal the familiar ceiling of his residence in the Uchiha compound. Outside, night had fallen, the only sound being the sporadic chirping of insects. The slightest movement sent sharp pain coursing through his head and a tearing ache throughout his muscles, prompting a suppressed groan. "You are awake?" A slightly weary yet concerned voice broke the silence. Ao turned his head to see Uchiha Izuna seated nearby, his complexion still somewhat pale, clearly not fully healed from his own injuries. A medical ninja was tidying up instruments, having just completed a round of treatment. "Lord Ao," Izuna's voice was hoarse and dry, akin to a broken gong. "Do not move. You have exhausted yourself." He gestured for Ao to lie still, his gaze complex as he regarded him. "The medical team said your body seems thoroughly depleted, with multiple ruptured chakra pathways and your mental strength on the brink of exhaustion. What on earth did you do?" A chill ran through Ao's heart. He could not reveal the truth, so he forced out a half-truth. I saw Lord Ban in danger, and in a moment of panic, my Sharingan seemed to operate beyond its limits as I tried to discern the shadow of the ambush. This explanation, though partially true, held a semblance of logic. Izuna scrutinized him for a moment, seemingly attempting to discern something from his eyes. But at that moment, Ao's gaze held only fatigue and weakness, and his Sharingan lay closed. Do not exert yourself to such extremes next time. Izuna finally sighed, his tone softening. You did well, although you could not prevent our brother's injury. Had you not issued a timely warning, the consequences would have been dire. He revealed that Ban had specifically asked him to look after Ao. Ao was momentarily taken aback. Ban had sent Izuna to care for him? That was unexpected. Lord Madara, the injury is grave, particularly regarding the vile runes on that dagger. They are extremely troublesome and will require time to purge the poison. However, his will is strong. He is not in danger of losing his life. Izuna spoke with profound concern and a hint of fear, which quickly morphed into cold hatred, declaring that Senjitobarama would pay for this grudge in blood. Ao nodded silently. The chain of hatred had tightened another link. Rest well, the clan will not neglect its loyal contributors. Izuna stood, leaving behind some medicine and food, exchanging a few words with the medical ninja before departing. Silence reclaimed the room. Lying on the bed, Uchiha Ao felt the weakness in his body and the lingering pain in his mind like needles, slowly closing his eyes to introspect. The situation was worse than he had imagined. His chakra pathways resembled parched and cracked earth, and the sea of his mental strength was nearly drained. The cost of that forced intervention in causality exceeded all expectations. Not only that, but he could also distinctly sense that the faint affinity between himself and the surrounding natural energies seemed to diminish. As if the world had closed a door that had never been particularly open to him. Was this a warning, a rejection from the will of the world? Was it because he had attempted to forcibly alter the destiny of significant figures? Yet, simultaneously, he experienced a nebulous feeling. In the process of exhausting all his strength, teetering on the brink of death and then being pulled back, he seemed to have a fleeting, fragmented touch upon the essence of his unique abilities. It was as if, amidst absolute void, he caught a glimpse of the countless delicate threads constituting causality. Incomprehensible and unmemorable, it left behind an indescribable intuition. He tried, as he had over the past year, to resonate with the vibrations of life, albeit extremely faintly. The process was more arduous than before, akin to struggling within solidified concrete. The effects were minuscule, nearly imperceptible. However, just as he was about to surrender, an epiphany struck him, rather than imitating or attracting. He attempted to soothe the seemingly hostile natural energies around him with an exceedingly restrained, almost pleading demeanor. Like a child who had broken a precious object, he cautiously sought to make amends. Miraculously, the intense feeling of repulsion lessened slightly, although the affinity had not been restored. At least the prickling warning seemed to have temporarily eased. He understood. The use of this power came at a price and would invoke the world's vigilance. Yet, it appeared possible to soothe or compensate in some manner. This offered him a glimmer, however minuscule yet significant, of insight for his future path. In the ensuing days, Uchiha Sharingan focused on his recovery. The clan provided substantial resources, and under the influence of the Uchiha constitution and medicinal remedies, his body slowly healed. However, he deliberately slowed the recovery of his chakra and mental strength, feigning greater weakness to avert undue attention. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the clan remained tense and oppressive. Madara's severe injuries had temporarily dulled the Uchiha clan's sharpest fangs, forcing them into a comprehensive strategic defense. Izuna bore the weight of responsibility, becoming increasingly busy, his gaze sharper yet wearier as he juggled clan affairs, guarded against the Senju's counterattacks, and worried about his brother's condition. Details about the ambush were strictly sealed, but news of Sagan's timely warning that saved Lord Madara circulated within the upper echelons, rendering his status within the clan somewhat delicate, eliciting both admiration and scrutiny. Sharingan remained unperturbed, choosing to maintain a low profile. He spent most of his time in his room, gradually recuperating while continuing what outsiders perceived as futile attempts at meditation, now seeking to establish a connection with himself and his environment through a new calming and introspective approach. The results were agonizingly slow. Yet he sensed each successful act of soothing loosened the invisible chains of repulsion a fraction, and his control over the internal causality seemed to sharpen ever so slightly. On the other side, in the land of the Senju, Hashirama, under the painful stimulus, deepened his understanding and integration with natural energy. Although he still could not maintain sage mode for extended periods, he had begun to actively draw natural energy into his body, significantly enhancing the potency of his jutsu and alleviating his injuries. The forest expanded under his nurtured power, nearly becoming a natural barrier and sacred training ground for the Senju clan. The world's bias was vividly manifested in him. Tobirama, on the other hand, had transformed into a workaholic. The death of his assistant, Ryuka, and the unfinished flying thunder god technique had profoundly impacted him, igniting an obsession. He immersed himself in the laboratory day and night, surrounded by sheets of calculations and remnants of failed experiments. He tirelessly refined the theory of the flying thunder god technique and frantically optimized the explosive talisman technique based on that failure, pursuing ultimate lethality. His demeanor grew colder, his gaze consumed by calculations and destruction. He occasionally reflected on the peculiar deviation of the final strike during the ambush, no matter how he calculated. He could not perfectly replicate the scene, leaving him with a sense of frustration over an inexplicable misstep. He attributed this to the unknown, bizarre abilities of the Sharingan, solidifying his resolve to eradicate the Uchiha. As time passed, an unprecedented calm settled along the border, lasting for months. Both sides tended to their deep wounds, gathering strength. Everyone understood that beneath this tranquility lay the imminent eruption of a more terrifying storm. Uchiha Seigen's injuries had nearly healed, but his strength returned slowly, maintaining only the level of an ordinary jonin. He welcomed this, as it allowed him to better conceal himself. That night, he once again attempted a deeper introspective practice. This time, he focused not on life, but rather submerged his consciousness into the vague impression of the causal threads he had glimpsed before his unconsciousness. He endeavored to weave with his mind, not to weave external objects, but to weave the subtle causes within himself that represented recovery, cohesion, and resilience. The process proved more challenging than any prior attempt, with immense consumption of mental energy. Just as he felt he could not continue, a faint, almost ethereal sound resonated from deep within his soul. He sensed a subtle meridian that had been obstructing the free flow of chakra, congested from excessive strain, suddenly became unblocked through his continuous, targeted weaving and setting. Though it was but a trivial section, the change was immediate. The smoothness of chakra flow increased, and the refinement speed accelerated. He had succeeded. For the first time, he had clearly and proactively established and realized a tiny causality within himself. Before the overwhelming joy could engulf him, that familiar sense of rejection from the world washed over him once more. Though faint, it was unmistakable. Uchiha Seigen immediately ceased his practice and began to soothe. This time, he had a clear objective: to contain the disturbance caused by altering his recovery process within himself, transmitting a signal to the surrounding world that was confined to this, devoid of malice, through his mental intent. The repulsion gradually diminished, ultimately settling into tranquility. Seigen slowly opened his eyes, exhaling deeply, his back soaked with cold sweat. It was a risk, but it bore fruit. He had discovered a clearer yet perilous path to precisely and limitedly modify his internal causality, incurring the cost of soothing. This path resembled walking a tightrope over an unfathomable abyss, yet he had no other choice. He gazed out the window, where the moonlight was frigid. He knew that when Madara's injuries fully healed, when Tobirama completed his forbidden techniques, and when Hashirama completely mastered the natural forces, the true storm of destruction would descend. And he, before that moment, must possess sufficient strength, at the very least the capacity to struggle for survival amidst the tempest, while quietly weaving his own threads of causality. The night was still long. His clandestine journey had only just begun. Chapter 27: Whispers of Shadows and the Enlightenment of Sage. Uchiha Seigen's recovery period was lengthy and understated. He diligently recalled the insights and warnings brought by that successful introspection, pouring the majority of his energy into internal refinement and the gradual soothing of the invisible hostility from the external world. To outsiders, this young jonin, who had gained some fame for his heroic rescue, seemed to have suffered a foundational injury due to excessive strain, his progress and strength slow, even somewhat regressive. He became increasingly reticent, often sitting alone in the woods at the edge of the clan's territory for hours on end, euphemistically referring to it as meditating on the Sharingan. While in reality, he engaged in an esoteric practice that none could comprehend. Initially, this display of despondency attracted some attention and concern, but as time passed, amidst the mounting tension within the Uchiha clan, he gradually faded from the center of public interest. This suited him perfectly. Only he understood that each session of silent contemplation was a cautious dance at the precipice of an abyss. He ceased attempting to steal or demand. Instead, He immersed his consciousness in the subtle threads of cause and effect within himself. Like the most patient of embroiderers, he wielded his mental energy as a needle, meticulously untangling, mending, and even minutely optimizing the latent injuries and obstructions caused by excessive strain. Each successful weaving brought tangible improvements to his physical condition, facilitating a smoother flow of chakra and a more refined recovery of his mental energy. Yet, accompanying this was an omnipresent sense of alienation from the world. He had to immediately halt his efforts, redirecting all his focus to reassure and convey harmless, subdued intentions. This process was agonizingly slow, far less rapid than directly absorbing natural energy or interfering with external causality, yet it felt more solid, seemingly capable of gradually numbing that unseen vigilance. He felt akin to a program quietly rewriting its code, striving to achieve his goals while circumventing the monitoring of the system's firewall. During this time, the atmosphere within the clan grew increasingly tense. Uchiha Madara's recovery was slower than anticipated. The malevolent runes from Senju Tobarama gnawed at his vitality and ocular prowess like a festering wound. Madara spent most of his time in a secluded chamber, rarely making appearances, leaving the clan's affairs to rest heavily upon Uchiha Izuna's shoulders. Izuna's use of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan became ever more frequent. He had to manage the burdensome clan duties while remaining vigilant of the Senju clan's movements, occasionally even leading teams to address border skirmishes personally. Each use of that forbidden power accelerated his depletion of light. Song could see clearly that the brilliance in Izuna's eyes was gradually being replaced by fatigue and anxiety, and his aura grew increasingly frigid, resembling a blade half-drawn from its sheath, but destined to shatter. Song's heart brimmed with complex emotions. He respected Izuna and appreciated his care. Yet he was acutely aware of his fate. The impulse to act surged within him, only to be forcibly suppressed. I cannot be impulsive. I am too weak. The price of altering the fate of significant individuals is one I cannot afford a second time. He could only offer carefully concocted herbs to alleviate the strain on Izuna's vision whenever he passed by, while silently accelerating his own training. Meanwhile, fragmented intelligence regarding the Senju clan trickled through the Uchiha's information network. Senju Hashirama seemed to have become an embodiment of nature, his power growing by the day. Reports indicated that he had single-handedly quelled a devastating wildfire sweeping through vast forests, showcasing strength beyond imagination. The area known as the Senju Forest expanded relentlessly, teeming with vibrant life, almost becoming an absolute domain of the Senju clan, difficult for outsiders to penetrate. Meanwhile, Senju Tobarama had become a chilling shadow looming over the Uchiha. His newly developed water-style jutsu, bizarre sealing techniques, and the nascent form of his space-time ninjutsu inflicted severe losses on the Uchiha during several small-scale conflicts. He was like a precise war machine, efficiently and ruthlessly harvesting lives, his name enough to silence even the Uchiha children. The nature of war was quietly transforming due to these two brothers, who had taken divergent paths. One night, Uchiha Tsung once again ventured into the depths of the woods beyond the clan's territory. After months of slow weaving and soothing, he felt his state finally reach a delicate critical point. The latent injuries in his meridians had been repaired by 90%. His mental energy was not only fully restored, but had also become more potent due to this extreme refinement. Although the sense of alienation from the world persisted, it seemed to have acclimatized to his gentle, harmless practice, its reactions no longer so intense. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to undertake a bolder experiment. He no longer focused on mending himself, but instead plunged his consciousness into the depths of his three-tomo Sharingan. He could sense that, following his brush with death and interference with causality, a profound change had occurred in his ocular power, as if he had brushed against a deeper threshold. Though still separated by a thin veil, he recalled the cold, profound kaleidoscopic pattern of Uchiha Izuna's eyes and the overwhelming pressure of Uchiha Madara's ocular prowess from memory. The power of the kaleidoscope stemmed from extreme emotional upheaval, particularly the pain of losing a loved one, an experience I cannot replicate nor wish to endure. Yet, what if the interference with causality could slightly nudge predetermined fate? What if I do not directly alter the outcome, but merely optimize the process? An exceedingly audacious, perhaps even mad, thought began to take root in his mind. He concentrated all his mental energy, cautiously drawing upon that faint and peculiar ocular power connected to causality. He did not attempt to glimpse the distant future or change any significant events. He merely focused all his intentions on an exceedingly minute, almost negligible cause. The next time Lord Izuna employed his kaleidoscopic Sharingan to lessen the burden on his visual nerves by 1%. This cause was so trivial that it could almost be disregarded. The resulting effect would be minuscule, perhaps allowing Izuna's eyes to endure for an additional second or shed one less drop of blood. However, at the moment this cause was set, a resounding hum, an overwhelming sense of rejection, stronger than ever before, surged forth. It was as though the entire weight of the world pressed down upon his consciousness. The surrounding natural energy instantaneously transformed into a tempestuous and hostile force, violently constricting his body and spirit, seeking to utterly crush this repeated thief of fire. Uchiha Song let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his mind feeling as if pierced by 1,000 steel needles. Without hesitation, he severed the connection with that minute causality, channeling all his mental energy into the purest, most humble intentions of reassurance and repentance, frantically broadcasting them outward. I mean, no offense. Just this once. There will be no next time. Merely for the sake of a small kindness. He was like a leaf caught in a storm, exerting every effort to maintain his consciousness, repeatedly whispering reassurances. Time lost meaning as the terrifying sense of rejection gradually receded like a tide. Though the residual pressure left him trembling, drenched in cold sweat. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes wide with shock. Indeed, it is impossible. Even with such a minuscule target, any disturbance in the fate of significant individuals provokes such a violent backlash. This failed attempt made him acutely aware of the perilous nature of this path and the severity of its rules. Yet, just as he was enveloped by feelings of defeat, a peculiar clarity suddenly surfaced within him. During that extreme mental pressure and soothing process, his mental energy had coalesced to a remarkable degree, as if forged anew. More importantly, while he focused intently on calming the external forces, the carefully woven chakra pathways and bodily cells within him spontaneously generated an exceedingly faint yet harmoniously resonant wave. This wave was distinct from the living energy he had previously imitated, as well as from any chakra of specific attributes. It was more restrained, more delicate, and closer to the essence of his own existence. In an instant, enlightenment dawned upon him, and he seized this thread of understanding. He ceased his attempts to absorb the natural energies of the external world and no longer endeavored to establish any causal connections. Instead, he immersed his entire consciousness within himself, guiding the nascent, delicate harmonic vibrations along a mysterious trajectory of their own accord. Gradually, his breath grew long and rhythmic, and the tumultuous natural energy surrounding him miraculously calmed. No longer brimming with hostility, but rather observing him with a hint of curiosity, swirling around him without intruding. He entered an unprecedented state, as if he had become an independent and complete microcosm, seeking internally without reliance on external factors. Although he had failed to intervene in the fate of Izumi and had nearly brought about his own destruction, by some twist of fate he had touched upon the true essence of his own power, the embryonic form of a unique, transcendent insight born from the internal harmonization of causality. This path seemed to have found a subtle, temporary equilibrium with the world's inherent rejection. Uchiha Ao slowly opened his eyes, the dual tomo in his gaze spinning gently, a fleeting glimmer of inscrutable, reclusive brilliance passing through the depths of his eyes. The road ahead remained long and arduous, yet the direction appeared somewhat clearer. He gazed toward the Uchiha clan's territory, his sight seemingly penetrating walls to behold Uchiha Madara, who was battling pain and curses within a hidden chamber, and Uchiha Izumi, who, despite her weariness and resolve, was still tirelessly managing clan affairs. The undercurrents continued to surge, and he knew he must grow more swiftly. Chapter 28. The circle of inner landscapes and the square of the external world after that night. When he had nearly provoked the world's backlash, Uchiha Ao became increasingly cautious. He devoted his entire spirit to the state of internal seeking that had been inadvertently triggered, meticulously contemplating the nascent, fragile harmonic vibrations within. He no longer referred to it as meditation or cultivation. Instead, he termed it weaving principles. Each act of weaving was a meticulous refinement and reinforcement of his internal causal threads. He guided those endogenous harmonious vibrations, traversing the intricate pathways of meridians, cells, and even the subtle realms of consciousness with the precision of the finest embroidery needle. This process was excruciatingly slow and yielded no immediate enhancement in power. Yet it fostered a fundamental, imperceptible transformation. His chakra became more refined and pure, and his mental perception sharpened and deepened. The most notable change was his unprecedented mastery over his own body. He could precisely control the tremors of every muscle and meticulously monitor the flow rate and volume of chakra within any minuscule meridian. This control was not driven by the dynamic vision of the Sharingan or formidable mental strength, but rather emerged from an internal harmony achieved through the understanding of principles. Externally, he appeared increasingly ordinary, his aura was serene, and his chakra fluctuation stabilized at the average level of a three-tomo Sharingan shinobi, perhaps even slightly below it. While walking through the clan's territory, apart from a modicum of respect earned through his heroic deeds, he garnered little attention. He found solace in this. During this period, he visited Uchiha Madara once. Madara remained in the hidden chamber, nursing his wounds, his complexion pale. Yet the oppressive aura emanating from beneath his tightly shut eyelids remained deeply unsettling. The chilling chakra that lingered at his wound, a manifestation of Tobarama's runic power, was tenacious and formidable. Madara spent most of his time grappling with this force, making slow progress. Upon Ao's arrival, Madara merely opened his eyes slightly, his gaze piercing as it swept over him. "It seems that your overexertion has brought you unexpected fortune." Madara's voice was hoarse yet laced with a subtle scrutiny. "Your foundation appears more solid than before your injury." Ao felt a slight chill in his heart, yet maintained a respectful and humble demeanor. "Lord Madara, you see clearly. It is merely that, in the face of grave injuries, I dare not rush for quick gains and must instead slow my pace, gradually honing my foundation. I hope I have not caused you to laugh." Madara scrutinized him for a moment, seemingly attempting to discern something beneath Ao's tranquil exterior, ultimately stating, "Consolidating your foundation is not a bad thing. The essence of power is far more complex than merely the quantity of chakra. You may leave now." After exiting the hidden chamber, Ao felt a slight chill of sweat on his back. Madara's perception was exceedingly acute, even in his grievous state. He could still detect the subtle changes within Ao brought about by his internal seeking. It seemed that future weavings would require even greater caution. In contrast to Madara's silence, Uchiha Izumi resembled a taut string, ever more strained. The frequency of her usage of the kaleidoscope increased. Along the border, the elite squad led by Senju Tobarama became increasingly active, employing an array of bizarre tactics and the embryonic forms of forbidden techniques, placing immense pressure and casualties upon the Uchiha. Izumi had to rely on the power of her eyes time and again to confront, retaliate, and rescue. Ao could clearly see the light in Izumi's eyes gradually dimming. Her focus occasionally wavered, a clear sign of deteriorating vision. Her demeanor grew increasingly hardened, handling matters with a decisiveness bordering on ruthlessness, as if she sought to encase all fragile emotions in ice. One day, upon returning from the border, Izumi arrived reeking of blood and bearing an unmistakable weariness. Ao was summoned to report on a matter regarding the clan's resource allocation. Upon entering the study, Izumi stood with her back to him, gazing out the window, her fingers pressing firmly against her temples, her shoulders trembling slightly. "Lord Izumi," Ao spoke softly. Izumi suddenly turned, her eyes instinctively rotating the three-tomo for a brief moment before recognizing it was Ao, and her tense posture gradually relaxed, revealing an unmistakable weariness. "Ah, it's Ao. What is it?" During the report, Ao noticed Izumi squinting unnaturally several times or tilting her head slightly, as if adjusting her focus. His heart felt heavy. This was the situation. After completing his report, Ao did not immediately leave. Izumi rubbed her temples and returned to her desk, picking up a scroll. I understand. You may go about your business now." "Lord Izumi," Ao hesitated but spoke up. "Your eyes." Izumi's movements halted, and she lifted her head, her gaze sharpening to a knife's edge, tinged with the chill of having touched a sensitive nerve. "That is not your concern. My apologies for overstepping." Ao quickly lowered his head. "It's just that I have recently perused some ancient texts and found a recipe for a medicinal oil that might alleviate the fatigue caused by the use of your ocular powers. Though it may not be of great use, it could provide some relief." He produced a small jade vial from his pocket and gently placed it on the desk. This was not an ancient remedy, but rather a concoction he had formulated based on his profound understanding of the meridians and chakra circulation of his own eyes during his recent weavings. It contained the subtle vibrations of his internal seeking for harmony. While it could not remedy the fundamental depletion of the kaleidoscope, it should offer some nourishment and soothing effects. Izumi glanced at the jade vial. The chill in her gaze softened slightly, an array of complex emotions flitting across her features, ultimately settling into a faint weariness. "You are thoughtful. Set it down." "Of course." Ao bowed and took his leave. As he turned to exit, he thought he heard a barely audible sigh, almost imperceptible. Upon leaving Izumi's quarters, Uchiha Ao's heart remained heavy. The medicinal oil might alleviate a modicum of discomfort, but it could not alter the inexorable march toward darkness. Such subtle expressions of care seemed utterly insignificant in the face of the relentless hatred between the two clans. He strolled toward the training ground at the edge of the clan territory. In the arena, several young Uchiha clan members were diligently honing their skills. The sounds of fire release explosions, shuriken clashing, and the indignant shouts of youth melded together. Imbued with the urgency driven by the ever-looming specter of crisis characteristic of warring ninja, Ao's gaze fell upon a boy of perhaps 7 or 8 years. The young boy possessed the characteristic black hair and black eyes of the Uchiha clan. His face still bore the innocence of youth. Yet his gaze was remarkably tenacious as he repeatedly practiced the great fireball technique. The flow of his chakra was somewhat sluggish, resulting in flames that were small and unstable. Despite numerous failures, he persisted in forming hand seals, his lips becoming dry and chapped from the chakra's scorching heat. Nearby, several slightly older boys laughed openly, mocking him. "Give it up, Mirror. With your chakra, you might as well be lighting a cigarette. Yeah, save your energy. You'd be better off practicing shuriken throwing." The boy named Mirror clenched his teeth in silence, his fingers forming seals with increased intensity, even trembling slightly. Uchiha Ao observed quietly for a moment. He recognized this boy, Uchiha Mirror. In the original timeline, he seemed to be one of the few Uchihas capable of transcending the narrow confines of his clan, embodying the nascent will of fire, ultimately becoming a member of the second Hokage Senju Tobarama's guard. But now, he was merely a somewhat clumsy and weak child among his peers. Ao's gaze flickered. He could not directly alter Izuna's fate, nor did he dare attempt even the slightest interference. However, might a trivial piece of advice concerning chakra control offered to a presently inconsequential youth provoke a significant reaction from the world? A thought quietly emerged. He approached with measured steps. His arrival silenced the mocking boys, who nervously bowed. "Lord Ao." Uchiha Mirror ceased his practice, glancing at him with a touch of awkwardness, sweat and soot marking his face. Ao did not acknowledge the other boys, but turned his calm gaze toward Mirror, saying softly, "When chakra is expelled through the throat's meridians, an excessive pursuit of explosive power can diminish control. Try to contract your chakra by 30% at the final moment of the snake seal, concentrated in one point, and then release it instantaneously." His voice was not loud, yet it distinctly reached Mirror's ears. Simultaneously, on an imperceptible level, he subtly invoked the harmonious vibrations within, not directly interfering with Mirror's chakra, but rather reflecting an image of smoother, more efficient chakra flow, quietly seeping into Mirror's perception like a drop of water. This could hardly be considered interference. It was more akin to a mental inspiration or demonstration. Mirror hesitated for a moment, instinctively attempting, as Ao had suggested. He formed the seals, striving to condense his chakra at the last moment. Then, whoosh. A fireball, significantly more refined and larger than before, erupted forth, though still not powerful. It was stable and concentrated, sending a wave of heat that instinctively made the nearby boy step back. Staring at his creation, Mirror was momentarily stunned, followed by a burst of delight in his eyes. Ao said nothing further, merely nodding slightly before turning to leave. After moving far from the training ground, he attentively sensed his surroundings. The wind continued to blow, the leaves rustled softly, and natural energy flowed steadily. The sensation of the world's rejection had not descended. Uchiha Ao paused slightly, a flicker of realization passing through his eyes. Thus, it was forbidden to directly intervene in the trajectories of important individuals' fates. Yet, for individuals who had yet to become significant, or for providing subtle guidance that did not directly alter their destinies, but rather offered possibilities, the world's reaction would be far weaker, perhaps even non-existent. This method of influence, derived from the harmonies sought within oneself, appeared to be more discreet and secure than directly wielding the power of causality. A new, more feasible path slowly unfurled before him. He raised his head, gazing toward the Senju clan's direction, to seek the circle within oneself, to respond to the square of the external world. The great wheel of time continued its thunderous advance. Yet perhaps he could quietly plant different seeds in unnoticed corners. Only time would tell what flowers these seeds might eventually blossom into, what fruits they might bear. Even he could not fully predict. He understood that before the true storm arrived, he must accumulate as much strength as possible and attempt to weave more subtle possibilities. Chapter 29. The Seed of Dimming Light and the Beginning of Cracks. Since that day of successful guidance for Uchiha Mirror in the training ground, Uchiha Ao focused more intently on this method of combining low-risk, high-efficiency weaving and instruction. He maintained a low profile, dedicating most of his time to introspective practices, solidifying the innate harmonious vibrations, refining them to become increasingly fluid and seamless. His mastery over his own power grew ever more exquisite. Although the total amount of chakra and the intensity of his mental energy increased slowly, their quality continuously improved, akin to finely tempered steel, far more resilient and powerful than the same quantity of chakra. Occasionally, he would stroll through the clan's territory, appearing aimless but actually observing the younger generation within the clan. He no longer offered direct guidance, but chose more subtle means. Sometimes, during sparring, he would intentionally manipulate his chakra to exhibit a certain efficient and stable flow pattern. At other times, while discussing ninjutsu, he would casually mention a key point regarding chakra control, and sometimes he would simply sit quietly nearby, subtly emanating his harmonious vibrations. Like a silent domain, imperceptibly influencing the mindset and state of those around him, making it easier for them to settle down and reflect on themselves. This influence was silent and unobtrusive, its effects not immediately apparent, yet Uchiha Ao sensed that among the still immature chakra fluctuations within the clan, a few were becoming more solid and orderly. Notably, the progress of the boy named Uchiha Mirror was most evident. His improvement accelerated significantly. Although he was still not at the top tier, his foundational skills were exceptionally solid, and his control over chakra far exceeded that of his peers. His gaze imbued with more calmness and contemplation. These subtle changes, like a few grains of sand cast into a turbulent dark river, stirred no waves but might, at some future moment, serve as a barely perceptible anchor at the riverbed. The world's rejection had not been invoked by this. This validated Ao's hypothesis, such indirect guidance that did not directly interfere with fate, merely offering possibilities and methods, was permitted, or rather, overlooked. However, the overall atmosphere within the clan had not softened due to this slight positive trend. Instead, it grew increasingly oppressive. Uchiha Madara's injuries continued to fluctuate. The malevolent runes left by Senju Tobarama incessantly eroded, as if alive, attempting to corrupt Madara's ocular power. For most of the time, Madara battled this force in a perilous internal struggle, his temper becoming darker and more unpredictable. Even the aura emanating from his secret chamber instilled dread. The strongest pillar of the Uchiha clan was momentarily pinned to his sickbed. All the pressure fell squarely on Uchiha Izuna's shoulders. The use of the kaleidoscope Sharingan became increasingly frequent, the rate so alarming that it caused Uchiha Ao to shudder. The light in Izuna's eyes dimmed visibly, and while reading scrolls, he unconsciously held them farther away. During battles, he occasionally made extremely brief misjudgments, an ominous signal for someone like the Uchiha, who relied on top-tier dynamic vision. The vial of medicinal oil Ao sent seemed to have a negligible effect. At least Izuna no longer suffered from severe headaches due to overuse of his ocular power. Yet, this was merely a drop in the bucket. Izuna had grown more taciturn, his complexion perpetually pale, with only the increasingly unfocused flames of obsession and determination burning in his eyes. He could not afford to falter, lest the Uchiha lose their only kaleidoscope combat strength, nor could he allow his brother's years of effort and the clan's pride to be squandered in his hands. The immense pressure and the dread of impending blindness were gradually driving him to his limits. On this day, Izuna summoned several high-ranking elders and elite jonin of the clan, with Ao among them. The atmosphere in the secret chamber was almost suffocatingly tense. Izuna sat at the head of the table, unconsciously drumming his fingers on the surface, his gaze sweeping over the assembly with a frigid scrutiny. Tobarama Senju spoke up, his voice hoarse and filled with malice. Noting that their recent activities had encroached once again upon several crucial mines located in the southwest of the clan's territory. The defending forces had already suffered the loss of 3 small teams, all perished by a bizarre curse that triggered internal explosions, something they had never encountered before. One elder's face turned ashen. Tobarama's new tricks. His research into forbidden techniques knows no bounds. Bonds. Izuna scoffed, a mocking glint appearing in his eyes as the 3 tomo of his Sharingan slowly manifested. What is the value of bonds in the face of victory? My brother is gravely injured. Our clan's elite combat power is severely constrained, and with Tobarama stationed in the rear, we find ourselves beleaguered by his arcane, forbidden arts. He paused, his gaze sharpening. We cannot remain idle. We must uncover what Tobarama is researching, where his laboratory lies, and the origins of those forbidden techniques. What does Lord Izuna mean? Another elite jonin inquired. Dispatch an elite reconnaissance team deep into Senju territory at all costs to gather intelligence on Tobarama's laboratory, Izuna commanded. His tone resolute and imbued with an air of desperation, emphasizing that, if necessary, they could resort to extreme measures to capture Senju researchers or steal their experimental data. Upon these words, the atmosphere in the chamber grew even more somber. Venturing into Senju territory, with Tobarama as the target, was akin to extracting teeth from a tiger, with a success rate that was perilously low and bound to entail significant sacrifice. My lord, is this course of action not too reckless? A more senior elder hesitated, expressing concern over Tobarama's cunning and suspicion, foreseeing that his laboratory would be heavily guarded. Reckless? Izuna interrupted, his voice rising with restrained agitation and ferocity. Is it not already failure to witness our kin perish one after another beneath those inexplicable forbidden techniques? To watch our territory be gradually consumed? By the time Tobarama creates something even more terrifying, when Hashirama fully masters that inhuman power, we will have no opportunity to take risks. He rose abruptly, his emotions surging, the three tomo in his eyes spinning wildly, momentarily causing his vision to blur as he instinctively grasped the edge of the table. Everyone noticed this subtle action, and the air in the chamber seemed to solidify. Ao's heart sank. Izuna's condition had deteriorated to the point where emotional fluctuations affected his vision. After taking a deep breath, Izuna forcibly suppressed his discomfort, his gaze once again becoming cold and resolute as it swept across each individual present. This is an order. The Uchiha have not weakened to the point of being timid. Necessary sacrifices are unavoidable for the sake of the clan. Immediately select personnel. I require the elite most skilled in stealth and reconnaissance. With the command issued, no one dared to voice dissent. After the meeting concluded, the attendees departed with heavy hearts. Ao lingered at the end, sensing the desperate resolve emanating from Izuna. He understood that regardless of the outcome of this operation, it would inevitably exacerbate the enmity between the clans, resulting in more bloodshed. Moreover, Izuna's eyesight likely could not withstand another instance of high-intensity Sharingan usage. He returned to his quarters, enveloped in silence. The wheel of history continued to roll forward along its established path, resonating with the stench of blood and destruction. The faint glimmers he had planted appeared so insignificant and powerless in the face of such overwhelming darkness. What could he do? Intervene once more at great risk? The targets were none other than Tobarama Senju and Izuna Uchiha, two pivotal figures whose intertwined fates could easily lead to his own undoing. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into a realm of inner harmony. The accumulation of power was still progressing far too slowly. Days later, a reconnaissance team comprised of 5 elite Uchiha Jonin stealthily departed from their clan grounds under the cover of night, merging into the shadows as they ventured towards Senju territory. Izuna stood atop the watchtower, gazing in the direction they had vanished, the night breeze tousling his hair and revealing his Sharingan, which flickered with a cold and fearful light. The intelligence scroll in his hand was unconsciously crumpled from his grip. In one corner of the scroll, there was a minuscule, almost imperceptible wet spot, evidence of his near mistake in placing ink due to his blurred vision. Fear gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. Meanwhile, deep within Senju territory, Tobarama stood before a vast experimental table, covered with intricate sealing formulas and glass vessels, some containing indescribable tissue samples. His gaze was focused and frigid as he held a specially crafted kunai inscribed with the initial runes of the Flying Thunder God technique. In the shadows of the laboratory's corner lay remnants of broken shinobi tools, bearing the Uchiha fan insignia. He lifted his gaze toward the direction of the Uchiha clan, a cold smile curving at the corners of his lips. How many more instances of despair can your Sharingan perceive? The dark tide had become a tangible intent to kill. Whether the seeds of light could survive upon the crumbling precipice remained uncertain. However, the storm was undeniably drawing closer. Chapter 30. The sprouting of the blasphemous seed since the day of successfully guiding Uchiha Kagami at the training ground. Ao had become increasingly focused on this method that combined low risk with high efficiency in weaving and guidance. He remained discreet, dedicating most of his time to introspection, solidifying the inner harmonious vibrations and refining them to a state of fluidity. His mastery over his own power grew ever more exquisite. And although the overall chakra volume and mental strength increased slowly, the quality of his chakra improved steadily, akin to tempered steel, possessing far greater resilience and potency than the same volume of chakra from others. Occasionally, he would wander through the clan grounds, appearing aimless while actually observing the younger generation, subtly influencing them in a covert manner. Uchiha Kagami's progress was particularly notable, his foundation increasingly solid. However, the overall atmosphere within the clan had not lightened due to these slight improvements. Rather, it grew even more oppressive. Uchiha Madara's injuries were recurrent, and the weight of the burden fell entirely upon Izuna. The excessive use of the Sharingan had visibly deteriorated his eyesight, and his temperament became increasingly restless and resolute. On this day, a high-level meeting convened amidst a grave atmosphere. Izuna sat at the head, deep shadows under his eyes. His voice cold. The border patrol team has once again suffered severe losses. This time, it was not Tobirama himself who acted, but rather a group of Senju shinobi who should have been confirmed dead in last month's battle. A profound silence enveloped the meeting room. Resurrection of the fallen? An elder murmured incredulously. It is not a true resurrection, Izuna replied, his fingers drumming on the table, betraying his inner turmoil. According to the survivors, the bodies of these deceased appeared eerily gray and white, covered in cracks, moving stiffly and showing no fear of pain. Their chakra was cold and sinister, and they could utilize some of the techniques they had in life. Most notably, their eyes bore no spirit, as if they were mere puppets being manipulated. Puppets manipulating the dead. A chill swept through the entire meeting room. This was more horrifying than any known forbidden technique. It was a complete desecration of the boundary between life and death. It must be Tobirama. Another elite jonin gritted his teeth, realizing that only a madman would delve into such nefarious forbidden techniques. We must ascertain its nature. Izuna slammed his hand on the table, his Sharingan flaring with emotion, momentarily lost in thought before regaining composure. It is not merely about destruction or defense. We must acquire detailed intelligence on this technique. We must uncover its principles, weaknesses, and what Tobirama truly intends to achieve with it. His gaze swept across the assembly, filled with a near-manic resolve. Dispatch the most elite reconnaissance team, targeting Senju Tobirama's core laboratory. At any cost, obtain all information regarding this forbidden technique of manipulating the dead. If possible, retrieve a sample. The orders were given with an unmistakable decisiveness and an icy chill that pervaded the atmosphere. Everyone understood that this mission was more perilous than any prior undertaking. They were to confront horrors that transcended life and death. Uchiha Ao listened in silence, his heart tumultuous. Edo Tensei. It is but the nascent form of Edo Tensei. Has Tobirama already begun to tread this path at such an early stage? He had assumed Tobirama's research was still focused on the Flying Thunder God technique and the exploding tag transfer. Little did he realize that Tobirama's extreme trepidation towards the Uchiha's power and his insatiable thirst for victory had compelled him to encroach upon this taboo domain ahead of time. The emergence of this technique heralded a return to the brutal and lowly depths of warfare. After the meeting concluded, Ao's spirits were notably heavy. The course of history seemed to accelerate unnaturally due to certain factors, perhaps including the chain reaction triggered by his minuscule interference with fate, plunging into a darker abyss. A reconnaissance team composed of 5 elite Uchiha Jonin infiltrated the heart of the Senju territory under the cover of night, driven by a fatalistic resolve. Meanwhile, deep within the Senju clan's domain, in an underground laboratory, the atmosphere was even colder and more oppressive than that of the Uchiha grounds. The air was thick with the acrid scent of preservatives and a peculiar clay. The surrounding walls were engraved with intricate sealing techniques, shimmering with an eerie blue light. Senju Tobirama stood before a massive laboratory table, which bore not a living being but a freshly assembled, dismembered corpse of an Uchiha ninja, a trophy from the recent battle. The surface of the corpse was coated with a special grayish-white clay mixed with chakra-conducting materials, still rough and eerie in many places. In one corner of the laboratory, several large glass containers held more obscure tissue samples, some even adorned with the Uchiha clan's fan emblem. Most chillingly, in the shadows of the laboratory, 2 figures stood silently. They wore the garb of the Senju clan, yet their skin was a lifeless gray-white, their bodies marred by strange cracks, their eyes vacant and devoid of life. They were indeed the deceased who had previously attacked the Uchiha patrol. Tobirama formed a complex hand seal, injecting cold chakra into the corpse on the table, simultaneously barking at a nearby Senju prisoner, who was tightly bound and on the brink of death, a test subject or a willing sacrifice. Forbidden technique. Edo Tensei revision. A hum resonated as a dim light flickered to life, and the prisoner emitted a piercing scream. as if their soul was being forcibly extracted, transforming into a blurry shadow that struggled to enter the Uchiha corpse covered in clay. In the next moment, the corpse's eyes shot open, a pair of hollow, emotionless eyes gradually revealing the pattern of the three-tomo Sharingan. With a roar that was far from human, the Edo Tensei body thrashed violently, attempting to break free from the confines of the laboratory table. The Sharingan turned mechanically, striving to replicate its former abilities. Yet due to the incompatibility of the soul and vessel as well as the technique's extreme imperfections, its movements appeared chaotic and distorted. The stability was still too poor. The soul's repulsion was intense, and the powers of the Sharingan could not be effectively reproduced, retaining only the most basic physical prowess and certain chakra attributes. Tobirama observed calmly, rapidly recording data, devoid of any guilt regarding the desecration of life, consumed only by an obsessive focus on overcoming the technical challenges. He muttered to himself, recognizing the need for superior offerings and more powerful souls as anchors, while requiring further optimization of the summoning contracts and binding runes. His gaze fell upon the two initial, relatively successful Edo Tensei bodies in the corner, utilizing the remains of ordinary Senju ninjas and weaker souls. Uchiha, your cursed eyes will ultimately become the tools with which I safeguard the Senju and eradicate you. A cold, cruel smile crept across his lips. He envisioned a future battlefield populated by Uchiha resurrected as an army, tearing apart their own kin. This was his way of responding to the Sharingan. Unbeknownst to him, in the shadows outside the laboratory, the Uchiha reconnaissance team, having infiltrated with the aid of advanced cloaking spells and extreme caution, bore witness through a slight opening to this soul-chilling spectacle of sacrilege. The Uchiha captain, his nails digging deep into his palm, felt the warmth of blood seep out, yet remained oblivious to the pain. Reflected in his Sharingan were the grayish, cracked forms, the hollow tomo, and Tobirama's cold, unfeeling profile. An overwhelming fury and dread engulfed him. The information must be relayed, no matter the cost. Within and outside the laboratory, the clandestine struggle between the Uchiha and Senju had been thrust into an abyss of madness and despair, ignited by this forbidden technique that toyed with the very essence of life and death. Could the seeds of light survive amidst the spreading darkness of this sacrilege? Could Uchiha Ao's weavings endure against this utterly irrational challenge? The storm had yet to arrive, yet the chill had already seeped to the bone. Chapter 31. Terrifying news. Possible attempts outside Senju Tobirama's laboratory, a cold terror and seething rage intertwined explosively within the Uchiha reconnaissance team leader's heart. He bit down hard, suppressing a roar that nearly escaped his throat, his Sharingan feverishly recording the sacrilegious scene within the laboratory, the grayish form, the vacant tomo, and Tobirama's indifferent demeanor in experimentation. The message must be conveyed. He fought against the impulse to storm in and destroy everything, signaling to the trembling team members behind him, equally shocked and enraged, an urgent gesture to retreat immediately. However, just as they attempted to silently meld into the shadows and withdraw, a hum resonated. Inside the laboratory, Senju Tobirama seemed to sense something amiss, his brow furrowing as his experiment paused. He did not rely on sight or sound, but rather an acute sensitivity to fluctuations in the barrier. The spells employed by the Uchiha team had produced an imperceptible ripple amidst the intense emotional turmoil. There are intruders. Tobirama coldly uttered the words. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the hollow eyes of the two most stable Edo Tensei bodies in the corner snapped towards the direction of the Uchiha team's south hiding place. Their rigid forms erupted with an unnatural speed, resembling two gray specters that swiftly crashed through the laboratory's outer wall. Retreat! The Uchiha captain roared, no longer concealing their presence. His Sharingan spun rapidly, and kunai flew toward the rushing Edo Tensei. The kunai accurately struck one of the Edo Tensei's eye sockets. Yet it was as though it had pierced decayed wood. No blood, no scream. The Edo Tensei merely paused momentarily before withdrawing the kunai, the damage quickly mending under a gathering of gray dust. Physical attacks were ineffective. Another Uchiha team member exclaimed as fire-style ninjutsu erupted, engulfing one of the Edo Tensei in searing flames. As the flames dissipated, the corrupted body lay charred and blackened, yet from within its cracks, a gray light flickered. The ashen exterior crumbled away, swiftly restoring itself, resuming its relentless pursuit. Though its strength and speed may have waned since its former life, its undying nature instilled profound despair in any adversary. Fall back. The captain commanded decisively, aware that lingering would lead to certain death. He led his team in a tactical retreat, attempting to exploit their speed to evade the relentless onslaught. However, the corrupted forms showed no signs of fatigue, disregarding casualties, and clung tightly to their prey. More terrifying still, from the direction of the laboratory, new disturbances arose. A recently resurrected, highly unstable Uchiha corpse roared forth, its hollow, spinning Sharingan releasing erratic fireballs and illusory shadows indiscriminately, plunging the scene into chaos. Stop them! The cold, unyielding voice of Tobirama echoed from the laboratory. He did not pursue personally, seemingly more concerned with the data and unstable techniques contained within. The pursuit within the heart of the Senju territory was brutal and surreal. The elite Uchiha fought valiantly, employing their Sharingan to predict movements, unleashing ninjutsu, and casting illusions to disrupt their relentless foes. Yet, against these immortal abominations, their resistance grew increasingly futile. In a heroic act to cover the captain's retreat, one team member was ensnared by the unstable Uchiha corpse, and in the next moment, a violent explosion erupted. That brave soul chose to activate an explosive tag, perishing alongside the wretched creature. Boom! Dust filled the air, fragments of the corrupted body swirling before slowly converging once more. The valiant Uchiha warrior was left utterly obliterated. The captain's eyes burned with rage, yet he could only leverage the shockwave of the explosion to hasten his escape. The remaining 3 team members fell one after another in the skirmish, their sacrifices merely to afford the captain a slim chance of fleeing with vital intelligence. Ultimately, it was only the severely wounded Uchiha captain who, through the insights granted by his Sharingan and the fleeting opportunity won by his comrades' lives, barely evaded the relentless pursuit of the corrupted forms, dragging his battered body back to the Uchiha compound. When he, bloodied and nearly at death's door, delivered the intelligence to Izuna Uchiha, the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan fell into a deathly silence once more. The ability to manipulate the dead, with their gray, cracked bodies, was unyielding, even wielding the ocular techniques of their former lives. As he listened to the captain's fragmented and fearful report, Izuna's countenance turned as pale as parchment, and his fingers, pressed against the desk, turned white from exertion. He envisioned a future battlefield where the Uchiha ancestors, dragging their broken forms, wielded their blades against their own descendants. What utter despair! What profound humiliation! Overcome with rage and exhaustion, compounded by the excessive drain on his ocular power, Izuna suddenly spat blood, his body swaying dangerously close to collapse. Lord Izuna, gasped the onlookers. He raised a hand to halt them, wiping the blood from his lips, his eyes igniting with a near-manic fervor. Tobirama Senju, you blasphemous demon. The Uchiha will pursue you to the ends of the earth. He turned sharply to the barely conscious reconnaissance captain. You have done well. A hero of the Uchiha, your sacrifice shall not be in vain. He knew he had to act. This technique must be stopped. He must find a means to counter it or destroy it before Tobirama could refine it further. However, with Uchiha Madara still gravely injured and his own vision deteriorating rapidly, the clan's elite forces were stretched thin. Engaging head-on seemed like a futile endeavor. A profound sense of crisis coiled around Izuna's heart like a frigid vine, propelling him toward more extreme measures. News of the laboratory incident spread like a plague among the Uchiha elite, engendering unprecedented panic and fury. Uchiha Ao became aware of the situation, his heart sinking. The emergence of the Edo Tensei had come far earlier than anticipated. Tobirama's research was alarmingly swift. He could sense the pervasive atmosphere of despair and hysteria enveloping the clan. He understood that Izuna was cornered and might resort to even more irrational decisions. That night, Uchiha Ao sat alone in his chamber, his consciousness descending into the realm of weaving reality. The harmonious vibrations of his inner search flowed gently, granting him a sliver of calm. He attempted to deduce what he would do if he were Izuna. Would he storm the laboratory? The odds of success were nearly zero. Assassinate Tobirama? An even more ludicrous notion. Then, he would have to focus on the technique itself, seeking a way to counter the undead. His mind raced. Edo Tensei was fundamentally a summoning technique, a fusion of contracts, seals, and soul manipulation. What could counter it? A powerful sealing jutsu? The Uchiha were not particularly adept in that area. Directly attacking the caster? Near impossible. Perhaps disrupting the link between the soul and the vessel? He endeavored to envision, based on his own dual Sharingan's insight and the faintest sense of causality, whether he could develop a method to combat this deathly dissonance. He concentrated, the dual tomo spinning slowly. While he could not directly perceive causality like a kaleidoscope, he could vaguely sense a certain harmony or dissonance between his state and the surrounding environment. The aura of Edo Tensei, within his perception, was an epitome of dissonance. He attempted to project the internal harmonious vibrations he sought, intensely focused, through the gaze of his dual Tomo Sharingan, not as an attack, but more akin to a beacon. His target was a somewhat wilted potted plant on his desk. He maintained his inner peace and intention of harmony, sending forth a faint, life-affirming image through his gaze. Moments later, the plant's drooping leaves appeared to imperceptibly unfurl, or perhaps the feeble life force within had briefly settled some of its turmoil. The effect was nearly negligible, and the subject was merely a plant, not a vengeful undead contract. Yet, Uchiha Ao felt a spark of hope. Perhaps this was the right direction? Though he could neither purify nor destroy the technique, could extreme internal harmony yield a slight repulsion or neutralization of that external malevolence? This would require prolonged, focused training and a deeper understanding of that deathly dissonance. He recognized that this was but a trivial starting point, with a long and uncertain road ahead. Nevertheless, it was the only potential pathway he could conceive, built upon his dual Tomo and the realm of weaving reality. Outside, Izuna found himself cornered. He ordered the collection of all fragmented records regarding summoning, sealing, and souls, while increasingly employing the kaleidoscope to maintain control through harsh measures, plotting retaliatory actions. The conflict between the clans had entered a bloodier phase due to the blasphemous embryonic form of this forbidden technique. Uchiha Ao found himself swept along in the tide. Continuing his tedious, yet perilous practice of weaving reality and subtle harmonization while observing with a detached eye, he witnessed the growth and concerns of Uchiha Kagami, as well as the increasingly radical behavior of other clan members. His endeavor to cultivate this path of inner harmony felt akin to searching for a faint firefly within thorns and darkness, uncertain if it could illuminate the future or even ensure his own survival. The messages of the dead had transformed into a summons of doom. The thorny path demanded forward movement. Yet, his understanding of the kaleidoscope remained shrouded in a vague reverence and distant awareness, knowing its power yet not comprehending its intricacies. Chapter 32. The initial formation of the remains and the trial of internal harmony. The repercussions of the incident at Tobarama's laboratory continued to ferment within the Uchiha clan. Panic and anger did not dissipate with time. Rather, under intentional information control and hatred manipulation from the higher-ups, it morphed into a more oppressive and perilous war preparation sentiment. The deteriorating state of Izuna Uchiha's health had become an open secret. The sight of his bloodied visage and declining vision stirred unrest among the clan members. Yet he suppressed all disquieting voices with increasingly harsh and ruthless measures. The intimidating power of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan remained formidable. Though each usage seemed to consume the dwindling light within him, he tirelessly attended to clan affairs, poring over fragmented scrolls concerning forbidden techniques, gathered from various sources. His eyes bloodshot and his demeanor increasingly sinister. He understood that time was not on the Uchiha's side. He had to devise a countermeasure or risk everything before Senju Tobarama perfected that blasphemous technique. Tensions along the border escalated abruptly. No longer mere reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. The situation transformed into targeted infiltration and sabotage operations led by elite Jonin. The Uchiha's objective was clear: at any cost, eliminate the researchers of the Senju clan. Disrupt any supply lines that could facilitate the study of forbidden techniques, and even attempt to locate Tobarama's experimental laboratory. The Senju clan, leveraging the strategic advantage of Hashirama's ever-expanding forest of the Thousand Hands alongside Tobarama's innovative ninjutsu and tactics, mounted a fierce counteroffensive. The brutality of the conflict reached new heights following Uchiha Madara's severe injury. Uchiha Ao was also assigned to a patrol and assault team. He maintained the typical performance of a Jonin with a double Tomo Sharingan, adept at chakra control and physical techniques, executing tactics with composure. Yet he did not stand out in the heat of battle, merely fulfilling his duties reliably. He carefully concealed the subtle changes within, directing more of his energy toward observation. He noted that the Senju clan's tactical style was quietly evolving. Their formations grew more variable, their coordination more intricate, often exchanging minimal costs for maximum casualties among the Uchiha. Behind this, it was evident that Tobarama, with his nearly cold and calculating tactical mind, was orchestrating their maneuvers. Even more unsettling was the emergence of peculiar Senju ninjas during several skirmishes. Their combat style was recklessly fearless, even somewhat rigid, with an uncanny resilience to injuries. Their eyes occasionally betraying a hollowness incongruent with their fervent fighting spirit. Such signs sent shivers down the spines of the Uchiha leadership. Tobarama had likely begun testing his immature forbidden techniques in actual combat, though true reanimated corpses had yet to appear. It seemed that some rudimentary versions of puppets or enhanced warriors, based on corpses or captives, had already been deployed to the battlefield. This probing was akin to a dull knife slicing flesh, steadily wearing down the nerves and living forces of the Uchiha. One day, Ao's team was tasked with supporting a reconnaissance unit retreating from enemy territory. The mission area was set in a complex hilly terrain. Upon arriving at the designated rendezvous point, they found only the remnants of fierce combat and several Uchiha corpses. The air was thick with a chilling chakra disturbance, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Arriving late, the team leader's expression darkened as his Sharingan scanned the surroundings with vigilance. Suddenly, a flurry of shurikens shot from the underbrush to their flank, propelled with great force and at an acute angle. An enemy ambush. The Uchiha team instantly scattered, activating their Sharingan to confront the Senju ninjas emerging from the woods. The battle erupted in an instant, with fire and water techniques colliding, shuriken and kunai intertwining. Ao blocked a fierce assault from a Senju ninja, his double tomo precisely detecting a slight opening, and his kunai aimed for the opponent's throat. However, the Senju ninja did not dodge. Instead, he turned his head, bracing the blow with his shoulder, simultaneously delivering a brutal punch to Ao's chest. Exchanging injury for life, Ao was taken aback and hastily retreated, narrowly avoiding the strike. The Senju ninja, blood streaming from his shoulder, seemed impervious to pain, his gaze fervent yet vacant, lunging forward once more. Something was amiss. Ao's Sharingan whirled rapidly, discerning the nature of his adversary. This enemy's chakra flow was peculiar, seemingly forcefully activated by some external, chilling power. His muscle responses appeared somewhat stiff, yet his strength and speed exceeded expectations. He was a product of Tobarama's experiments. At that moment, a scream pierced through from another skirmish. An Uchiha comrade was ensnared by two such fanatics. Despite inflicting serious damage on one, he was pierced through the chest by the other with an earth spear from behind. Kenji. The team leader's eyes widened in rage, desperate to assist, but was firmly held back by the enemy. The Uchiha named Kenji collapsed, blood gushing forth, clearly nearing death. Yet the two injured fanatics staggered to their feet, their wounds bleeding appeared to slow, and their vacant fervor faded as they lunged again at nearby Uchiha ninjas, unyielding and relentless. A chill of dread and fury rose within all Uchiha members. Ao gazed at the two advancing fanatics, then at his dying comrade, and at the teammates engaged in fierce combat. He understood that he could no longer remain hidden, at least not entirely. Taking a deep breath, he plunged his consciousness into the realm of weaving, allowing the harmonious currents of his inner energy to flow steadily within him. Simultaneously, his double tomo Sharingan firmly locked onto the two frenzied assailants. He ceased attempting to analyze their chakra flow or muscle movements, which fell within the realm of conventional combat. Instead, he concentrated all his mental faculties on the vague sense of dissonance brought forth by his Sharingan. Upon the two fanatics, he distinctly perceived a twisted and chilling dissonance that starkly contrasted with their surroundings and their own life force. That was the manifestation of Tobarama's forbidden technique. Now was the moment. Ao did not attempt to attack their bodies. Rather, he projected the thread of inner harmony he had gathered through the gaze of his Sharingan, like an invisible ripple, forcefully directed towards the two fanatics. This was not an attack, but rather an interference, or perhaps an attempt to collide his own harmony against their dissonance. The effect was not earth-shattering. The two fanatics, charging wildly, suddenly faltered. It was as if a grain of sand had been introduced into a precisely functioning gear, causing their movements to experience an almost imperceptible moment of stuttering and disarray. The vacant fervor in their eyes flickered, revealing a fleeting glimmer of confusion. This process lasted less than a second, but for elite ninjas engaged in a life-and-death struggle, that fleeting opening was sufficient. Nearby, an Uchiha team member, engaged with another Senju ninja, seized this ephemeral opportunity, albeit not fully understanding why. His combat instinct compelled him to act, and his kunai sliced accurately across one fanatic's throat. Another teammate broke free from his opponent, unleashing a ninjutsu upon the other fanatic. The two fanatics staggered backward. This time, their wounds did not exhibit those abnormal signs of recovery, their vacant fervor dissipating swiftly, replaced by the agony of life ebbing away and a hint of release, before they crashed to the ground, utterly lifeless. The battle concluded swiftly. Remaining Senju ninjas, witnessing the failure of their experiments, retreated hastily. The Uchiha team had suffered 2 serious injuries and 1 casualty. The team members gathered around their fallen comrade, the atmosphere heavy with sorrow. The team leader approached Ao, patting him on the shoulder his gaze complex. You did brilliantly just now. Did you discern the weaknesses of those monsters? Ao breathed heavily, beads of sweat forming on his brow. That moment of mental interference had drained him more than an intense battle. He shook his head, feigning exhaustion. I'm not sure. I just sensed their chakra was chaotic and attempted to disrupt it with an illusion technique. It seemed to have some effect. Perhaps it was a flaw in Tobarama's technique. This explanation was reasonable. The interference of the Sharingan's illusion on chakra flow was common knowledge. The captain nodded, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter, merely expressing his relief that the situation had not escalated further. Fortunately, it proved effective. Otherwise, the losses today would have been greater. That scoundrel Tobarama. How many of these cursed creations has he conjured? Ao lowered his head in silence, concealing the turmoil and contemplation swirling within his eyes. While the success was exceedingly tenuous, my inner harmonious intent indeed managed to interfere with the discordant powers of that forbidden technique, though it merely halted them for a fleeting moment. Far from purifying or unraveling them, it affirmed that my direction was not misguided. Yet, the elation of success was swiftly supplanted by a creeping anxiety. This time, it was sheer luck. What about the next? Tobarama's techniques would inevitably evolve, and the next adversary might not be such a low-tier fanatic, but rather a being closer to the true essence of the impure reincarnation. When that time comes, will my feeble interference still hold any efficacy? Moreover, would the frequent use of this ability attract the world's scrutiny? In that brief moment, he sensed an exceedingly faint stagnation emanating from the surroundings, albeit far less potent than when he attempted to interfere with Izuna's fate. Risks and opportunities coexisted. He cast a glance at the corpse of his fallen comrade, then turned his gaze towards the direction of the Senju clan's territory. The path of inner inquiry was fraught with thorns. Yet, he must persevere, seeking a glimmer of hope in this battlefield where the dead first appeared. He required a more profound inner harmony, and, more than that, a power that truly belonged to him. Deep within his Sharingan, the vague sensation of a higher level of power seemed to clarify slightly. Yet that door remained firmly shut, tantalizingly out of reach. The battle had concluded, but the true trial was just beginning. Chapter 33, Shadows of Wounds, and the return to battle. The news of Uchiha Ao's squad's encounter with a special experimental subject, and their success in subduing it, was swiftly elevated to vital intelligence. The report underscored the effectiveness of Jinjutsu interference against that anomalous state, offering a sliver of hope to the Uchiha higher-ups who were grappling with Tobarama's forbidden techniques, albeit a glimmer dim and dearly paid for. Uchiha Izuna summoned the squad leader and Ao personally. His complexion appeared increasingly pale under the flickering candlelight, yet his kaleidoscopic Sharingan remained sharp as a blade, seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of one's heart. He meticulously inquired about every detail, particularly concerning the state of those fanatics and their reactions when last disrupted. Ao cautiously reiterated his previous statement, attributing his momentary inner harmony interference solely to the fortuitous activation of the Sharingan's Jinjutsu and his acute perception of chakra fluctuations. Izuna's gaze lingered on him for a moment, his profound pupils flashing with a hint of scrutiny, yet ultimately refraining from further inquiry. Perhaps it was due to Ao's previously unremarkable record, or perhaps because his entire focus was consumed by how to counter Tobarama's techniques. Jinjutsu interference at the chakra disruption nodes. Izuna murmured, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. He issued orders for all squads encountering such foes to attempt concentrated Jinjutsu assaults, prioritizing attacks on their chakra core areas. Even if it only caused a momentary halt, it was still an opportunity. The command was swiftly disseminated. In the ensuing skirmishes, the Uchiha began to consciously employ Jinjutsu against the experimental subjects, achieving some measure of success, temporarily staving off the panic wrought by the Senju's tactics. This even fostered a blind optimism within the clan, believing they had discovered a method to counter Tobarama's forbidden techniques. Yet, only Ao understood that the efficacy of ordinary Sharingan Jinjutsu paled in comparison to his interference imbued with inner harmonious intent. The clan's successes were largely attained through more skilled coordination and at a greater cost in casualties, while Tobarama's techniques continued to evolve. The flaws of the experimental subjects swiftly being rectified. The meat grinder of war showed no signs of halting. As Uchiha Madara's injuries gradually healed, he resumed his command, and the scale of conflict between the two clans once again expanded, nearly reverting to the levels seen before Madara's grievous wounds. Everyone felt the brewing of a decisive battle. with its core inevitably revolving around the renewed confrontation between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, as well as the collision of their sharpest fangs, Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama. Ao's heart sank day by day. He knew that fateful moment was drawing near. He attempted to take action, even if it were merely to offer a warning, yet found himself unable to voice it. Any alarming premonition could invite unwarranted suspicion, potentially accelerating the impending disaster. He could only toil harder to hone his sense of inner inquiry. His Sharingan grew increasingly profound through countless introspections and real battles. The barrier before him seemingly reduced to a mere veil, yet he could not pierce through it. Finally, on a morning shrouded in ominous clouds, the great battle erupted. Deep within the Uchiha territory, the oppressive atmosphere felt almost tangible. Unfavorable news from the front lines, particularly concerning reports of Senju Tobirama's bizarre experimental subjects, weighed heavily on everyone's hearts like a colossal boulder. Outside Madara's residence, the guards had multiplied several-fold. Within, the bitter scent of herbs permeated the air. Madara sat bare-chested on a couch, thick bandages still wound around his chest and arms, faint traces of blood seeping through. The wounds left by Hashirama were no trifling matter. Even with his formidable physique and vitality, he still required time for complete recovery. His complexion appeared somewhat pale due to blood loss and pain. Yet within his deep black eyes burned an undeniable will and repressed fury. Several of the clan's finest medical ninjas were cautiously conducting a final emergency treatment, reinforcing the bandages. "Leader, your injuries." An elder medical ninja could not help but voice, his tone laden with concern. Forcing chakra could easily cause the wounds to tear open again. Enough. Madara's voice was low and hoarse, yet carried an undeniable authority. Hashirama has already appeared on the front lines. Tobirama's tricks are harming my clansmen. How can I remain idle here? He slowly rose, his movements betraying a barely perceptible stiffness and restraint. Powerful chakra began to circulate within him, pressing against the surrounding medical ninjas, nearly suffocating them and silencing any further objections. The paper door was pulled open, and Uchiha Izuna strode in briskly. His complexion appeared even graver than Madara's, blood vessels visibly crisscrossing his sclera, and his vision had evidently deteriorated further, yet his steps remained resolute as he approached Madara directly. "Brother, everything is ready." Izuna's voice was steady, as if oblivious to the horrifying injuries on his brother's body. "The troops have assembled, awaiting your command." Madara's gaze fell upon his brother, his piercing eyes softening for a brief moment before being overtaken by deeper resolve. He reached out, placing a firm hand on Izuna's shoulder. "Izuna, my back remains entrusted to you." Izuna abruptly raised his head, meeting Madara's gaze. Despite his blurred vision, he could still feel that unwavering trust. He nodded vigorously, "Yes. Brother, I will clear all obstacles for you, especially Senju Tobirama." The two brothers exchanged no further words. Their understanding transcended speech. Madara donned the armor offered by his attendants, meticulously covering his multitude of wounds. As he stepped out of the room and faced the assembled elite of the Uchiha, the formidable battlefield demon that struck terror into the hearts of many seemed to return. Yet, the pallor of his complexion and a barely perceptible weariness in his eyes revealed the strain beneath that overwhelming strength. Uchiha Ao stood among the ranks, observing Madara and Izuna. He could distinctly sense the immense chakra within Madara, akin to a volcano restrained by force, surging yet trembling with instability. Meanwhile, Izuna's life force flickered with an extraordinary intensity, akin to a candle in the wind, yet radiating its final and most brilliant light. A profound sense of ominous foreboding seized Ao's heart. He understood that Madara's forceful advance into battle signaled the sounding of the final call to arms. Moreover, Izuna's resolute stance propelled him towards the guillotine of fate. The troops set forth, enveloped in a heavy silence, laden with a sense of impending doom. Madara led the charge, his figure resembling a scarred lion, each step imbued with resolute determination and the flames of vengeance. The Uchiha clansmen observed their leader's silhouette, their spirits momentarily lifted. Yet beneath that exhilaration lay a deeper well of unease and dread. Ao trailed behind, his Sharingan subtly rotating, his inner sense heightened to its zenith. He perceived Madara's tumultuous yet formidable power, felt Izuna's life force burning rapidly, and sensed the escalating dissonance permeating the air around him, a mingling of war, hatred, and the specter of death. He knew that the wheel of history was inexorably grinding towards a fated tragedy. As a time traveler, aware of the future yet possessing little power, his only recourse seemed to be to follow this current, and strive to grasp any minuscule variables that might exist within it. The shadow of scars returned to the battlefield. The destiny of the Uchiha was teetering on the brink of a precipice. In the somber valley, the atmosphere was oppressive and heavy, as if the very air were tinged with a shade of gray. This place was destined to become the stage for the ultimate confrontation between the two clans. A life-and-death struggle was on the brink of unfolding. The cries of battle echoed through the heavens, thunderous and overwhelming, shaking the core of every soul present. Warriors wielded their weapons, charging fearlessly towards the enemy. Their shouts a testament to their yearning for victory and their fearless acceptance of death. The explosive sounds of ninjutsu erupted in a cacophony, akin to fireworks dazzling the night sky, brilliant yet lethal. Various techniques clashed and intertwined in the air, unleashing tremendous energy that sent shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. Flames, lightning, and storms rampaged through the valley, engulfing everything in a vortex of destruction. The agonizing wails of the dying reverberated across the battlefield, marking the final struggles and desperate cries of life. Each cry sent chills down the spine, a harbinger of death's imminent approach. Blood stained the earth, and bodies lay strewn haphazardly throughout the valley, creating a scene of unimaginable horror. All these elements intertwined to compose a brutal symphony of war. Each note represented the extinguishing of life. Each beat heralded the arrival of death. Within this bloody melody, the warriors of both clans inscribed their own chapters with their lives. Madara's presence, bolstered by his immense power and intimidating aura, temporarily stabilized the Uchiha's formation. Despite his injuries, his combat style remained ferocious and unyielding as he wielded his fan of flames and scythe, manipulating the form of the Tengu Susanoo to clash violently with the enormous wooden dragon controlled by Hashirama Senju. Each encounter sent tremors through the earth, and the air surged with energy. Izuna, on the other hand, appeared as a specter of vengeance, his singular focus directed towards Tobirama Senju. His Mangekyō Sharingan's vision was growing blurred, yet through his mastery of swordsmanship, familiarity with Tobirama's tactics, and a reckless determination to perish alongside his opponent, he ensnared his foe in a relentless struggle. Each of his strikes was executed with utmost fervor, flames intertwining with the gleam of his blade, forcing Tobirama to continuously employ the Flying Thunder God technique to evade, unable to easily extricate himself to provide support or unleash forbidden jutsu. Tobirama, today, your life is forfeit, a sacrifice for the souls of my clan. Izuna's voice, hoarse from chakra exhaustion, dripped with venomous hatred. Tobirama's countenance remained steely, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to maneuver as if teleporting, while his water-style jutsu were cunningly ruthless. He did not engage Izuna in a direct confrontation, but rather relied on speed and strategy, seemingly waiting for an opportune moment. His gaze flickered towards the center of the battlefield where his brother fought, then swiftly returned, methodically analyzing each of Izuna's movements. Your vision must be reaching its limits, Izuna. Tobirama's cold voice pierced through the roar of the water dragon, attempting to disrupt his focus. It is time to claim your head, Izuna roared, the flames upon his blade flaring more intensely, his assault relentless. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Ao fought fiercely, yet most of his attention was bound to the clash between Izuna and Tobirama. His inner sense could distinctly capture that Izuna's life force was burning like a dangerously depleting lamp, frantically and erratically flickering, the dissonance intensifying. Meanwhile, Tobirama stood like a block of cold iron, his breath steady as he awaited the moment for a decisive strike. Suddenly, the battle between Madara and Hashirama escalated to a fever pitch. A ferocious tail swiped from the wooden dragon, momentarily immobilizing Madara due to the strain of his old wounds. In that fleeting instant, an opportunity arose for Tobirama. He deliberately used a water clone to absorb Izuna's fierce assault, his true form swiftly distancing itself behind the cover of the explosion, hands moving at an unprecedented speed to form seals. Flying Thunder God slash. His figure abruptly vanished from his original position, not to launch a direct attack, but rather to instantaneously reappear at a specially prepared kunai hidden in the shadow of a boulder, just outside of Izuna's periphery. The timing and angle were exquisitely calculated. It was the perfect moment, as Izuna was spent from his previous exertions, and his attention was diverted by the sudden crisis on Madara's front, leaving him vulnerable in this blind spot, where his Mangekyō vision was at its weakest. Izuna's battle instincts sensed an extreme danger, and he twisted his body to react, his Sharingan whirling in a desperate attempt to capture the threat. But it was too late. A cold glimmer sliced through the air, transcending the limits of visual perception, akin to the kiss of death, striking true. Izuna's body stiffened abruptly, the blade clattering to the ground. He looked down in disbelief, witnessing a gaping wound from his chest to abdomen, blood gushing forth like a breached dam, instantly staining his armor and the earth beneath him. He wished to utter something, yet only blood poured forth from his mouth, his vision rapidly darkening, his strength ebbing away like receding tides. It was over. Tobarama's figure materialized not far away, his voice as cold as ever, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He cast a glance at Izuna, whose breath was fading swiftly, yet did not deliver the coup de grace. Instead, he turned his gaze warily towards the furious Madara charging from afar. For him, the objective had been achieved. This grievous wound was beyond salvation. Izuna. Madara let out a heart-wrenching roar, disregarding the wooden dragon conjured by Hashirama, rushing towards the place where his brother had fallen, consumed by madness. A tremendous surge of chakra erupted from his fury, repelling everything in its path. He reached Izuna's side, cradling his brother's limp body. Gazing at the horrifying wound and Izuna's dimming eyes, Madara trembled violently with overwhelming grief and rage. Brother. Izuna spent his last ounce of strength, his lips moving as if to impart a final message, yet ultimately, his hand fell limply, the light of his Mangekyō extinguished completely. Izuna. Izuna. Madara clutched his brother's still warm body tightly, tilting his head back to release a mournful wail, tears of blood slipping from his eyes. Madara's presence surged even more fiercely, blood trickling from his lips, his frenzied gaze locked onto Tobarama. Your life is forfeit. One day, I shall claim your head in tribute to Izuna. Hashirama halted his assault, observing the scene with a visage filled with complex, ineffable compassion and sorrow. Tobarama quietly retreated to his brother's side, his demeanor remaining calm. The Uchiha warriors, witnessing this heart-wrenching spectacle, felt their morale shatter instantaneously. Retreat. Protect the clan leader. Retreat. The higher-ups of the Uchiha clan shouted hoarsely, retreating in panic towards their clan territory. Shielding Madara, who cradled Izuna's lifeless body as if he had lost his very soul. The Senju clan did not pursue them vigorously. Hashirama raised his hand to halt his subordinates. The cost of this war had been far too heavy. Following the retreating group, Uchiha Ao glanced back at the battlefield one last time. He saw Madara, like a wounded beast, embracing his brother's corpse, his silhouette imbued with an overwhelming sense of desolation and destruction. The kiss of the flying thunder god had irrevocably rewritten the future of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 35. The Abyss of Darkness and the Eternal Eye. The Uchiha clan territory, once vibrant and full of life, was now shrouded in a veil of silence and sorrow. The shadow of defeat loomed like a heavy cloud, suffocating the breath from those who remained. While the immense pain of losing Lord Izuna pierced deeply into the hearts of every clan member like a razor-sharp sword, the streets within the clan were desolate. Void of life, the once boisterous laughter and joyous sounds had long since faded away. In their place lingered an oppressive silence, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. Despair and helplessness were etched upon the faces of the people, their gazes hollow, devoid of their former brilliance. The spirits of the Uchiha clan had diminished. They no longer possessed the fervor that once defined them, their hearts overshadowed by the weight of failure. Unable to escape its grasp, this profound weariness rendered them powerless, lacking even the courage to lift their heads. Once, the Uchiha clan had prided itself on its formidable strength and indomitable spirit. Yet now, they lay prostrate under the blow of defeat, stripped of their former glory and dignity. Madara isolated himself within a room, spending 3 long days alongside Izuna's remains. During this time, the world outside seemed to be cut off from him. No one dared to disturb him, nor did anyone know of the torment he endured within. The room was eerily silent, devoid of any sound, save for the overwhelming and oppressive chakra that swirled in the air. This chakra felt like the stillness before a storm, evoking an indescribable fear and unease. On the morning of the 3rd day, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Madara's gaunt visage. He slowly rose, cradling Izuna's body, and made his way to the door, step by laborious step. As he opened the door, a powerful chakra surged forth, causing those nearby to tremble involuntarily. The sorrow that once graced Madara's face had vanished, replaced by a more terrifying, icy desolation. His gaze was deep and frightening, as if it could penetrate the very soul of another. Ablaze with black flames that revealed boundless sorrow and fury. Ignoring everyone around him, He carried Izuna's body straight toward the secret chamber beneath the South Shrine. Each step felt heavy, as if he bore the weight of the entire world. There, he performed an ancient ritual, removing the lifeless kaleidoscope Sharingan from Izuna's eyes. His movements were slow and deliberate, imbued with a near-cruel devotion. Subsequently, he approached the stone tablet inherited from the Sage of Six Paths. With his newly awakened eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, he could finally decipher the deeper meanings inscribed upon it. This process was not an easy one, as merging the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan required time, and he had only just completed the transplant, relying on the information from the tablet to comprehend and expedite the fusion. As he delved deeper into the evolution of the Sharingan, he began to understand its mysteries. The evolution of the Sharingan was not merely an enhancement of power, but a profound insight into the essence of the world. By merging with the power of his kin, he could attain eternal light, a radiance that would render his Sharingan even more formidable. However, the tablet also revealed more astonishing secrets. The power of the all-encompassing universe seemed to transcend ordinary comprehension, harboring endless possibilities and enigmas. The Moon Eye Plan, too, was a colossal secret intertwined with the fate of the entire world. This information served as a beacon in the darkness, guiding him through his boundless pain and confusion along a stark and clear path. His gaze, once filled with desolation, gradually morphed into a fervent obsession, as if driven by an irresistible force. "Is this truly the answer you left me, Izuna?" he murmured, a complex torrent of emotions surging within him. Izuna, his brother, the most pivotal person in his life. Now, he comprehended Izuna's intentions and grasped the fate and future of the Uchiha clan. He caressed the stone tablet, releasing a low, twisted laugh, filled with agony, rage, and a frenzied sense of newfound purpose. During this period, the Uchiha clan underwent a comprehensive contraction. All external outposts were abandoned, and the ninjas were recalled to the clan territory, adopting an absolute defensive stance. With Izuna, the practical deputy clan leader and strategist, gone, and the current state of the clan leader uncertain, the Uchiha experienced a brief period of chaos. Yet, the lingering influence of Madara kept the higher-ups barely maintaining order, anxiously awaiting the clan leader's next directive. Uchiha Ao observed all of this in silence. He could sense Madara's chakra growing exponentially each day, becoming deeper, colder, and increasingly inhuman. It was a transformative quality, an indication that two extreme ocular powers were merging and transcending. He also felt the pervasive despair and unease that hung over the clan. He endeavored to delve deeper into the inner training methods, buoyed by the confidence gained from the successful interference in his previous battle. However, he was acutely aware that it was far from sufficient. In the face of the absolute power gained at the cost of immense suffering, his progress felt trivial. He could vaguely perceive that Madara was undergoing a horrific transformation, and the fate of the Uchiha was intertwined with the outcome of this metamorphosis. Time passed in the stifling atmosphere. Days turned into weeks, perhaps even months. Finally, one night, an unimaginable surge of chakra, colossal enough to instill terror, erupted from the direction of the South Shrine. Though it was fleeting, the overwhelming pressure in that moment sent shivers down the spines of all Uchiha clan members, regardless of whether they possessed the Sharingan. In the secret chamber, Uchiha Madara slowly lifted his head. Within his eyes, a brand new, intricate, and profound pattern spun slowly, radiating an eternal, indomitable light. Power, an unprecedentedly formidable power coursed through him, harmoniously merging Izuna's ocular prowess with his own, devoid of any rejection, granting him unprecedented clarity of vision, allowing him to glimpse the truths of many worlds. The past wounds seemed to be completely smoothed over by this newfound strength. Yet, the traumas and darkness within his heart were magnified infinitely by this power. He clenched his fists, feeling this power capable of altering everything. "Hashirama," he murmured, his voice cold and calm, yet imbued with a determination and hatred more terrifying than any roar he had ever unleashed. "Everything is coming to an end. Izuna, watch as I, your unworthy brother, bring an end to this millennia-old fate for you and all the sacrificed clansmen." The Uchiha Eagle, after enduring the pain of broken wings and the depths of darkness, finally completed its ultimate transformation, poised to reveal its sharp fangs once more, carrying with it eternal pain and power. Chapter 36. The complete body of Susanoo. The oppressive atmosphere of the Uchiha clan territory was shattered by a sudden, heart-stopping pressure. All Uchiha clan members, whether their Sharingan was activated or not, felt a tremor originating from the depths of their souls at that moment. It was as if an ancient, slumbering beast had awakened in the darkness, opening its eyes. In the following moment, a figure of azure hue, resembling a divine entity, soared into the sky from the direction of the South-He Shrine, without a moment's pause, transforming into a streak of light that shot directly towards the territory of the Senju clan. The swiftness and formidable presence surpassed all previous encounters. It was the clan leader. The leader had emerged from seclusion. The high-ranking members of the Uchiha, left behind, were both astonished and elated. The overwhelming force emanating from him rendered them nearly breathless, and they rejoiced at the apparent enhancement of his strength. They quickly grasped the unfolding situation. The leader was set on vengeance. Hurry! Assemble all combat-capable clan members. Follow the leader. After a brief moment of shock, they shouted hoarsely. Although Madara had not issued any orders, they understood that this could be the Uchiha's sole opportunity to turn the tide. They could not allow him to face the entire Senju army alone. Meanwhile, at the outer sentry post of the Senju territory, patrolling Senju ninjas felt an inexplicable darkness descend upon the sky, accompanied by a terror-inducing pressure that nearly suffocated them. Gasping in horror, they looked up to behold a colossal figure clad in ancient armor, a blue energy giant, descending upon the clearing before them with the force of a mountain. The moment the giant landed, the shockwave uprooted surrounding trees and cracked the earth. What monstrous being is this? It is Uchiha Madara. He has arrived. Quickly, send the signal. Highest alert. The piercing alarm echoed through the skies above the Senju territory. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama rushed out at once. Upon witnessing the fully realized Susanoo, their expressions turned grave. The aura of chakra emanating from it was overwhelming. Hashirama felt the massive, frigid energy, and his gaze sharpened. Madara, you have finally, brother. Be careful. Tobirama interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Hashirama, his expression more serious than ever. His ocular power had undergone a transformation. This was not the Susanoo they had encountered before. Within the fully realized Susanoo, Uchiha Madara stood with an air of arrogance. His new eternal Mangekyō Sharingan coldly surveyed the Senju territory below, devoid of emotion, save for an insatiable desire for destruction. Today, let the blood of your Senju clan serve as an offering to the spirit of Izuna. His voice resonated through the Susanoo, echoing like thunder across the heavens and earth. Without further ado, the fully realized Susanoo violently drew forth a gigantic chakra blade, swinging it down toward the frontline defenses of the Senju territory with a simple, direct motion. This strike bore no embellishments, only absolute power and speed. Buzz! The immense blade sliced through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. A blue cutting wave, extending hundreds of meters, erupted from the blade, plowing through the earth like divine retribution. Boom! The meticulously arranged barriers, traps, trenches, and watchtowers of the Senju clan crumbled before this destructive blow as if made of paper, being obliterated in an instant. The ground was cleaved, creating a bottomless chasm that stretched to the horizon. The might of a single strike had transcended all prior battles. Would release, would dragon technique. Senju Hashirama, refusing to falter, clapped his hands, summoning a gigantic wood dragon that erupted from the earth, roaring as it coiled around the fully realized Susanoo, attempting to bind it as before. However, this time, it was entirely different. The other massive arm of the fully realized Susanoo shot forth, fingers spread wide, and it seized the wood dragon by its neck with a grip that could shatter mountains, utterly unyielding. Crush, Madara coldly uttered. The fingers of the fully realized Susanoo exerted tremendous force. Crack! The sickening sound of splintering wood resounded. The once unyielding wood dragon was brutally snapped, disintegrating into countless splinters that rained down from the sky. What? Tobirama's pupils constricted. Hashirama's expression shifted as he sensed the unprecedented refinement and strength of Madara's ocular power. The Susanoo, now driven by this power, had elevated its might, defense, and speed to an unfathomable realm. Wood release, birth of the forest. More colossal trees erupted from the earth, like frenzied serpents, coiling towards the Susanoo in an attempt to engulf it. Yet, the fully realized Susanoo merely trembled. Its immense chakra erupted, and those nearby trees were met with an invisible barrier, shattering and recoiling. It swung the chakra blade once more, this time in a horizontal slash. The target, the entire Senju clan's formation. Danger! Hashirama roared, everyone defend. The vast blue blade of light swept across the army. The combined efforts of countless Senju ninjas to erect earth and water barriers crumbled like mere bubbles before this absolute force. Cries of anguish echoed as the Senju clan suffered devastating casualties from just a single strike. The fully realized Susanoo advanced, each step shaking the earth. Pushing deeper into the Senju territory, it was like an unstoppable god of destruction, turning everything in its wake to dust. Senju Hashirama continually unleashed powerful wood release techniques, wooden constructs, wood dragons, trees growing wildly. But in the face of the Susanoo's absolute power and defense, their efforts were futile, merely slowing its advance without truly halting it. Senju Tobarama utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to harass, but his attacks merely struck the armor of the Susanoo, resulting in mere sparks, failing to breach its defenses. He even attempted to target Madara within the Susanoo, but the thick energy barrier completely isolated his jutsu's coordinates. A complete and utter crushing. With the fusion of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, Madara's strength had, for the first time, truly suppressed Hashirama. At that moment, the Uchiha reinforcements finally arrived. They gazed in awe at the towering blue deity that was mercilessly trampling the Senju defenses, utterly astounded, before erupting into fervent cheers. Long live the clan leader. Kill. Follow the leader. Flatten the Senju. The morale of the Uchiha surged to its zenith, launching into a frenzied assault. The tide of battle shifted dramatically due to the sheer force of Uchiha Madara alone. Within the fully realized Susanoo, Madara coldly observed the scene, watching as the Senju brothers retreated under the protection of their wood release techniques. His heart held no joy, only a profound sense of emptiness and the satisfaction of vengeance fulfilled. Izuna, can you see? Brother is avenging you. He raised the colossal arm of the Susanoo once more, the chakra blade gathering even more terrifying energy, aiming at Hashirama and the multitude of Senju behind him. The shadow of annihilation loomed overhead. Chapter 37, Susanoo in the Forest World. Enlightenment. The fully realized Susanoo descended upon the battlefield. It was not merely a colossal chakra construct. It embodied a walking calamity, the ultimate manifestation of the will and power known as Uchiha Madara. Its very existence distorted the surrounding reality, the immense pressure thickening the air, causing the earth to groan, and instilling a primal terror in the hearts of all witnesses, rendering them quaking with dread at the sight of its might. Uchiha Ao stood among the Uchiha ranks, gazing up at the towering blue war deity. His dual Tomo Sharingan spun wildly, striving to decipher, to comprehend, yet the information flooding back threatened to overwhelm his mind. This was no mere condensation of chakra. It was a force closer to the essence of existence itself, the pinnacle of in release. A terrifying embodiment of turning thought into reality. He witnessed firsthand the effortless sweep of the sword wielded by Susanoo, which did not rely solely on physical force. The very fabric of space seemed to warp and tremble in its wake. The painstakingly constructed defenses of the Senju clan vanished, as if erased, not merely shattered, but utterly obliterated. In the face of such overwhelming power, the Senju's defenses crumbled in an instant, their resistance appearing feeble and ineffective. Shuriken and ninjutsu clashed against Susanoo's armor, failing to even stir the surface. Retreat. Fall back. Regroup. The elders of the Senju shouted hoarsely, striving to reorganize their formation. Yet panic spread like a plague beneath the shadow of the Azure Titan. Hashirama Senju wore an unprecedentedly grave expression. He sensed that Madara's power had transcended all previous understanding. The complete form of Susanoo exhibited a level of defense and offense that was utterly despairing. He could not allow it to penetrate deep into their territory. He could not permit Madara to advance further. Hashirama growled lowly, pressing his hands together with fervor. A torrent of chakra surged forth unreservedly, drawing upon the surrounding natural energies, amplifying his presence to an overwhelming magnitude. Wood release. Birth of the deep forest. This manifestation of the deep forest was grander than ever before. Countless colossal trees erupted from the ground at a frenzied pace, no longer merely entangling or attacking, but intertwining and coiling to form enormous, ever-growing wooden barriers that resolutely obstructed Susanoo's path. Simultaneously, innumerable vines and branches, like awakened serpents, coiled around Susanoo's legs and arms, seeking to impede its advance. This was not an attempt to defeat, but rather a means of obstruction and defense. It was Hashirama's defensive strategy, taken in desperate circumstances to protect his kin. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless march of the complete Susanoo was momentarily hindered. Each swing of its chakra blade cleaved through vast swathes of forest barriers, sending wood splinters flying. Yet, Hashirama's chakra seemed inexhaustible. The cleared forest rapidly regenerated into new barriers, layered upon layers, ceaseless. The blue war god and the boundless sea of trees found themselves in a brief stalemate. One side wielded the ultimate spear, sharp and unmatched. The other, an expansive shield of life. The scene remained breathtaking, yet it had transformed from a mere clash of raw power into a contest of attrition and breakthrough. On the precipice of this divine confrontation, where the overwhelming pressure met the grandeur of life, Uchiha Ao's sense of inner inquiry reached an unprecedented zenith. He endeavored to disregard the cataclysmic spectacle, immersing himself entirely in the realm of weaving principles, seeking to perceive the core essence of this clash of powers. He saw it. At the heart of the complete Susanoo lay Madara's extreme anguish, fury, and obsession. This chilling and formidable sentiment twisted reality, imposing a law that dictated Susanoo's existence and invincibility. However, this law itself was in strong, unsettling discord with the very foundation of the world. It was like a cold iron block forcibly embedded in the canvas of the world, irrevocably out of place, continually repelled and compressed by some invisible force of the world itself. Likewise, the rapidly sprouting barriers of trees, born of Hashirama's overwhelming vitality, carried an air of compulsion, a product hastily birthed through unparalleled chakra that contravened the natural laws of growth. It too bore subtle discord, albeit of a nature more aligned with life. Thus its resistance to the world's rejection was somewhat lessened, yet still not in harmony with nature's principles. The essence of these two supreme powers was, astonishingly, that each sought to impose its own rules upon the world's order, distorting it. This revelation struck Uchiha Ao like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the fog of his mind. The inner inquiry he had tirelessly pursued, the quest for harmony within himself, was not merely to discover a force that could resonate with the foundational laws of the world, but rather to find one that would not clash or impose itself upon them. The power of the Sharingan is derived from extreme emotions, a manifestation of the heart's strength. Yet when taken to extremes, it conflicts with the principles of the world, creating that chilling discord. And the world's corrective force, was it not aimed at repelling such discord? Then, if there existed a power that stemmed from an internal state of utmost harmony and unity, and if that harmony resonated with some underlying rule of the external world, could it not circumvent, or even harness, the very principles of the world? Weaving principles, Ao pondered, the term echoing in his mind. Perhaps it signified not only the pursuit of internal harmony, but also the attainment of a supreme state that weaves its own principles and resonates in accord with the principles of the world. In that moment, witnessing the divine clash of powers and feeling the suffocating discord and conflict, Uchiha Ao's comprehension of his own path deepened significantly. He no longer viewed inner inquiry merely as a method of cultivation, but began to see it as the cornerstone of a potentially distinct system of power. His consciousness once again sank into that realm of weaving principles. But this time, he did not seek only internal tranquility and harmony. Rather, he endeavored to extend his faint sense of inner harmony outward like delicate tendrils, cautiously reaching out not to confront, but to perceive and touch the myriad subtle ripples of discord that permeated the air of the battlefield, born from the clash of these two immense powers. He perceived it, felt it, those folds and ripples generated by the forced distortion of principles. He attempted to guide his slight inner harmonious force, like the most deft of embroidery needles, to gently touch upon a specific subtle ripple of discord. He did not attempt to smooth it over. That was far beyond his capabilities. He merely sought to understand the structure of its existence, to feel the reasons for its emergence. At the moment, his inner harmonious force made contact with the external discord. A profound experience engulfed his consciousness. Through this minute point of contact, he glimpsed threads crisscrossing, ethereal yet palpable. These threads connected the causes and effects on the battlefield, linking Madara's suffering with the birth of Susanoo, tying Hashirama's resolve to the manifestation of the Sea of Trees, and intertwining the actions of every ninja with the ultimate outcome of the conflict. Was this a manifestation of the principles of the world, a line of causality, or the strings of fate? Though it was merely a fleeting glimpse, abruptly interrupted by the overwhelming flood of information, it stirred tumultuous waves within Uchiha Ao's heart. His path of weaving principles seemed to have brushed against the threshold of an entirely new and boundlessly vast realm, not a direct confrontation of power, but rather a perception of causality and principles, with the potential for intervention. although what he could do now might be insignificantly trivial. A mere fraction of an ant trying to shake a tree, the direction seemed to have been found. In the heart of the battlefield, the confrontation between the complete Susanoo and the endless sea of trees continued unabated, with Madara's roars and the splintering of wood resonating incessantly. And at the edge of this divine battle, a seemingly inconsequential Uchiha Jonin quietly embarked upon a path that might transcend divine power, a journey deeper and fraught with peril. In the depths of his double Tomo Sharingan, the cataclysmic scene was reflected, yet within it burned a flame unlike any other, a desire to uncover the essence of the world. Chapter 38. A temporary ceasefire. The terrifying power of the complete Susanoo and Hashirama Senju's seemingly boundless chakra and would-release defenses created a brief, suffocating stalemate on the battlefield. Each strike of the Azure War God's blade cleaved through vast expanses of forest, yet more colossal trees surged forth under Hashirama's prodigious life force, tirelessly filling the gaps. The aftermath of the battle had torn the earth asunder time and again, irrevocably altering the very landscape of the battlefield. Uchiha Madara stood resolutely within the embrace of Susanoo, an eternal kaleidoscope igniting with a cold fury and a desire for destruction. He sensed that Hashirama's defenses, while seemingly passive, were remarkably resilient, especially under the weight of a protective resolve for his clan. Shattering them in an instant was nearly impossible. To wield the complete form of Susanoo, even for him now, demanded an immense expenditure of energy, though his previous wounds were no longer an impediment due to the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. The intense fluctuations of his spirit and the rapid depletion of his ocular power left him feeling an overwhelming fatigue that resonated from the depths of his soul. Senju Hashirama was equally burdened. Maintaining such a vast, high-intensity, and continuously regenerating forest was a monumental drain on his chakra. More importantly, he could acutely perceive Madara's unabashed intent to kill and his profound anguish. He understood that if this consumption persisted, the likely outcome would be mutual destruction, potentially affecting countless innocent clansfolk. This was not the conclusion he wished to witness. After a violent clash, both sides seemed to tacitly withdraw, the intense offensives momentarily abated. Yet the tension remained taut. Madara. Hashirama's voice resonated through the roar of wood release, heavy with unprecedented gravity and a hint of barely perceptible fatigue. Cease this. Continuing down this path will only result in more brothers lost, more loved ones taken. Is this truly what you desire? Within the complete form of Susanoo, Madara scoffed coldly, his voice akin to icy steel. Hashirama, at this juncture, you still utter such naive words. Tobirama killed Izuna. This enmity cannot be absolved. Only the blood of the Senju clan can serve as an offering. Hatred only breeds further hatred. Hashirama bellowed, his gaze unwavering. Look around you, Madara. Observe the land beneath our feet. It has been soaked in blood for far too long. What have our clashes brought forth, save for suffering and ruin? His words contained a peculiar power, transcending mere chakra. They embodied a profound, heartfelt conviction that momentarily pierced the defenses of Madara, filled as they were with hatred. Madara's gaze instinctively swept the ground below. He saw Uchiha clansmen cheering, yet their eyes were laced with fear and fatigue. He noticed Senju warriors straining to defend, their faces etched with despair, yet also resilience. He beheld the earth strewn with the intertwined corpses of Uchiha and Senju, indistinguishable from one another. An image suddenly flashed uncontrollably through his mind. Years prior, when he and Hashirama were still youths, by the banks of the Southie River, where they had laid down their identities and conversed about the distant dream of peace. The contrast between that moment of yearning and the present reality of endless slaughter and animosity was stark. A profound emptiness and confusion engulfed him. Revenge, then what? Annihilate the Senju clan, then what? Would Izuna return? Would the Uchiha attain true peace? The will-propelling Susanoo wavered ever so slightly. The towering blue deity's brilliance seemed to dim momentarily. Hashirama, perceptive to this subtle shift, intensified his chakra output, not as an assault, but rather to allow the boundless forest to gradually recede, forming a vast circular defensive perimeter, signaling a stance of protection and truce. Madara. Hashirama's voice grew more earnest, tinged with a hint of pleading. I understand your pain. I comprehend the anguish of losing a brother more than anyone. But precisely because of this, we must not allow such tragedy to perpetuate endlessly. Grant us, and our clans, a chance, an opportunity to end this ceaseless cycle. The battlefield descended into an eerie silence, broken only by the rustling of trees and the hum of flowing chakra. All survivors held their breath, watching the two adversaries, awaiting Uchiha Madara's decision. His choice would determine whether the two clans would continue their descent into the abyss of destruction or tread toward an unknown, fragile possibility. Uchiha Ao stood among the Uchiha ranks, acutely attuned to the intense struggle within Madara's heart. The extreme hatred clashed violently with the remnants of hope, creating a dissonance far more potent and intricate than the prior raw force of their confrontation. He also perceived Hashirama's nearly pure intent for protection and peace, though similarly insistent. Its essence was fundamentally different from Madara's destructive will. At that moment, the course of history hung in the balance. Ao felt tumult within himself, aware of the eventual outcomes of dialogue and village establishment. Yet witnessing this process and feeling the weight of decisions that shaped history left him profoundly shaken. Personal will and emotion could indeed impact the progression of the world so deeply. Simultaneously, he became resolute in his own path. Whether it was Madara's force of destruction or Hashirama's creative power, both were fundamentally engaged in a contest of might, potentially clashing with the principles of the world. While a balance might be achieved in the short term, as with the future of Konoha, the underlying discord would persist, inevitably leading to an eruption, as seen later with the Uchiha massacre, the turmoil of Obito, and more. What he sought was not a peace built upon the balance of power or fleeting compromises. He yearned for a resolution that could genuinely eradicate discord, achieving harmony from a more foundational logic. This path of weaving principles, though arduous and lengthy, was affirmed by the events of today as divine battle and the pact for cessation of hostilities as the correct direction. At last, after a silence that felt as long as centuries, the radiance of complete Susanoo receded entirely, dissipating like a phantom into the air. Uchiha Madara's figure reappeared before all. Turning away from his clansmen, his expression remained obscured. His voice, hoarse and frigid, carried an immense weariness and an indescribable complexity, echoing across the silent battlefield. Hashirama, remember what you said today. Should your Senju clan dare to play any tricks again, I shall bring about complete destruction. He neither uttered agreement nor offered forgiveness. Yet this veiled threat brought a collective sigh of relief from the Senju, for they recognized it as a cessation of the most immediate threat of annihilation. Hashirama exhaled deeply, the tension in his body easing slightly as the vast barrier of trees gradually sank into the earth. I vow by the name of the Senju, Hashirama solemnly responded. Thus, a confrontation that was destined to end in death for one or the other concluded in a seemingly anticlimactic manner, yet one brimming with infinite possibilities. The Uchiha contingent began to withdraw slowly, bearing the visage of victors, yet also carrying the bewilderment and sorrow of those who had survived a calamity. Uchiha Ao trailed behind the procession, casting a final glance at the scarred battlefield and the distant Senju brothers organizing to tend to the wounded. The pact for cessation of hostilities had been forged, and the seedlings of Konoha had been planted within the soil of blood and hatred, nurturing a fragile and diminutive seed of hope. And he, Uchiha Ao, would carry forth today as insights and resolve, continuing to lie in wait, quietly weaving the threads of his own future along that path of principles. Chapter 39. Aftermath of War. Underlying currents emerged. The Uchiha clan retreated to their homeland. Unlike their earlier arrival steeped in solemnity and vengeful fervor, the returning contingent was enveloped in an unusual silence. Had they triumphed? It seemed so. They had driven back the Senju. Their leader had exhibited godlike powers, subduing Hashirama. Yet, why did their hearts harbor little joy? Instead, filled with deeper confusion and an ineffable fatigue, the clan members' gazes unconsciously fixated upon the solitary figure at the front, Uchiha Madara. He walked in silence, emanating a chilling aura that repelled others, as if sealing all emotion within his formidable exterior. No one dared to approach or even cheer, as if such exuberance were wholly inappropriate. He avenged his brother with his own hands, yet paradoxically, he also chose to halt that very vengeance. This contradiction left all clan members in a state of confusion. Upon returning to the clan territory, he walked straight to the South Shrine, once again retreating into solitude. The clan affairs were temporarily entrusted to several elders for collective management. The victory celebration was hastily organized, but the atmosphere was stifling. As drinks flowed, the predominant discussions were not about future aspirations, but rather the dread and awe of that divine power. Alongside the anxiety regarding the family's uncertain path following the abrupt loss of Lord Izuna, Lord Madara's might was akin to that of a deity. However, Senju Hashirama had managed to stand in his way. What would come next? Peace talks. With the Senju? What a farce. Tobirama had killed Lord Izuna. How could this debt be settled so easily? Yet, the clan leader had ceased hostilities, and that was due to Hashirama. Various speculations, unease, and even a hint of discontent with Madara's decisions circulated quietly in private. With the loss of Izuna, the true manager of the clan, the voices that had been suppressed by overwhelming force began to rise once more. Uchiha Ao observed all of this in silence. He sensed that the discord within the clan had not diminished with the cessation of hostilities. Rather, it had grown more intricate and obscure. Hatred, fear, confusion, a thirst for power, and uncertainty about the future intertwined, enveloping the entire Uchiha territory in an invisible yet restless web. He understood that Madara's cessation of hostilities did not stem from forgiveness, but rather from a profound agony and a momentary halt following his bewilderment, along with a perhaps unacknowledged lingering affection for the illusory dream that Hashirama had painted. But how long could this fragile equilibrium last? Meanwhile, he utilized this relatively tranquil time to delve deeper into his training in weaving the fabric of reality. He repeatedly recalled and savored the wondrous moment on the battlefield when his internal harmony clashed with the immense discord from the outside world. Glimpsing the interwoven lines that crisscrossed before him. What were those? Threads of causality? Strings of fate? Or perhaps the intricate patterns generated by the world's rules? Perceptible and even manipulable? He attempted to re-enter that state of awareness during moments of calm, but it proved exceedingly difficult. It seemed that only in the presence of sufficiently potent external discord could he tenuously touch that level of perception. Hence, he made a bold decision. He began to consciously and cautiously traverse the clan territory, seeking to approach those clan members whose emotions surged violently and whose hearts were rife with contradictions. He did not intend to intervene. Rather, he acted as a quiet observer, simultaneously engaging in the realm of weaving, striving to sense the subtle ripples of discord emanating from them, and gently reaching out with his internal harmony. This process proved more arduous than on the battlefield, for individual discord was far weaker and more complex than the clash of divine powers. He faced failure time and again, exhausting his mental strength. Yet, Ao did not relent. He understood that if he could not perceive and comprehend even the minutiae of individual discord, how could he hope to touch or influence the grander threads of causality? Efforts do not go unrewarded. One day, as he approached an elderly woman who wept for her son, consumed by sorrow and hatred, he fully engaged in weaving, carefully extending his internal harmony. This time, instead of touching her intense grief, he sought to perceive the connection between her sorrow and the surrounding environment. In an instant, he perceived it once more. Though exceedingly vague and fleeting, he indeed saw an extremely faint, dim line extending from the old woman, reaching towards the distant battlefield. This line exuded a profound aura of sorrow and desolation. Simultaneously, several even finer lines connected her to other clan members, perhaps relatives or friends, through which emotions of worry and compassion flowed. He had succeeded. Although he could not intervene, he had indeed perceived it. He had grasped the invisible connections between individual emotions and the external world. This validated his hypothesis. The path of weaving was not mere fantasy. He suppressed his excitement and continued to experiment quietly. He discovered that he could perceive an increasing number of lines, although the vast majority remained indistinct and difficult to interpret. He began to discern the emotional or intentional attributes these lines conveyed: sadness, anger, joy, a desire to kill, a wish to protect. He even attempted, upon sensing a faint thread of murderous intent directed towards him by a clan member, perhaps merely a result of their bad mood, to delicately manipulate his internal harmony, not to resist, but to gently disturb that line as a breeze might caress. The result was that the clan member merely felt a sudden pang of anxiety and irritation, glared at Ao, and walked away without taking any substantial action. The effect was so minimal it was nearly negligible, yet it undoubtedly marked a milestone in his progress. This indicated that his power could indeed exert a subtle influence over the external threads of causality. While Uchiha Ao was engrossed in this novel exploration and training, external circumstances remained tumultuous. The Senju clan was likewise nursing its wounds, grappling with the terrifying reality of Uchiha Madara's newfound power. Senju Tobirama held a deep-seated wariness and distrust towards Madara's potential inclination towards peace talks, convinced that the malevolent nature of the Uchiha was unalterable. He began to secretly accelerate research into certain forbidden techniques, particularly those aimed at countering the Sharingan and Madara's new powers. He believed that peace was but an illusion, Only sufficient strength could ensure the safety of the Senju. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara remained alone at the South East Shrine, gazing at the stone tablet, his expression inscrutable. The death of Izuna, the power of the eternal kaleidoscope, Hashirama's words, and the undercurrents within the clan, all intertwined within his mind. His will oscillated violently between hatred and a faint yearning for an alternate possibility. Beneath the brief calm following the war, the embers of hatred had not been extinguished. Instead, they quietly flourished in the shadows, intertwined with the tender shoots of a nascent and fragile peace. The undercurrents were beginning to stir beneath the calm surface. Uchiha Ao sensed all of this. He knew that this fragile balance would not endure for long. He must seize the moment and advance as far as possible along the path of weaving before the storm returned. His gaze turned once more to the south, as if piercing through the layers of obstruction, envisioning the blood-soaked land and the potential opportunities for deeper powers that might lie buried beneath. Chapter 40. Exhausting Stalemate. Choices of a small clan amidst the storm. The cold wind swept across the banks of the South He River, stirring remnants of ash and the stench of blood, yet failing to disperse the heavy, suffocating stalemate that hung over the clan territories on both sides. Since that day when Uchiha Madara commanded the towering blue war god, descending in a manner akin to a deity and then mysteriously withdrawing, the large-scale conflict seemed to have been paused, as if a button had been pressed. However, this was not the dawn of peace, but rather a torturous silence within the eye of the storm. Along the borders, encounters between patrols from both sides became more frequent and cautious. Each meeting no longer involved immediate life-and-death struggles. Instead, they exchanged glances from a distance, Sharingan and sensory ninjutsu scanning each other, the air thick with a silent, almost tangible hostility and vigilance. Minor skirmishes still erupted from time to time. Disputes over a water source, a patch of land that might bear medicinal herbs, or even a mere exchange of words could quickly ignite the pent-up animosity, escalating into bloody clashes. Each of these frictions added more cold names to the already lengthy casualty lists on both sides. In the Uchiha clan's territory, the once proud and martial atmosphere has been supplanted by an ineffable sense of oppression and confusion. The training grounds still resonate with the sounds of shuriken flying and ninjutsu detonating, yet the sharpness of spirit seems to have diminished significantly. More often than not, clan members gather to engage in hushed conversations, no longer discussing how to vanquish the Senju, but rather expressing their anxieties about the future, concerns over dwindling resources, and their complex feelings towards the reclusive clan leader. The Nanha Shrine has seemingly transformed into a forbidden zone, with Uchiha Madara secluding himself within, rarely making an appearance. Clan affairs are now managed by several elders, yet without the astute and capable hands of Izuna and his keen political instincts, their governance appears inefficient and often discordant. The radical faction, represented by the fiery Uchiha Honkai, has sought multiple audiences with Madara, passionately advocating for the invocation of divine power once again, to obliterate the Senju with overwhelming force and avenge Lord Izuna, once and for all. Leader, we possess such power, why must we remain idle? Watching our clan members fall one by one beneath the Senju's schemes. Honkai's voice echoed outside the shrine, laced with frustration. Yet, within the shrine, there was a profound silence, devoid of any response. Only a subtle yet immense chakra fluctuation lingered, reminiscent of a dormant volcano, reminding all of the will of that formidable presence. Many clan members, particularly those who had directly experienced the divine war and witnessed the clash of the complete Susanoo with the endless sea of trees, were filled with fear and doubt. They craved vengeance, but were acutely aware of the unfathomable power wielded by Hashirama Senju. To initiate a final battle again, what would be the cost of victory? Would the Uchiha clan bleed out their last drop of blood in that ultimate confrontation? This fear quietly entwined itself around the hearts of many, fostering a silence, even a subtle resistance, towards the radical proposals. Resources began to run scarce. Medicinal herbs, ninja tools, and even food became in short supply due to prolonged isolation and depletion. The faces of the medical ninjas within the clan were perpetually weary, and muffled groans often emanated from the tents of the injured. A silent consensus that they could no longer endure was beginning to spread among the lower ranks of the clan, not out of a yearning for peace, but rather stemming from the stark pressures of survival. The situation of the Senju clan was equally grim. Although they successfully fended off the assault of the complete Susanoo, Hashirama had expended vast amounts of chakra to maintain the colossal forest domain enveloping the battlefield, even resorting to life-draining forbidden techniques, necessitating a lengthy recuperation thereafter. The clan likewise suffered heavy casualties, exhaustion etched on every face. However, in stark contrast to the stifling atmosphere within the Uchiha, the Senju, under the leadership of Tobirama Senju, were operating with an efficiency that bordered on the ruthlessly methodical. Tobirama understood better than anyone the naivety hidden beneath his brother's formidable power, as well as the uncertainties stemming from Madara's extreme temperament. He never placed his hope in the mercy or rationality of his foes. He only believed in absolute strength and thorough preparation. His laboratory was illuminated for increasingly prolonged hours. In addition to further refining the terrifying Jinjutsu aimed at the Uchiha, he was frantically developing other forbidden techniques and delving into the depths of water release. Scrolls cluttered his desk, filled with intricate and dizzying diagrams of jutsu structures and chakra pathways. He needed to ascertain what countermeasures the Senju could employ when Madara next unleashed that blue titan. Simultaneously, his astute political mind began to operate at high speed. He knew that the outcome of war never solely depended on the confrontation of elite combatants. Logistics, intelligence, and diplomacy were all crucial factors. He first turned his gaze towards the Uzumaki clan, renowned for their strong sealing techniques and vibrant vitality, who had maintained amicable relations with the Senju for generations. Confidential letters were dispatched through the most clandestine channels to the village of Yuzushiobikure. In these letters, Tobirama unabashedly depicted the terror of Madara's newfound power and the immense pressure faced by the Senju clan. He did not merely seek aid but meticulously analyzed that if the Senju were to fail, the Uzumaki would likely be the next to confront that blue war deity. He proposed a closer alliance, encompassing technology sharing, primarily the application of sealing techniques and countermeasures, resource support, and even direct collaboration of personnel. After intense discussions, the higher-ups of the Uzumaki clan ultimately concurred with Tobirama's assessment. Soon, a team composed of elite seal masters and support ninjas, laden with precious resources and sealing scrolls, secretly arrived at the Senju territory. Their arrival significantly bolstered the Senju's defensive depth and capacity for protracted warfare. Notably, several elder Uzumaki seal masters brought with them ancient knowledge that even provided new insights into some of Tobirama's forbidden technique studies. Even more striking was the arrival of the Uzumaki clan leader's daughter, the renowned Uzumaki Mido, known for her formidable chakra and unique constitution. She came as a symbol of the alliance and a vital combat asset for the Senju. Her presence not only signified the unwavering support of the Uzumaki clan, but also injected a much-needed boost of morale into the weary Senju members. Yet, this was still insufficient. Tobirama's gaze extended to a broader map. The smaller ninja clans, namely Sarutobi, Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka, who had long struggled to survive in the interstice between the two titanic clans, might seem insignificant individually, but united, they would form a force that could not be overlooked. He deployed articulate and meticulous envoys once more. These envoys did not directly demand these families to take sides. Rather, they first listened to the hardships faced by these clans as they suffered losses due to the impending war, the helplessness of forced conscription, and the uncertainty of survival. Then, the envoys began to paint a grim picture. If the Senju were to fail, what fate would await the other ninja clans under Madara's capricious nature and the Uchiha's inherent arrogance? Would they be annexed, enslaved, or even completely eradicated? Next, the envoys shifted their narrative to depict another scenario. If the Senju could curtail the Uchiha's ambitions, a new order, characterized by multiple clans co-governing, sharing resources, and maintaining peace, could indeed emerge. The Senju clan was willing to take on the role of leader and guardian of this new order, rather than a tyrant monopolizing everything. Coercion and allure. Reality and vision. Tobirama's diplomatic strategy precisely struck at the deepest fears and most fervent desires of these smaller clans. Initially, there was hesitation and observation. However, as time passed and the close alliance between the Senju and Uzumaki became evident, the scales began to tip gradually. The first to make a decision were the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans, known collectively for their Ino-Shikicho combination. The Nara clan leader, with his profound wisdom, analyzed the pros and cons, concluding that rather than risking annihilation amidst the clash of the two major powers, it would be wiser to ally with the Senju, who appeared more willing to share power and still possessed formidable strength. Their inclusion brought unique secret techniques and tactical frameworks. Subsequently, the Sarutobi and Shimura clans also gravitated towards the Senju. They provided additional ninjas and resources, enhancing the strategic depth further. A potential alliance network centered around the Senju, with the Uzumaki as a steadfast ally and numerous smaller clans as their wings, began to take shape quietly. Although this alliance was far from a solidified entity, with each clan harboring its own agendas, it undeniably imposed unprecedented and immense strategic pressure on the isolated Uchiha clan. Uchiha Ao traversed the clan territory, his senses for intricacies becoming increasingly acute. He could clearly perceive the discord, once primarily composed of internal hatred and confusion, now being permeated and compressed by the vast and complex pressures emanating from the outside world. Countless exceedingly fine and almost imperceptible threads extend from the clan's territory, intertwining with the Senju, the Uchiha, and other fluctuating factions, conveying intentions of vigilance, calculation, and alliance. Within the clan, there emerges a palpable sense of isolation, anxiety, and a tinge of encircled fear. He can even vaguely perceive, deep within the Southhi Shrine, the vast chakra akin to the eye of a storm, its internal struggles and restlessness intensifying. The will of the Uchiha clan leader is enduring immense torment from both internal and external pressures. Even he, Song, feels an invisible weight upon him. He understands that the clan stands at a perilous crossroads. A misstep could indeed lead to irrevocable consequences. Thus, he diligently practices his weaving techniques, striving to find a glimmer of hope amidst the chaotic threads, even if it is merely a hint of the future's obscured path. The nature of war has transformed. It is no longer solely the clash of blades and ninjutsu, but a comprehensive contest of diplomacy, strategy, intelligence, and endurance. In this intricate struggle, the Uchiha clan has already fallen behind. The biting winter seems interminably prolonged, with the Uchiha spring appearing distant. In the depths of Senju Tobarama's laboratory, the air feels almost stagnant, punctuated only by the faint hum of chakra experimentation devices and the rustling of a brush against scrolls. The walls are adorned with intricate diagrams of human meridians and various schematics of illusions, while the table is strewn with extensive experimental records, many detailing the Sharingan's responses under diverse genjutsu. The origins of this data are self-evident, steeped in blood and brutality. Tobarama stands at the center of a complex barrier formation. His eyes shut, his complexion pale from prolonged mental exertion. His chakra operates in an exquisitely intricate manner, distinct from his customary grand water release chakra. At this moment, he channels a more obscure, spirit-oriented energy. Under his mental influence, these energies weave like invisible threads within the barrier, attempting to create a realm that completely deprives the user of visual perception. After numerous failures, whether due to uncontrollable range, unstable effects, or excessive energy consumption, this time feels different. He recalls countless observations made while casting genjutsu upon Uchiha ninjas, remembering the unique chakra fluctuations when the Sharingan perceives or rebounds genjutsu. No longer does he attempt to overwhelm the Sharingan with stronger illusions. Instead, he seeks to forge an environment devoid of any light information for the Sharingan to capture and decipher, a profound darkness. Vision does not solely depend on the eyes, he murmurs. As his fingertip chakra control reaches its pinnacle, more crucial is the brain's reception and interpretation of light signals, interfering with this process, even temporarily severing it. Suddenly, he opens his eyes, hands forming an unprecedented and eerie hand seal. Genjutsu, dark path. There is no blinding light or deafening sound. Centered around him, an invisible wave of distorted light spreads rapidly, enveloping the entire laboratory's barrier. All light sources within the barrier, candles and chakra lamps, continue to burn and emit light. Yet the illumination seems consumed by an unseen force, unable to propagate. Inside the barrier lies an unsettling, absolute darkness where even shadows cease to exist. Tobarama maintains the technique, acutely aware of chakra consumption and the stability of the jutsu. Moments later, he dispels the technique, and light floods back into the laboratory. A cold, satisfied smile graces his lips. Success. This lethal weapon against visual-based dojutsu is finally complete. He swiftly records the technique's essentials, hand seals, and chakra operation methods onto a top-secret scroll. The difficulty of mastering this technique is exceedingly high, demanding exceptional chakra control and mental fortitude from the user, making widespread dissemination impractical in the near term. Yet, With a few elite practitioners, it could decisively alter the tide of critical battles. Soon, a special tactical team, composed of the Senju clan's most elite jonin and several Uzumaki adept in sealing and barrier techniques, begins secret training to coordinate the use of the Dark Path technique. Opportunities arise swiftly. An elite reconnaissance team of 5 Uchiha jonin is tasked with penetrating the borders of the Land of Fire, seeking to uncover detailed intelligence on the Senju and Uzumaki alliance and any potential supply routes. They proceed with caution, their Sharingan always activated, confident in their own perceptive abilities and resistance to Genjutsu. However, they unwittingly stumble into a meticulously laid trap. When the leading Uchiha captain senses the surrounding light diminishing alarmingly, it is already too late. Genjutsu, Dark Path. A cold whisper accompanies the sudden descent of absolute darkness. It is not the darkness of night, but an utter void stripped of all visual signals. What is happening? My eyes. The Sharingan can see nothing. Is it an illusion? Impossible. Why can't the Sharingan pierce through? Panic and chaos engulf the Uchiha members as their renowned vision is utterly rendered useless, the surroundings descending into a chilling silence, punctuated only by their racing heartbeats and the frantic breaths of their comrades. They attempt to unleash large-scale ninjutsu like fire-style fireball jutsu to illuminate their environment. But the flames are swallowed by the absolute darkness, akin to stones cast into an abyss without a trace. In their moment of disorientation, they are beset by attacks from various directions: water-style, water dragon bullet, sealing technique, for limbs sealing, shuriken shadow clone technique. The coordinated strikes are precise and lethal. Deprived of vision, the Uchiha ninjas cannot effectively gauge the direction or number of assaults. Cries of distress erupt amidst the darkness. One Uchiha jonin, relying on keen auditory instincts and battle prowess, narrowly evades the initial wave of water dragons, only to be ensnared by sealing chains thrown by a Uzumaki sealer, suppressing his chakra in an instant. He wishes to struggle, but a flurry of shuriken affixed with explosive tags rains down from all sides. The battle concludes swiftly. When the effects of the Dark Path technique dissipate and sunlight again bathes the forest clearing, only the lifeless bodies of 5 elite Uchiha remain, alongside several Senju and Uzumaki ninjas swiftly cleaning the battlefield and erasing traces of the confrontation. Their faces bear no signs of victory, only the calmness of mission completion and a hint of reverence for the terrifying technique just employed. News travels through special channels back to the Uchiha clan. Shockwaves reverberate through the entire clan. An unprecedented panic spreads like an epidemic. Annihilation? How is this possible? They were 5 jonin. It is said that before their demise, they seemed to see nothing. It must have been Senju Tobarama, that cursed forbidden technique researcher. A Genjutsu so potent that even the Sharingan cannot unravel it? The Sharingan has long been the Uchiha's pride, their source of confidence. Now, this most formidable shield seems to have found a way to be shattered. This collapse in perception induces a greater terror than mere defeat. The ensuing months become the darkest winter in Uchiha memory. Senju Tobarama coldly employs this new tactic. Although the Dark Path technique cannot be frequently utilized, each deployment targets key Uchiha teams or individuals, striving for a decisive kill and maximizing psychological intimidation. The Uchiha suffer consecutive setbacks in border skirmishes, with casualty rates soaring. Familiar names transformed into cold symbols on the list of the fallen. While the mournful sound of funeral horns grew increasingly frequent and jarring within the clan's territory, the family's strength and morale plummeted at a visible pace towards the abyss. The once hesitant smaller ninja clans, witnessing the decline of the Uchiha, became even more resolute in their determination to ally with the Senju. The Uchiha clan found itself in unprecedented isolation and strategic passivity. Even the most radical among them, Uchiha Kakaku, fell into silence during a high-level meeting as he gazed at the latest heart-wrenching casualty list. His fists clenched until they turned white, and he slammed them onto the table, releasing a suppressed roar of anger, yet he could no longer utter the words for an immediate confrontation. Within the South Shrine, Uchiha Madara sat alone in the darkness. With the latest battle reports spread before him, he required no light. The eternal Mangekyō Sharingan allowed him to perceive every word, every name, with clarity. Many of those names belonged to the younger clan members he had watched grow. The panic and despair emanating from the outside world crashed over him like a cold tide, relentlessly assaulting his heart, filled with hatred. He could sense the fear of his clansmen, alongside the complex gazes of the elders, laden with doubt and hope. He possessed destructive power, capable of obliterating the very table before him, even the entire shrine. Yet, he found himself powerless to protect each clan member scattered along the borders. Unable to thwart the insidious and lethal targeted hunts orchestrated by Shinjitobarama. This sense of impotence, possessing strength yet unable to alter the dire circumstances, caused him greater anguish and fury than any enemy's assault. He shut his eyes, and the visage of Izuna before his demise resurfaced. His brother entrusted him with his eyes, hoping that Madara would lead the Uchiha towards prosperity rather than ruin. The faint voice of Izuna echoed in his ears, reminding him of the future of the Uchiha. The chilling intent to kill clashed violently with the responsibility to protect his family within his heart. The air inside the shrine warped slightly due to the turbulence of his emotions, emanating a stifling pressure. The winter of the Uchiha had not only descended upon their territory, but had also deeply etched itself into the hearts of every clan member, including the clan leader endowed with divine power. Uchiha Ao, during a patrol mission, personally experienced the terrors of the dark technique. The absolute darkness and deprivation of perception at that moment could plunge any ninja into despair, had it not been for his heightened sensory abilities manifesting under duress, barely allowing him to detect a minute. Abnormal chakra stagnation, the unique discord produced during the operation of the dark technique, and with instinct prompting him to hurl all his explosive tags in that direction to repel the enemy. He might not have escaped alive. Surviving that ordeal deepened his understanding of the individual's insignificance before the war machine and solidified his resolve to enhance his sensory power swiftly. Only by comprehending and mastering deeper levels of strength could he hope to find a sliver of survival amid the impending storm. The Uchiha's predicament had reached the precipice. The calls for change, whether leading to destruction or survival, quietly amassed strength in the oppressive silence. Chapter 42. Hiring Lunatics. The final battle begins. The winter of the Uchiha had become excruciatingly piercing. The casualty list grew daily, the borders continued to shrink, resources were on the brink of depletion, and an almost tangible despair permeated the clan. The low pressure within the South Shrine was suffocating. Each new battle report felt like another bucket of oil poured onto the already raging fire of hatred within Uchiha Madara. He could no longer afford to wait. Waiting only resulted in a slow death. The pride of the Uchiha would not allow such an end, even if destruction was inevitable. It must be accompanied by the enemy's demise, consumed in the most brilliant of flames. However, facing the alliance of the Senju, Uzumaki, Inuzuka, and others, the odds of a direct confrontation appeared bleak. He required strength, more reckless, unyielding power, a blade capable of piercing through the enemy's tightly knit defenses. His gaze turned towards those powers existing beyond the mainstream, even regarded as taboo. To the north, he coldly commanded Uchiha Kakaku, who knelt before him, devoid of any tremor in his voice. Locate the Teiktorai, Kagaya, clan. Inform them that the Uchiha require their strength. The reward will be the long-desired stage for slaughter, as well as all research scrolls concerning the Shikatsumiyaku that the Uchiha have collected. Kakaku felt a shiver run through him. The Teiktorai clan? Those who were labeled as battle maniacs, the lunatics of the Shikatsumiyaku? They were bloodthirsty, combative, and utterly irrational, often unable to distinguish friend from foe. Hiring them would be akin to inviting wolves into the fold. Yet, as he met Madara's emotionless eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, all words of dissent faded away. He understood that the clan leader had made a choice. A choice leading toward hell was better than passively awaiting doom. Simultaneously, another group of Uchiha envoys, bearing a starkly different mission, infiltrated the settlements of the Fuma clan, as well as the Rain Hidden, yet to be established as a village, and other smaller ninja clans. They did not bring invitations, but rather delivered cold threats. Submit, or face annihilation. The Uchiha emissaries regarded them with disdain, despite their own clan's dire circumstances. They maintained an air of superiority over these smaller clans. The Uchiha require your strength. If you agree, you may retain autonomy post-conflict and share in the spoils of war. The envoy did not need to elaborate further. The sight of the Uchiha Jonin behind him, suddenly activating their Sharingan, and the unmasked intent to kill conveyed everything. The leader of the Fuma clan turned pale. Their clan excelled in tracking and assassination, yet their strength was far from matching that of the colossal Uchiha. Gazing into the frightened eyes of the children within his clan, he ultimately lowered his head with great difficulty. The other coerced smaller clans, such as the Rain Hidden, made similar humiliating choices. Their hearts held no loyalty to the Uchiha, only fear and resignation. In the north, the dwelling place of the Take-Torai clan was harsh and rugged. Their people fierce. When Uchiha Kakaku arrived with heavy scrolls and Madara's message, the leader of the Take-Torai, a man exuding a potent aura of bloodlust and fervent battle spirit, erupted into thunderous laughter. Slaughter. Endless slaughter. Uchiha Madara truly delivers. Without hesitation, he declared to Madara that the bones of the Take-Torai would carve a path through all enemies for the Uchiha. But do not forget the promised scrolls. Thus, an unusual and perilous coalition was forcibly assembled, comprising desperate Uchiha, the frenzied Take-Torai clan, and the coerced Fuma and other smaller clans. This coalition was rife with internal conflict and mutual distrust. The only commonality was perhaps their shared desire for bloodshed directed toward the Senju alliance. The atmosphere of the impending showdown enveloped the entire land of fire. Senju Hashirama sensed the unusual gathering of chakra, infused with madness and despair, immediately. His expression shifted dramatically as he summoned the heads of all allied clans. Madara has ultimately chosen the most extreme path, Hashirama lamented gravely. He has summoned the Take-Torai clan and coerced the Fuma and others. A great battle is now inevitable. Senju Tobirama's gaze turned icy. As expected, Uchiha Madara cares not for the fates of other clans. He merely seeks to satiate his thirst for vengeance and destruction. Brother, we can no longer hesitate. We must rally all forces to decisively crush them. This is the only way to safeguard the fragile hope of the peace we have just established. Uzumaki Mito, Nara clan leader, and Sarutobi clan leader exchanged solemn glances, yet they resolutely nodded. They understood that should the Uchiha and Take-Torai coalition breach their defenses, all would face utter catastrophe. The allied forces mobilized swiftly, centered around the Senju and Uzumaki clans, with the Inuzuka and other clans managing tactical control and support, standing ready on the flanks. The final battlefield was chosen on a vast plain known as the Weeping Blood Plain. Here, the terrain was open, devoid of hiding places, making it suitable for a large-scale decisive battle, which also meant that casualties would be unprecedentedly severe. In the early morning, as the mist had yet to dissipate, the dark mass of the allied forces appeared on the horizon. The Uchiha ninjas stood in the center, their Sharingan emitting a chilling red light through the fog, akin to the gaze of hell itself. On their flanks were the restless Take-Torai clan, producing beast-like growls, many of whom had eagerly drawn their bones to forge menacing bone blades and armor, filling the air with a fervent battle spirit. Meanwhile, the coerced small clans like the Kazumikuri cowered behind, their morale low. Opposite them, the formation of the Senju alliance was far more disciplined. The Senju ninjas formed a defensive line, while the Uzumaki clan's sealing masters held specialized scrolls at the ready. The Inuzuka trio concealed themselves within the formation, with the Nara clan leader's shadow seamlessly blending with the surroundings. The Sarutobi and Shimura ninjas occupied advantageous terrain. Hashirama stood at the forefront, his expression more solemn than ever. Tobirama was at his side, gripping his kunai tightly. Mito stood a little behind, her powerful chakra already beginning to circulate. There were no superfluous words. Hatred and allegiance were already distinctly defined. Uchiha Madara slowly ascended, hovering above the allied forces, his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan coldly surveying the battlefield, much like a deity observing ants in their fray. Kill. This single word echoed chillingly across the battlefield, sounding the horn for a bloody slaughter. Kill. The Take-Torai clan erupted first, like unleashed mad dogs, completely disregarding formation, charging towards the alliance's position with wild laughter. The power of their bone pulse transformed them into human weapons, leaving a path of bone spikes and splattered blood. For the glory of the Uchiha. The Uchiha ninjas roared as they surged forward, unleashing fire release techniques like a meteor shower upon the enemy's position. Defend. Hashirama bellowed, slamming his hands to the ground. Summoning the wood release, wood wall. A massive wooden barrier rose up, blocking most of the fire techniques. Yet the crazed Take-Torai were undeterred, recklessly crashing into the wooden wall, using their bones and bodies to hammer at it with abandon. Water release, water pillar. Tobirama led the elite water release ninjas of the Senju, unleashing massive water dragon bullets and waterfall techniques to strike at the Uchiha formation. Shadow imitation technique. The Nara clan leader seized the moment, extending his shadow like a wraith, immobilizing several of the crazed Take-Torai and Uchiha ninjas at the forefront. Mind transfer technique. The Yamanaka clan ninjas took the opportunity to launch a mental assault. Partial expansion technique. The Akimichi clan ninjas enlarged their fists, delivering heavy blows to the immobilized enemies. The coordination of the alliance was seamless and efficient, momentarily stalling the frenzied advance of the Take-Torai. However, the Uchiha's Sharingan were not idle. They quickly adapted, countering the Inuzuka trio's control with illusions and precise strikes. The madness of the Take-Torai clan surpassed all expectations. They even disregarded friendly fire, their bone blades sweeping through, attacking both their own and the Uchiha, creating a scenario of mutual destruction that placed immense pressure on the alliance. The battlefield was plunged into an exceedingly brutal melee. In every passing moment, lives were lost, and blood rapidly stained the land of the Weeping Blood Plain. Uchiha Sasuke found himself on the battlefield's flank, clashing with several Sarutobi ninjas. His three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, discerning the movements of his foes, while his instinct heightened to its peak. He could see countless threads symbolizing slaughter, madness, fear, protection, and despair intertwining, breaking, and being reborn. The entire battlefield resembling a colossal, chaotic tangle of negative energy. He sought the pivotal points of the battle, but the overwhelming and chaotic information exceeded his processing capability. He could only strive for self-preservation, supporting his comrades with precise shuriken throws and fire release techniques. The core of the battle soon concentrated on several key figures. The Uchiha Fire Core clashed with Tobirama. Fire release and flying thunder god techniques intertwined, the sounds of explosions resounding incessantly. The Fire Core, resembling a madman, disregarded defense entirely, seeking only to perish alongside Tobirama, causing him considerable trouble. However, the most captivating confrontation was between the Take-Torai clan leader, the Akimichi clan leader, and an Uzumaki sealing master. The Take-Torai clan leader laughed maniacally, his body encased in hard bones, resembling a hedgehog of spikes. When the Akimichi clan leader's expanded punch struck him, it only left shallow white marks. The Uzumaki sealing master's chains attempted to ensnare him several times, but he forcefully severed them with his bone blades, or broke free through sheer strength. Ha! Delightful. Bring it on. The Take-Torai clan leader repelled the Akimichi clan leader. His bone blade aimed straight for the heart of the Uzumaki sealing master. Just at that critical moment, sealing technique, diamond lock, Uzumaki Mido made her move. Several thick golden chains shot forth from behind her, striking with incredible speed, ensnaring the Take-Torai clan leader instantly. The chains shimmered with powerful sealing runes, temporarily suppressing his raging chakra and movements. Now's our chance. The Akimichi clan leader shouted, his fist swelling to its utmost, channeling all his strength into a devastating blow. Boom. The ground was shattered, creating a deep pit. The Take-Torai clan leader was solidly struck, the bones covering his body fracturing significantly. His maniacal laughter abruptly ceasing as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet, this fellow's tenacity exceeded all expectations. With a furious roar, he burned his life potential, unleashing even greater power, forcibly breaking the golden chains. You will all die? His eyes turned blood red, and the spikes on his body began to grow wildly once more. The battle escalated further. The coerced small clans, sensing the dire situation, began to flee, inadvertently disrupting the alliance's formation. The Uchiha ninjas were left to fend off enemies while guarding against the frenzied Take-Torai, suffering greatly. In the skies, Uchiha Madara coldly observed all of this. He watched as his clansmen fell, as the Take-Torai clan descended into madness, and as the alliance fought back valiantly. His gaze remained icy, yet his clenched fists betrayed the turmoil within. At this rate, even if they won, the Uchiha would be severely weakened, potentially facing devastating retaliation from the Take-Torai. His eyes shifted once more to the one tirelessly trying to maintain the front line, seeking to save every clansman, Hashirama. It seemed that he would ultimately need to intervene personally to break this deadlock. The eternal Mangekyō began to slowly spin. Chapter 43, Escalation of War. Fateful confrontation just as the Take-Torai clan leader broke free from part of the diamond lock, descending into a more frenzied state. About to pose a lethal threat to the Akimichi clan leader and Uzumaki Mido, a colossal blue chakra arm descended from the sky like divine retribution, not aimed at the alliance, but precisely grasping the rampaging Take-Torai clan leader. It was Uchiha Madara. He had finally made his move. The Take-Torai clan leader exclaimed, a mix of fear and fury as he sensed the irresistible power. His bones grew wildly in an attempt to pierce through the blue chakra hand, but the might of the complete Susanoo was beyond his reckoning. The bone spikes shattered upon impact with the chakra hand. Useless, you can't even handle this trivial matter, Madara's cold voice echoed from above, laced with impatience. In the next moment, the Susanu's arm exerted tremendous force. Crack! The sickening sound of shattering bones reverberated. The formidable Take-Torai clan leader, who had withstood the Akimichi clan leader's heavy blow and the Uzumaki sealing techniques, was mercilessly crushed into a twisted mass of flesh and bone by the complete Susanoo, unable to even emit a prolonged scream. With a careless flick, the remnants were discarded as if they were mere refuse. While the eternal kaleidoscope of Uchiha Madara swept across the chaotic battlefield below, lingering for a brief moment on the fleeing wind demons and other minor clans. Those who fled the battlefield met their demise. The chilling decree echoed like a law, sealing the fate of the deserters. The other arm of the fully realized Susanoo swung, and the colossal chakra blade traced a deadly arc, not aimed at the allied forces, but rather at the retreating ninjas of the minor clans flanking the coalition's rear. Boom! The earth was rent asunder, dust billowing into the sky. Dozens of fleeing ninjas were instantly reduced to ashes. This merciless spectacle struck terror into the hearts of all present. Both the allied forces and the coalition shivered as an icy dread coursed up their spines. Uchiha Madara, employing the most direct and brutal means, forcibly stabilized the crumbling morale of the allied forces. The coerced minor clan ninjas, paralyzed with fear, dared not retreat another step, charging forward with reckless abandon. As if there was a glimmer of hope in advancing, while retreat meant certain death. The momentum of the coalition surged, bolstered by this terrifying display. Their assault renewed with a ferocity tinged with desperation. Madara! Senju Hashirama cried out in anguished fury. How could you do this? Humph! Tiresome mercy! Hashirama, Madara coldly retorted. War demands victory, not burdensome compassion. With that, his gaze locked onto Senju Hashirama. The fully realized Susanoo slowly drew forth another chakra blade. The twin swords crossing as terrifying energy began to coalesce. It was time to conclude this farce. The pressure fell squarely upon Senju Hashirama. He understood that the ultimate confrontation with Madara was unavoidable. If he could not withstand the fully realized Susanoo, all prior efforts and sacrifices would be rendered futile. Everyone, hold the line. Prevent the Uchiha from advancing. Hashirama bellowed, pressing his hands together in a fervent prayer. A torrent of chakra erupted forth like a tsunami. Would release, would golem technique. A colossal wooden figure, no less formidable than the previous one and even more solid, rose from the ground. The golem was entwined with a vividly lifelike wooden dragon, its roar resonating like thunder as it faced the towering blue deity of war. Boom! The fully realized Susanoo clashed with the gigantic wooden figure at the heart of the battlefield. This collision was far more intense and frenzied than their previous encounter outside the Senju clan's territory, for both sides held nothing back. The shockwave radiated outward like a tangible tsunami. Nearby ninjas, whether Uchiha, remnants of the Take-Torai, or coalition forces, were instantly thrown back and torn apart. A vast vacuum was created at the center of the battlefield. Die! Madara roared, as Susanoo's twin blades struck with frenzied might. Each swing imbued with boundless fury and a will to annihilate, as if intending to cleave the wooden figure and Hashirama beneath it into fragments. Hashirama gritted his teeth, pouring sage chakra into the wooden golem with fervor. The golem swung its massive fists against the chakra blades, each clash erupting in thunderous roars and blinding flashes of energy. Wood chips flew, and blue chakra shards scattered. The divine battle reignited, more fierce than ever. The conflict below momentarily ceased, as everyone was awestruck by the cataclysmic scene. Senju Tobarama's expression darkened significantly. He attempted to disrupt Madara using the Flying Thunder God technique, but the defenses of the fully realized Susanoo were too formidable. His attacks could not penetrate. Moreover, it seemed Madara deliberately confined the battle to a specific area where the chaotic energy currents served as a formidable barrier. We must find a way to assist my brother. Tobarama urged his companion, Uzumaki Mido, who nodded gravely, forming hand seals, sealing technique, for symbols lock. She endeavored to restrain the movements of Susanoo with her powerful sealing technique, but as the golden sealing runes approached the tempestuous energy field, they flickered uncertainly, struggling to take effect. The Ino, Shika, Cho trio also sought to aid, but their techniques seemed insufficient against such high-stakes combat. The battlefield appeared to fall into a stalemate. The top-tier confrontation was indecisive, while the chaos below grew increasingly bloody and tumultuous. Deprived of the direct intimidation from both the Take-Torai clan leader and Madara, save for his cold oversight, the Uchiha's offensive, though still fierce, found the coalition forces, bolstered by their cohesive teamwork and resilient will, managing to withstand the pressure and gradually regain the upper hand. After all, the coalition was hastily assembled, fraught with internal conflicts. While the allied forces fought to protect a shared objective, Uchiha Ao gasped amidst the melee. The shock from Madara's indiscriminate assault still lingered. Gazing at the two titans clashing in the sky like deities, he glanced at the clan members falling around him. A swirl of complex emotions filled his heart. Hatred, fear, a thirst for power, and revulsion for this senseless slaughter intertwined within him. His sense of weaving became remarkably acute under the immense pressure. He could vaguely perceive the thick line connecting Madara and Susanoo, brimming with chaos and instability, while the line linking Hashirama and the wooden figure was grander and imbued with a natural vitality, albeit with a subtle discord in harmony with the world. He also noticed that the battlefield was becoming increasingly dense with countless lines representing death and despair. This could not continue. Gritting his teeth, Ao made a bold decision. He would no longer focus on the enemy before him, but rather concentrate most of his mental energy on attempting to touch the esoteric threads of causality that bound this battlefield. This time, his target was not a specific individual, but the battlefield itself. He sought to perceive the massive, discordant force that permeated the air, forged from countless slaughters and negative emotions. The process was fraught with peril. His mind felt as though it would be overwhelmed by the torrent of negative energy. Yet he steadfastly clung to the core of his weaving realm, guiding his faint inner harmony like a fragile boat amidst a furious sea, attempting to untangle the chaotic knot. He could not alter the tide of battle, nor could he fully comprehend the specific meanings of these threads, but relying on instinct, he drove his mental energy and harmonious intent forcefully into the most tumultuous and discordant nodes. The effect was not an immediate transformation, but a delicate disturbance. The wooden figure, in the midst of its frenzied assault, experienced a fleeting and minuscule disruption in the flow of chakra at one of its joints, resulting in an almost imperceptible delay in its next punch. Simultaneously, the Susanoo, in the midst of its slashing strikes, seemed to encounter a grain of sand within its energy core, causing an almost undetectable moment of stasis. Four titans of the caliber of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Even the slightest deviation could be keenly sensed. Madara furrowed his brow, the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan sweeping across the battlefield in an instant. Suspecting that Tobirama or Uzumaki Mido had employed some hidden means to interfere, Hashirama also sensed the discord, but assumed it was due to a flaw in Madara's power or his own would-release techniques. It was in that fleeting moment of hesitation and distraction. Now was the time. Flying Thunder God Slash. Senju Tobirama seized the ephemeral opportunity. He had long since marked various locations across the battlefield with Flying Thunder God seals. And now he appeared in an unobserved angle of Susanoo, near the spot where the energy flow had recently displayed a slight stasis. The special Raijin sword in his hand, infused with all his chakra and speed, transformed into a piercing ray of chilling light, aimed directly at its target. Swish. This time, the Flying Thunder God sword was not entirely deflected, perhaps seizing upon that slight, lingering flaw, or perhaps due to Tobirama's desperate surge. The tip of the sword managed to penetrate a small section of Susanoo's armor. Although it was immediately shattered by the violent chakra, the powerful lightning chakra and spatial interference attached to the sword successfully seeped through. Uchiha Madara let out a muffled grunt. It was not an injury to his body, but rather a mild sting and sense of disruption from the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. The rhythm of controlling Susanoo was disrupted. Would release the great Buddha's hand. Tobirama would not let this opportunity slip away. The giant hand of the wooden avatar instantly softened, emanating a powerful calming and suppressive force, and seized the chance to press against Susanoo's chest. Buzz. The formidable sealing power attempted to invade the interior of Susanoo, interfering with Madara's chakra. Get away. Madara roared in fury, the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan spinning wildly, as his immense ocular power forcibly stabilized Susanoo and further amplified its strength, violently shaking off the wooden hand and Tobirama's subsequent assault. Yet, this time, he was indeed pushed back a half-step. For the first time, his momentum was suppressed. Below, the battlefield also shifted due to this top-tier clash, with the allied forces' morale soaring as they launched a counterattack. The Uchiha's front line began to waver. Uchiha Madara hovered within Susanoo, his expression dark and foreboding. He glanced at the still defiant Tobirama and Hashirama, then at the allied forces below, who were beginning to show signs of defeat. He knew that today, it was unlikely he could utterly vanquish the Senju. Continuing the struggle would inevitably lead to a Pyrrhic victory, leaving the Uchiha severely weakened and potentially facing a backlash from the frenzied remnants of the Take-Torai clan. An endless fury and unwillingness burned within him, yet reason, albeit a distorted reason, dictated that he must withdraw. Retreat. The cold, emotionless command echoed through chakra across the entire allied forces. The remaining Uchiha ninjas felt as if pardoned, immediately beginning to cover each other as they fell back. Those smaller clans, coerced, scrambled to flee. The remnants of the Take-Torai clan let out unwilling roars, but under Madara's icy gaze, they dared not act out and retreated as well. The allied forces did not pursue with full force, having suffered significant losses themselves, exhausted and in need of respite. Senju Hashirama watched the retreating allied forces, especially the slowly dissipating blue war deity, feeling no joy in victory, only profound fatigue and sorrow. He had once again thwarted Madara, but also once again bore witness to countless deaths. On the blood-weeping plains, corpses lay strewn about, the earth stained a dark crimson with blood. Both sides had suffered. With no victor, Uchiha Ao followed the retreating troops, casting a final glance at that hell on earth. His face was pale, his mental energy nearly depleted. He did not know if his small disturbances had made a difference, but he acutely felt the insignificance of his power and the long road ahead. Following this battle, the Uchiha were gravely weakened, and the external environment grew increasingly dire. The dream of peace for Konoha seemed even more distant. The shadow of war still loomed heavily over each heart. Chapter 43, The Brutality, Uchiha's Final Frenzy. In the beginning of negotiations, the disastrous defeat at the blood-weeping plains served as a splash of cold water, extinguishing the last vestige of unrealistic fervor within the Uchiha clan. What they brought back was not the glory of victory, but a much longer list of casualties. The incessant wails of mourning and a chilling despair that penetrated to the bone. The clan's strength plummeted, with nearly half of their elite lost, and the smaller clans grew disheartened and discordant. Even the frenzied remnants of the Take-Torai clan, having witnessed Madara's ruthlessness and the tenacity of the allied forces, became restless, poised to turn against them at any moment. Within the named shrine, Uchiha Madara's aura grew increasingly dangerous and unpredictable. The shame of failure, the cries of his clansmen, and the moment he was forced back by Tobirama and Hashirama on the battlefield gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake. The darkness within his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan was on the verge of overflowing. He could not accept such an outcome. The pride of the Uchiha would not allow him to concede in such a humiliating manner. "It is not over yet," he whispered to the empty shrine, his voice hoarse and distorted. The flames of the Uchiha would not be extinguished so easily. Even if he were to die, he would ensure that the entire world would accompany him to the grave. His extreme fury and obsession led him to make an even crazier decision. Since conventional warfare could not lead to victory, he would resort to the most extreme and reckless methods to continue tearing at the enemy, until one side spilled its last drop of blood. The ensuing weeks became the darkest period along the borders of the Land of Fire. The Uchiha abandoned their previous tactics, no longer seeking direct confrontation. Instead, they fragmented their forces, launching an unending series of suicidal terror attacks. First suicide attack, Bloodfire burned grain. The target was not the ninjas, but rather a vital supply line for grain transportation behind the Senju alliance. A squad composed of Uchiha dead soldiers completely abandoned stealth, charging at the transport convoy with the fastest speed and most direct route. They did not engage with the guarding allied ninjas, but instead hurled themselves at the grain carts, detonating all their explosive tags at the last moment. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions rang out in succession as raging flames consumed the precious grain. Although the guarding ninjas killed all the dead soldiers, they could only watch helplessly as the grain turned to ashes. This mutually destructive tactic severely threatened the logistics of the allied forces and delivered a significant psychological shock. Second suicide attack, illusory prison self-detonation. Several Uchiha elite ninjas proficient in Genjutsu infiltrated a forward base jointly defended by the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. They did not launch a direct attack, but simultaneously activated their most powerful area of effect Genjutsu, the illusory shackles technique. Despite the defenders' desperate resistance, some fell victim, engaging in self-inflicted violence within the illusion. At the moment the Genjutsu reached its peak, these Uchiha elite ninjas simultaneously reversed their chakra networks. For the Uchiha, Accompanied by frenzied shouts, their bodies swelled like inflating balloons before bursting apart. Not merely a physical explosion, but mixed with a powerful, twisted chakra shockwave from the Genjutsu. The base was instantly leveled, and even those ninjas who survived the explosion suffered permanent psychological trauma, descending into madness. Such a method of using oneself as a Genjutsu bomb was unprecedented. Third suicide attack, Bone Spike hell this time. Even the remaining Take-Torai madmen were utilized. Several Take-Torai clan members, driven completely insane by the last stock of forbidden drugs and Genjutsu stimulation, were deliberately led to the location of a sealing technique research team from the Uzumaki clan. These Take-Torai members had become akin to beasts, attacking anything that moved. Fearless of death, their bone pulse abilities were pushed to the limit, allowing them to erupt with countless bone spikes, covering a vast area. Although the Uzumaki sealers were powerful and skilled in control, they had never encountered such a reckless and bizarre enemy. While they ultimately sealed or killed them all, a young, exceptionally talented Uzumaki sealer was tragically pierced by a bone spike in its dying moments, gravely wounded and on the brink of death. The losses sustained by the Uzumaki clan darkened Tobarama's expression to one that could drip water. These suicide attacks indeed caused considerable trouble and casualties for the Senju alliance, significantly heightening the atmosphere of panic. In the border regions, everyone lived in fear, as if at any moment, an Uchiha madman clutching explosive tags might burst forth from the shadows. However, that was all there was to it. In terms of the overall battlefield, these assaults resemble the final desperate howls of a dying beast, though they are haunting and fearsome. They cannot alter the inexorable truth of its impending demise. The strength and resilience of the Senju alliance far exceed expectations. Hashirama and Tobarama swiftly recalibrated their strategies, bolstering the defenses of their logistical lines, employing more agile reconnaissance and counter-submarine measures, and developing corresponding defensive tactics and sealing barriers against the Genjutsu and suicidal attacks of the Uchiha clan. The unity within the alliance grew even tighter, forged by the shared confrontation of this frenzied threat. More importantly, the Uchiha clan was draining its last drops of blood at an astonishing pace through this self-destructive onslaught. Each suicide attack resulted in the irrevocable loss of several, if not dozens, of well-trained Uchiha ninjas, many of whom were pivotal forces possessing the Sharingan. The clan's population had already diminished drastically following the Great War, and now their plight worsened. Throughout the clan grounds, nearly every household displayed white banners, and cries of mourning echoed day and night. Resources were utterly depleted. Food, medicine, and all forms of ninja tools had reached their limits. The clan members appeared gaunt and emaciated, and the wounded received no effective treatment, left to wail in agony as they awaited death. Even within the South He Shrine, the resources at Madara's disposal were alarmingly scant, unable to sustain large-scale operations any longer. Despair had morphed from mere emotion into a tangible essence permeating the air, suffocating all hope. The last remnants of fighting spirit were ground down by the harsh reality. Even the most radical of the Uchiha, witnessing the desolate and tragic state of his clan, could no longer utter words of perseverance. He knelt before Madara, his forehead pressed against the cold floor, his voice hoarse and filled with despair. "Please, leader, cease this. We cannot continue any longer. The Uchiha are on the brink of extinction." His cries resonated like a heavy hammer in the stillness of the shrine. Several surviving elders trembled as they fell to their knees, tears streaming down their aged faces. "Leader, preserve a seed for the Uchiha. If this continues, even Lord Izuna will not find peace in the afterlife. Let us seek peace, even under the most humiliating conditions. If it means our clan can survive." Madara stood rigid before them, listening to the lamentations of the clan elders below and the distant echoes of sorrow from afar. The madness within the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan gradually receded, replaced by a profound, near-death fatigue and hollowness. He slowly approached the shrine's entrance, pushing open the heavy doors. Outside, the once fervent clan members were shrouded in sorrowful clouds, surrounded by visible injuries and the bewildered, hungry gazes of children. He attempted to gather chakra. The immense power capable of obliterating the heavens still surged within him. As long as he wished, he could still wield the Susanoo for one final, devastating charge. But then what? Slaughter every visible enemy? And afterwards? What would remain of the Uchiha? Aside from his name, immortalized as a harbinger of destruction, what else? Izuna had entrusted his eyes to him, hoping he would lead the clan towards prosperity rather than a complete and untraceable annihilation. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness. mingled with immense pain and confusion, ultimately engulfed him. He slowly closed his eyes, and after a long pause, spoke in a voice dry as dust to the kneeling elders behind him. Send word to Hashirama Senju. The Uchiha agree to negotiate. This time, it was not a strategy or a test, but a true, forced, and humiliating plea for peace. The Uchiha's madness finally began to subside in the face of hopeless despair, leaving only the breathless remnants of fatigue. Chapter 44. The discussion of ceasefire and the contemplation of destiny. The news of the Uchiha's agreement to negotiate swept through the desolate clan grounds like a barely perceptible breeze, silently traversing the stillness. There were no cheers, no celebrations, only a heavier and more complex silence descending. It was not the dawn of hope, but rather a faint flicker of candlelight seen against the backdrop of endless darkness, its glow wavering uncertainly, leading either towards salvation or deeper into the abyss. In a side hall of the South East Shrine, the news first rippled among the remaining high-ranking members. Several elders advocating for negotiation appeared utterly drained, collapsing onto their seats, their murky eyes brimming with tears. They had devoted their lives to the Uchiha, and now they were to personally grind the clan's pride into dust. The humiliation threatened to crush them. Yet, beneath this heart-wrenching pain, there was a tremor of relief. At least the suffocating cycle of bloodshed might temporarily cease. The Uchiha's most radical faction stood against the wall, his newly acquired scars appearing particularly grotesque in the dim light. Clenching his fists, he dug his nails into his flesh, oblivious to the blood dripping onto the floor. Once the most fervent hawk, eager to wash away hatred with the blood of enemies, he now gazed out at the desolation, listening to the distant cries, and his overwhelming fury transformed into a suppressed whimper, deeply emanating from his throat. He hung his head in resignation, accepting this reality, a torment perhaps worse than death in battle. The news seeped into the parched land of the clan like water through cracked soil, swiftly spreading throughout the entire territory. Following the initial silence, a cacophony of suppressed sounds erupted. Low, stifled sobs emerged intermittently from dilapidated homes, no longer mere expressions of sorrow, but intertwined with the tremors of survival and the immense fear of the future, along with an unutterable humiliation. Women clutched their frail children closer, tears silently streaming into their sparse hair, as they understood nothing of family honor, only vaguely hoping their flesh and blood might survive. Wounded ninjas lay on cold beds, staring at the cobweb-covered ceilings, their gazes hollow, unsure whether to be grateful for having salvaged a life or to mourn the shadow of defeat that would forever overshadow their existence. Occasionally, muffled curses of defiance from the youth pierced through the air, quickly dissipating into the overwhelming, suffocating desire for survival. The entire clan was enveloped in a numbing fatigue, coupled with profound trepidation for an uncertain fate. Uchiha So walked among the clan members, his three-tomo Sharingan slowly rotating, silently observing all. In his perception, the world revealed a different visage. The once external, blood-red lines of hatred were now violently retracting, twisting into resentment, humiliation, and fear of their own fate. Meanwhile, many fragile lines representing life had oddly strengthened slightly with the emergence of the negotiation news, signifying a primal desire to live, weak yet resilient. He paused in a corner, watching a mother carefully scrape the last remnants of porridge from the bottom of a bowl to feed her yearning child. The child greedily sucked it in, while tears welled up in the mother's eyes, her face bearing a humble, almost reverent hope. A few steps away, a young ninja who had lost his right arm turned his back to the crowd, gripping a rusty kunai tightly in his remaining left hand, his knuckles whitening, embodying despair and rejection, as if he stood in stark contrast to the fragile atmosphere of survival surrounding him. Destiny weighed heavily on So's heart. The trajectory of the Uchiha's fate seemed to have been inscribed long ago by some unseen force, born from loss, nurturing hatred, giving rise to power, the Sharingan, only to plunge deeper into hatred and isolation due to that very power, ultimately leading to a backlash or being besieged by those wielding the sword of justice. This path, seemingly endowed with strength, was in truth guiding the entire clan towards the precipice of ruin. And what of the Senju? They appeared to always stand in the light. Acting in the name of protection and peace, there would release powers immense and teeming with life. Yet in this process, they wielded their blades mercilessly, step by step forcing the Uchiha to the brink of despair. Do these seemingly opposing sides, in truth, find themselves ensnared by the same cruel logic of power and conflict? Is this truly an immutable fate? He reflects on the path he has chosen, a pursuit of inner harmony and insight into the world's principles. An endeavor fraught with difficulty and slow progress, rendered almost laughably insignificant in the face of the cataclysmic might of Susanoo and the wooden man technique. Yet, does it not harbor a glimmer of possibility to transcend the cycle of hatred and destruction? Is it conceivable to discover a means not to forcibly impose one's own reason upon the world, nor to oppose it, but rather to comprehend, resonate with, and eventually integrate into it, thereby attaining true tranquility? This coerced reconciliation is a profound humiliation, the deepest setback in the history of his clan. However, perhaps it also represents a distorted opportunity, violently torn open by suffering, an occasion for the Uchiha to stumble from a singular perspective of hatred towards a more complex, realistic, and brutally candid outlook on survival. He knows not the answer. He merely feels a heavy burden upon his shoulders. His chosen path may soon encounter genuine trials and tempering within this uncertain, fragile, and delicate new environment. Simultaneously, as the Uchiha were thrown into turmoil by this news, the command center of the Senju alliance was also engulfed in a tempest. Conspiracy. This is undoubtedly the scheme of Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobarama's voice was cold and piercing as he slammed his hand upon the table, causing the markers on the map to jump. He was merely catching his breath, awaiting our lapse. Think of our fallen kin. Consider those fanatics rushing forth with explosive tags. To trust them is to court oblivion. We must immediately rally all our forces and deliver a final blow, ensuring no future threat. His words, like poisoned kunai, resonated deeply with many representatives of families who had suffered greatly, especially the Uzumaki and some from the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. Fear and blood feud rendered them incapable of believing any show of weakness from the Uchiha. Senju Hashirama stood by the window, his silhouette heavy with gravity. He gazed towards the sky in the direction of the Uchiha clan, where an unshakable gloom still lingered. Slowly, he turned, weariness etched upon his face. Yet his eyes bore an intricate complexity. There was heartache, heaviness, but also a faint, hesitant glimmer of hope. I believe his voice was low yet possessed a peculiar penetrating quality that quelled the commotion in the room. I believe Madara's intentions this time are genuine. Not born of goodwill, but rather because, like me, he has finally glimpsed the end of bloodshed, the limits that both sides can no longer bear. His gaze swept over every face present, some filled with anger, others with doubt. Continuing the war would only create more orphans and widows, deepening the roots of hatred until our complete annihilation. What we need is a solution that can genuinely end this cycle, rather than another slaughter disguised as victory. He inhaled deeply, stating that negotiation does not signify naivety. We can set the most stringent conditions, build the strongest shackles to firmly restrain the Uchiha threat. But this is at least a beginning. After a prolonged silence, the leader of the Nara clan, with fingers unconsciously tapping the table, finally spoke. Tobarama's concerns are entirely valid. The Uchiha's track record of integrity is indeed grim. However, what Lord Hashirama fears pertains to long-term survival. What would be the cost of utterly eradicating the Uchiha? Can we bear it? Particularly, is it possible to ignite an uncontrollable backlash? He paused, his gaze sharp. Perhaps a controlled, conditional opportunity is the least damaging choice in the current circumstances. The crux of the matter lies in whether we can devise an infallible net of constraints. This pragmatic and calm analysis represented the general mindset of many centrist factions. Ultimately, after intense debates, the alliance reached a fragile consensus. Negotiations could commence, but they must be led by Hashirama himself to demonstrate sincerity, while the entire alliance army remained at the highest state of readiness, swords sheathed, arrows unstrung, yet drawn and prepared to unleash a thunderous response at the slightest shift. The conditions for negotiation must be rigorously stringent, stripping the Uchiha of power and dignity to ensure they cannot rise again. When this letter, bearing the seal of Senju Hashirama yet infused with the collective will of the alliance, was delivered to the south, he shrined and presented before Uchiha Madara. He sat alone in the deepest shadows of the main hall. The paper was light, yet in his hand, it felt as heavy as a mountain. He stared intently at the few lines, the shadows obscuring all his expressions, save for his eternally kaleidoscopic eyes that flickered with a cold, distant light, concealing within them a tumult of rage, a chilling despair, or perhaps something else entirely. Outside the hall, countless kin held their breath, their fates tethered to his every thought. Inside, time seemed to stand still. Eventually, with a voice that rasped like rusted iron, devoid of any discernible emotion, he spoke slowly and deliberately to the elders below, whose breaths were nearly halted. Tell them I will go. In this moment, the destinies of two families and the lives and deaths of countless individuals were bound to the impending, fateful reunion. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke silently observed everything, his Sharingan reflecting the heavy turn of history's wheel and harboring profound, unspoken reflections on power, fate, and future paths. Chapter 45. The Peace Talks Between the Shura of the Ninja World and the God of Ninjas, the beginning of Konoha downstream of the Southie River. The waters continued to flow gently, like a silent witness to the enmity and slaughter along the banks, soon to witness a turning point in an era. Yet the lands on both sides were marred by the scars of rampant ninjutsu, charred craters, broken trees, and deep fissures, all silently narrating the cruelty and protracted nature of war. As the appointed hour approached, the setting sun painted the sky a fiery orange, casting a tragic yet warm hue upon this war-torn land. Senju Hashirama arrived alone at the riverbank ahead of time. He deliberately chose a simple light-colored outfit, devoid of any family insignia or weapon, intentionally downplaying the posture of a victor. His expression was solemn, his gaze calmly fixed on the flowing waters. Yet deep within his profound eyes lay a scarcely detectable weight and hope. He chose to believe, to trust that beneath this scorched earth, perhaps still lay the tiniest possibility of ending hatred and nurturing rebirth. On the opposite bank, a solitary, weary figure gradually appeared. Uchiha Madara remained clad in his iconic crimson armor, the fan emblem of his clan resembling a congealed scab, especially glaring beneath the setting sun. He approached step by step, his stride steady yet burdened with the weight of the entire Uchiha clan's existence upon his shoulders. His complexion appeared somewhat pale in the waning light, and his eternally kaleidoscopic Sharingan swept over Hashirama, cold and devoid of warmth, akin to a bottomless frigid pool. The two men stood across the flowing river, their gazes locking once more. The air seemed to solidify, heavy enough to suffocate, leaving only the incessant sound of the river's flow and the wind's lament as it passed over the scorched earth and broken wood. Silence reigned, pregnant with unspoken memories, the passion of childhood dreams shared, the countless brutal clashes, the grief of fallen kin, and the despairing eyes of clan members flashed through their minds, intertwining and colliding. Ultimately, it was Hashirama who first shattered the suffocating silence. His voice was deep yet imbued with a strange, heartfelt power. Madara. He called the other's name, omitting all titles as if returning to a simpler time. We have lost so much. Waka, Izuna, your brother, and countless clan members whose names I scarcely remember. The corners of Madara's mouth twitched ever so slightly, as if attempting to sketch a mocking smirk. Yet that curve ultimately dissipated into nothingness, transforming into a profound, almost deathly indifference. What is it that you wish to convey now, Hashirama? Is it to flaunt your current victory, or to bestow upon me your cheap and laughable pity? It was neither victory nor pity. Hashirama slowly shook his head, his gaze filled with earnestness and a shared sense of anguish. It is weariness, Madara. I, like you, feel an exhaustion that pierces to the bone. I am weary of witnessing children grow up in the absence of their fathers, weary of wives who await husbands who may never return. Weary of this land that nurtured us being repeatedly soaked in blood, becoming unrecognizable. He extended his arms, gesturing towards the chaotic battlefield around them, his voice rising uncontrollably, laden with uncontainable emotion. Look at this. We have fought our entire lives, given everything we have, and what have we created? Aside from an ever-mounting pile of suffering and destruction. The dream of peace we once cast by this riverbank in our youth, which countless others, including ourselves, have mocked. Does it truly hold no value? Is it not worth attempting to realize it in another way? Madara's body trembled imperceptibly. Hashirama's words, like a blunt knife that had yet to be sharpened, cut slowly and precisely into the depths of his heart, revealing the vulnerability and confusion he had tried to conceal. What comes after revenge? What follows the complete destruction of the Senju? Will the Uchiha find true happiness and tranquility? Can Izuna rest in such a victory? Before him flashed a scene of desolation within his clan's territory, the profound fear and despair reflected in the eyes of his kin, almost palpable. Hatred only breeds new hatred. Hashirama stepped forward, crossing a scorched mark on the ground, his emotions escalating, his voice akin to a heavy drumbeat, striking against Madara's crumbling defenses. The chains of hatred binding our two clans have ensnared us for far too long, consuming too many lives. It is time, Madara. It is time to bring this endless cycle to a definitive end in our generation. All sins, all punishments, let us bear them together. He suddenly spread his arms wide, as if wishing to embrace the fractured land before him, his eyes glimmering with a near-obsessive idealism, even though that glow appeared fragile and unreal amidst the ruins. Right here. Madara, let us forget that we are the leaders of the Senju and Uchiha. Let us, as we did upon our first encounter, cast aside all burdens and start anew. Together, we can build that village we have only ever dreamed of. His gaze turned solemn as he began to outline a concrete vision. It shall no longer distinguish us by our clans. We will establish common rules, no longer deciding right from wrong based on bloodlines and personal grievances. A leader recognized by all shall be established, the strongest among us, to safeguard the interests of everyone, not just a single clan. We can create schools, allowing all children, be they Senju, Uchiha, or from any other clan, to learn together, to grow, to gain knowledge of ninjutsu, and to learn how to understand each other and coexist. Let them become companions from a young age, rather than future enemies. We can form a mission system, utilizing the village's strength to undertake commissions, protecting the common folk of the Fire Nation, ensuring that the power of ninjas is used for construction rather than mere destruction, and allowing clansmen to earn the respect and rewards they deserve for their talents. This is not a victory for the Senju, nor a defeat for the Uchiha. Hashirama's voice resonated with fervor, heralding a new future forged from our shared efforts to break free from fate. A future wherein our children and their children need not repeat our tragic past. Madara stared intently at Hashirama, the eternal kaleidoscope swirling wildly, searching for any hint of hypocrisy, deceit, or ulterior motive in his clear, unwavering, and somewhat foolish gaze. Yet Hashirama's eyes remained steadfast, like the untroubled waters of the Naka River, exuding a sincerity and conviction that Madara despised, yet could not comprehend. Childhood memories surged uncontrollably, invoking the image of the clumsy, black-haired boy skipping stones. The foolishness of lying side by side under the stars, sharing distant dreams, contrasting sharply with the endless slaughter around him, the wails of his kin echoing in his ears, and the heavy hatred festering within. A profound emptiness and sense of disorientation washed over him. The flames of hatred that had driven him to fight thus far seemed, in that moment, to have suddenly lost their fuel, becoming ethereal and insubstantial. Meanwhile, the sense of responsibility to protect his clan's legacy, along with a deeply buried, almost imperceptible yearning for another possibility that he was reluctant to acknowledge, began to gain a tenuous upper hand. He loathed himself for being touched by such naive fantasies. Yet he could not bear the thought of the Uchiha clan being utterly eradicated due to his stubbornness and pride, wiped from existence. An extended silence ensued. Only the gentle sound of the flowing Naka River persisted, as if an ancient elder patiently awaited the two children to make their final choice. The setting sun stretched their shadows long upon the fractured earth, intertwining as though foreshadowing their entangled fates of love and hatred. Ultimately, Madara slowly closed his eyes, as if he had exhausted all the strength in his soul. When he opened them once more, the coldness and madness seemed to have dissipated somewhat, leaving behind an endless, unfathomable weariness and an indescribable complexity of emotions, humiliation, compromise, a flicker of hope, yet predominantly a weighty burden that appeared to stretch into eternity. His gaze drifted past Hashirama, focusing on the scorched earth ahead, where, in the twilight glow, a few resilient new leaves were daringly emerging from a charred stump. He paused for a moment, his voice hoarse and dry, as if every word struggled to emerge from beneath a heavy stone. Once the village is established. He hesitated, as if unaccustomed to such words. Let it be called Konoha. Hashirama was momentarily taken aback. Then a radiant light ignited in his eyes as he immediately grasped the significance of this name, a symbol of rebirth flourishing from the ashes of war. He nodded earnestly, replying with utmost seriousness, "Very well. Konoha. Let it be called Konoha." Madara observed Hashirama's unrestrained joy, his expression complex, yet he continued, his tone still cold but seemingly imbued with something more. "And the leader who safeguards the village will, like a shadow, silently protect it forever." How does the title Hokage sound? His words resembled a question, yet also a statement, carrying the distinctive, convoluted expression of the Uchiha. Hokage? Hashirama pondered the term, instantly feeling the weight of the responsibility, sacrifice, and guardianship it entailed. A surge of warmth filled his chest, and he almost blurted out, his voice booming and resolute. "Thus, the one who protects Konoha amidst the flames, ensuring the continuity of new life, shall be the Hokage. He looked at Madara, his gaze fervent, adding, wherever Konoha may flourish, the fire shall endure. The flames will continue to illuminate the village, allowing the new leaves to sprout. The future belongs to you, but the guardianship of that future shall be entrusted to us. These words resonated like a vow, echoing along the banks of the Naka River as dusk began to settle. Madara listened to Hashirama's proclamation, particularly the phrase imbued with unwavering determination and hope. Wherever Konoha may flourish, the fire shall endure, and gazed into his eyes, which sparkled with a clarity free of shadows, seemingly capable of igniting everything. He fell silent. The unspoken threat seemed to dissolve in the twilight, merging with the faint starlight that gradually emerged, hinting at a new beginning. He did not reiterate the chilling warning. Instead, he cast a profound glance at Hashirama. That single gaze encapsulated an ineffable multitude of sentiments. Fated adversaries, after enduring countless tribulations, sacrifices, and cycles of rebirth, had finally reached a fragile yet arduous agreement by the river that bore their initial and ultimate dreams. Together, they bestowed upon the future village both a name and a soul, while also defining the responsibilities of its guardians. The seedling of peace, nurtured amidst the ashes of hatred and the bloodshed of their past, timidly yet resolutely broke through the surface, embodying boundless potential. Its destiny would be inscribed by both the leaf and the Hokage. Chapter 46. The Covenant of Beginnings. The fragile consensus forged by the banks of the South River resembled a seed sown upon a parched riverbed, desperately requiring the nourishment of reality to take root and flourish. In the ensuing days, the high-ranking officials of both clans, along with the various factions embroiled in the conflict, engaged in tense and intricate negotiations over the terms of the alliance. The discussions were convened in a makeshift tent located in the buffer zone of the former battlefield. The atmosphere within the tent was far from cordial. The air was thick with palpable vigilance and distrust, as if the lingering scent of gunpowder still hung in the air. Senju Tobarama, the de facto chief negotiator of the alliance, presented terms that were both stringent and meticulous, each word designed to severely restrict the power and autonomy of the Uchiha clan, the location of their clan's territory, patrol limits, quota for task assignments, participation in the defense of the nascent Leaf Village, and even a demand for the Uchiha to share certain non-core ninjutsu scrolls to foster mutual trust. Every stipulation was uncompromising, steeped in a profound wariness of the Uchiha. The Uchiha side was primarily represented by several elders, with Madara seldom participating directly, only occasionally receiving reports. The chill emanating from his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan often rendered the reporting elders as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. The elders argued passionately, striving to negotiate slightly better conditions for their clan, yet their efforts appeared futile against the overwhelming disparity in strength and the harsh reality of their defeat. Each concession was accompanied by a deep sense of humiliation. Uchiha Sasuke, a distinguished member of the younger generation, his three-tomo Sharingan already a rare asset post-war, would occasionally accompany the elders to the meetings, tasked with vigilance and documentation. He sat quietly in the corner, observing the silent yet fierce struggle that unfolded before him. In his perceptive awareness, the negotiation table resembled a vast vortex of energy. Tobarama's threads extended cold, sharp, and logically sound, filled with intent to constrain and control. In contrast, the threads of his clan's elders were fraught with anxiety, humiliation, and the struggle for survival. The two forces collided violently, with each tentative consensus resembling a fragile and taut thread perilously close to snapping. He also noted that Tobarama's elder brother, Senju Hashirama, who occupied the main seat and maintained silence for most of the discussions, emanated a distinctly different aura. His threads were grander, gentler, imbued with a tone of inclusivity and hope, seeking to reconcile the sharp divisions. Yet, it was often Tobarama's cold, realistic assessments that plunged Hashirama into silence, his brow furrowed. Clearly, even the god of ninjas could not fully realize his idealism in the face of political machinations and profound animosity. After several days of excruciating back-and-forth negotiations, a pact replete with inequitable terms yet symbolizing a genuine cessation of hostilities was finally signed. The Uchiha paid a hefty price to secure their right to survive, alongside a seemingly noble yet heavily constrained founding status within the future village of Konoha. Following the signing of the covenant, the chosen village site began to bustle with activity. Nestled upstream of the South River, in proximity to the Senju territory yet providing a buffer, the location was open and relatively resource-rich. Construction commenced. The initial atmosphere was exceedingly peculiar. Senju and Uchiha ninjas labored on the same land, yet remained distinctly separate, engaging in minimal communication. Their glances laden with unmistakable wariness and division. The transportation of timber, groundwork, and wall construction unfolded under an oppressive silence, as if they were not building a village but rather undertaking a perilous mission. Madara and Hashirama would occasionally appear at the construction site. Hashirama often exuded enthusiasm, even personally employing wood release to expedite the assembly of significant structures, striving to uplift morale through action. However, his fervor only seemed to resonate with the Senju ninjas, while the Uchiha responded with an even greater silence. Madara typically stood aloof on a distant rise, observing everything with cold indifference. He noted the relatively relaxed demeanor of the Senju clansmen, contrasted with the silent, humiliated figures of his own kin, and the invisible yet more formidable barriers separating the two clans. His gaze was deep and inscrutable. No one could fathom his thoughts. Uchiha Sasuke was also among the builders. He wielded his tools, sweat soaking his attire, yet much of his focus remained immersed in his perceptive awareness. He perceived that as the physical outline of the village gradually emerged, an exceedingly subtle transformation began to take shape, though animosity and vigilance still dominated. Some faint threads symbolizing cooperation, even if passive, habits and common goals began to quietly sprout within the vast, discordant energy field. For instance, when a massive stone required collective effort to position, Senju and Uchiha ninjas would instinctively join forces. During an unexpected downpour, members of different clans would huddle beneath a makeshift shelter, avoiding conversation, yet instinctively gravitating towards each other based on survival instinct, subtly melting the icy barriers between them. Sasuke also observed that the ninjas from smaller clans, such as Sarutobi and Shimura, who had been among the first to join the alliance, seemed to adapt more readily to this environment. They maintained closer ties with the Senju, yet harbored less fear of the Uchiha, occasionally acting as awkward intermediaries, passing tools or exchanging a few words regarding construction matters. These minute interactions, akin to pebbles cast into a lake, though seemingly inconsequential, created ripples of change. Sasuke himself began to make efforts. He would utilize his precise shuriken technique to secure timber that a distant Senju craftsman had inadvertently let slip, and would silently pass a water pouch to a sweating ninja, regardless of their clan affiliation. He acted discreetly, seeking no gratitude nor drawing attention, merely striving to practice his understanding of connection through subtle, positive gestures. The transformations were slow, nearly imperceptible, yet undeniably occurring. At last, as the village took on a nascent shape and the foundation of the central area was laid, Hashirama stood in an open space, hands clasped together, his immense chakra flowing into the earth. Under the awed gazes of those present, a colossal sapling, radiant with vitality, burst forth from the soil, growing at a visible pace, its branches flourishing and forming an impressive canopy, becoming the centerpiece of the village. Hashirama caressed the sturdy trunk and addressed the gathered representatives from various clans, including Madara, who stood at a distance. Let this tree stand as a testament to the inception of our hidden leaf village. May it, like our village, grow robustly and shelter all. Madara gazed at the towering tree, then observed the individuals around him, who, despite their lingering estrangement, stood collectively upon this new land, remaining silent. The setting sun filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light upon his cold armor and into the depths of his inscrutable eyes. In the hidden leaf village, amidst a complex and contradictory atmosphere laden with humiliation and hope, the first steps were taken with great difficulty. The path ahead remained long and fraught with challenges. Chapter 47. Undercurrents. The construction of the hidden leaf village was progressing with fervor, symbolized by the colossal central tree, streets, houses, training grounds, and mission assembly halls rose at an unprecedented pace. Ninjas and their families from the Senju, Uchiha, Sarutobi, Shimura, Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans gradually moved in, breathing life into the once barren land. However, the internal dynamics of this nascent village were far from the harmonious facade it presented. Light and shadow, cooperation and suspicion, hope and estrangement intertwined to form a complex and fragile web. During a crucial meeting to determine the village's leader, the tension reached its peak. Senju Hashirama, Out of sincere trust and respect for past promises, unexpectedly proposed Uchiha Madara as the first Hokage. Madara's power and wisdom were deemed sufficient to protect the leaf. Hashirama's voice was steady and genuine, stating that now that they had reconciled, they should treat each other with sincerity. Appointing Madara as Hokage was the best way to prove that the leaf was not merely the dominion of the Senju clan. As soon as the words left his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the assembly. Uchiha Madara sat nearby, the eternal kaleidoscope of his Sharingan masking his subtle emotional shifts. Yet the slight elevation of his chin indicated that he was not entirely unaffected. However, Senju Tobirama immediately voiced strong opposition, his tone cold and sharp as a drawn blade. "Brother, your idealism requires the constraints of reality. The position of Hokage concerns the very survival of the village. It cannot be treated lightly." Madara's character, the inherent dangers of the Uchiha Sharingan, and the unresolved blood feud between our clans dictate that this is simply unfeasible. What we need is stability and order, not a leader who may prioritize personal emotions over the village. His words garnered silent nods of support from representatives of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, as these smaller clans harbored deep-seated fears of the Uchiha's power. The meeting descended into fierce debate. Hashirama remained steadfast, even willing to offer his own support as a guarantee, but Tobirama and his supporters refused to yield. The meeting became mired in a stalemate. Behind this heated argument, an indescribable, chilling atmosphere began to permeate the room. Although nothing tangible manifested, Uchiha Ao, having honed his perception through experience, sensed some exceptionally anomalous, inexplicable ripples. These fluctuations did not stem from any clear emotions or intentions of those present. Rather, they seemed to be an invisible, malevolent catalyst subtly infiltrating the existing suspicions and fears, amplifying the negative emotions within the participants and constricting the space for rational discussion, rendering the possibility of compromise increasingly elusive. Ao could not ascertain the source of this disturbance, but felt vaguely that some insidious and malicious influence, beyond the realm of ordinary understanding, was exerting a negative effect from outside the assembly, quietly steering events toward the worst possible outcome. Ultimately, faced with an overwhelming wave of vehement opposition, including deep concerns from some of his own higher-ups, and the grim reality of preventing the newly formed village from immediate division, Hashirama painfully retracted his proposal. His face was etched with helplessness and regret as he glanced towards Madara. Madara remained a silent observer throughout the debate centered around him. From Hashirama's initial proposal to the strong opposition, and finally to Hashirama's concession, he refrained from arguing, but the atmosphere around him grew increasingly frigid, and the light within his eternal kaleidoscope deepened into inscrutable shadows. A sense of betrayal, isolation, and rejection by the entire society began to fester within him, nurtured by the whisper of unseen malice. The outcome was inevitable. Senju Hashirama was elected as the first Hokage. The sculpting of Hokage rock commenced immediately, with his visage to be the first engraved into the stone, overlooking the entire village. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara was assigned a seemingly exalted yet effectively powerless position to jointly guard the leaf alongside the Hokage, though the true core of power had been severed from him. Madara's reaction was one of prolonged silence. He often secluded himself in the South-He shrine or stood atop the loft of his estate, coldly observing the brightly lit Hokage building at the village's center through his eternal kaleidoscope. The feelings of exclusion, wariness, and betrayal intertwined with an omnipresent whisper that nudged him towards the darkest thoughts, like venom steadily eroding his soul. Senju Tobirama, seizing the opportunity, solidified his power. The Umbu he led rapidly expanded, comprised mainly of the Senju and their staunch allies, tasked with the village's intelligence, defense, and special missions, effectively constructing an invisible barrier that isolated the Uchiha from the true power. The Uchiha clan was settled on the relative outskirts of the village, under the guise of being entrusted with significant responsibilities to guard their territory, while in reality, it served as a form of covert surveillance. The interactions between lower-ranking ninjas and civilians became more direct, reflecting the intricate coexistence. In the mission assembly hall, task assignments often ignited subtle conflicts. High-risk, high-reward missions were frequently prioritized for Senju or neutral clan teams, while the Uchiha were relegated to routine patrols, warnings, or tedious tasks that brought little recognition. Discontent simmered among the Uchiha ninjas, yet they could only endure in silence. In the training grounds, the atmosphere was equally awkward as young ninjas from different clans practiced together. The Senju descendants often instinctively banded together, regarding the Uchiha with a mixture of awe and distance. In contrast, the young Uchiha typically maintained stoic expressions, diligently honing their skills or observing others through their Sharingan, exuding a stubborn pride and dissatisfaction from being marginalized. Occasionally, training clashes would spark altercations, which could quickly escalate into clan rivalries, necessitating intervention from higher-ranking ninjas to mediate. Yet, there were also subtle, positive changes. As time passed, small cracks began to appear in the absolute barriers of separation. Some relatively outgoing or pragmatic ninjas started to engage in simple exchanges due to the necessities of teamwork. "Hey, over there, lend a hand. Thanks. Your team is responsible for patrolling the Eastern District today. Got it." The conversations were brief, hardly friendly, but at least they were no longer shrouded in complete silence. The children's world was simpler. In the nascent ninja school, albeit small in scale, children from different clans were forcibly grouped together to learn basic knowledge and physical training. Initially, they formed small groups based on their clans, but the inherent nature of children allowed them to blur clan boundaries through play and mischief. Although disputes occasionally arose from remarks like "my dad says you Uchiha," some children would bond over a shared love for a particular ninjutsu game. These minor interactions, like grass struggling through crevices in stone, were weak yet held the promise of change. Uchiha Ao was assigned to the village's security patrol unit. This role afforded him greater opportunities to observe various corners of the village and its myriad residents. His perceptive abilities were further refined during this relatively stable period. He no longer focused solely on sensing colossal discord, but began to learn to interpret the more nuanced, intricate lines of connection. He could see the lines extending from the Hokage building, embodying power and order, intricately weaving throughout the village, yet interspersed with hues of checks and suspicions. He perceived the Uchiha clan's internal struggles, enveloped in a thick fog of repression and wariness, while faint ripples of adaptation and survival struggled to emerge amidst the oppressive atmosphere. He could perceive the bustling construction on the side of the Senju clan, infused with an air of confidence characteristic of a leader, yet it also concealed a lurking fear and wariness regarding the power of the Uchiha. He observed the intricate web of alliances and cooperative intentions interwoven among the smaller clans, as well as between them and the Senju and Uchiha, each vying for advantage. He continued to attempt subtle interventions. At times, he would employ exceedingly covert genjutsu or physical maneuvers to deftly disrupt the most critical points of ignition just as conflict was about to erupt. On other occasions, when someone faced difficulties, regardless of clan, he would silently provide a minuscule yet perfectly timed assistance. He found his perception of the threads of fate becoming increasingly acute, even developing a vague foresight of trivial possibilities in the near future, such as sensing a loose eve, allowing him to issue warnings or evade impending issues. Although these actions could not alter the grand scheme, he felt that each successful, harmonious intervention fortified his grasp on the fabric of reality, enhancing his control over the internal forces of harmony. In this state, his three-tomo Sharingan appeared even more lucid and insightful. However, he could also distinctly sense that the greatest source of discord within the village, the Uchiha Madara and the Senju brothers, particularly Tobirama, harbored an almost irreconcilable conflict and suspicion, resembling a dormant volcano, calm on the surface, yet seething with destructive energy within. What heightened his vigilance was the occasional detection of an exceptionally sharp wave of negative emotions directed at the Uchiha, from which he discerned faint, obscure ripples of malice, starkly divergent from normal human sentiments. This intangible, formless essence acted like a current, quietly intensifying opposition and distorting goodwill. It led him to realize that the threats facing Konoha might extend far beyond the overt enmity and divisions. Thus, he remained ever alert. The first year of Konoha's existence unfolded amidst this complex atmosphere of intertwining light and shadow, hope and peril. The village grew increasingly prosperous with each passing day. Yet the foundation upon which it stood was not an indestructible rock, but rather a quagmire of unresolved hatred, suspicion, and an ineffable malice. Each individual tread cautiously upon this shifting sand, unaware of when it might suddenly give way. Chapter 48. The establishment of the four great nations and small ninja villages. Konoha endured its first year in a delicate and tense equilibrium. A semblance of order gradually took shape, streets flourished, the mission system functioned well, and the sounds of children reading and training resounded from the ninja academy. However, beneath this seemingly stable facade, turbulent undercurrents never ceased. Uchiha Madara withdrew further into seclusion, almost entirely disengaging from any public affairs within the village. He entrusted the mundane matters of his clan to a few elders, spending long periods at the South Shrine, contemplating the ancient stone tablet or engaging in some unknown form of solitary training. His encounters with Hashirama became few and far between, and when they did meet, it was often marked by a chilling silence, as if an invisible and deepening chasm had separated their once close bond. A certain dark and obsessive thought began to vine through his mind, not entirely born from his own hatred, but rather a despair continually nourished and distorted by an unseen force. He increasingly pondered the taboo subjects inscribed on the stone tablet concerning true peace, reflecting on the essence of power and growing ever more disdainful of the village, rife with hypocrisy and compromise. Senju Tobarama busied himself with fortifying the order he had established. The network of the Umbu became increasingly intricate and tight-knit, enveloping all of Konoha like an invisible web, particularly monitoring the Uchiha clan to an almost invasive degree. He systematically introduced various regulations for village governance and educational policies, aimed at diminishing the historical significance and influence of the Uchiha, while vigorously promoting the achievements and ideologies of the Senju clan, especially those of his elder brother, in an effort to solidify their dominant position in thought and public opinion. This led to subtle divergences between him and Hashirama, as the latter favored gradual integration and persuasion, while Tobarama firmly believed that absolute systems and checks were the path to lasting stability. Life at the grassroots continued to progress through a cycle of friction and adaptation. Minor conflicts erupted now and then, perhaps due to task assignments, disputes in training grounds, or merely from disparaging remarks laden with familial bias. Yet, a shared existence, collective missions, and pressures from above, though motivated differently, indeed began to fracture some of the previously solid barriers. Cross-clan friendships quietly blossomed among the youth, albeit mostly concealed, fearful of inviting unnecessary trouble. Uchiha Ao persisted in his practice of weaving the threads of fate through daily patrols and missions. His sensitivity to these subtle causal lines sharpened, and his methods of intervention became increasingly sophisticated and inconspicuous. He deftly resolved several conflicts before they erupted or guided situations toward marginally better outcomes. He even began to vaguely sense omens of fortune or misfortune related to his own future, albeit indistinct, yet sufficient to allow him to sidestep certain obvious dangers. However, what troubled him most was still the faintly discernible waves of discord he occasionally caught. Formless and elusive, they always seemed to emerge at critical moments, like ink dropped into clear water, quietly amplifying the negative emotions within people's hearts, exaggerating divisions, and distorting goodwill. He attempted to trace their source, but found it as elusive as a phantom, yielding no results. This unknown, malevolent presence loomed over his perception of the future like an inescapable shroud, making him acutely aware of the fragility of the current tranquility. The establishment of Konoha exerted an influence that extended far beyond the borders of the Land of Fire. Its novel organizational model and the formidable power it coalesced stirred immense ripples and profound echoes across the entire ninja world, akin to a boulder cast into a placid lake. Recent intelligence indicated varying degrees of reaction to Konoha's rise from the Land of Wind, the Land of Earth, the Land of Water, and the Land of Lightning. In the Land of Wind, the harsh desert environment and scarcity of resources led to incessant strife among the various ninja clans. The emergence of Konoha imposed tremendous survival pressure on them. The daimyo and clan leaders of the Land of Wind recognized that their fragmented state could not withstand future challenges. A strong sense of crisis compelled them to push for internal consolidation through increasingly iron-fisted measures, giving birth to the concept of Sunagekure, centered on sand manipulation and secret techniques, which emphasized absolute military strength, evolving through a brutal process of survival of the fittest and forced unification, far bloodier and more exclusionary than Konoha's formation. The Land of Earth, characterized by its rugged mountains and resilient, obstinate people, exhibited great interest in Konoha's model, yet remained largely guarded. They intensified their research on strategies and barriers to counter wood release and the Sharingan, while also attempting to mimic this collaborative model. However, due to their inherently stubborn nature, this process leaned towards a conservative, strong defense-oriented alliance known as the Iwagakure Coalition, marked by slow yet steady progress. In the Land of Water, shrouded in perpetual mist, bloodline limit families flourished amidst a web of intricate relationships. News of Konoha stirred significant upheaval and divisions within the Land of Water. Some ambitious individuals saw the potential for centralization and dominance overseas, while many bloodline families feared losing their independence and secrets within a union. Suspicion, conspiracy, and even assassination quietly unfolded in the dense fog, casting a blood-soaked shadow over the future of Kirigakure, obscuring its direction. The Land of Lightning, which revered strength and efficiency amidst its mountainous terrain, housed the combative and proud Kumogakure ninja. Instead of fearing Konoha's might, they found their competitive spirit and desire for conquest ignited. They accelerated their efforts to forcibly annex the surrounding smaller clans, integrating the power of the Land of Lightning's ninja world, attempting to swiftly establish a highly militarized village of Kumogakure, strong enough to confront Konoha directly. The name of Reikage has begun to circulate quietly, surrounding small nations and minor ninja clans, such as Yuin, Huzugakure, and Takigakure, found their situations increasingly precarious. The rise of the great ninja villages has drastically compressed their living space. They had no choice but to navigate cautiously between the major powers, oscillating between dependency and independence. Becoming the frontline and buffer zone of great power rivalries, their fates as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind. A new era of warring states, characterized by the formation of one nation, one village, is subtly approaching. The old family feuds are being replaced by larger, organized confrontations among ninja villages. The peace brought by Konoha merely illuminates a corner, seemingly inadvertently pressing the countdown button for a larger-scale conflict. Sensing the pervasive pressure of vigilance, hostility, and competition from all directions in the ninja world, Uchiha Ao's worries deepened. The internal rifts remain unhealed, while external storms brew. He understands that Konoha's trials have only just begun, and his own strength is far from sufficient in the face of the impending tide of this new era. He stands at the edge of the Uchiha clan's territory, gazing at the increasingly clear visage of the first Hokage on Hokage Rock in the distance. Then glancing back towards the somber and silent Nanga Shrine, he slowly closes his eyes, immersing his consciousness into the realm of weaving, continuing to seek a thread of possibility leading to true harmony amidst the tangled lines of causality. Chapter 1. New Konoha. Old Roots. The first year of Konoha, spring. The space was once saturated with the nauseating stench of blood and rust, as if the essence of death and decay were intertwined, suffocating those present. Yet now, this odor gradually dissipates, replaced by an entirely different fragrance. It is the refreshing scent of turned earth, as if the land itself is breathing, releasing its deep-seated aroma. Simultaneously, the fragrance of freshly shaved wood fills the air, emanating the vitality of trees, accompanied by a subtle woodsy scent. These two aromas intertwine, creating a unique atmosphere of freshness. Within this freshness, there is also a hint of the slightly bitter taste of grass, a flavor of nature that conveys the vigor and vitality of life. The faint warmth of the cooking smoke adds a touch of human warmth to it all, evoking feelings of comfort and tranquility. This novel scent is so foreign to Uchiha Ao that he finds himself momentarily disoriented. He seems to have grown accustomed to the stench of blood and rust, while this fresh aroma brings him an unprecedented sense of relaxation and comfort. He stands on a newly designated piece of land. Behind him are several wooden houses that have just begun to take shape, still unfinished. This will be the new territory of the Uchiha clan. Located on the outskirts of Konoha, it is quiet enough to clearly hear the gentle flow of the Nanga River in the distance, along with the faint yet lively commotion emanating from the village center. His dark eyes calmly survey his surroundings. The clan members are busy, most bearing an expression he rarely sees, a blend of fatigue and hope. Children chase and play in the open space, their laughter bright and unrestrained. No adult rushes to scold them or pull them back into cover. All of this is a miracle brought forth by the man named Senju Hashirama. It is also that man named Senju Tobarama who is meticulously weaving a cage. Ao's gaze drifts beyond the bustling clan members to the rugged mountain in the distance, currently being carved into what will become Hokage Rock. It is said that Hashirama's face will be the first to be engraved there, symbolizing their dreams. A subtle, unnoticed cold curve forms at the corners of his mouth. As the nephew of Uchiha Madara, he perceives the starkly different temperaments of the two Senju leaders more clearly and earlier than many of his clan members. Ao, stop daydreaming and come lend a hand. A booming voice interrupts his thoughts. It is an elder from the clan, shouldering a hefty beam of wood, sweat glistening on his brow, yet his eyes shine brightly. Ao gathers his thoughts, a touch of detached warmth appearing on his face as he responds, "Coming." He steps forward, effortlessly taking hold of the other end of the beam. His strength is well controlled, showcasing the prowess expected of an Uchiha elite without being overly ostentatious. In the early days of village construction, discretion is a necessary survival principle. Especially under the watchful eyes of the keen-sensed second Hokage, or rather, at present, he is merely the brother of the Hokage and his most formidable aide. Labor can bring tranquility. Ao works alongside his clansmen, positioning the beam and driving in the mortise and tenon. His movements are precise and efficient. Though his Sharingan is not activated, his extraordinary dynamic vision and muscle control make these tasks effortless. Yet, his thoughts have long since drifted elsewhere. Uncle Izuna, if you were still alive to witness today's scene, what would you think? Images of his uncle's final moments, lying in his uncle Madara's arms, gasping for breath, flashed through his mind, alongside the figure of Senju Tobirama, standing nearby, silver hair and crimson eyes, his expression stern. The chilling light of the flying thunder god technique still seems to pierce his retinas. That indelible hatred, born not only from the sacrifice of clan members, but also from the loss of loved ones, has never diminished with the advent of peace. Rather, it has matured into a potent spirit, like aged liquor, deepening and intensifying in the unseen depths. He merely buries it deeper, wrapping it in layers of calm and silence. At that moment, a cold yet powerful chakra presence subtly sweeps across the area. Ao does not pause in his work. His expression remains unchanged, entirely focused on the task at hand. Yet every nerve in his body tightens instantaneously. There is no need to turn around. He knows who it is. Sure enough, moments later, several figures appear at the entrance of the clan's territory. Leading them is Senju Hashirama, not clad in the armor of the Warring States era, but instead wearing the white Hokage cloak symbolizing his identity, with dark ninja attire underneath, topped with a straw hat inscribed with the words First Hokage. His face radiates an infectious, brilliant smile as he greets every Uchiha clan member he encounters, even playfully patting the shoulder of a nervous Uchiha youth, causing the boy's face to flush crimson. Half a step behind Hashirama is Senju Tobirama. His short silver hair remains practical in a blue layered armor, his expression serious. Sharp red eyes scanning the construction progress, the distribution of personnel, and the demeanor of each individual. His gaze attempts to dissect the warm facade, probing deeply into the core. When his eyes inadvertently sweep in Ao's direction, Ao bends slightly to pick up a wedge from the ground, skillfully avoiding direct eye contact. His heart beats steadily. His breathing remains unchanged. However, beneath his lowered eyelids, a flash of icy resolve passes through his pupils. The intent to kill, akin to the flick of a serpent's tongue, emerges only to be forcefully suppressed back into its cold prison. He cannot look. He must not reveal any signs of abnormality. In the presence of Tobirama, even the slightest emotional fluctuation could be detected by that terrifying perception. Hashirama and Tobirama do not linger for long, merely conducting a brief inspection, offering a few encouraging words before moving on to the next clan. The sound of Hashirama's laughter fades into the distance, while the intangible pressure left by Tobirama seems to linger in the air. Lord Hokage and Lord Tobirama appear quite concerned for us, a young clansman nearby exclaims. As if relieved, his tone tinged with astonishment. Song rose, gazing at the receding figure in the distance, particularly the striking silver hair of Tobirama. Concern? He scoffed inwardly. Perhaps Hashirama felt that way, but Tobirama? He had come merely to ascertain whether the confines of the cage were secure, to evaluate whether this newly tamed pack of beasts revealed any signs of domestication. He could even predict the next move of the second Hokage. Bestow power while simultaneously enforcing isolation. Elevate the Uchiha clan, then withdraw the latter beneath them. Very well, let us return to our tasks. Song spoke calmly, his voice devoid of any tremor, urging the prompt establishment of their home. He refrained from casting another glance at the distant view, redirecting his focus to the mallet and mortise in hand. The sound of striking echoed steadily and rhythmically. He hammered wood, but buried within were the unknown, cold, and resilient roots. Roots of a bygone era, deeply embedded in the soil of a new age, patiently awaiting the day they would break through the surface. He understood that peace was merely an illusion. The battle had never ceased. It had merely changed form, hidden and dormant, in the manner he excelled at concealing. He lifted his gaze one last time toward the sculpting Hokage rock, his expression as tranquil as a deep pool. Chapter 2. Friction at the training ground. The morning mist had yet to fully dissipate, and the hidden leaf village remained shrouded in a thin veil of humidity. Uchiha Song led 5 young ninjas from his clan through the gradually awakening streets toward the designated third training ground. The youths wore expressions of novelty and excitement. Their steps light as they quietly discussed the cultivation of new ninjutsu or the latest culinary offerings from the dining hall. Song walked silently ahead, his perception akin to an invisible web, quietly enveloping the surroundings. He could hear the myriad sounds of dawn, the creaking of vendors setting up stalls, the gentle calls of mothers beckoning their children to breakfast, and the rhythmic thuds echoing from Hokage Rock, all weaving together a daily symphony that remained an unfamiliar melody to him, one he needed to acclimatize to. As the nephew of Madara, he had endured more of the brutalities of the warring states than his peers, and had felt the pain of losing loved ones more acutely. The image of Uncle Izuna falling to Tobarama's blade was an unhealable scar, seared deep within his soul. This hatred was enveloped by his cold rationality, transforming into an almost harsh observance and insight. He regarded this nascent Konoha with a cautious detachment, as if appraising a finely crafted yet potentially fragile work of art. The third training ground soon came into view. However, before they approached, the sounds of kunai striking targets and the muffled explosions of fire-style jutsu reached their ears, mingled with a faint scent of charred wood. Within the training ground, 7 or 8 ninjas clad in brown light armor, emblazoned with the Sarutobi clan's emblem, were practicing. They demonstrated remarkable synergy, swiftly alternating between attack and defense, clearly an experienced team. Leading them was a rugged-looking, middle-aged jonin with piercing eyes. The appearance of the Uchiha group at the entrance naturally caught their attention, prompting a slight deceleration in their training rhythm. A young Uchiha named Uchiha Hua, known for his impulsiveness, stepped forward, his tone laced with the characteristic, unintentional arrogance of the Uchiha clan. "Hey, we reserved this training ground for this time slot." His voice shattered the existing rhythm of practice. The Sarutobi ninjas halted, their gazes converging on him. The leading jonin turned, his brow furrowing slightly. Yet his tone remained composed. "Uchiha clan members? My apologies, but our team's task rotation is tight, and we need to make the most of our practice. The fourth training ground is currently empty." Though polite, the implication was clear. They had arrived first and would not yield. Hua's brow immediately furrowed. In the Warring States era, quality training grounds were valuable resources, and competition for them relied on strength and courage. The principle of first come, first served seemed utterly flimsy to the young Uchiha, who were accustomed to asserting their dominance through power. The fourth training ground is smaller and more remote. It lacks proper facilities, Hua argued, instinctively placing his hand on his tool pouch, his fellow Uchiha showing signs of indignation as the atmosphere grew tense. Just then, Song raised his hand, gently resting it on Hua's shoulder. His motion was slow but carried an undeniable weight. "Hua." Song's voice was calm and steady, devoid of emotion. "The village has its own rules." His dark eyes swept over the Sarutobi group, pausing momentarily on the face of the leading jonin. He could clearly see the lack of malice in the other's eyes, yet also the unwavering resolve, even sensing the slight tension in their muscles, poised for potential conflict. This subtle wariness stemmed from long-standing interclan estrangement, a divide not easily bridged. Instigating conflict over trivial matters was foolish, a judgment Song made in an instant. This was precisely the kind of friction that some would relish. "Very well," Song spoke again, his tone remaining even. "We shall proceed to the fourth training ground. We will not intrude upon your practice." He inclined his head slightly to the Sarutobi jonin, his demeanor neither servile nor arrogant, merely a calm acknowledgement of the situation. A flicker of surprise crossed the jonin's eyes, seemingly taken aback that the Uchiha, known for their pride and obstinacy, would so readily concede. He nodded in return, his tone softening. "Thank you for your understanding." Song offered no further words, turning to signal his clan members to depart. Hua appeared as though he wished to voice his thoughts, but under Song's serene yet imposing gaze, he swallowed his words, casting a resentful glare at the Sarutobi group before following suit. As they walked a short distance away, Song's acute hearing caught the faint murmurs from behind in the training ground. "Tsk, those Uchiha, as expected, their arrogance knows no bounds. Yet that leader is somewhat different. He didn't just rush in to take it by force? Force? We're in Konoha now. Do you think it's still the same as before? But who knows if it's just an act? These Uchiha are cunning." These words pricked at the young Uchiha's pride like tiny needles. Hua's expression darkened. and the others clenched their fists. Song seemed oblivious, walking steadily ahead. Yet within, his emotions churned like turbulent waters beneath an icy surface. Such discussions validated his assessment. The Uchiha's reputation had long preceded them. Any minor conflict would be magnified and scrutinized. The isolation and enmity that Tobirama sought were quietly manifesting through these mundane, seemingly trivial frictions. He keenly observed and silently recorded these subtle causes and effects. The fourth training ground indeed proved more secluded, the ground only roughly leveled, with minimal training equipment consisting of a few crooked wooden posts and targets. The surrounding trees appeared sparse. Song, why must we concede to them? Upon arrival, Ho finally erupted. His youthful face flushed with anger. We could what? Song interrupted, turning to survey all the young clan members with a calm gaze. Should we drive them out with a great fireball? Or perhaps engage them in a brawl using our Sharingan? His voice, though not loud, silenced the agitated youths instantly. And then what? Song continued, his tone unwavering. Shall we invite the Umbu, or even have Lord Hokage come witness how the Uchiha clan adheres to village regulations? Let everyone see that the Uchiha are indeed a combative clan, difficult to manage, even requiring special attention and oversight? A series of questions fell like cold water, leaving Hoa and the others momentarily stunned. They had only considered a fleeting emotional reaction, neglecting to ponder the consequences. However, is it truly wise to merely endure in silence? A fellow clansman murmured quietly, his face etched with dissatisfaction. This is not mere endurance. Song approached a wooden stake, gently tracing the rough patterns with his fingers, discerning judgment. To show weakness in inconsequential matters sometimes requires more wisdom and courage than to assert dominance. Our strength should not be squandered on such trivial disputes. He paused, his gaze sharpening. Do you genuinely believe that if we had insisted on staying, we could have easily gained an advantage? That Sarutobi Jonin possesses refined chakra and extensive experience. The team he brought is well coordinated and certainly no amateurs. In a conflict, the outcome is uncertain. However, regardless of victory or defeat, the Uchiha would undoubtedly be seen as the instigators and the wrongdoers. The younger clansmen fell silent, reflecting on the earlier scene, reluctantly acknowledging the validity of Song's analysis. The tension that had been palpable was not unfounded. Remember, Song's voice lowered, Konoha was established, yet the shadows of the past have never truly faded. Many still view us through the lens of history, and numerous eyes await our missteps. Cherish the current peace, but do not naively believe everything has changed. Strength is our only reliable support, yet the manner in which we wield that strength demands wisdom. He ceased speaking further and began assigning training tasks. Today, we will focus on the arc of shuriken throwing and evading moving targets. Yen, you will be responsible for the demonstration. The training commenced under a somewhat somber atmosphere. Although the younger clansmen refrained from complaints, it was evident their thoughts were not fully engaged. Song paid little mind. Some truths must be learned through personal experience. While guiding the training, he expanded his perception. Indeed, shortly after training began, he keenly detected a faint, cold, and concealed fluctuation of chakra flickering and vanishing in the sparse woods at the edge of the training ground, akin to a serpent's flickering tongue. It was the Umbu, or rather, a reconnaissance team directly under Tobirama's command. Surveillance, it seemed, was omnipresent, perhaps from the moment they departed the Uchiha compound, or even earlier. During their confrontation with the Sarutobi clan, these unseen eyes had been watching everything. A subtle, unnoticed smirk curled at the corners of Song's mouth. Unperturbed, he corrected a clansman's throwing posture as if oblivious to the lurking observation. The sound of striking the wooden stake and the whoosh of shuriken slicing through the air echoed across the expansive training ground. Within Song's heart, a silent calculation resonated. He was evaluating, recording, and contemplating how to maneuver within this invisible web, how to leverage these subtle frictions, and even how to turn this omnipresent surveillance to his advantage. These would be the skills he needed to refine on this new battlefield. Chapter 3. The ripples of the Nanka River. The waters of the Nanka River flowed as ceaselessly as ever, the clear currents crashing against pebbles, producing a melodious sound. This river had witnessed countless battles between the Senju and Uchiha clans. Now, it seemed to bask in the gentle glow of peace, becoming much more docile. The riverbank, a relatively flat expanse, had transformed into a new playground for the village children. On this day, with the sun shining brightly, Several children from the Uchiha clan and a few from the Senju clan coincidentally gathered here. Children's hearts are invariably simple. They were quickly captivated by this ideal spot for skipping stones and collecting beautiful pebbles. Initially, each side occupied their respective areas, keeping to themselves. Yet, the inherent curiosity and competitiveness of children soon took over. It was unclear who initiated it, but they began to compete over who could skip more stones and who could find the most unique rocks. A joyful atmosphere gradually blossomed. However, peace is fragile, even among children. The conflict originated from an unusually smooth pebble in the center of the sandbar, glistening with a bluish-black sheen under the sunlight. An Uchiha boy and a Senju girl almost simultaneously discovered it, each eager to claim it as their own. "I saw it first," the Uchiha boy exclaimed, instinctively revealing a look of animosity, though that did little to aid his cause. It was merely an expression of emotional agitation and clan instinct. "I touched it first," the Senju girl retorted defiantly, a faint chakra fluctuation emanating from her, indicating considerable potential. The verbal dispute quickly escalated into shoving. The surrounding children immediately split into two factions, joining the fray. The Uchiha children instinctively gathered together, while the Senju children naturally united against them. A small melee erupted. Though it was merely a matter of fists and feet, accompanied by a few pained cries and outraged wails, the scene by the Nanka River appeared particularly jarring. Before long, some children ran back to fetch adults. The first to arrive were two young Uchiha, who upon seeing their children seemingly at a disadvantage, with one sporting a bruise near his eye, were instantly incensed. "Those Senju brats! How dare they bully our Uchiha?" one shouted, activating his Sharingan, the dual tomo slowly spinning, a powerful chakra pressure radiating outward. Almost simultaneously, 3 adult ninjas from the Senju clan arrived. Upon witnessing the activation of the Sharingan, their expressions immediately darkened, and without hesitation, they unleashed their own chakra, one of them even possessing chakra nearly equivalent to a Jonin's. "Humph, is the Sharingan so impressive? It was your Uchiha who struck first." The clash of chakra reverberated in the air, generating faint gusts that rustled the grass by the riverbank. The atmosphere grew tense, and the adults' fury was far more perilous than the children's skirmish. Ninja tool pouches were opened, hands poised on kunai handles, the hand seals for techniques barely discernible. The ancient enmity, like a dormant volcano, was easily ignited in this moment, poised to erupt into a genuine conflict. Song's silhouette appeared like a specter atop a branch of a large tree overlooking the riverbank. He had been on a routine patrol nearby when the unusual chakra fluctuations drew him in. Instead of revealing himself immediately, he calmly surveyed the scene below. From his perspective, countless threads of causality representing anger, hostility, fear, and protective instincts intertwined chaotically, primarily focused between the two groups of adults. These threads were chaotic and sharp, filled with destructiveness, like a fuse ready to ignite, pointing toward an imminent bloody confrontation. Simultaneously, his perception informed him that lurking behind the outer trees and rocks were at least 3 cold, concealed chakra signatures. It was the Umbu, the most adept hunters, patiently waiting for the situation to escalate beyond repair, ready to emerge and clean up the aftermath, meticulously documenting everything as further evidence of the Uchiha's perceived threat. A cold mockery flickered in Song's eyes. Indeed, the script of Tobarama was being enacted inadvertently. There was no time to delay. Just as a Senju ninja could no longer restrain himself and was about to form the hand seals for a water release technique, Song made his move. Silently, he formed several seals, precisely manipulating chakra to seep into the ground. It was not a powerful ninjutsu, merely a meticulous control of chakra within the earth. Crack! Beneath the Senju ninja's feet, a previously stable pebble suddenly shattered without warning, causing him to lose his balance slightly, interrupting his hand seals and nearly resulting in a backlash of chakra. Almost simultaneously, the Uchiha youth, who had been the most agitated and was about to hurl insults at the entire Senju clan, was unexpectedly jostled by a slightly calmer companion from behind, turning his impending verbal assault into a muffled grunt of surprise. This minute, nearly imperceptible interruption was like a drop of cold water into a boiling pot of oil, instantly shattering the precarious balance and rhythm, creating a fleeting moment of rigidity and silence. In that fleeting moment, the figure of Ao vanished from the treetops, appearing as if by teleportation amidst 2 groups of people, precisely standing on that invisible boundary about to be stained with blood. "Stop!" His voice, though not thunderous, resonated with an exceptional clarity and calmness, imbued with a peculiar penetrating power and authority, as if it could reach directly into the hearts of the people, extinguishing the flames of turmoil. He did not unleash any chakra to intimidate, yet his tranquility itself was a force to be reckoned with. Instantly, all eyes turned to him. Ao slowly lifted his gaze, his dual Tomo Sharingan activated, the crimson hue swirling ominously and profoundly. Without employing Genjutsu, the mere sight of his eyes was sufficient to instill a sense of dread and oppression in all who beheld them, causing their actions to falter involuntarily. His calm gaze swept over each individual from both sides, absorbing their anger, astonishment, and wariness. "Look around you." Ao's voice remained steady, but carried an undeniable questioning tone. "Observe this riverbank. Gaze upon the Hokage rock in the distance. Listen to the sounds of the village. This is Konohagakure, not the old battlefield of Nangetsuan." He paused, allowing his words to sink into the hearts of everyone present. Is it worth invoking the Uchiha Sharingan and the Senju's ninjutsu over the playful antics of a few children? Should the first Hokage abandon his duty of village construction to personally mediate the disputes of his descendants? Or must we allow the hidden Umbu operatives to report the near eruption of clan warfare between the Uchiha and Senju over a trivial stone to the Hokage's office? For future reflection? His words cut through the absurdity of the situation with the precision of a cold scalpel, clarifying the location, invoking Hashirama's prestige, and starkly exposing the surveillance lurking in the shadows. Particularly with his final statement, the adults from both sides suddenly felt a jolt. Their expressions of anger swiftly replaced by embarrassment, apprehension, and even a hint of shame. They were abruptly awakened to the folly and inappropriateness of their actions in this new era of the village, realizing the severe consequences that could ensue. The hidden Umbu chakra also seemed to quiver slightly, as if exposed. The tense atmosphere dissipated like a punctured balloon. Both parties sheepishly withdrew their chakra, unclenching their grips on their kunai, their gazes evasive, unwilling to meet each other's eyes or to gaze into Ao's seemingly all-seeing orbs. Only then did Ao turn away, striding towards the few misbehaving children. He bent down, his demeanor tranquil as he regarded them, the once formidable Sharingan now closed, returning to its deep black. He picked up the dark-hued pebble that had instigated the dispute, cradling it in his palm. "This stone is quite beautiful, isn't it?" he inquired. The children timidly nodded in agreement. "This riverbank is vast," Ao's voice softened, capable of accommodating everyone. "There are certainly more beautiful stones than this one. The competition should be about who can find the most lovely stones, or who can skip stones the farthest, rather than who has the hardest fists or the mightiest clan." His gaze swept over the children of the Uchiha and Senju. "Learn to share, learn to determine victory through contests rather than fighting. This is the essence of a Konoha ninja. Do you understand?" The children looked into his calm yet powerful eyes, somewhat comprehending, yet all obediently nodded. A potential conflict that could have ignited clan disputes was deftly dissolved by Ao with an almost surgical precision. The adults from the Senju and Uchiha clans had nothing to say, each quietly reprimanding their respective children before hastily departing the banks of Nangetsuan with a touch of embarrassment. The troublesome stone was left behind, forgotten. The lurking Umbu chakra also quietly dissipated, likely returning to draft a report on the incident's resolution without conflict. Ao stood alone by the river, listening to the babbling water. In his perception, the taut, conflict-tinged threads of causality had relaxed and vanished, replaced by faint lines pointing towards reconciliation and renewal. His intervention had successfully altered the course of events, averting an unnecessary spillage of blood and division. However, he could distinctly sense that the deeper discord simmering within the air of Konoha had not been eradicated. It lingered like a murky undercurrent, still surging beneath the tranquil surface, subtly influencing hearts and amplifying minor grievances. While he had resolved the immediate appearance of conflict, the roots of long-standing hatred, suspicion, and the deliberate manipulations of certain individuals remained unaddressed. Similar incidents would undoubtedly recur in varied forms and locations. He bent down to retrieve the dark pebble, feeling its chill and smoothness in his palm. Then, with a gentle flick of his wrist, he sent the stone spinning, causing it to bounce several times upon the clear surface of Nangetsuan, tracing a perfect line of ripples before ultimately vanishing into the river's depths. The ripples would eventually subside, yet the stone had sunk to the bottom. Chapter 4. The undercurrents beneath the celebration, the arrival of the Hyuga upon Hokage Rock, the visage of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, had begun to take shape, his exuberant smile seemingly capable of penetrating the stone walls, infecting the entire village with joy. To commemorate this moment symbolizing the foundation of Konoha, the village organized a celebration of considerable scale. As the sun hung low in the sky, strings of lanterns and colorful streamers adorned either side of the main thoroughfare, reflecting the faces of villagers brimming with joy and hope. The air was a melange of the savory scent of grilled meat, the sweetness of confections, and the rich aroma of stir-fried noodles, while vendors shouted enthusiastically. And children in new clothes dashed through the crowd, their laughter ringing like silver bells. It was a scene of flourishing vitality, brimming with the essence of rebirth. The Uchiha clan, being a significant force in the village's foundation, was naturally among the invited. Clan members shed their customary battle attire, donning formal dark kimono adorned with family crests, mingling in small groups within the throng. They attempted to integrate into the merriment. Yet the demeanor cultivated over years and the occasional glint of their black eyes reflecting the lantern's glow set them apart, rendering them somewhat out of place. Ao followed a few elders of his clan, his steps steady, his gaze calmly surveying everything around him. He appeared as a composed observer rather than an immersed participant. The cacophony of voices, the sounds of laughter, and the enticing aromas of food flooded his mind, yet were swiftly dissected and categorized by a cold rationality. He spotted the focal point of the crowd, Senju Hashirama. The first Hokage had removed his imposing Hokage cloak, clad instead in simple dark ninja attire. Casually draped in a light-colored haori, his black hair flowing freely. He stood before a dango stall, holding several skewers of tricolored dango, his lips smeared with sauce. Laughing heartily as he conversed with the vendor and surrounding villagers, his smile radiant like the midday sun, seemingly capable of dispelling all shadows. He genuinely relished this hard-won peace and festivity. Behind Hashirama, a step back, stood Senju Tobarama, like a silent and vigilant shadow, clad in practical blue layered armor. His silver hair and red eyes were particularly striking under the lights. He did not partake in the laughter. His keen eyes functioned like the most precise radar, silently scanning the jubilant crowd, assessing every subtle expression, every inadvertent collision, every potential lurking shadow of danger. He was ensuring the safety of the celebration while silently asserting his command over the order. Ao could sense at least several traces of Tobarama's Umbu presence, like an invisible web, quietly established at critical nodes throughout the celebration. As the Uchiha clan passed by, an inevitable subtle ripple effect spread through the surroundings. The waves of joy appeared to meet an invisible reef. Ordinary villagers instinctively slowed their pace or slightly shifted aside to create a wider space. Their gazes flickered complexly over the Uchiha emblem, a mixture of curiosity towards the powerful clan, reverence for the rumors surrounding the Sharingan, and a trace of deep-rooted, indelible fear. It was an instinctive reaction to the unknown power and the scars of past wars. Ninjas from other clans, such as Sarutobi, Nara, and Shimura, exhibited a more composed demeanor. They would politely nod in greeting, even exchanging a few pleasantries to celebrate the festival. Yet, this politeness was merely superficial. Behind their smiles lay a palpable sense of boundaries and an almost imperceptible scrutiny. Beneath the veneer of civility resided decades of interclan estrangement and competition, not easily erased by a single village establishment or celebration. "Look, it's the Uchiha," a hushed voice emerged from behind a nearby food stall, sharp enough to be caught by the keen ears of the observant. "Where? Oh, that's their emblem. I've heard their eyes are extraordinary. What is it called?" "The Sharingan. It can see through all illusions and ninjutsu, and even replicate them. Quite fearsome indeed. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let them hear you. I've heard they have a temper. It's best to keep your distance." Fragmented discussions buzzed like persistent mosquitoes, though not overtly aggressive. They incessantly drilled into the ears of the Uchiha. With a stoic expression, he seemed oblivious, yet each word fell like cold raindrops into the depths of his heart, stirring insignificant ripples while continuously accumulating a chill. His eyes scanned the crowd, catching more poignant details. A Uchiha boy, around 6 or 7 years old, gazed longingly at a group of Senju and Sarutobi children laughing and playing around a candy stall. He hesitated, taking a few tentative steps forward, attempting to join them. But the children seemed unaware of him, or perhaps they were aware, but didn't he know how to react. Their laughter momentarily halted, giving way to an awkward pause. Ultimately, the Uchiha boy's footsteps halted at the perimeter, silently watching, his small hands clenched tightly around the hem of his garment. A flicker of disappointment and confusion crossing his face, before he bowed his head and returned to his kin. Meanwhile, several young Uchiha, drawn by the aroma of takoyaki, approached the stall. The vendor, a middle-aged man, upon seeing their attire, instantly beamed with exaggerated warmth, even displaying signs of nervousness, hastily preparing boxes, fumbling with change, and repeatedly apologizing for any inadequacies, expressing gratitude for their patronage. This overwhelming enthusiasm concealed an invisible distance and caution, as if confronting not mere customers, but unpredictable entities deserving of careful handling. These subtle moments and silent barriers made the Uchiha acutely aware of the chilling reality. The village of Konoha had been established, yet the barriers between hearts were far more formidable and challenging to dismantle than the newly erected structures. They silently conveyed a truth. Acceptance and integration were fraught with obstacles. As the festive atmosphere escalated towards its peak, Hashirama found himself encircled by enthusiastic villagers, laughter ringing out. Tobarama remained steadfast at his side, his gaze sharp and vigilant. Suddenly, a slight commotion and whispers rippled through the crowd at the opposite end of the main street, parting like the tide. A group of individuals, markedly different in demeanor, approached with measured steps. They donned elegant, pristine white traditional kimonos, crafted from exquisite materials, their movements synchronized and composed. Each face bore an almost rigid reserve and pride. Most striking were their eyes, entirely white and devoid of pupils, yet they exuded an unsettling clarity, sharp as ice, as if they could pierce through flesh and chakra pathways. It was the Hyuga clan, renowned in the ninja world for their Byakugan, steeped in ancient traditions and a strict family hierarchy. They had finally arrived. Leading them was a man of approximately 40 years, his visage austere, features sharp, and presence as solid as a mountain. His gait exuded authority, clearly a significant figure within the Hyuga clan. He appeared somewhat uncomfortable amidst the surrounding merriment, his brow furrowing imperceptibly as though the air here was too chaotic and murky for his liking. Most of the Hyuga behind him mirrored this demeanor, upholding an ancient, restrained formality that starkly contrasted with the exuberant, even somewhat crude vitality of the Konoha villagers. Their arrival was akin to a flock of cranes intruding upon a raucous poultry gathering, instantly capturing nearly every gaze in the vicinity. Even Hashirama, encircled by admirers, noticed them and waved with a smile. Tobarama's keen red eyes swiftly zeroed in on the Hyuga delegation. Without hesitation, Tobarama approached, reaching the forefront of the Hyuga clan leader. He displayed no sign of indifference, but engaged in conversation with an air of decorum, even a hint of solemnity. Though the distance made the specifics inaudible, it was evident that Tobarama's expression was serious and his words clear, reflecting sufficient respect towards the Hyuga clan. In contrast, the Hyuga leader responded with a more conservative restraint, merely nodding slightly, his lips moving without much alteration in expression, maintaining a courteous demeanor that was neither subservient nor arrogant. His pure white gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny and evaluation, as if appraising the worth of this second-in-command of the Senju and the village of Konoha he represented. Look, those people in white are the Hyuga clan. Are their eyes truly the Byakugan? On par with the Sharingan? They appear so serious, almost unapproachable. Weren't they always observing from afar? Why have they suddenly come? Could it be they are joining Konoha? How intriguing, the Uchiha and the Hyuga. Two great clans of ocular prowess. The focus of the crowd swiftly shifted from the Uchiha to the newly arrived Hyuga clan. Curiosity, astonishment, and speculation permeated the air. Uchiha Ao observed this scene quietly, akin to an audience member at a play, calmly analyzing the unfolding drama. In his perceptive awareness, the arrival of the Hyuga clan was no mere addition of new members. They were like another stone cast upon a lake already experiencing gentle ripples, distinctly different in substance. Wait, an angle of entry. In an instant, he sensed the intricately woven, fragile web of interpersonal relations within Konoha beginning to tremble, reshape, and intertwine into new patterns. The pride of the Hyuga, starkly contrasting with the Uchiha's aloofness, stemmed from an ancient legacy, a family system so rigorous it bordered on cruelty, and the absolute insight and confidence brought forth by the Byakugan, forming a barrier that was both reserved and formidable. This barrier, perhaps lacking the aggression and volatility of the Uchiha, could prove even more challenging to breach and integrate. Ao's gaze returned to Tobarama, who was conversing with the Hyuga leader. He understood clearly. Tobarama's eagerness to welcome the Hyuga was far from a mere effort to bolster Konoha's strength. On one hand, the formidable power and unique abilities of the Hyuga clan were indeed a crucial piece of the puzzle Konoha desperately needed, promising to significantly enhance the village's overall strength and deterrence. On the other hand, More importantly, the Hyuga bore no historical enmity with the Senju, and instances of direct conflict were exceedingly rare. This clan, endowed with a formidable bloodline limit and characterized by its pride and intricate internal structure, emerges as the quintessential counterbalance to the Uchiha in Tobirama's eyes. The introduction of the Hyuga clan not only serves to dilute the Uchiha's uniqueness regarding their bloodline limit, but also facilitates a subtle equilibrium in diplomacy, task allocation, and even the future power structure. The arrival of the Hyuga signifies far more than mere integration. It heralds a transition in the power dynamics within Konoha, ushering in a new and more complex phase. The Uchiha, already under cautious surveillance and marginalization, may find their predicament exacerbated, becoming increasingly intricate and arduous. Internal suspicions and external checks will ensnare them like two interwoven nets. The celebratory songs and laughter continue to resonate. The aroma of grilled meat remains enticing, and children frolic joyfully. Yet, to Uchiha Ao, beneath that joyful clamor lies the ominous sounds of turbulent undercurrents crashing and colliding, intensifying in their fervor. This sound is cold and profound, foretelling a future fraught with grand challenges and obstacles. He slowly retracts his gaze, redirecting his focus from the Hyuga and withdrawing from this facade of prosperity. Instead, he immerses himself in introspection and speculation, resuming his role as a silent observer, a calm chronicler. The leaves of Konoha flourish exuberantly under the sun, brimming with vitality. However, the stronger the sunlight, the deeper and more pronounced the shadows that thrive beneath it. And he, Uchiha Ao, with roots stemming from ancient animosities and contemporary despondencies, is quietly extending deeper into the unknown darkness beneath this seemingly fertile yet thorny soil. Chapter 5. The Chunin Exam and Conversation with Madara, Combined Chapter. Strolling along the periphery of the Uchiha's new clan grounds, which are closer to the forest and exude a more desolate air, Ao closes his eyes, not solely relying on sight, but rather delving into a more profound state of perception. Since his Sharingan inadvertently touched upon the mysteries of the kaleidoscope during the brutal battles of the Warring States period, he has acquired a unique ability to sense and subtly influence the invisible threads of causality that bind individuals and events. In this moment, his perception reveals a new Konoha not as a vibrant golden glow, but as a tapestry of countless intertwining, colliding, and entangled threads, varied in color and fluctuating in light and shadow. The threads representing the Senju lineage are predominantly bright and robust, radiating from the Hokage building at the center. Imbued with an undeniable sense of order and centripetal force, a manifestation of Hashirama's dream and Tobirama's institutional power. Yet amid this brightness, Ao can distinctly discern the cold, sharp, and calculating silver-blue threads belonging to Tobirama, extending with purpose, weaving to regulate, and even constrain all other lines. The threads representing the Uchiha congregate at this marginal zone, presenting a suppressed and restless deep red hue. They are powerful, yet seem constrained by an invisible barrier, struggling to integrate into the village's luminous core. Many of the deep red threads strive to extend outward but are deftly redirected, deflected, or thwarted by the silver-blue threads. The clan members' hopes for a new life, their preciousness of peace, and their inherent pride, intertwined with unease about their current situation and the humiliation brought by external pressures, render these threads chaotic and fraught with tension. The threads of other clans, varying in color and strength, mostly observe, test, and strive to adapt to the new rules, desiring to lean on the mighty Senju tree while instinctively wary of complete assimilation or obliteration. Beneath all these visible threads of causality, Ao's perception once again brushes against an incongruous disturbance. It is not a concrete line but rather a subtle, pervasive noise or distorted field that underlies the backdrop. It is formless and intangible, elusive in its origin, yet it surges quietly in moments of heightened emotion and wavering will, amplifying negative sentiments such as suspicion, anger, fear, and prejudice. It escalates frictions that could have been soothed and distorts potential understandings. Ao attempts to concentrate his mind to trace the source of this anomalous disturbance, but, as in countless previous attempts, it slips away like a fleeting shadow at the fringes of his perception, leaving behind a chilling and malevolent sensation. This unknown presence sinks like a thorn into his assessment of Konoha's future. Ao, a somewhat juvenile voice interrupted his contemplation. Ao opened his eyes, reverting to his usual calm demeanor. Approaching him was Uchiha Kagami, a young boy from the clan, still bearing traces of baby fat, his eyes sparkling with pure curiosity and anticipation for the new village and its future. He was one of the few young individuals unperturbed by Ao's aloof demeanor. "What is it, Kagami?" Ao's voice softened slightly. "The Hokage sent someone to inform us that tomorrow morning, the first joint Chunin selection exam will be held in the Central Plaza. All eligible genin from every clan can participate." Kagami exclaimed excitedly, gesturing animatedly. "I heard the assessment method is novel, not just simple clan battles." "Joint Chunin assessment?" Ao's gaze flickered. This must be another of Hashirama's initiatives to promote integration. However, the specific rules must surely bear Tobarama's influence. Would this be a fair stage? Or a meticulously crafted showcase designed to further highlight the Senju's leadership while diminishing the individuality of the clans? "This is a good thing," Ao remarked mildly. "It presents an opportunity." "Indeed. I will do my best." Kagami nodded vigorously before expressing a hint of concern, "But I heard there will be a cultural test as well, covering things like the will of fire and village regulations, things I haven't really studied." "A cultural test?" Ao understood immediately. "Look, here comes Tobarama's handiwork. Incorporating ideological indoctrination and regulatory education into the martial assessment subtly shapes the youth's identity towards Konoha rather than their clans. A skillful yet difficult to criticize tactic. There is still time to cram," he advised. "The key is to showcase the Uchiha's practical combat abilities." "Right. I understand." Kagami, inspired, dashed away with renewed vigor. Ao watched the boy's lively figure recede, his expression somewhat complex. Children like Kagami genuinely embrace this new era. Yet the path they tread is already strewn with unseen thorns. The next day, Konoha's Central Plaza was bustling with activity. Ninjas and civilians from various clans gathered to witness this unprecedented joint Chunin exam. The atmosphere was vibrant, yet it subtly conveyed a sense of competition and scrutiny. Senju Hashirama stood atop a makeshift platform, still clad in his striking white Hokage robe, his voice resonant and passionate as he preached unity and a promising future, eliciting waves of cheers from the crowd. Senju Tobarama stood a little behind him, dressed in layered blue armor, his arms crossed, keenly surveying the assembly with hawk-like precision, particularly scrutinizing the faces of the young ninjas from each clan to gauge their reactions. Uchiha Ao stood in the area where Uchiha clan members had gathered, positioned toward the rear, unobtrusive. His gaze was equally observant, but he was not focused on the speaker on the platform. Rather, he was attuned to the surging crowd below and the invisible threads of causality that ebbed and flowed, collided, and intertwined around them. The first task of the assessment was a team collaboration challenge, with teams randomly drawn to complete a simulated supply escort. This was clearly intended to dismantle clan barriers. Ao noticed that Uchiha Kagami had been paired with a Senju boy and an Inuzuka girl. Kagami appeared somewhat anxious, but nonetheless reached out to initiate communication. The Senju boy hesitated for a moment, glancing at Tobarama on the platform before reluctantly shaking hands. The Inuzuka girl was comparatively more forthright. During the task, they encountered several obstacles. The long-standing enmity between the Uchiha and Senju clans has instilled in them a fundamental instinct for tactical divergence, leaving the Inuzuka girl caught in a perplexing predicament. Song observed how the causal lines representing the three of them initially manifested as awkward, resistant, and tentative, nearly fraying after several missteps. Yet, a shared objective, the competitive pressure from surrounding teams, and the indomitable spirit of youth compelled their lines to intertwine, adapt, and ultimately discover a clumsy yet effective rhythm of collaboration. When they clumsily became the third team to complete the task, the three children, though breathless and fatigued, bore expressions of relief and even a flicker of excitement as they exchanged high fives. From the vantage point above, Hashirama smiled with genuine satisfaction, applauding vigorously. Tobarama, however, merely nodded slightly, his expression unchanged, his gaze more frequently lingering on those teams still struggling to cooperate, seemingly documenting their failures in silence. Song absorbed all of this, Hashirama perceiving a glimmer of hope for unity, while Tobarama discerned the issues at hand and the aspects requiring stricter oversight. What Song perceived, however, was the lingering divisions and fragility underlying their brief collaboration. At the moment the three exchanged high fives, a subtle discordant wave quietly reemerged, faintly stirring doubts in the Senju boy's heart regarding the wisdom of collaborating with the Uchiha, as well as a sensitivity in Kagami concerning whether he was being looked down upon. This ephemeral shadow cast over the newly formed, fragile bond of trust was not lost on Song, even if the children themselves remained oblivious to it. The subsequent individual practical assessments bore an unmistakably tense atmosphere, amplifying the sense of familial honor. When it was Kagami's turn to compete, his opponent was a boy from the Hyuga branch. The Uchiha's throwing techniques and fire release faced off against the Hyuga's gentle fist and Byakugan. The battle was fierce. Kagami, leveraging the insight of his Sharingan, barely kept pace with the speed of the Hyuga's gentle fist, and the exchange was evenly matched. The cheers from both clans echoed vibrantly from the sidelines. Song noticed that Tobirama observed intently from the platform, his crimson eyes seemingly dissecting and documenting every detail of the Sharingan in action. In the end, Kagami narrowly claimed victory. His chakra nearly depleted. He gasped for breath, glanced at his opponent, hesitated for a moment, and then, adhering to the customs of the warring states, performed a hand sign to express his respect. This was the Uchiha's way of acknowledging a worthy adversary. However, the Hyuga boy appeared to misinterpret this gesture as a display of triumph, his countenance darkening as he huffed and turned away. Kagami stood frozen, his smile faltering, a flicker of confusion and hurt crossing his eyes. Song observed that at the very moment Kagami made the gesture, which was misconstrued, that strange discordant wave reappeared, precisely amplifying the humiliation felt by the Hyuga boy due to his defeat and branch status, distorting the originally benevolent intent behind Kagami's action. It happened again. Song's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. This force seemed to thrive on sowing discord and misunderstanding. It did not directly manipulate hearts, but acted like a masterful musician, subtly plucking the most crucial notes to lead the entire composition astray. After the assessment concluded, the overall atmosphere remained relatively vibrant. Hashirama personally awarded the headbands to those who had performed excellently, including Kagami. Holding the headband and gazing at the swirling symbol of Konoha, Kagami's emotions were complex, still preoccupied with the earlier misunderstanding. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Song observed Tobirama engaged in hushed conversation with several jonin overseeing the assessments, his gaze occasionally sweeping toward the Uchiha direction, particularly lingering on several chunin who had activated their Sharingan. Song silently retreated into the shadows, leaving the square. He did not return to the clan, but took a longer route, arriving at a secluded bank downstream of the Nagakawa River. This location was distanced from both the Uchiha clan's territory and the village's center, with a gentle flow of water and trees concealing the banks. He needed to sort through everything he had observed that day. The joint assessment, while seemingly fostering communication, had more clearly exposed the underlying contradictions. Tobirama's oversight and checks were omnipresent. Hashirama's idealism appeared powerless in the face of reality. Meanwhile, that strange, discordant wave, like a festering sore, continued to erode the already fragile foundation of trust. Could this world, this Konoha, truly move toward harmony as Hashirama wished? Song's internal answer increasingly leaned toward the negative. He closed his eyes and attempted once more to sense and trace the source of that anomalous wave. This time, he exercised greater patience, heightening his perceptive abilities to their zenith, his double Tomo Sharingan warming slightly beneath his eyelids, faintly manifesting. The chaotic causal lines flowed like a vast galaxy, and that malicious wave swam through it like a cunning fish. Suddenly, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a trajectory clearer than ever before. The wave was not entirely chaotic in its dispersion. Its source did not appear fixed to a specific location in the village, but was in motion. Moreover, the residual traces seemed to subtly point toward, just as Song was about to seize that thread of insight. Oh? To his surprise, he encountered a clan member here. A deep, slightly raspy voice, imbued with an intangible authority, resonated not far behind him. Song snapped his eyes open, the Sharingan vanishing in an instant. He reined in all overt emotions and turned calmly. There stood Uchiha Madara, a few steps away, facing away from the flowing waters of the Nagakawa. He was still clad in his deep blue Warring States armor, the red arm guards strikingly prominent, his long black hair cascading freely, his demeanor austere, and his gaze profound, seemingly isolating himself from all external noise and light, immersed in another realm. He did not look at Song, but stared at the gently flowing river, as if contemplating the shattered reflections within, or perhaps peering beyond the water's surface into something deeper and more distant. Lord Madara, Song greeted respectfully, yet his heart tightened. His uncle's aura was even more profound than before, more detached from this world. The causal lines surrounding him displayed an extreme restraint, almost solidifying into a dark red hue, starkly contrasting with the vibrant and lively causal network of the entire Konoha. as if ready to snap at any moment. Madara did not respond to Tsang's greeting but continued to gaze at the river, seemingly speaking to himself, or perhaps posing a question to Tsang. Today's assessment was quite lively, wasn't it? His tone was flat, devoid of discernible emotion, yet carrying a chilling insight. Did you see? The so-called unity, the so-called solidarity. Madara slowly raised his hand, pointing toward the village's center, where the residual warmth of celebration lingered, nothing more than a castle built upon shifting sands. Hashirama endeavored to mend the fractures with dreams, while his brother sought to excavate deeper chasms through rules and calculations. Those fleeting handshakes, those fragile collaborations crumbled in the face of true interests and power. Madara's voice bore an unmistakable note of derision, coupled with a deeper, intractable resentment. They would never comprehend that genuine peace is far from such triviality. Tsang listened in silence, sensing the disappointment and aloofness nearly overflowing from Madara's words. This man, who once envisioned a dream alongside Hashirama, now stood before the fruits of that dream, coldly judging its hypocrisy and inevitable demise. What Madara said next shook Tsang to his core. Tsang, Madara turned his head for the first time, his deep-set eyes, seemingly harboring endless storms, fixed upon Tsang. Do you believe that relying on understanding and compromise can eradicate the deeply rooted hatred in this world? Can it yield lasting tranquility? This question struck directly at the heart of Tsang's most profound confusions and observations over the past few days. Under the gaze of the azure eyes, he felt a release of the suppressed emotions within him, the denial of the status quo, the animosity towards Tobirama, and the vigilance against the twisted malice, finding an outlet for expression. He did not respond immediately, but redirected his gaze towards the shimmering surface of the Southie River. The water flowed silently, bearing witness to the countless battles between Senju and Uchiha, as well as the initial alliance. Now, it quietly reflected the fractured images of division. After a long pause, with a voice that was remarkably calm, yet imbued with a sense of resolve, he spoke slowly. The transient illusion will ultimately be pierced by the thorns of reality. The true answer perhaps has never dwelled beneath the sun. He did not directly affirm or deny, yet his words revealed his inclination. Upon hearing this, Madara's deep-set eyes seemed to flicker with a subtle, nearly imperceptible shift. He turned his gaze back to the river, remaining silent. The two stood and sat in quietude, bathed in the fading light of the setting sun, with the bustling sounds of Konoha village behind them and the quietly flowing Southie River before them, as if standing at the intersection of two worlds. In that moment, Ao understood that he and his increasingly distant uncle had reached a tacit understanding grounded in a shared disappointment with reality. Chapter 6. The Establishment of the Uchiha Police Force. An invasion from the cloud shadows. The afterglow of the sunset painted the surface of the Southie River in fragmented hues of gold and crimson, outlining the rigid profile of Uchiha Madara. After listening to Ao's nearly rebellious response, he fell into a longer silence. This silence was not empty but filled with an oppressive weight, akin to the stillness before a storm. After a considerable time, Madara finally spoke, his voice low and reminiscent of something emerging from the depths of the earth. The trees beneath the sunlight have roots deeply embedded in the darkness of the soil. Hashirama only wishes to see the flourishing branches and leaves, deliberately ignoring the hatred and conflicts that nourish them. His gaze remained fixed on the water's surface, yet his focus had shifted away from the immediate scenery. He once thought the will of fire could illuminate all shadows. How foolish. Ao listened quietly, sensing the overwhelming loneliness radiating from Madara, a cold fury born from the betrayal of the one who understood him best. This emotion resonated strongly with Ao's own hatred towards Tobirama and his questioning of the current state. The voice of the stone tablet was scarcely audible, as if it were but a whisper, revealing a path that was the only route to genuine peace. The Infinite Tsukuyomi was the ultimate illusion to end all conflicts. Infinite Tsukuyomi? Ao's heart skipped a beat. He had once attempted to decipher the ancient stone tablet beneath the Southie shrine, but the content was obscure, seemingly requiring a special ocular power for full comprehension. Madara had evidently uncovered deeper meanings. A grand illusion enveloping the entire world? This notion sounded insane, yet oddly cast a stone into the lake of Ao's profound disappointment with reality. Madara did not continue, seemingly aware that he had divulged too much. He turned away, his profound gaze scrutinizing Ao for the first time with genuine seriousness. That look seemed capable of piercing through all facades, reaching deep into the soul. You can see it and feel it, can you not? Madara's tone carried an air of certainty regarding the underlying fractures of this village, the irreconcilable contradictions, and the nauseating entities that festered in the shadows. Ao felt a chill in his heart. Did Madara sense it too? That abnormal discord? He did not directly affirm, but nodded slightly, cautiously replying, "The apparent harmony is indeed fragile." He avoided directly addressing the unknown malice, before fully discerning Madara's intentions and state. He needed to retain the most critical information. Madara appeared unsurprised by his reaction, revealing a faint, almost approving expression of indifference. Keep your eyes and mind clear, Ao. Do not be deceived by false warmth. The true Uchiha will never acquiesce to being bound, assimilated, or domesticated. With that, Madara made no further delay. He cast one last glance at Konoha village, now shrouded in twilight, with lights beginning to flicker to life, his gaze cold and distant, as if observing a place utterly alien to him. Then, he turned and melded into the shadows of the trees along the shore, vanishing like a specter, leaving no trace behind. Ao stood alone, Madara's words echoing in his ears. The true Uchiha, domestication, infinite Tsukuyomi, and ultimate illusion, these terms collided and intertwined in his mind, pointing toward a future vision that was both mad and strangely alluring. The balance within him was tipping fiercely. He lingered by the river for a moment longer, until night fully descended, before finally turning to return to the Uchiha clan's territory. The reconstruction efforts were momentarily at a standstill, with most houses now suitable for habitation. Warm lights spilling from windows, and the faint sounds of family conversations and laughter wafting through the air. This scene radiated a simple tranquility. However, Ao's keen perception informed him that beneath this tranquility swirled currents of unease. The clan members' intertwined fates contained not only hope for a new life, but also dissatisfaction with the marginalization of their territory, grievances over unequal task distribution, and apprehensions regarding the future responsibilities of the police force. As he returned to his temporary residence, a simple yet tidy wooden cabin, the door was knocked upon. Outside stood Uchiha Honkai, a respected elder and one of Madara's more trusted subordinates. His expression was grave. "Ao, you have returned. Just in time. There is something we need to inform everyone." Honkai's voice was low, having just received an official order from the Hokage's office. Ao stepped aside to let him in. "What order?" Honkai did not sit, but stood within the room to speak. "Lord Tobarama has proposed, and it has received the Hokage's approval, the formal establishment of the Konoha police force. The formation and leadership of the first police force will be entrusted entirely to our Uchiha clan." A brief silence enveloped the room. Honkai's tone carried a hint of barely concealed excitement and pride. "See, the village still relies on us Uchiha. Entrusting such an important duty of maintaining order and security within the village to us is a recognition of our strength." Ao observed the mixed expression of pride and relief on Honkai's face, yet his own heart felt a chilling void. It had come. Tobarama's strategy had indeed unfolded as anticipated. He could almost instantly see through the threefold machinations hidden behind this seemingly favorable treatment. 1. Isolation and marginalization, binding the Uchiha's power to internal affairs like village security, distancing them from the core of the mission system, especially high-level, high-reward external tasks, thereby removing them from the center of power and intelligence networks within the village. 2. Creating enemies and isolation. Police work inevitably involves law enforcement and punishment. Regardless of fairness, it can easily incite dissatisfaction and resentment from other clans and villagers. The Uchiha would perfectly play the role of the scapegoat, becoming the natural focal point of conflict and thus isolated by other groups. 3. Detachment from war merits. In the nascent stage of the shinobi village system, with external threats still looming, true merit and prestige would derive from external missions and battles. Keeping the Uchiha confined within the village equated to robbing them of opportunities to accumulate military achievements and enhance political capital. A masterstroke, Tobarama truly was cunning. Ao could even envision Tobarama's calm, seemingly fair demeanor when proposing this suggestion. The Uchiha clan possesses the strongest insight, Sharingan. It is only fitting for us to maintain peace, maximizing their talents and showcasing their worth. Meanwhile, his uncle Hashirama would likely feel gratified by this trust and utilization of the Uchiha, completely oblivious to the icy trap beneath. Many members of the clan were filled with excitement, as Hukai continued, unaware of Tsang's inner mockery, believing this marked the beginning of our establishment in the village and the acquisition of our voice. Several elders had tentatively agreed and begun to seek candidates. Song fell silent for a few seconds, suppressing the surging, bone-chilling killing intent towards Tobarama, and asked in a tone devoid of emotion, "Is Lord Madara aware? What does he mean?" Hokai's excitement slightly waned, revealing a hint of helplessness. Lord Madara remains as he always has, staying at the Nana shrine, indifferent to clan affairs. When I reported to him, he merely acknowledged with a grunt, showing no further reaction. He seems accustomed to this, but this is an official appointment for the village, which is beneficial for the family. I believe Lord Madara will not oppose it. Song understood. It was not that Madara was indifferent. He was utterly disillusioned, likely having seen through the schemes, and perhaps even more resolutely determined to leave. He could not be bothered to waste his breath on a village he deemed destined for decay. "I understand," Song said calmly, "since this is the village's decision. We shall execute it." Hokai was somewhat surprised by Song's excessively calm reaction, but attributed it to his nature. "Well, rest early. Tomorrow we will be busy." With that, he took his leave. After sending Hokai away, Song closed the door, and the air within the room seemed to solidify. He approached the window and gazed at the scattered lights of the Uchiha clan, as well as the more brilliant illumination of the village center in the distance. That light appeared warm, yet it enveloped him in an intangible, tightening restraint. The police force would be the first formal shackle around the Uchiha's neck. Yet many clansmen remained jubilant, celebrating the gilded adornments of this very shackle. It was both laughable and tragic. He closed his eyes, allowing his perception to extend once more. He could see the deep crimson threads of fate representing the Uchiha clan, gradually being guided and woven by countless slender yet resilient silver-blue strands, symbols of Tobarama's will, drawing a clear outline of a ring that encircled Konoha internally while isolating it from the outside and the core. This ring passively absorbed and accumulated subtle yet incessant negative emotions from other regions of the village, dissatisfaction, complaints, and resistance. Simultaneously, that peculiar discordant wave seemed to sense the formation of this immense emotional collector, becoming increasingly active, like a specter lingering near the newly formed ring, probing with evident satisfaction in this warm bed. A sense of crisis coiled around Song's heart like a cold serpent. He could no longer afford to observe passively. He needed greater power, not merely for self-preservation but also to intervene, to plant his own seeds of causation within this chaotic web, pointing towards the future. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards the Nana shrine. Madara's path, the infinite Tsukuyomi revealed by that stone tablet, though mad, might be the most thorough denial and reconstruction of this world full of hypocrisy, scheming, and malice. Yet to tread that path, one must first possess sufficient power, power to discern the truth, power to overturn the rules. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan. This thought sprouted like a seed in the soil of his heart, nourished by hatred, disillusionment, and resolution. When he opened his eyes again, there seemed to be a dark flame quietly burning deep within his black irises. In the days that followed, Uchiha Song's life seemed to settle into a certain routine. He naturally joined the newly formed Konoha police force, and due to his strength and calm demeanor, quickly became the captain of a small team. Daily tasks were tedious yet fraught with friction, mediating disputes among villagers, handling petty thefts, stopping drunken brawls, patrolling for safety. These duties were far safer compared to the blood-soaked existence of the Warring States period, yet they also dulled the spirit. Song meticulously executed his tasks, and his Sharingan proved advantageous in interrogations and investigations. However, he remained an indifferent observer of it all. Uchiha clansmen, when carrying out their duties, often appeared excessively forceful due to the intimidation of their Sharingan and the pride of the Uchiha, making them prone to scrutiny even when acting within the law. Other clans' ninjas, particularly the Senju and their vassals, frequently displayed an unconscious superiority and unwillingness to cooperate during the Uchiha's enforcement of the law, resulting in unavoidable minor conflicts. Ordinary villagers held a mix of awe and distance towards them, and that invisible sense of alienation permeated everywhere. Moreover, the Umbu established by Tobarama were like specters, omnipresent, not only monitoring the village but also closely observing the police force under the guise of assistance and oversight. Every friction, every misunderstanding, every instance of hidden surveillance added fuel to the fire of hatred within Song's heart. The peculiar discordant wave he sensed would always appear at these critical moments, subtly amplifying the negative emotions on both sides, rendering reconciliation arduous. He attempted to utilize his weaving abilities for subtle interventions before conflicts erupted, such as diverting potential aggressors or alleviating one party's emotions in inconspicuous ways. Yet, his individual strength appeared utterly insignificant against the systemic design and the pervasive malicious provocation, like trying to block a deluge with a mere sheet of paper. He increasingly realized that within this system, the Uchiha would never rise. They would be slowly consumed, digested, and ultimately stripped of all edges and power. Becoming docile Uchiha of Konoha, this was far from the future he desired. During this time, he had only seen Hashirama from a distance a few times. The first Hokage remained preoccupied with the construction of the village and diplomacy with major nations, striving to maintain this fragile peace through his sincerity and strength. Each time he encountered Uchiha clansmen, he would flash his characteristic bright smile and greet them warmly. Yet Song could sense the subtle weariness hidden behind that smile, along with a profound melancholy over Madara's departure. Perhaps Hashirama genuinely wished for the Uchiha's well-being, but he was powerless to change the rules set by Tobirama, let alone erase the deeply ingrained barriers within people's hearts. His ideals were being relentlessly worn down by reality. Madara, on the other hand, had completely vanished from the public eye, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Only Tsang knew that he must be lurking deep within the Nana Shrine or in some concealed location outside the village, continuing his obsessive thoughts and forbidden training. Tsang did not actively seek him out. He understood that when he made his final decision, he would naturally go to find him. Time quietly passed in this facade of tranquility, while turbulent undercurrents stirred beneath the surface. Months later, a piece of news struck the ninja world like a boulder cast into a still lake, causing an uproar. The Cloud Village of the Land of Lightning was officially established, rapidly consolidating all ninja clans within its borders through forceful means, with its first Raikage renowned for his formidable strength and iron-fisted style. The Cloud Village fervently revered military might and expansion, exerting immense pressure on the neighboring smaller nations. With its military ambitions directed straight towards the borders of the Land of Fire, the higher-ups of Konoha quickly convened an emergency meeting. As a mid-level cadre of the police force, Song was not qualified to participate in the high-level discussions, but he could sense the building storm from the suddenly tense atmosphere within the village, the frequent movements of Umbu personnel, and the orders issued to the police force to strengthen internal security. He stood by the window of the police force office, watching a team of Umbu ninjas silently sweep across the rooftops in the distance, heading straight for the Hokage building. It seemed the mask of peace was about to slip. He sneered coldly within. Indeed, not long after, fragments of information regarding the high-level meeting began to circulate through various channels. It is said that during the meeting, Tobirama took a firm stance, advocating for an immediate military buildup at the border to deliver a decisive response to the provocations from the Cloud Village, showcasing the might of Konoha and quelling the threat at its nascent stage. In contrast, Hashirama reportedly hesitated unusually. He still hoped to resolve the conflict through negotiation and dialogue, wishing to avert another large-scale war and preserve the hard-won peace from destruction. This led to a heated dispute between the two factions. Ultimately, a compromise seemed to emerge. Konoha would bolster its forces at the border but refrain from initiating an attack, instead attempting to engage in dialogue and negotiation with the Cloud Village. This outcome left the Hawks dissatisfied, believing Hashirama to be overly indecisive, while the Doves felt uneasy, fearing that Tobirama's assertiveness would dominate the situation. Upon hearing the news within the Uchiha clan, varied reactions ensued. Some radicals eagerly anticipated this as a prime opportunity for the Uchiha to regain merit through force and alter their circumstances. However, a more cautious faction expressed concern that, should war break out, the Uchiha, positioned at the fringes of power, might be used as cannon fodder. Listening to the discussions among his clansmen, Ao felt no inner tumult. Whether in war or peace, the Uchiha were mere pawns. The crucial question remained: who held the reins, and what were their intentions? In the dead of night, after concluding a day's work, Ao did not return home immediately. Instead, he donned a set of dark civilian attire, blending into the shadows of the night, and stealthily approached the vicinity of the South Shrine. He refrained from entering the shrine, opting instead to conceal himself within the thick canopy of a large tree, activating his Sharingan to heighten his senses and meticulously survey the surroundings. His purpose was not to seek out Madara but to trace the source of a peculiar, discordant disturbance. The threat from the Cloud Village, the rifts among Konoha's upper echelons, and the escalating tension within the village. All of these were the perfect fodder for that malevolence, which had recently become alarmingly active. Ao focused intently, amplifying his perception to its utmost limits. The chaotic threads of causality began to materialize in the night, interspersed with dark lines representing anxiety, fear, and belligerence. Found it. The disturbance manifested again, clearer than ever. It slithered like a slick, invisible serpent through the shadows of people's emotions, siphoning negative energy and amplifying it in silence. Ao concentrated all his mental faculties, striving to lock onto its trajectory. This time, he felt himself drawing closer. The disturbance was not an entirely formless entity. It appeared to be shifting, yet its core seemed to point towards. Suddenly, the disturbance surged violently, as if sensing his pursuit, erupting into chaos and disrupting his perception. Almost simultaneously, a faint yet agonized groan, barely audible, emanated from the direction of the south shrine. Ao snapped his head towards the sound, his Sharingan instantly homing in on its source. Was it Madara? Or something else? Following the disruption of his senses, the peculiar disturbance abruptly weakened, vanishing without a trace. Without a moment's hesitation, Ao descended from the treetops like a wraith, racing towards the south shrine. He felt an intense premonition that tonight, he might uncover a remarkable secret. Chapter 7. Night Exploration of the Shrine, Kurizetsu. The south shrine lay concealed within the shadows of the night and ancient trees, appearing even more tranquil and solemn than by day. That muffled groan, though faint, pierced the tranquility of the area like a needle, precisely reaching Ao's heightened senses. Without hesitation, he darted silently towards the shrine's periphery. His Sharingan glimmered softly in the darkness as he cautiously scanned the entrance and surroundings. No apparent guards were present. Madara had always preferred solitude, particularly during his secretive training. That groan was anything but ordinary. The pain it conveyed was not merely a result of physical injury. Rather, it resembled an instinctive wail from a soul being torn asunder, a testament to a will under immense strain. Ao suppressed all his presence, slipping into the shrine like a true shadow. Inside, the light was dimmer still, with only a few flickering lanterns casting weak beams upon the ancient, weathered murals and the stone tablet revered as a treasure of the Uchiha clan. His gaze was drawn to the innermost recesses of the shrine. There, Madara knelt with his back to the entrance, one knee on the ground, a hand pressed against it, knuckles whitening from the strain. The other hand clutched his chest tightly, his body trembling slightly. His signature wild hair appeared somewhat disheveled, as though it had lost some of its luster. What shocked Ao even more was the chaotic, violent aura emanating from Madara, filled with a kind of indescribable negative energy, starkly contrasting with his usual stoic, contained, and powerful chakra. That sensation bore an uncanny resemblance to the discordant disturbance Ao had been tracking, yet it was more potent and corrosive. Another suppressed yet agonized growl escaped Madara's lips, his body tensing sharply before shuddering violently, as if engaged in a desperate struggle against some invisible, invasive force. Ao held his breath, hiding behind a massive pillar, his Sharingan working at full capacity to decipher the horrifying scene before him. He observed that the line entwining Madara was not the typical dark red of the Uchiha, but rather an almost pure black, absorbing all light. It was so subtle that it was nearly imperceptible, perfectly entwining and parasitizing Madara's vast web of negative emotional causality, draining sustenance while simultaneously infusing deeper darkness and distortion within him. It exuded an ancient, frigid, and malicious aura, originating from the same source as the discordant disturbance Ao had always sensed, yet it was more concentrated and purposeful. What is this entity? Ao's heart raced as he maintained his heightened state, meticulously tracing the source of this bizarre black line. It was not without origin. Its other end seemed deeply connected to the ancient stone tablet at the shrine's deepest point, yet it also appeared to transcend physical distance, leading to some darker, unfathomable dimension. It fed on his uncle's negative emotions, thriving on despair and obsession while seemingly capable of amplifying and distorting these feelings. Connecting this to Madara's earlier mention of the Infinite Tsukuyomi, a mad and forbidden illusion, the pieces began to fall into place in Ao's mind. The discordant disturbance, the parasitic negative emotions, the connection to the ancient stone tablet, and the extreme plan directed at Madara. The thick, chaotic dark chakra surrounding him seemed to take on a tangible form, vaguely outlining a distorted, inhuman silhouette, clinging tightly to Madara. like a parasite siphoning something from him or forcibly injecting a dark well. Is it that thing? Ao could almost affirm that the discordant disturbance that had lingered in Konoha, sowing discord, was rooted in, or at least significantly embodied by what was now affixed to Madara. What is it? Why does it entangle itself with Madara? Is Madara aware of its presence? What relation does this have to his increasingly obsessive state and his pursuit of the Infinite Tsukuyomi? A multitude of questions surged through Ao's mind. Suddenly, a name surfaced within him, Kurizetsu. Everything seemed to fall into a semblance of coherence. Just then, Madara appeared to temporarily suppress the chaos within him, his trembling gradually ceasing. He gasped for breath, raising his head to meet the gaze of an ancient inscription on the stone tablet. His Sharingan, unbeknownst to him, had activated. The kaleidoscope spinning wildly, filled with blood and a near-manic obsession. Power demands further strength. The voice of Uchiha Madara was hoarse and parched, imbued with a desperate yearning akin to a last resort. Only through acquisition could one transcend and shatter the delusion of this reality. His words, fragmented yet lucid, conveyed a singular message. He was relentlessly pursuing an ultimate power at any cost, a pursuit evidently fraught with immense suffering and peril, perhaps even susceptible to the insidious shadow that might exploit or erode him. Song's heart sank. He had initially assumed that Madara's obstinacy and solitude stemmed solely from ideology. However, it now appeared that the situation was far more complex and perilous. That malevolence seemed to have long set its sights on the most formidable of the Uchiha clan and was insidiously influencing or even parasitizing him. It appeared that Kagaya's will had begun to weave its machinations early on, yet this could not be the true essence. Truly, a formidable challenge lay ahead for this Otsutsuki, who was solely focused on rescuing his mother. Madara staggered to his feet, his body still unsteady. He failed to notice Song concealed in the shadows, instead casting a deep gaze at the stone tablet, as if drawing from it a distorted conviction. He then proceeded, albeit haltingly, towards the deeper recesses of the shrine, his figure gradually fading into the darkness of the corridor. The strange shadow that clung to him also slowly dissolved. Song refrained from pursuing him. He understood that it was not yet the moment to confront Madara, especially given the latter's unstable state, potentially influenced by an unknown malevolence. He cautiously stepped out from behind the pillars, standing in the vast emptiness of the shrine's hall, an icy chill creeping up his spine. The fissures within Konoha. External threats, Tobirama's schemes, the Uchiha's plight, Madara's descent, and the malevolence lurking in the shadows of history. All clues intertwined to form a vast and perilous web. He approached the stone tablet. The ancient and obscure inscriptions upon it eluded complete comprehension, far beyond the capacity of his current ocular prowess. His weaving perception informed him that the causal threads entwined with this stone were ancient, heavy, and shrouded in mist, interspersed with a line that resonated with that strange disturbance, yet was deeper and more enigmatic, akin to a serpent's lair. He retracted his hand, his gaze sharpening. Simultaneously, he became acutely aware that without sufficient strength, all was naught but empty discourse. Whether facing future crises, intervening in this chaotic causality, or perhaps one day confronting the corrupted Madara, he required greater power. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan must attain it. Chapter 8. The daily routine of the guard squad, pre-war preparations. In the days that followed, Uchiha Song's life appeared to settle into a semblance of normalcy. He seamlessly integrated into the newly established Konoha police force, and through his prowess and composed demeanor, swiftly ascended to the rank of team leader. The mundane tasks were trivial, yet rife with friction. Song executed his duties meticulously, yet his weaving perception remained in a heightened state of vigilance, particularly alert to any disturbances reminiscent of Kagaya's sinister black threads. He observed coldly the Uchiha clansmen. During missions, often employed forceful tactics due to the intimidation of their Sharingan and the clan's inherent pride, drawing attention easily. Ninjas from other clans, especially the Senju and their affiliates, frequently exhibited an involuntary sense of superiority and non-cooperation towards Uchiha law enforcement. The common villagers held them in awe yet remained distant. Moreover, the umbu established by Tobirama lurked like specters, monitoring the police force intently. Every instance of friction, every misunderstanding, every watchful gaze from the shadows stoked the flames of hatred within Song's heart. The peculiar discordant wave he detected, now nearly certain to be Kagaya's influence, would subtly surface during these critical moments. amplifying the negative emotions on both sides, rendering reconciliation elusive. He endeavored to utilize his weaving abilities to make minor interventions before conflicts erupted. Yet his individual strength felt utterly trivial in the face of systemic designs and a millennia-old malevolence as provocation. He could even vaguely sense that each time he attempted to intervene, that formless malice cast a veiled gaze upon him, as if scrutinizing an intriguing insect. He increasingly recognized that within this system, the Uchiha had no hope of rising. They would be gradually consumed and digested. And in the shadows, an even more terrifying adversary awaited. During this period, he had encountered Hashirama a few times from a distance. The first Hokage remained preoccupied. Yet Song could discern a subtle weariness hidden behind that smile, coupled with a profound sense of loss regarding Madara's departure. Hashirama might sincerely wish for the Uchiha's well-being. Yet he lacked the power to alter Tobirama's edicts or to dispel the deep-seated barriers within people's hearts, remaining oblivious to the looming millennial shadow. As for Madara, he had entirely vanished from the public eye. Song refrained from actively seeking him out, understanding that when he made his final decision, he would naturally go to him. However, his vigilance towards the Kaguya that had latched onto his uncle was at its peak. Each time he sensed that aberrant wave wreaking havoc in the village, he recalled that entangled, eerie black thread. Time passed. Song took advantage of his position within the police force to systematically and discreetly monitor all anomalous events, striving to further confirm Kaguya's activity patterns and her peculiar affinity towards the Senju clan. One day, while patrolling near the training grounds, Song chanced upon a heated exchange between several clansmen over the use of the training area. Just as tensions reached their zenith and reason threatened to snap, Song's weaving perception distinctly captured that anomalous, discordant wave once more. It was as if invisible tendrils were deftly teasing the most sensitive and irate nerves of both parties involved. The conflict escalated instantaneously. Now was the moment. Song's eyes spun with the double tomo, and he endeavored to intervene once more. With his mental faculties intensely focused, he penetrated the causal nexus, delaying one party's punch by a fraction of a second. Simultaneously, he barked an order to cease. This minor intervention yielded results once again. The confrontation was forcibly halted. Yet, that peculiar wave, at the instant of intervention, seemed to become enraged, intensifying and directing a subtly malicious onslaught towards Song. Song stifled a groan. Feeling a sharp pain at his temple, his Sharingan throbbing acutely. The sensation was more vivid than before, carrying a cold, offended wrath. It had indeed detected him, and was now even more vigilant. Song immediately severed the perception, retracting all his mental energy. This daring intervention clarified the tenacity and danger posed by Kaguya. Engaging directly in perception and interference was exceedingly perilous. He required a more potent ocular power to shield himself from its awareness, and perhaps in the future, means to inflict harm upon it. That night, Song isolated himself within his chamber. He produced a specially crafted blank scroll, inscribing all collected information regarding the anomalous disturbances, now internally designated as Kaguya, using encrypted symbols and a causal diagram comprehensible only to himself. Patterns of occurrence, active locations, methods of influence, reactions to interventions, and conjectures regarding associations with the Senju. He recorded meticulously, not merely for analysis, but for weaving. He endeavored to interlace the existence and activity patterns of Kaguya deeper into his cognitive framework, preparing for a possible direct confrontation with this millennia-old shadow in the future. He simulated how to utilize his abilities to capture, disrupt, or even sever that formless malevolence's causality. Just as he immersed himself in preparation, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a knock at his door. Captain Song. Emergency assembly order. Outside the door, the anxious voices of the team members echoed, delivering a direct command from the Hokage, the envoy from the hidden cloud village. Upon entering the borders of the Land of Fire, was attacked by an unidentified force. The envoy suffered severe injuries, and casualties occurred among the accompanying personnel. The Cloud Village firmly accused us, the Leaf Village, of orchestrating this. The Raikage has issued an ultimatum, demanding an explanation, otherwise, we shall face armed conflict. The tone of the team was rife with tension and disbelief. Song's pupils suddenly constricted. Such a malignant incident erupted before the border negotiations even commenced. An attack by an unknown force? The Cloud Village directly holding us accountable? All clues instantaneously connected in his mind. Kurizetsu had been unusually active lately. displaying a penchant for conflict related to the Senju clan, coupled with its nature of inciting chaos. Regardless of whether the truth of this incident was directly linked to it, it perfectly aligned with its preferences and modus operandi. It was akin to a sinister hand lurking in the shadows, no longer content with minor disturbances, but instead heralding the prelude to a large-scale war. Assemble the troops and heighten vigilance in all critical areas of the village, especially at the borders of the various clans and key facilities. Song immediately issued the order, his voice chillingly calm. Internal discord was absolutely intolerable at this juncture. He was acutely aware that Kurizetsu would not let this opportunity pass to stoke fires within the Leaf Village. Yes, the team members hastily departed. Song stood at the doorway, gazing towards the Hokage building. It must already be ablaze with light, shrouded in an atmosphere of extreme tension. He could envision that within the high-level meeting at this moment, the hardliners led by Tobirama would hold absolute sway. Meanwhile, Hashirama's aspirations for peace would appear pale and powerless in the face of this bloody incident. The wheels of war had been ruthlessly set in motion by that invisible hand. Uchiha Song inhaled the cold night air deeply, his fists slowly clenching. Chaos was imminent. Yet therein perhaps lay an opportunity. Amidst the shadows of war and the causality of chaos, he sought to conceal himself, track the truth behind the shadows, and seize the chance to acquire the ultimate power capable of illuminating all and severing conspiracies. His Mangekyō Sharingan must be awakened before everything spiraled out of control. He needed these eyes to pierce through Kurizetsu and even confront it. For himself, for the Uchiha clan, and perhaps to liberate his uncle from that enigmatic thread of black causality. Chapter 9. Smoke of the Border. A test of weaving principles. The ultimatum from the hidden cloud village struck like thunder, shattering the brief tranquility of the Leaf Village. Despite Senju Hashirama's fervent advocacy for a second negotiation to ascertain the truth, the momentum driven by Senju Tobirama and the hawkish faction he led, along with the rising war fervor within the village, ultimately compelled the higher-ups of the Leaf Village to decide on reinforcing their troops at the border, adopting a robust stance against the threat posed by the Cloud Village. The ominous clouds of war swiftly enveloped the borders of the Land of Fire. The Uchiha clan, as the mainstay of the newly established Leaf Village police force, had been deliberately excluded from the conventional task system by Tobirama. However, in the face of imminent external conflict, particularly the need for the insight provided by the Sharingan to counter the Cloud's elusive lightning techniques and stealth tactics, the combat prowess of the Uchiha became indispensable. Thus, an emergency border unit comprising ninjas from various clans was swiftly formed, including several upper and middle ninjas from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Song, renowned for his calm demeanor and combat skills honed during the Warring States period, naturally found himself among them. Song was not taken by surprise. This was both a crisis and an opportunity he had awaited. Being distanced from the village center and immersed in a chaotic war zone might enable him to more clearly trace the potential activities of Kurizetsu, while also facilitating his pursuit of opportunities to awaken his Mangekyō Sharingan in the future. Days later, amidst the undulating mountains at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, the terrain here was steep, shrouded in mist, with vast canyons and dense primordial forests forming a natural battleground, serving as an excellent locale for both sides' small units to infiltrate, scout, and engage in minor skirmishes. The air was thick with the damp scent of soil, the odor of decaying vegetation, and a faint trace of ozone left by lingering lightning chakra. Distant sounds of ninjutsu clashing and the sharp ring of shuriken echoed through the forest, breaking the silence and signaling that conflict was ever present. Song's squad was on a reconnaissance patrol. The team comprised 2 ninjas from the Senju clan, one from the branch of the Hyuga clan, and 2 others from the Uchiha. This mixed unit model was originally intended by Hashirama to promote integration, yet often revealed a lack of synergy in actual combat. To the left side of the canyon, there was a faint chakra residue, weak in nature, indicative of the lightning release from the hidden cloud, approximately half an hour old. The Hyuga ninja, with veins protruding in his Byakugan, lowered his voice to report, his tone tinged with barely perceptible tension. As the main reconnaissance force, he bore immense pressure. Can you determine their numbers and direction? The leading Senju Jonin inquired, serving as the temporary commander of the squad. The Senju clan, inheritors of sage techniques, boasted an exceptional chakra capacity and resilience. However, unless one was a chosen child like Hashirama, they rarely utilized wood release, instead relying on solid earth release, water release, and commendable taijutsu and sealing techniques. The residue is too chaotic to ascertain precisely, but it seems to be heading towards our designated third supply point. The Hyuga ninja hesitated before responding. The third supply point? The Senju Jonin furrowed his brow. That location has relatively weak defenses. This could be a feint, with the main objective being there. Immediately redirect towards the third supply point. Upon receiving the command, the squad promptly altered their course and dashed through the trees. Song silently followed, his Sharingan already activated, the dual tomo slowly spinning, vigilantly scanning the surroundings while enhancing his sensory perception to the utmost. In his perception, the causal lines surrounding him became chaotic and charged with murderous intent. The lines representing his teammates were taut, filled with vigilance and lethal intent. Those representing potential enemies lurked subtly in the shadows of the forest. And more numerous were the fractured or distorted causal lines left behind by lives just extinguished or struggling to survive, silently narrating the brutality of war. He particularly focused on sensing whether that peculiar, pure black causal line, the hallmark of Kurizetsu, would make an appearance. Suddenly, the leading Hyuga ninja halted abruptly, his complexion shifting. Ahead. An ambush. At least 3 squads. They've spotted us. Almost simultaneously with his words, a piercing roar of thunder erupted. Lightning release, retreat. Several dazzling bolts of lightning surged forth like raging serpents from the dense forest, bearing a destructive aura, charging directly at the squad. The attack's coverage was extensive, evidently aimed at annihilating them in one fell swoop. Earth release, earth-style wall. The Senju Jonin reacted swiftly, slamming his hands to the ground. As a thick earthen wall rose with a thunderous crash, attempting to thwart the lightning strike. Although it lacked the vitality and absolute defense of the clan leaders would release. The formidable earth release supported by the Senju's vast chakra remained extraordinarily solid. Boom. The earth wall trembled violently under the ferocious lightning strikes, debris scattering. Although it barely held, it was evident it would not withstand for long. These are the elite from the cloud. Their speed is incredible. Another Senju ninja exclaimed, brandishing a kunai, ready to engage. They are targeting us. They aim to take down our reconnaissance team. The leading Senju bellowed, preparing for battle. Hyuga, report the precise location. However, the attacks from the hidden cloud ninjas rained down like a tempest, leaving no room for respite. Countless shurikens, entwined with lightning, surged toward the team from various directions like a swarm of bees, while several figures emerged from the trees like phantoms, their blades glinting with menacing lightning, targeting Hinata and Uchiha within the ranks. Their strategy was crystal clear, prioritize the elimination of sensory types and the most formidable Sharingan. The battle erupted instantaneously. The clashing of metal, the explosions of ninjutsu, and the roars and cries reverberated through the mountains and forests. Song moved through the chaos like a specter. The Sharingan precisely captured the trajectory of every incoming attack. His movements were succinct and efficient, always managing to evade the deadly lightning strikes and blades with minimal motion, while his kunai or short sword would invariably retaliate or block at cunning angles. He refrained from hastily employing powerful fire techniques, instead observing and sensing, reading the causal threads of the battle. The Sharingan allowed him not only to perceive chakra flow and predict movements, but, when combined with his weaving power, he could faintly glimpse the fleeting possibilities within the fray. For instance, if that Senju ninja dodged to the left, he would likely be struck by the shuriken of lightning approaching from the right. If that Hinata ninja attempted to use gentle fist techniques, he might be evaded and counterattacked by the opponent with remarkable speed. These indistinct fragments of future possibilities and the flow of causal lines enabled him to make optimal choices in advance. He could even sense a feint, unnatural agitation intermingled with the aggressive and murderous causal lines of the Cloud Ninja, causing their attacks to become more frenzied and reckless. Was this the influence of Black Zetsu, or merely a battlefield norm? Be careful, Song suddenly called out sharply, deftly deflecting a shuriken, wrapped in lightning, that was about to strike the Hinata ninja from behind. Just milliseconds before impact, the Hinata ninja felt a cold sweat break out, glancing back at Song with a complex expression. Ignoring him, Song focused on a Cloud Jonin who had just completed a hand sign, poised to unleash a more powerful lightning technique. At the moment the Jonin was about to release his jutsu, Song sprang into action. Instead of directly attacking, he seemingly casually threw a kunai, affixed with an explosive tag, toward a nearby tree. Boom. The explosion shattered the tree in half, causing it to crash down in a direction that forced another Cloud Ninja, attempting a flanking maneuver against a different Uchiha, to retreat and evade. This seemingly trivial act disrupted the subtle rhythm of cooperation among the Cloud Ninjas. The Jonin, caught off guard by his allies' unexpected obstruction, exhibited the slightest moment of hesitation. Now was the moment. The leading Senju Jonin seized this fleeting opportunity. His massive chakra erupted. Earth release, earth flow river. The ground violently churned, transforming into a torrent of mud and stones, surging forth with tremendous impact and binding force toward the Cloud Jonin and his surrounding area. The wide-ranging and ferocious assault embodied the Senju clan's specialty of overwhelming opponents through sheer chakra volume. The Jonin was caught unawares, instantly engulfed, battered, and immobilized by the torrential earth flow. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. Song's intervention, silent and seamless, perfectly blended into the backdrop of the conflict, unnoticed as he skillfully wove that crucial moment. Utilizing his foresight of causal threads, he subtly tipped the scales of victory at the most critical juncture with minimal effort. The remaining Cloud Ninjas, witnessing their leader being severely wounded and subdued, faltered in their offensive and quickly retreated, vanishing into the dense forest. The battle concluded swiftly. 2 members of the team sustained minor injuries, but no fatalities, an unexpected stroke of luck. Those Cloud Ninjas were even fiercer than rumored, one Senju ninja gasped, glancing at the bloodstains and remnants of the skirmish, feeling a lingering dread. He had expended considerable chakra on defense and counterattacks. The captain's timing with the earth release was impeccable, another remarked, looking at the Senju Jonin with admiration. However, the leading Senju Jonin frowned slightly, eyeing the tree shattered by the explosive tag, and then glancing at the composed Uchiha Song, who was wiping blood from his kunai. The timing of that opportunity felt too coincidental. Song's actions appeared to be aimed at thwarting potential flanking enemies. Was he overthinking? Ultimately, he suppressed his doubts and said sternly, "Clean up the battlefield and leave immediately. The Cloud Ninjas may return." Song silently retrieved his kunai. The recent battle deepened his understanding of the application of weaving in real combat. This ability was not merely for slaughter, but for controlling situations, subtly altering the flow of causality to yield advantageous outcomes. It was a power born for orchestrating events from the shadows. Simultaneously, he had essentially ruled out the possibility that the previous Cloud Ninja team was directly influenced by Black Zetsu. The slight frenzy was more likely a product of the Cloud's inherent combat style and battlefield atmosphere. However, just as the team prepared to withdraw, Song's weaving perception suddenly detected a distant yet eerily familiar wave of cold malice, fleeting like a stone cast into a lake, seemingly emanating from the far-off rear position of the Cloud. Black Zetsu. It was indeed active at the border. What was its goal? To incite a larger conflict? Or did it have other schemes? Song's heart sank. It seemed that the waters of this war ran deeper than anticipated, and the power and truth he sought were undoubtedly concealed within this endless smoke and chaotic causality. He cast a glance toward the overcast sky in the land of lightning, where his Sharingan's double tomo slowly swirled, growing even more profound. His trials had only just begun, and the path to the kaleidoscope was perhaps laid upon this blood-soaked border. Chapter 10. Escalation of conflict. Sowing seeds of grudges. The border conflict did not subside due to a minor skirmish victory. Rather, it flared up like a spark igniting dry tinder. The Cloud Village was evidently well prepared. Their ninjas were not only fierce and battle-hardened, but their lightning techniques were swift and fierce, continuously pressuring the defenses of Konoha. Although the ninjas of Konoha exerted themselves to the utmost, they gradually felt overwhelmed against the formidable onslaught of Cloud Village. On the battlefield, the clamor of battle cries, the sounds of explosions rose and fell like a relentless tide, obscuring the path ahead in a haze of smoke. Song's team had faced such skirmishes before. In each battle, he exhibited a distinctive quality: calmness, meticulous observation, and adept manipulation of circumstances. He resembled an outsider, yet simultaneously an invisible puppeteer of the entire conflict. He skillfully wielded the power of weaving, a mysterious and potent force that allowed him to intervene in causality and steer the direction of battle. Throughout the combat, Song persistently experimented with the artful utilization of his weaving power. He meticulously observed the enemy's attack patterns and movement trajectories, then at crucial moments, deftly disrupted their assaults, causing their techniques to lose precision or diminish in impact. At times, he inadvertently altered the surrounding environment, creating mist or barriers that obscured the enemy's line of sight, thus crafting advantageous opportunities for his teammates. Despite Song's remarkable performance, it failed to attract significant attention to his comrades. His success seemed attributable to both skill and a stroke of luck. After all, his interventions were always so impeccably timed that they couldn't help but marvel at his extraordinary fortune. However, the harsh reality of war remained unyielding. Blood and death incessantly assailed the nerves of all, simultaneously nurturing the deeply buried hatred within. During a purging mission, Song's squad forced a group of cloud ninjas into a narrow valley. Victory seemed imminent when an unforeseen event occurred. A cloud ninja, who had appeared defeated and bereft of combat capability, suddenly surged back to life, channeling a torrent of lightning chakra with the intent of mutual destruction. Lunging at a Konoha ninja engaged in battle, a young member of the Senju clan named Senju Kenjiro, Song happened to be in a position to witness the entire scene with clarity. His Sharingan instantaneously captured the cloud ninja's resolve and the impending explosion of chakra. He could intervene. With his speed and reflexes, there was ample time. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Song recognized the target of the imminent ambush was a chunin of the Senju clan, adorned with a crest that had been entwined with the Uchiha for a millennium. A surge of long-suppressed hatred, originating from the depths of his bloodline, ignited fiercely. The image of Uncle Izuna lying in a pool of blood and the cold, merciless red eyes of Senju Tobarama flashed before him. Why stop? A chilling thought seized his mind. This was a Senju perishing at the hands of cloud ninjas, perfectly weakening them, intensifying hatred, and hastening the collapse of this hypocritical peace. His actions slowed for a moment. The kunai seemed to hesitate, momentarily restrained by an inconsequential attack from another direction. It was this fateful instant. Boom! A deafening explosion of lightning erupted, accompanied by a brief, sorrowful scream. Kenjiro was struck squarely by the suicide attack of the lightning release. His body hurtled away, ravaged by the lightning, and he perished in an instant. The cloud ninja met the same fate. Kenjiro, another Senju, cried out in a fit of rage, charging forward recklessly. The battle quickly concluded, the atmosphere heavy with grief. The team members silently gathered the remains. The survivor, a Senju named Senju Ryu, clutched his charred comrade's body, his eyes aflame with crimson fury, suddenly lifting his gaze to survey the others, ultimately locking onto Song, who stood closest to the scene. You were right there. Why did you not intervene? His voice was hoarse, filled with accusation. With your speed, you could have easily stopped him. All eyes turned to Song. Emotionless, he remained as cold as iron, devoid of remorse, only a twisted sense of satisfaction and calm at the unfolding consequences. The cloud ninja's actions were sudden. I was engaged with another enemy at the time. Song's voice was steady and unyielding. Regrettably, I could not react in time. This explanation was flawless. The battlefield was ever-changing, making it impossible to guarantee a timely rescue. Ryu fixed his gaze on Song's Sharingan, seeking some revelation, yet found nothing, ultimately letting out a reluctant growl and striking the rock wall with his fist. The squad leader, a senior Senju, approached to offer consolation. Though harboring a hint of doubt, Song's explanation was impeccable, and he did not wish to incite discord. Thus the matter was temporarily quelled. Yet Song understood that a new thread of causality, woven with resentment, had entwined itself between him and Senju Ryu. That night, the squad rested at a concealed location. Song sat alone at the edge of the camp, reflecting on his choices from earlier in the day, his heart devoid of unease. Senju Kenjiro may have been innocent, but his lineage was Senju, and in this world, allegiance equates to original sin. Hashirama's ideals were naive. Only power and retribution were real. Just then, within his weaving perception, he sensed a familiar, icy malevolence ripple into existence once more, alarmingly close. Song tensed instantly, activating his Sharingan in silence. Fully committed to tracking it, he beheld the formless, pure black thread of causality, akin to a venomous serpent, stealthily reaching toward the most despondent, sorrowful, and enraged individual in the camp, particularly Senju Ryu. The black thread lightly grazed him, entwining with Ryu's sorrowful causality, subtly amplifying his grief into vengeful wrath, distorting his anger into suspicion and hatred towards all, especially the Uchiha. Indeed, it was Kagaya's black Zetsu, like a vulture feasting on carrion, drawn to death and negative emotions. It thrived upon them, fanning the flames. Song suppressed the impulse, forced to observe coldly as black Zetsu toyed with human hearts. A thought pierced his mind like ice. Were his choices earlier, those born from personal grudges, fundamentally different from the actions of this millennia-old malevolence? Had he also become sustenance for the darkness? A potential accomplice? After a brief discomfort, he forcefully quashed such doubts. No, it was different. He sought vengeance. A reckoning of just hatred. Black Zetsu sought insidious schemes. The distinction between a clear objective and pure chaotic evil was evident. He utilized chaos. Black Zetsu created it. His gaze regained its steely resolve. He would not be swayed by futile comparisons. To achieve his goal, one must be prepared to exploit all means, including darkness. He meticulously sensed Black Zetsu's movements, attempting to discern patterns and trace its origin. Yet Black Zetsu was exceedingly cautious, withdrawing silently after minimal influence, leaving no trace. The camp was steeped in sorrow and fatigue, oblivious to the malevolence that had descended. Only Senju Ryu, in his slumber, furrowed his brow tightly, fists clenched. As if battling invisible nightmares. Song slowly closed his eyes. The curtain of war had been thoroughly drawn, blood-soaked causality intertwining wildly. Personal grudges had taken root. Malevolent thoughts had been born, and ancient shadows lurked in the dark. Aware that he walked a perilous path, he felt no regret. The road to the kaleidoscope was destined to be paved with hatred and despair, and he had already glimpsed the direction of the next paving stone. Greater stimulation was required. A perfect opportunity awaited. Chapter 11. The ascendance of the Azura tensions along the border escalated gradually, transforming from minor infiltration reconnaissance by small units into direct confrontations of squadron and even battalion scale. Konoha and the Hidden Cloud, two burgeoning ninja villages, engaged in a brutal tug-of-war amidst the rugged terrain. Blood soaked the earth, and shattered ninja tools alongside charred trees became the most commonplace sights on the battlefield. Uchiha Song remained active at the forefront. The ceaseless slaughter and the intense application of his weaving abilities rendered his double Tomo Sharingan increasingly profound and agile, allowing him to perceive and intervene with causality with greater finesse. He observed the progression of the war with the detached patience of a fisherman, awaiting the emergence of that extraordinary catch capable of breaking his limits. However, the scales of battle began to tilt. The forces deployed by the Hidden Cloud grew ever stronger, with the appearing ninjas exhibiting astonishing prowess. Particularly notable were a pair of brothers, whose arrival was often heralded by a scarlet aura, filled with ominous and violent chakra, far surpassing that of ordinary jonin, placing immense pressure on Konoha's defenses. Known as the Gold Horn and Silver Horn, these elite warriors from the Hidden Cloud were rumored to be descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, possessing incredible physiques and powers. More disconcertingly, they seemed capable of wielding a chakra akin to that of tailed beasts, their combat style wild and lethal, brandishing the Sage's treasured tools and repeatedly inflicting severe damage upon Konoha's forces. In a large-scale encounter, Song's squadron unfortunately collided head-on with the elite troops led by Gold Horn and Silver Horn. From the outset, the battle displayed a decidedly one-sided nature. Haha, feel the might of the Hidden Cloud, you worthless Konoha scum. Gold Horn cackled, enveloped in a crimson chakra mantle, his speed and strength surging, as he brandished a fan that unleashed torrents of flames, lightning, and hurricanes, instantly scattering Konoha's formation to disarray. Silver Horn, in contrast, remained much quieter. Yet the red gourd and amber bottle in his hands emitted an eerie glow, consistently absorbing or reflecting Konoha ninjas' techniques in unexpected ways, rendering them defenseless. Retreat. Quick, retreat. It's Gold Horn and Silver Horn. The commander of Konoha shouted hoarsely, but the retreat route had already been severed by the Cloud Shinobi. The air was filled with the sounds of agonizing screams. The Konoha ninjas appeared as lambs to the slaughter before the monstrous brothers. The earth-style wall was shattered by a fist enveloped in crimson chakra, and the water dragon technique was dispersed by the fierce winds generated from the fan, while those attempting to engage in close combat were effortlessly torn apart by that terrifying strength and speed. Song struggled to evade amidst the chaos. His Sharingan barely managed to track the movements of the golden and silver horns, yet the overwhelming disparity in power and speed, coupled with the oppressive crimson chakra, rendered him incapable of confronting them head-on. He could only rely on Yuri's predictions of the most perilous attack routes, continuously dodging while aiding his comrades in retreat as best as he could. Oh, there's a Uchiha little bug who can evade quite well. Golden Horn noticed Song, who narrowly avoided attacks during the brief moments of respite, and with a sinister grin, aimed the fan at him, eager to test him. Boom! A torrent of chaotic energy, infused with lightning and fire, surged towards Song. The range was vast, the speed extraordinary, almost sealing off all avenues of escape. The shadow of death descended in an instant. Song's pupils dilated sharply, and the double tomo spun frantically as his mind calculated countless possibilities, but all concluded inescapably. There was no way to block it. At this critical juncture, a wave of chakra, immense and overwhelming beyond description, descended upon the battlefield like a calamity. This chakra was filled with ferocity, destruction, and an absolute authority that proclaimed, "I alone am supreme." Time seemed to stand still at that moment. A figure, swift as black lightning, appeared between Song and the approaching torrent of energy, clad in deep crimson armor of the warring states, with long black hair dancing like serpents. His presence was as formidable as a mountain. Without even turning around, he casually raised a hand. "Begone." His voice, chilling to the core, echoed as if from the depths of the underworld. In the next moment, that mixed energy torrent, capable of annihilating a squad, was effortlessly halted by the initial form of the blue chakra skeletal Susanoo that emerged before his palm, vanishing into nothingness. The shockwaves from the collision sent the newcomer's hair billowing wildly and nearly blinded Song. Uchiha Madara. He has finally arrived. The entire battlefield, both Konoha and Cloud, fell into a deathly silence at that moment. Everyone was paralyzed by the sudden, godlike presence that had descended upon them. The manic laughter of the golden and silver horns abruptly ceased, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and a barely perceptible thrill. Finally, a worthy opponent has arrived. Golden Horn licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with crimson intensity. Uchiha Madara, the Shura of the shinobi world. Madara slowly turned, his deep, eternal Mangekyō Sharingan exuding a terrifying pressure that swept across the battlefield, and wherever his gaze fell, no one dared to meet his eyes. Ultimately, his focus landed on the golden and silver horns, gazing down upon them with a contempt akin to that of an ant. "Cloud-S rabble, who gave you the audacity to tread upon the land of the fire country? Do you wish to dance?" His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears, laden with a heart-stopping oppressive force. "Humph, Uchiha Madara, others may fear you, but my brother and I do not." Silver Horn retorted coldly, raising the red gourd in his hand. "Your name is just right to embellish our collection." Unaware of his impending doom, a cold smirk crept across Madara's lips. In the next instant, battle erupted once more. But this time, it was a clash of true top-tier powerhouses. Madara didn't even resort to his complete Susanoo form, relying solely on his taijutsu, dazzling fire techniques, and the elusive fan and scythe to engage in combat with the golden and silver horns, who unleashed crimson chakra and wielded the six-path treasures. The scene was nothing short of cataclysmic. Flames roared like a vast ocean, lightning tore through the skies, and shockwaves ravaged the terrain, altering the landscape completely. Ordinary ninjas lacked the qualification to even approach the battlefield and could only retreat in terror. Song stood in a relatively safe area, his Sharingan fully activated, fixated on this battle that transcended his current understanding. Is this the true power of my uncle? Is this the strength of the Shura of the shinobi world? He witnessed how Madara evaded the amber jar's absorbing light with near precognition, how he rebounded the fan's attacks with his own, and how he suppressed Silverhorn's seven-star sword with exquisite fire techniques. It was an art form, a perfect fusion of power, skill, and battle instinct, a pure and destructive beauty born for combat. Simultaneously, he became acutely aware of the crimson chakra emanating from the golden and silver horns, filled with the primal ferocity and chaotic essence akin to that of tailed beasts. Though far from the magnitude of true tailed beasts, its nature was eerily similar. Was Cloud's ambition not merely for territory and resources? Were they coveting the power of tailed beasts? Were they attempting to control or even become Jinchuriki themselves? This thought sent a chill down Song's spine. If even Cloud sought such perilous power, then the future of the shinobi world would undoubtedly revolve around a more brutal struggle against these calamity-like monsters. In the heart of the battlefield, Madara grew more invigorated with each passing moment, as if the war god, long dormant, had finally found worthy foes to engage. He completely suppressed the golden and silver horn brothers, who, despite their six paths treasures and presumed tailed beast chakra, appeared beleaguered in the face of Madara's absolute power and vast combat experience. Damn it, this monster. Golden Horn was battered and bruised, his crimson chakra cloak dimming significantly. Brother, we must retreat. The intelligence was wrong. Uchiha Madara is even more terrifying than rumored. Silverhorn, more composed, had already begun to contemplate withdrawal. Madara clearly had no intention of allowing their escape. "Since you've come, let us leave you with a memento," he said coldly, the patterns in his eyes spinning rapidly. However, just as Madara prepared to unleash greater power to detain either Golden or Silverhorn, an unexpected shift occurred. In the distance, behind Cloud, a powerful surge of chakra, filled with a sense of annihilation, erupted suddenly. Following this, a massive spear made entirely of lightning, akin to divine retribution, traversed thousands of meters, screeching towards Uchiha Madara. The might of this attack far surpassed that of the Golden and Silver Horns, reaching a level that approached or even exceeded that of a Kage. It was evidently one of Cloud's hidden ultimate techniques, perhaps a collaborative ninjutsu, or possibly the use of some forbidden weapon or sealing technique. Madara's brow furrowed imperceptibly. He could feel the threat of this strike, forcing him to temporarily abandon his pursuit of the Golden and Silver Horns. Focusing his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, he gathered an immense amount of chakra. Susanoo, Yatsukahoko. A massive skeletal arm of chakra took shape in an instant, hurling 3 gigantic, spinning blue tomo that collided precisely with the terrifying lightning spear. Boom! An unprecedented explosion erupted in the sky. Blinding light instantaneously consumed everything, and the deafening roar shook the very earth, with shockwaves radiating outward like a tsunami. Song was compelled to lower his body, bracing against the terrifying aftershocks. When he raised his head again, only chaotic energy currents remained in the sky. The Golden and Silver Horns, along with the remaining elite Cloud Shinobi, had swiftly retreated from the battlefield under the cover of the explosion. Madara hovered in midair, surrounded by a faint blue chakra mist. Gazing down at the ravaged land and the panicked fleeing enemies, his expression icy, resembling a deity descended to the mortal realm. Or Ashura returned from the depths of hell. He did not pursue, he merely observed coldly. The surviving ninjas of Konoha gazed in awe and trepidation at the figure that loomed before them, reminiscent of a demon from myth. Whispers of reverence and astonishment rippled through the crowd as they beheld Lord Uchiha Madara, the embodiment of martial prowess. Uchiha Ao stood rooted to the ground, profoundly impacted by his uncle's seemingly invincible presence. This was the epitome of power, a force capable of rivaling an entire nation, capable of altering the tide of battle, rendering all schemes and machinations powerless in the face of absolute strength. Was this the kind of might that his coveted Mangekyō Sharingan promised? An unprecedented yearning ignited within him, akin to a wildfire consuming his soul. He realized that the future of warfare would be dominated by such monstrous titans and the tailed beasts. The internal strife within Konoha and the predicament of the Uchiha clan appeared trivial and laughable against such overwhelming circumstances. He craved power, the kind of power that would allow him to partake in, or even orchestrate this grand spectacle. At that moment, the tomo in his eyes spun rapidly, seemingly on the verge of transforming into 3, though it remained just out of reach. Yet he found his vision clearer than ever before. Madara descended slowly from the air, his gaze sweeping over the surviving ninjas of Konoha, momentarily resting on Ao, who felt a slight nod of acknowledgement. Without waiting for anyone to approach him, he vanished like a fleeting shadow, leaving behind the legend of a demon's arrival and a battlefield shrouded in silence. Ao stared into the direction where Madara had vanished, lost in contemplation. The unique chakra of the Gold and Silver Brothers, the Cloud Village's covetous gaze upon the tailed beasts, Madara's crushing absolute power, and the lurking presence of Kurizetsu, all pointed towards a future that was grander, more perilous, and teeming with opportunities. He understood that following this conflict, the name of the ninja world as Azura would echo once more, while the enmity between Konoha and the Cloud Village would become irreconcilable. And he, Uchiha Ao, must swiftly acquire the means to establish himself amidst the torrent, possibly even to stir the waters. He felt closer than ever to achieving the Mangekyō Sharingan. Chapter 12. Deepening cracks and the sapling of fire. The news of Uchiha Madara's thunderous repulsion of the Gold and Silver Brothers spread, like wildfire, throughout the borders of Konoha and across the entire ninja realm. The fearsome reputation of the ninja world as Azura sent shivers down the spines of many, greatly bolstering the morale of Konoha's forces while simultaneously causing the Cloud Village to adopt a more cautious stance. Yet beneath this veneer of victory, dark currents swirled ominously. Uchiha Ao grew increasingly taciturn in the subsequent battles. having witnessed Madara's near-divine strength and the terrifying energy of the Gold and Silver Brothers, which was presumably derived from tailed beast chakra, he developed a sense of indifference towards the skirmishes among ordinary ninjas. His mastery of weaving strategies became more refined, driven largely by a desire for self-preservation amidst chaos, observation, and the pursuit of an opportunity to awaken his Mangekyō. The brutality of war showed no signs of abating. Although Konoha withstood the initial ferocious assaults from the Cloud Village, the losses were severe, and their forces were stretched thin. Reinforcements were dispatched from the rear, including some young faces yet to fully experience the harsh realities of war. During a brief respite, Ao's unit retreated to a larger camp for supplies and rotation, where he encountered an unexpected figure, Uchiha Kagami. Kagami appeared much more mature than during their last encounter in the village. The childishness had faded, replaced by a visage marked by hardship and determination, yet the light of faith in the will of fire still burned brightly in his eyes, seemingly more pure under the baptism of battle. What caught Ao's attention was the absence of the Uchiha police force's insignia on Kagami's arm. Instead, he wore the headband of a Konoha ninja and stood alongside two peers of similar age. One had fiery hair that stood upright, a sunny and infectious smile illuminating his face. Even in the weary camp, he was Sarutobi Hisashi, a young talent of the Sarutobi clan. The other bore a darker demeanor, with black hair and eyes that gleamed with a sharpness and a hint of ambition that belied his age, Shimura Danzo. The three seemed to gravitate around another young ninja, whose steady demeanor and wise gaze emanated a calming presence. It was Uchiha Kagami. "Brother Ao," Kagami exclaimed upon spotting him, a look of surprise spreading across his face as he hurried over with Hisashi and Danzo in tow. "Kagami," Ao nodded, his gaze calmly sweeping over Hisashi and Danzo. Hisashi greeted him enthusiastically. "You must be Ao senpai. Kagami speaks highly of you, saying you are incredibly formidable." Danzo merely inclined his head, his eyes lingering on Ao's Sharingan for a moment, imbued with a scrutinizing intensity. "What brings you here?" "The front lines are perilous," Ao inquired, his tone revealing little concern, more a statement of fact. Kagami's expression dimmed slightly but quickly brightened again. "It is by Lord Tobarama's command. He believes that true ninjas must hone their skills in real combat to better understand the village and the essence of the will of fire. Hisashi and Danzo are also highly regarded disciples of our master. He hopes we can support one another and grow together." "Lord Tobarama?" The mention of this name caused a barely perceptible shift in Ao's demeanor. Tobarama Senju had taken Kagami as a disciple? What implications did this hold? Was it a ploy to further unite or divide? Or did he genuinely value Kagami's talents and the concept of the will of fire? Ao's gaze returned to Kagami, where he could vaguely discern the threads of fate intertwining between him, Hisashi, and Danzo, a tapestry woven with trust and cooperation among comrades. Yet there was also a delicate, resilient silver-blue thread representing Tobarama, connecting to Kagami, seemingly guiding and shaping him. In contrast, the thread linking Kagami to the Uchiha clan appeared distant and complex. "Lord Tobarama is indeed quite thoughtful," Ao replied coolly, the tone ambiguous between praise and irony. Kagami seemed oblivious to the underlying nuances in Ao's words, earnestly continuing, "Yes. While our master is strict, all he does is for the strength and stability of Konoha. He aims to break down familial barriers and truly realize the unity of our village. Hisashi, Danzo, and I, though from different clans, are now comrades fighting side by side. And we will undoubtedly become the pillars safeguarding Konoha in the future." His words brimmed with sincerity and conviction. Hisashi nodded vigorously in agreement, while Danzo straightened his posture slightly. As Ao regarded the trio, brimming with ideals and vigor, he perceived a microcosm of the new generation of Konoha that Hashirama had envisioned. Yet, through his eyes, which glimpsed the strands of fate and shadows, this idealism appeared fragile and naive. Were familial divisions so easily surmountable? What hidden calculations and checks lay behind Tobarama's earnest intentions? Moreover, the lurking presence of Kurizetsu, reveling in discord, remained a constant threat. "Very well," Ao finally nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He had no desire to shatter Kagami's beliefs. They were of no concern to him. Each individual must tread their own path. After a brief exchange, Kagami and his companions took their leave to fulfill other duties. As Ao watched them depart, particularly Kagami, whose presence seemed to blend more seamlessly with the mainstream of Konoha than other Uchiha, he felt a profound depth in his gaze. Uchiha Kagami may indeed become an anomaly within the Uchiha clan, a prototype successfully transformed by Tobirama. Yet, for the entire Uchiha clan, is this a blessing or a curse? What unforeseen variables will it introduce to Uchiha Ao's plans? Such inquiries elude his grasp, as he currently lacks the leisure for contemplation. The foremost priority remains the acquisition of power. Before long, more alarming news arrives. The Cloud Village has not retreated in the face of Madara's intervention. Rather, they have become increasingly frenzied. Concrete intelligence reveals that one of Cloud's true objectives may very well be a tailed beast hidden somewhere within the Land of Fire. The unique chakra emanating from the brothers, Kinkaku and Jinkaku, has been confirmed to be a mutation resulting from the consumption of part of the Ninetales' flesh. They are, in fact, imperfect subjects of the Jinchuriki experiment. The higher-ups of the Cloud Village yearn to harness the complete power of a tailed beast, hoping to secure an absolute advantage in the future landscape of the ninja world. Upon hearing this news, the leadership of Konoha is thrown into turmoil. Tailed beasts, these calamities on the move, possess the power to topple nations. They must not allow Cloud to succeed. The nature of the war has subtly shifted, evolving from border skirmishes into a fierce contest over a strategic weapon, the tailed beast. Within Konoha, the voices advocating for war have wholly drowned out those calling for peace. Even Senju Hashirama, upon learning of Cloud's covetous intentions towards the tailed beast, can no longer maintain his commitment to pure diplomatic negotiations and adopts a more resolute stance. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara appears with increasing frequency on the most perilous battlefields. His might has become Konoha's greatest reliance against Cloud's elite forces and the potential emergence of tailed beasts. The infamous reputation of the Shura of the ninja world grows ever louder amidst the bloodshed, inspiring both awe and terror. When people speak of him, it is as if they are discussing a weapon of war rather than a living being. Through countless battles and observations, Ao perceives the changes in his uncle. Madara's power seems to intensify, yet his aura grows increasingly frigid, distancing him from the rest of humanity. He scarcely engages with other ninjas from Konoha. Each appearance is solely for the purpose of combat and slaughter, as if he has become a machine birthed solely for destruction. Ao can faintly sense that the peculiar black threads, belonging to Kagaya's will that parasitically cling to Madara, seem to grow more active and robust with the ongoing warfare and escalating bloodshed. They incessantly feed on the negative emotions and immense chakra generated by Madara's conflicts. All these circumstances heighten Ao's sense of urgency. He understands that his time is limited. Madara's condition is becoming increasingly unstable, and the war between Konoha and Cloud is spiraling toward an uncontrollable abyss. He must swiftly attain a power capable of steering his own destiny. He requires an intense emotional eruption, a tragedy that can utterly rend his soul while simultaneously connecting him to that supreme force. His cold gaze once more fixates on the figures of the Senju clan on the battlefield, with whom he shares deep-seated enmity. The opportunity must be forged by his own hand. Chapter 13. The all-encompassing and the divine manifestation, the Cloud Village's covetousness for the tailed beast has thoroughly incensed Konoha's leadership. The scale of war escalates once more, as Cloud appears to be going all in, mobilizing a vast majority of its elite forces. It is even possible that they are secretly deploying some forbidden weapon capable of threatening or controlling tailed beasts, attempting to forcefully alter the situation within the Land of Fire. Locating and capturing their target, the flames of war spread, pressing several critical defensive lines along Konoha's borders to the brink, with casualty numbers continuously rising. The Kinkaku and Jinkaku brothers, having received formidable reinforcements from the rear, grow increasingly brazen. The crimson cloak of tailed beast chakra surrounding them seems to solidify further, wreaking havoc as they repeatedly tear through Konoha's defenses. The situation teeters on the edge of calamity. In this dire moment, Konoha's pillar, the man revered as the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, finally rushes to the front lines. His arrival injects a much-needed surge of hope into the beleaguered battlefield. All Konoha ninjas, irrespective of their clan, feel an overwhelming sense of hope and reverence upon witnessing that figure clad in red layered armor, draped in the white Hokage cloak. Even the Uchiha, who often harbor complex emotions toward Hashirama, cannot help but acknowledge that only the first Hokage can bring true stability. Amidst the crowd, Uchiha Ao observes Hashirama's broad back, imbued with a heavy sense of responsibility, his gaze filled with complexity. He senses that Hashirama's life thread is intricately intertwined with Konoha and this land, vast, warm, and full of vitality, yet burdened with unimaginable weight. This stands in stark contrast to Madara's solitary, sharp, and destructive aura. Upon Hashirama's arrival, he engages in a brief meeting with the frontline commanders without indulging in pleasantries. Soon, a daring and formidable counteroffensive plan is devised, led personally by him, to penetrate the heart of Cloud's most ferocious offensive and to converge with Uchiha Madara, who is likely active in that very region, to annihilate Cloud's main forces and shatter their ambitions for the tailed beasts with overwhelming might. The operation commences rapidly. Ao, endowed with his abilities and strength, is also selected for this counteroffensive unit. He silently follows the team, harboring a faint expectation within. He foresees that what is about to unfold may be a battle worthy of being inscribed in the annals of ninja history. Indeed, shortly after infiltrating the enemy's rear, they encounter the true main forces of Cloud, along with Uchiha Madara, who is currently wreaking havoc. Madara's state appears more untamed than before, his complete Susanoo now manifested. A blue deity of war wielding a colossal chakra sword, each swing causing earth-shattering devastation, as ordinary Cloud ninjas are effortlessly mowed down like grass. The Kinkaku and Jinkaku brothers, from a distance, employ the Six Paths tools and tailed beast chakra for ranged harassment, yet they dare not approach the full might of Susanoo's edge. Madara. Hashirama's resonant voice reverberates across the battlefield, laced with a hint of subtle fatigue and complexity. Madara's movements within Susanoo momentarily pause, followed by a cold snort. Too slow, Hashirama. Apologies for my tardiness. Hashirama offers no further words, swiftly clasping his hands together. Would release, Flower Tree World. Boom. The earth trembles violently as countless colossal trees burst forth from the ground, growing wildly, instantly transforming vast stretches of the battlefield into a primordial forest. Trees entwine and pierce, ensnaring a multitude of Cloud ninjas in an instant. Even the Kinkaku and Jinkaku find their movements severely restricted. Simultaneously, enormous flower buds bloom at the treetops, releasing intoxicating yellow pollen. This earth-shattering power once more astonishes all witnesses. Damn it, it's Senju Hashirama. Kinkaku bellows furiously, wielding his fan to disperse the encroaching trees and pollen, yet more trees continue to surge forth relentlessly. Brother, be cautious. The wood release is suppressing our chakra. Jinkaku cautiously retreats. Madara observes the battlefield's sudden transformation with an indescribable glint in his eyes, a mix of nostalgia and mockery, yet predominantly ignited combat fervor, despite it being directed at the enemy. In a sense of synergy? Same old tricks. Madara remarks, his movements unimpeded. He swiftly forms hand seals, the crimson Sharingan glimmering with a chilling brilliance, as an immense chakra surges forth from within, gathering between his hands. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Madara bellows, thrusting his hands forward with great force. Instantly, a gigantic fireball erupts from his palms, akin to a blazing dragon, soaring through the air and hurtling towards the trees and pollen ahead. Where the flames pass, the trees ignite instantaneously, turning to ash, while the yellow pollen evaporates in the intense heat, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred remnants. The overwhelming power of the Great Fire Annihilation not only cleared a vast expanse, but also caused a sharp rise in temperature, forcing the Cloud Village ninjas to retreat. The sudden onslaught compelled the brothers, Kin and Jin, to step back as their Six Paths treasures dimmed under the intense heat. Madara, you still favor using fire techniques to resolve issues, chuckled Hashirama from a nearby treetop, a hint of jest in his tone. In times like these, fire techniques are the most direct and effective, Madara replied with a cold snort, though a flicker of complex emotion crossed his gaze. Despite their differing philosophies, the unspoken synergy between them on the battlefield remained unchanged. Wood release. Advent of the tree world. Hashirama clasped his hands once more, summoning more trees to burst forth from the ground, swiftly growing and forming a robust defense that ensnared the Cloud ninjas within. Fire release. Great Fire Annihilation. Madara unleashed another formidable fire technique, flames surging forth like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing the trees and Cloud ninjas ahead. The searing heat and immense impact caught the Cloud ninjas off guard, forcing them to retreat in desperation. In this clash of might, Hashirama's wood release and Madara's fire release synergized to create an almost insurmountable force. Each of their attacks resembled natural disasters, instilling a profound sense of despair in the Cloud ninjas. How is this possible? Kin and Jin stared in horror at the unfolding scene, never having imagined that their proud powers would appear so insignificant before these legendary ninjas. Let it end. Hashirama and Madara's voices resonated in unison, their gazes locking, an invisible bond of understanding flowing between them. In the next moment, they launched their final assault, utterly decimating the main forces of the Cloud Village, culminating in a decisive victory for Konoha. The complete Susanoo surged into the sky, its massive chakra wings unfurling, obscuring the sun. In that instant, an unforgettable spectacle unfolded before all Cloud ninjas and even the Leaf ninjas. Standing atop an immense tree, Hashirama maintained his hands in a prayer position, gathering colossal sage chakra around him. The green chakra surged like waves, as if the very essence of the Earth's vitality was converging towards him. Would release, would human technique. Hashirama bellowed, his hands clasped, the chakra taking form instantly. The colossal tree beneath him began to transform, its wooden veins and patterns becoming more pronounced, exuding an ancient and formidable aura. Simultaneously, Madara's complete Susanoo, a steadfast and powerful armor, descended slowly. Inside the Susanoo, Madara formed hand seals, the crimson Sharingan glinting with a chilling light. Armored Susanoo. Madara's deep voice resonated as the Susanoo's chakra began to meld with Hashirama's would release. The blue chakra of the Susanoo intertwined with the green chakra of Hashirama, creating a unique and potent energy field. The body of the Susanoo gradually became enveloped in wooden veins, as if clad in a sturdy wooden armor. This armor not only fortified the Susanoo's defenses, but also bestowed upon it an ancient and mysterious power. The wings of the Susanoo expanded further. The armor on its arms sharpened, and the chakra sword in its hand shimmered with a ghostly blue light. This is the perfect fusion of wood release and Susanoo. Hashirama and Madara's voices harmonized, their gazes meeting, an unspoken understanding pulsing between them. An enormous entity, transcending human comprehension, rose from the ground. Its wooden form and veins were shrouded in the ethereal blue armor of Susanoo, its left hand wielding the colossal Susanoo sword, while its right hand seemed to channel boundless sage energy. The sheer pressure emanating from it silenced even the raging Kin and Jin in disbelief, their eyes wide with terror. How is this possible? Kin's voice trembled for the first time. Is this the power of the god of ninjas and the Azura of the ninja world? Jin murmured, the amber bottle in his hand quivering slightly. Uchiha Ao gazed up at the divine-like giant, his double tomo spinning wildly in his pupils, nearly fracturing under the weight of such overwhelming power. His perception of reality crumbled before this unfathomable force, revealing countless threads of cause and effect symbolizing destruction and rebirth swirling around the giant, boiling, ultimately converging into an absolute, oppressive unity of power. Susanoo clad in the wood human technique, the power of all existence. This was not merely a simple collaboration, but a resonance and fusion of two powers brought to their zenith. A divine force that only Hashirama and Madara could manifest. Let it end. The voices of Hashirama and Madara seemed to merge as one, echoing through the ultimate giant like a divine decree. The giant stirred. It simply lifted its right hand, infused with sage energy, and gently pressed down toward the main forces of the Cloud Village and the brothers Kin and Jin. There were no earth-shattering explosions, no extravagant techniques, only pure, irresistible, overwhelming force. The very fabric of space seemed to warp under that pressure. The ground rolled and collapsed like waves. And all Cloud ninjas ensnared by that power, along with their jutsu, defensive structures, and even the ominous glow of their six-path treasures, were silently obliterated. Disintegrated in an instant. Kin and Jin let out desperate roars, pushing their tailed beast chakra to its limits in a futile attempt to resist. But their strength was like fireflies before the full moon, instantly consumed and shattered before that divine hand. They were flung away like insects crushed beneath a mountain, blood spraying as they flew, their fate uncertain, their treasured fan and gourd slipping from their grasp, their light extinguished. Yet, just when everyone believed Kin and Jin were doomed, their tailed beast chakra erupted in a brilliant burst at the last moment, forming a protective shield that barely shielded them. Though grievously wounded, they survived, propelled away from the battlefield, vanishing into the distant haze. With a single strike, the main forces of the Cloud Village, along with their most prized warriors, the brothers Kin and Jin, crumbled under that divine retribution. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. All survivors, whether Leaf or the few remaining from the Cloud Village, stared in awe at the giant slowly dissipating, witnessing the duo of Hashirama and Madara standing shoulder to shoulder, as if they were true deities. Fear, reverence, and fervor intertwined in the expressions of all. Uchiha Ao gasped for breath, cold sweat beading on his forehead. In that moment, he felt death so close, even though that power was not directed at him. Yet, simultaneously, an unprecedented desire and excitement surged within him. This was the pinnacle of power. This was the force he had longed for, capable of overturning everything and controlling one's own destiny. He looked towards Madara, then Hashirama. The two men, after delivering that earth-shattering blow, exchanged no words. Hashirama gazed at the ravaged battlefield and the fallen ninjas, his face etched with sorrow and compassion. Madara, on the other hand, merely surveyed everything with indifference, a flicker of incomprehensible scorn and emptiness flashing in his eyes. The brief alliance against a common foe had not bridged the deepening chasm between them. Rather, it perhaps accentuated the fundamental differences in their philosophies. The pursuit of power by Hashirama Senju was to protect and create, while Madara Uchiha, after countless disappointments and the insidious erosion of the Black Line, perhaps long believed that such power could only be employed for absolute destruction before he could reshape the world as he envisioned. The threat from the Cloud Village, momentarily alleviated by the annihilation of their main forces and the grievous defeat of Kin and Jin, who, even if not dead, were undoubtedly severely injured, had been temporarily dispelled. The remaining Cloud Ninjas fled in sheer terror back into the Land of Lightning, rendering any immediate resurgence impossible. Konoha had emerged victorious in this war. Yet, Uchiha Ao understood that the true storm was perhaps only beginning. The temporary disappearance of external threats signaled that internal conflicts would soon resurface. Would Madara Uchiha, possessing such formidable power, be willing to submit to a system that contradicted his ideals? Having witnessed the divine might, Uchiha Ao's journey with the Sharingan had finally revealed to him the clearest and most brutal endpoint. He required a loss and despair of equal magnitude. Chapter 14. The thunder of the shinobi world and the fear of all shadows. The news of Konoha's overwhelming victory, achieved through the formidable alliance of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and Madara Uchiha, who single-handedly crushed the main forces of the Cloud Village, severely wounding Kin and Jin, spread swiftly across the entire shinobi world like a colossal storm. This was no ordinary victory in a border conflict. It showcased an absolute disparity in power that transcended eras, instilling despair in all nations and ninja villages. The entirety of the shinobi world fell silent, followed by immense shock, profound fear, and an urgent need for response. In the Land of Wind, amidst swirling yellow sands, in a relative oasis, the newly appointed leader of the Sand Village, Shaman, who had just begun to unify the various ninja clans through iron-fisted methods, was listening to urgent reports from his subordinates. Beside him stood two young aides, Chiyo, meticulous and skilled in puppet techniques, and her brother, the strategic-minded Kuratsuchi. Shaman's expression was extremely grave, the scroll of intelligence in his hands nearly crumpled from his grip. Susanoo has been used with the wooden man technique? He repeated this incomprehensible phrase, his voice dry, unable to fathom the scene it described. The harsh environment of the Land of Wind, with its scarce resources, had forced him to painstakingly unite the fragmented ninja clans, attempting to establish a sand village that emphasized absolute military strength to face future challenges. Yet, the power exhibited by Konoha rendered all his efforts and aspirations pitifully fragile. His elder sister, Chiyo, looked at him with concern. Shaman suddenly lifted his head, a fierce determination flashing in his eyes. We can no longer hesitate. We must be faster, stronger. Conventional ninja forces are meaningless against such power. We need more extreme measures. Tailed beasts, sealing techniques, poisons. Everything that can bridge the gap with that monstrosity must be pursued at any cost. Shaman, calm yourself, cautioned the elder ninja, Retsudo, a seasoned ninja of the Land of Wind and founder of the Sand Village, who had reservations about Shaman's radical stance. We cannot lose our reason because of one failure. While Konoha's strength is indeed formidable, we have our advantages. What we need is time, not a blind pursuit of power. Shaman took a deep breath. Attempting to steady his emotions, Retsudo is right. We must not lose our reason. However, this defeat has revealed the gap. We need to gradually enhance our strength based on our current foundation. Research on tailed beasts and sealing techniques must continue, but we cannot rush. Chiyo and Kuratsuchi exchanged glances, both feeling the heavy pressure. They understood that the road ahead would be increasingly arduous, yet it also represented an opportunity for their growth. In the land of water, shrouded in perpetual mist by a hidden pool, the young warrior of the Hozuki clan, Hozuki Mangekyō, the future second Mizukage, was polishing his signature weapon. He had emerged in the country through his unique water transformation techniques and combat wisdom, representing the hardline faction advocating for the unification of clans. Upon hearing his subordinates report, Mangekyō's typically playful smile vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor for the first time. "Indeed, this is extraordinary news," he said, smacking his lips, his gaze sharp. "The names Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha will likely become the nightmares of all Kages." Amidst the mist surrounding him, whispers of unease from other bloodline clan representatives could be faintly heard. The display of Konoha's power did not unify the factions within the Mist Village. Rather, it exacerbated internal suspicion and division. Some clans worried that even united, they would be powerless against Konoha's might. Others yearned for centralization, aiming to consolidate strength quickly to avoid being picked off one by one. It seems that merely hiding in this fog and playing hide-and-seek is insufficient. Mangekyō rose, exuding a dangerous aura. The outside world must understand that the land of water is not to be trifled with. The establishment of our village must be accelerated. Anyone who dares to undermine us from the shadows. He left the thought hanging, the implication clear. The brutal policies within the blood mist were beginning to take root. "Mangekyō, you are being impulsive," cautioned the elder, Hakurin, the Mizukage, who had reservations about Mangekyō's radical approach. "We cannot lose our reason due to the enemy's strength. While Konoha's power is indeed formidable, we also possess our advantages. What we need is time, not a blind pursuit of power." "Hakurin, you are always so conservative," Mangekyō retorted. "We are out of time. Konoha's power has surpassed our imagination. If we do not hasten our pace, we will be defeated one by one. We need stronger power and faster speed." Hakurin sighed. "Mangekyō, your words have merit. But we must also proceed steadily. A blind pursuit of power will only plunge us into greater crises. We must build upon our existing foundation. We can strengthen our bloodline research and leverage our unique advantages to bolster our overall strength." Mangekyō fell silent for a moment, then finally nodded. "You are correct. We will accelerate the establishment of our village, and we bloodline clans must also unite more swiftly. In the land of Earth, within the steep stone mountains, in a vast conference room, the inheritors of the will of stone, known for their steadfastness and stubbornness, gathered. The host was an elder, skilled in earth-release barriers and defenses, the mentor of Mu, the future second Tsukuyomi. Beside Mu stood a younger boy, the obstinate Inoki, who already exhibited a fierce determination in his gaze. The intelligence was brought back by a spy from a Wagakure who had participated in the war and narrowly survived. Describing the events in great detail, the conference room fell into a heavy silence, punctuated only by the sound of labored breathing. "Such power does not belong to ninjas," one elder murmured, his face etched with terror. Mu's complexion turned ashen. He, an expert in dust release, had considered himself one of the apexes of ninjutsu. Yet the giant described in the reports completely exceeded his understanding of ninja techniques. Meanwhile, young Inoki clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly from a whirlwind of emotions. Fear? Yes, but more so an indescribable sense of humiliation and unwillingness. The belief of a Wagakure was rooted in tenacity akin to stone and collective strength. Yet in the face of such absolute personal might, all of that seemed to lose its meaning. "Uchiha Madara," Inoki nearly gritted out through clenched teeth. That figure, akin to a demonic god, had left an indelible imprint of fear and awe in his heart through the spy's accounts. For the first time, he clearly recognized the existence of someone who could crush an entire nation with mere individual strength. This realization would profoundly shape all his future decisions as Tsukuyomi. Strengthen our defenses. Immediately commence research on all strategies and barriers capable of countering Wood Release and that formidable blue giant. The host declared, furthermore, we must reassess our relationship with Konoha, as well as the balancing strategies we may need in the future. Wu nodded. We cannot lose confidence due to Uchiha Madara's strength. While Konoha's power is indeed formidable, we possess our own advantages. The first Tsukuyomi, Ishikawa, seated at the head of the table, took a deep breath. Striving to calm his emotions, Wu is correct. We must bolster our defensive structures, leverage our geographical advantages, and enhance our overall defense capabilities. We need to incrementally strengthen our power based on our existing foundation. while also advancing the development of cluster ninjutsu combat. In the land of lightning, within the Reikage office, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the sky before a storm. The robust and tempestuous first Reikage, A, smashed his solid wood desk with a punch. Uncontrollable chakra surging forth like thunder. Damn it, Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, he roared, his voice resonating through the room. Such a disgrace. The meticulously planned operation. The main forces deployed, the expectations placed upon the brothers Kin and Jin, though he was not entirely at ease with the latter, were nearly obliterated by the combined strike of those two. This was an unprecedented blow to him, who revered might, had just established the hidden cloud village, and sought dominion over the shinobi world. Reikage-sama, please calm down. A nearby advisor hastily implored. The urgent matter at hand is to treat Kin and Jin, stabilize the domestic situation, and reassess the threat level posed by Konoha. Reassess? What is there to reassess? A bellowed, that is power we cannot contend with directly, unless a glint of madness and resolution flashed in his eyes, unless we too can acquire power of the same caliber. Tailed beasts. We must obtain complete tailed beasts. Intensify our research efforts. Regardless of the cost, we must forge the strength that belongs to our hidden cloud. Reikage-sama, please maintain your composure. The second A, future Reikage and A's brother, advised calmly. We cannot lose our reason due to one failure. While Konoha's strength is indeed formidable, we also have our own advantages. What we need is time, not a blind pursuit of power. A inhaled deeply, attempting to soothe his emotions. You are right. We will intensify our research on tailed beasts. But we will not pursue power blindly. We need to gradually strengthen our capabilities while seeking new sources of power. The second A nodded. We will build upon our existing foundation, focusing more on strategy and planning, rather than recklessly engaging Konoha once more. Moreover, we must consider how to quell Konoha's wrath. If we do not cease our actions, the consequences will be far more severe. Chapter 15, Fractures After Victory. Debates of War and Peace. In the Konoha Hidden Village, within the Hokage's conference hall, an atmosphere heavier and more oppressive than the smoke of battle permeated the air. Outside, the crowd was celebrating the repulsion of the hidden cloud, exulting in the name of the god of shinobi and the Shura of the ninja world. Inside, however, the highest decision-making body of Konoha found itself ensnared in the most deadlocked and frigid situation since its founding. Senju Hashirama sat at the head, his brow furrowed with an unmistakable weariness and gravity. The victory of war did not bring him relief. The increasingly sharp opposition from his dear friend and the irreconcilable differences before him weighed heavily upon his heart like two boulders. He still wore the white Hokage robes, but at this moment, the garment symbolizing responsibility and honor felt like an unbearable burden. Opposite him, Uchiha Madara leaned against the wall with arms crossed, eschewing the conference table entirely. Clad in deep red samurai armor, he stood in stark contrast to the others in casual attire or ninja vests, like an outsider refusing to conform. There was no trace of victory's joy on his face, only an unyielding frost and an almost burning obsession. His piercing gaze swept across the assembly, revealing unmasked scorn and indifference. Uchiha Kagami, one of the representatives of the police force, sat quietly at the end of the table, observing everything in silence. He could clearly see the pure black causality line belonging to Kurizetsu connecting to Madara, writhing like a living creature, exuding a dense malice and incitement. The focal point of the meeting was how to handle the defeated land of lightning and the hidden cloud village. We must pursue victory while the iron is hot. An elder from Tobarama's faction exclaimed passionately, pounding the table. The hidden cloud's ambitions are brazen, their invasion overt, even coveting the tailed beasts. Such a great grievance cannot be easily overlooked. Now that their main forces have been decimated, and Kin and Jin's fates are uncertain, it is the perfect opportunity for us to utterly destroy the hidden cloud with absolute might, eliminating future threats, and compelling the land of lightning to cede territory and pay reparations, signing a permanent humiliating treaty. We must ensure the entire shinobi world understands the price of provoking Konoha. Indeed, if we do not fight now, when shall we? Should we wait for them to recover and once more covet our tailed beasts, threatening our children? Another pro-war jonin echoed loudly, his words garnering nods of agreement from many. The pain of war and the fervor brought by victory allowed the pro-war voices to dominate. Senju Tobarama sat at Hashirama's side, his expression stern. He did not immediately voice his stance, but the sharpness in his crimson eyes clearly leaned towards a hardline approach. In his view, This was the optimal moment to establish Konoha's absolute hegemony, maximize the benefits of war, and shatter the Hidden Cloud's backbone decisively. I oppose this. At that moment, a clear yet resolute voice rang out. The assembly turned to see the young Sarutobi Hizashi standing. He rose, slightly nervous, but his gaze was unwavering. The war has already caused too much death and destruction. The ordinary ninjas and civilians of the Hidden Cloud are also victims of this war. If we continue to wage war now, it will only breed more hatred, creating a cycle of vengeance that will never end. We should take this opportunity to propose peace talks as victors, using tolerance and understanding to dissolve hatred, laying the foundation for true peace. As soon as he finished speaking, Shimura Danzo coldly retorted, Hizashi, you are too naive. Tolerance? To show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. The ambitions of the Hidden Cloud will not vanish due to your mercy. They will only flourish due to our weakness. Only absolute power and fear can yield true peace. His words garnered covert support from many hawkish members. Uchiha Kagami sat at a distance, observing the clashing sides, his brow furrowed. Internally, he resonated with Hizashi's ideals. Yet he was acutely aware that Danzo's words held a semblance of truth, creating a tumult of conflict within him. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards his mentor Tobirama, and then to the silently stoic Hokage. What a tiresome debate. A cold and magnetic voice cut through the clamor, instantly silencing all. Uchiha Madara finally spoke, not even shifting his posture, merely sweeping his gaze over both the pro-war and peace factions with eyes that seemed to peer into the depths of their souls. Whether in war or peace, your arguments are merely variations on the same pile of decayed leaves. Madara's tone was laced with undisguised disdain. Destroy the Hidden Cloud? Then what? Would the other great nations stand idly by as Konoha dominates? Fear will only give rise to more plots and fiercer resistance. The so-called permanent peace treaty is nothing more than a scrap of paper that can be torn at any moment. Peace talks? Understanding? He scoffed. Hashirama, do you still cling to such unrealistic dreams? Your so-called peace is merely a facade of compromise and hypocritical goodwill, masking an everlasting enmity and conflict. His gaze suddenly turned to Hashirama, like two sharpened blades. The problems of this world cannot possibly be resolved within the framework you have established. The essence of humanity is foolishness, narrow-mindedness, and filled with conflict. Only absolute power, enforced through absolute dominion, or the creation of a phantasmic world devoid of strife, can usher in true peace. His words unmistakably pointed towards the mad scheme of the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Madara. In a sudden eruption, Hashirama rose, his visage etched with anguish and disbelief. How could you have become this way? Have you forgotten the noble intentions behind the establishment of Konoha? We aim to connect through understanding and trust. Madara's sharp retort cut through the air, his voice rising, laden with long-suppressed indignation. The original intent was to marginalize the Uchiha. The original intent was to make the police force a target of scorn. The original intent was for your beloved brother to systematically isolate the Uchiha from the core of power. Hashirama, open your eyes. Has this village ever truly embraced us? What has your trust and understanding yielded? It has brought forth suspicion, surveillance, and an incessant internal struggle. His words struck like a hammer, resonating in the hearts of all present, unveiling the bloody scars beneath Konoha's facade of harmony. Several members of the Uchiha clan bowed their heads, fists clenched, as Madara articulated the long-suppressed humiliation and discontent within them. Tobirama's expression darkened, and he coldly interjected, Madara, mind your words. The system of Konoha is designed for the village's enduring peace. The power of the Uchiha was bestowed personally by the Hokage. Silence, Tobirama. Madara shot a fierce glare at him, his terrifying gaze and murderous intent sending a chill even through a formidable figure like Tobirama. I have seen through your duplicitous schemes. You are the greatest malignancy of Konoha. Madara, cease this at once. Hashirama's voice bore a tinge of desperation as he sought to ease the tension. We can negotiate the Uchiha's position. We can improve the village's system. But we cannot allow hatred to blind us regarding the Land of Lightning's policies. We must not create further tragedies. I believe, if we act with sincerity, your sincerity is worthless. Madara's patience evaporated entirely. He stood tall, an overwhelming chakra surging uncontrollably, causing the entire assembly hall to tremble slightly. I have had enough. Enough of your naivety. Enough of this hypocritical village. Enough of this ceaseless, meaningless debate. He cast one last glance at Hashirama, his eyes filled with profound disappointment, resoluteness, and an almost frenzied obsession. Our paths diverge, and thus we cannot conspire together. Hashirama, you shall pay the price for your childish dreams. This decaying world shall ultimately be reshaped by me. With that, he turned, offering no opportunity for response, and strode out of the assembly hall amid a silence thick with shock. The heavy wooden door slammed shut behind him with a resounding bang, heralding the end of an era. The meeting could no longer proceed. The factions advocating war and peace remained at odds. Yet a deeper shadow loomed over all hearts, the irrevocable rift of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Ao sat in a corner, observing everything unfold. He could see that at the moment Madara's emotions peaked, and he severed ties with Hashirama. A dark thread of causality trembled with excitement, nearly emitting a silent scream as it greedily absorbed the surging negative energy. The opportunity drew ever closer. He understood that Madara's departure was not an end, but the onset of a far greater storm, and he must prepare to embrace the soul-rending transformation that awaited before the tempest arrived. Chapter 16. Undercurrents within the clan and the web of manipulation. The irreconcilable split between Uchiha Madara and Hashirama in the high-level meeting was akin to a boulder cast into a seemingly tranquil lake, sending ripples that swiftly spread throughout Konoha, particularly within the Uchiha clan. Previously suppressed or hidden conflicts now lay bare, fracturing the clan into several distinct factions. In a clandestine location near the Nanga Shrine within Uchiha territory, several esteemed elders and seasoned shinobi who had weathered the bloody turmoil of the Warring States era gathered. The atmosphere charged with intensity. They constituted the hawkish faction of the clan, yet their stance was no longer solely rooted in a glorification of Uchiha pride. Rather, it stemmed from a familiarity, even dependence on warfare, and a profound dissatisfaction with the current state of Konoha. Lord Madara speaks the truth. Konoha is no longer the vision we once had. An elder with a scarred face exclaimed, his emotions aflame. Look at our current plight. Marginalized, relegated to the police force, merely tasked with offending others, while the true missions and accolades are monopolized by the Senju and their affiliates. This war is a golden opportunity for us Uchiha to reassert our strength and reclaim our voice. We should, as Lord Madara advocates, obliterate Kumobikure with overwhelming force, allowing everyone to witness the brilliance of the Uchiha. Indeed, peace, that is merely an excuse for the weak. Only through war can a ninja's value be realized. Only by instilling fear in our enemies can we earn genuine respect. Another seasoned shinobi, renowned for his ferocity, bellowed, a glimmer of bloodlust flashing in his Sharingan. It is Lord Madara's power that we should follow, not remaining in the village, enduring the scorn of the commoners and weaker clans. Their views were radical, steeped in the jungle law mentality inherited from the Warring States era, equating strength with everything, deeming compromise a sign of weakness. Madara's invincible power and uncompromising demeanor aligned perfectly with their expectations of a true warrior. Conversely, at a more open training ground within the clan, a group of relatively younger members congregated, aligning with or leaning towards a dovish stance. Many among them had grown up post-establishment of Konoha, having, to varying degrees, absorbed the will of Fire's teachings, weary and fearful of the relentless warfare. But if we continue the war, many more will perish, a young clan member murmured, his face betraying trepidation. We have just returned from the battlefield. Must we push more people into the fray? Moreover, didn't Brother Kagami say? The Hokage desires peace. We should attempt to trust the village, another suggested, glancing towards Uchiha Kagami, who was instructing a few children in shuriken throwing not far away. Uchiha Kagami's emotions were tumultuous. He had just concluded a routine meeting with Sarutobi Hisashi, Shimura Danzo, Akimichi Torafu, and others. This group of promising youths, favored by Tobarama, often trained together, discussing missions and the village's future. Hisashi's sunny disposition and unwavering conviction frequently inspired him, instilling hope that friendships transcending clan lines and shared ideals were attainable. Yet, Danzo's cold, even cruel, realism illuminated the arduous path ahead. The recent fervent remarks of the hawkish elders only deepened his sense of powerlessness. He sensed the clan's dissatisfaction with the current state of affairs, yet had witnessed the brutalities of war firsthand, genuinely believing that Hashirama's vision of peace was the sustainable path forward. However, his position felt exceedingly precarious. As a Uchiha, he could not wholly endorse the Hawk's radicalism. As a disciple of Tobarama and a believer in the will of fire, He found it challenging to fully integrate with those clan members who harbored deep skepticism towards the village. He felt like a fragile bridge, striving to connect two shores while constantly feeling the pressures and tugs from both sides. Beyond the starkly defined hawk and dove factions, the clan was predominantly comprised of a silent majority of neutral members, or more accurately, war-weary individuals. They might express dissatisfaction with the Uchiha's plight, but they had grown profoundly fatigued and disillusioned by the unending conflict. They cared little for the ideological battles among the elite. They merely wished for stability in their lives and the continuation of their families. Whether it was the hawk's fervor or the dove's ideals, both left them feeling anxious and alienated. They chose silence, carefully observing the winds of change, hoping to avoid being swept into a greater storm. This silence, in itself, was a voiceless appeal. Within Konoha, the situation was equally delicate. The perceptions of the ordinary villagers and smaller clans towards the Uchiha were complex. On one hand, there exists a profound fear of their prowess and the Sharingan, coupled with a begrudging gratitude for their contributions to law enforcement, despite frequent grievances regarding their rigidity. On the other hand, the fearsome image of Uchiha Madara and his ultimate rift with the Hokage undeniably exacerbated public apprehension and suspicion toward this clan. Whispers began to circulate in the shadows, branding the Uchiha as treacherous entities unworthy of trust. The Umbu, led by Senju Tobirama, intensified their scrutiny of the Uchiha to unprecedented levels, where even the slightest disturbance would be promptly reported. This omnipresent surveillance, in turn, further agitated the Uchiha clan, particularly the hawkish faction, who perceived it as blatant discrimination and persecution. The debate between the proponents of war and those advocating for peace escalated from the upper echelons down to the mid-level ninjas, creating a more tense and oppressive atmosphere in Konoha following their victory. Uchiha Ao observed all of this with a detached gaze. Perched alone upon the rooftop at the edge of the clan's territory, the night enveloped him, and his Sharingan emitted a ghostly glow in the darkness. His perception was fully engaged, akin to an invisible net enveloping the clan's grounds and parts of the village. In his vision, countless strands of causality intertwined, each displaying varied hues. The hawkish faction's threads pulsated in a restless, sharp crimson, brimming with aggression and a thirst for conflict. They strained toward the direction where Madara had departed, yet were thwarted by an invisible barrier, reality itself, becoming distorted and resentful. The dovish faction and the mirror's threads exhibited a complex interplay of pale gold and deep red, striving to connect with the village's center. A radiant orb representing the will of fire, yet appeared fragile and thin, often tugged by the deep crimson strands, questioning their resolve. Those silent majorities were predominantly shrouded in a dim, murky gray, cowering and attempting to conceal themselves, avoiding any association with vibrant colors, filled with confusion and anxiety. The strands flowing from the village toward the Uchiha were mostly tinged with doubt and shades of fear, while the silver-blue lines extending from the village's core, the Hokage's office, encircled the Uchiha territory with chilling precision, tightening like a noose. Within this extraordinarily intricate web, Ao occasionally discerned a faint, pure black line belonging to Kagaya's malice. It slithered like the most cunning of serpents, surfacing precisely where the clan's emotions ran highest and divisions were starkest, subtly amplifying the hawk's ire, deepening the dove's anxiety, and stirring the villagers' fears before vanishing into the shadows. Tirelessly sowing discord. Calmly, Ao regarded all that transpired, the anguish of his kin, the village's rejection, the machinations of the elite, and the conspiracies lurking in the darkness. None of these stirred feelings of anger or sorrow within him. Rather, they fostered a profound calm and even an air of detachment. These chaotic threads of causality, these futile struggles, only reinforced the path he and Madara had chosen as the righteous one. This village, built upon the foundations of compromise and hypocrisy, was rotten to its core. The internal fissures could never be mended. They would only be exploited and widened by the likes of Kagaya. He need not alter anything nor persuade anyone. He merely needed to await the inevitable moment that would utterly rend this facade of tranquility asunder, to anticipate the ultimate conflict that would elevate all hatred, despair, and fury to its zenith. When that time came, he would seize the power of destruction and rebirth. His gaze shifted once more to the south, towards the Valley of the End, as if he could already behold the visage of fate's conclusion. Countless threads of causality converged upon a singular point, and he would be the ultimate collector of the net. Chapter 17. The shadows of the leaders and the seeds of fear. The news of Konoha's overwhelming victory over the hidden cloud was akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, stirring waves that had yet to subside. Although the state of war had not been entirely lifted, Konoha, as the victors, especially with the divine powers displayed by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, forced other major nations to reassess their relations with this emergent ninja village. In the short term, delegations from the wind, earth, and water countries arrived successively in Konoha, ostensibly to congratulate them, foster dialogue, and discuss future peace, while in reality, they harbored deeper intentions of probing for truths, assessing threats, and seeking means of balance. The atmosphere in Konoha became tumultuous, with undercurrents growing ever more intricate. The police force, of which Uchiha Ao was a part, found their duties suddenly intensified, tasked not only with maintaining internal order, but also with overseeing and monitoring certain areas designated for foreign guests. This provided him with an excellent opportunity for observation and perception. The Wind Country delegation was personally led by Shaman, accompanied closely by Chiyo and Izo. They behaved with utmost discretion and practicality. Shaman remained taciturn, yet his keen eyes were perpetually surveying Konoha's defenses, the quality of its ninjas, particularly the newly established research institutes and sealing teams. Chiyo displayed a keen interest in Konoha's medical system and any remnants of puppets that might be on display. Ao perceived their strands of causality to be taut and cautious, imbued with intent to calculate and imitate, much like travelers in a desert seeking water, eager to extract every nutrient from Konoha to bolster their military might. The Water Country delegation was led by Hozuki Mangetsu, who appeared casual and nonchalant, even somewhat cynical, often lingering in taverns. Yet, his discourse subtly steered towards the status and treatment of bloodline limit clans within Konoha, attempting to uncover fractures in the village's cohesion. Ao sensed that Hozuki's strands of causality shifted like water, imbued with probing and stirring intent, seemingly eager to provoke ripples in Konoha's deep waters for the benefit of the hidden mist. However, the most noteworthy, and the one that concerned Ao the most, was the Earth Country delegation. Representing the Earth Country was the meticulous and dust-release adept, Mu, closely followed by the young Inoki. Mu maintained his characteristic composure, while young Inoki's eyes betrayed a mix of intense curiosity, reluctance, and a hint of anxiety he may not fully grasp. The irony of fate, or perhaps the subtle guidance of Kaguya, became evident shortly after the Earth Country delegation's arrival. When, during a routine patrol within the village, Uchiha Madara happened to emerge from the direction of the South Shrine, coincidentally encountering Inoki and his party, who were familiarizing themselves with Konoha under Mu's guidance, at the edge of an open training ground. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Madara cast them but a fleeting glance, his gaze indifferent, akin to observing a mere pebble by the roadside, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He did not even pause his stride, continuing onward. Yet, that casual glance struck young Inoki like a thunderbolt. Until that moment, he had only imagined the power of the Shura of the ninja world through the descriptions relayed by spies and others, but now, seeing the man himself, feeling that suffocating chakra and oppressive presence, even when intentionally restrained, along with the cold indifference emanating from those Rinnegan eyes, which seemed to pierce through the essence of souls, instilled within him a primal, uncontrollable fear that would forever haunt him. Inoki's body froze abruptly, his face paling in an instant, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, and his breath becoming labored. He felt as though he were an ant under the gaze of a mighty dragon, utterly powerless to even twitch a finger. The despair and insignificance stemming from the absolute power disparity etched themselves deep within his soul, marking him with a psychological shadow he would never escape. Mu, keenly aware of his disciple's distress, stepped forward subtly, obstructing part of Madara's gaze while gently releasing his own chakra to provide solace. Ban appeared utterly oblivious, or perhaps simply indifferent, as his figure swiftly vanished at the end of the road. It was not until Ban had long departed that Inoki gasped, his body trembling slightly, eyes filled with lingering terror and dread. Was that truly Uchiha Ban? His voice quivered, barely containing the tremors of fear. Wuin nodded in solemn silence, his expression grave. Now do you comprehend what we shall confront in the future? The power of an individual can sometimes transcend the bounds of reason. His words carried a weight that was difficult to articulate. This unexpected encounter undeniably reinforced the strategic direction of Iwagakure's future, emphasizing the vigorous development of dust release, defensive barriers, and strategies involving overwhelming numbers to contend with such extraordinary beings. Uchiha Ao had the fortune to witness the entire scene from a distance, concealed in the shadows. He absorbed the depths of Inoki's profound fear and helplessness. His Sharingan subtly shifted, keenly perceiving the violent tremors and distortions of Inoki's causal lines at that moment, leaving behind an indelible crack marked by dread. A thought, akin to a seed, quietly nestled within Ao's heart, a remarkable cause, one that could yield significant consequences in the future. He refrained from any overt actions. Instead, over the ensuing days, he adeptly utilized his position within the police force to subtly influence another matter. He orchestrated an opportunity for a young Chunin, who was tasked with introducing the Konoha educational system to the emissary from the land of Earth, to inadvertently describe in detail the godlike power of Ban during the Valley of the End battle, particularly the devastating strike of Susanoo upon the wooden statue. He skillfully directed the focus of the description towards Ban's despair-inducing individual might, rather than the complex relationship between Hashirama and Ban. He merely planted a seed, a dual-colored seed, embodying both fear and admiration regarding the pinnacle of individual power capable of crushing all. This seed would take root in Inoki's heart, potentially blossoming into a firm belief that the will of stone, collective, defensive, tenacious, was the sole means of confronting such power, or under extreme circumstances. It might give rise to a grotesque yearning for equivalent strength. Ao remained uncertain, yet he did not require certainty. His task was simply to sow this cause, allowing it to flourish naturally within the tapestry of future causality, perhaps yielding favorable fruit for him one day. This was his weaving, not direct control, but a gentle nudge at critical junctures, guiding events toward a particular possibility. Simultaneously, he kept a vigilant eye on the movements of other delegations, especially any signs of Black Zetsu's potential activities. He sensed that with the increase of outsiders, the subtle currents of malice within the village seemed to stir more actively, yet it remained exceedingly cunning, vanishing just as he was about to lock onto its source. On the surface, Konoha was hosting a banquet and various exchange activities to welcome the emissaries, with Hashirama forcing a cheerful demeanor, attempting to showcase Konoha's peace and prosperity. However, beneath the veneer of merriment lay suspicion, testing, fear, and ambition, swirling like countless undercurrents among the competing forces. Uchiha Ao stood as an astute observer and strategist, meandering through this chaotic web of causality, calmly weaving his own future. He understood that this farcical spectacle of the various leaders' scrutiny would not endure for long. Once the emissaries departed with their own assessments and fears, the taut string within Konoha would inevitably snap. The ultimate moment he awaited was drawing near. Chapter 18. The emergence of old grudges and shadows of the future. The arrival of delegations from various nations temporarily plunged Konoha into a facade of bustling prosperity. The taverns thrived, and exchanges flourished, yet beneath the glamorous exterior lay countless vigilant gazes and silent contests. Uchiha Ao's duties within the police force became increasingly demanding, affording him more opportunities to navigate among diverse individuals. He moved like a specter, observing everything with a cold gaze, quietly weaving the threads of causality in unnoticed corners. At an exchange organized by Konoha to showcase new explosive tags and ninja tools, the delegation from the Wind Country, led by Shaman, found themselves seated adjacent to the delegation from the Earth Country, headed by Inoki. Shaman remained as silent and pragmatic as ever, meticulously scrutinizing each technology presented, particularly its potential for mass deployment and associated costs, occasionally whispering to Chiyo behind him about how to integrate such innovations into Sunegakure's future puppet army or defensive systems. Conversely, Inoki focused more on the stability of the technology and methods to counteract its defenses, carefully inquiring about the triggering mechanisms of the explosive tags and their effective ranges, contemplating how Iwagakure's earthen fortifications could best withstand such assaults. Inoki trailed closely behind, still haunted by the earlier encounter with Ban, yet striving to concentrate on his teacher's analytical style. All was well until the free exchange period following the demonstration commenced. Hozuki Mangetsu approached casually, a drink in hand. He first complimented Shaman's discerning eye before turning to Inoki, jesting, "Mr. Inoki, you are remarkably cautious, always thinking about defense first. But indeed, your Iwagakure resembles a turtle nestled within its hard shell, waiting for others to tire themselves out with no other recourse. Unlike our water country or Mr. Shaman's wind country, we still possess a certain proactive flair." His words, laced with barbs, masqueraded as jest, Yet they struck precisely at the contrasting military philosophies of Iwagakure and Sunigakure. Inoki's countenance darkened instantly. His meticulous nature abhorred such flippant provocation, especially concerning the village's strategic principles. He responded coolly, "A robust defense forms the foundation of survival. Reckless offense only leads to needless casualties." While Mr. Hozuki's hydration technique is indeed exquisite, how much of that vigor would remain when faced with an opponent adept at countering water techniques or overwhelming firepower? Shaman's brow furrowed slightly at this exchange. Though he disapproved of Hozuki Mangetsu's instigation, Inoki's words seemed to implicitly criticize the future of Sunegakure's puppet army as reckless aggressors. He spoke in a low voice. The path of ninjutsu holds merit in its diversity. Ultimately, it hinges on how one wields it. Absolute defense does not exist, and absolute offense is equally perilous. Hozuki Mangetsu chuckled heartily, apparently pleased that his words had incited discord, swirling his drink as he said, "Oh dear, it was merely a jest. Why so serious? It seems the stones of the land of earth and the sands of the land of wind are indeed hard to mold together." With that, he sauntered away, leaving an awkward and frosty atmosphere lingering between Inoki and Shaman. Uchiha Ao observed this exchange from a distance, acutely aware that the already tenuous bond between Inoki and Shaman, forged through mutual status as great powers, had been effortlessly severed by Hozuki Mangetsu, even fostering a hint of repulsion. The strands of causality stirred by Hozuki Mangetsu flowed with a mischievous delight at his success. Ao silently recorded this moment. It could become a small yet lasting wedge in the future that hindered closer relations between the wind and earth countries. In stark contrast to the scheming of the wind, earth, and water delegations, the envoy from Kumogakure, though subdued by their recent defeat, exhibited an entirely different demeanor. Leading the delegation was not an aged elder but a remarkably robust and sharp-eyed young man, the future second Reikage, AI, at this time. He may not have yet assumed the title of Reikage, but he was already a pivotal figure within Kumogakure. AI's arrival had a clear purpose: to assess the true losses and post-war conditions of Konoha, to negotiate for more favorable terms in the ceasefire, and most importantly, to engage in what seemed to be a unique understanding with Senju Tobarama. They are all hardliners responsible for practical affairs in their respective villages, emphasizing efficiency and prioritizing tangible benefits. During a private discussion regarding post-war boundary delineation and reparations, there was scarcely any superfluous pleasantry or probing between A and Tobarama. They directly delved into the topic with incisive rhetoric, fiercely contesting every inch of ground, to the astonishment of the advisors from the Nara clan who were present. These two powerful figures, hailing from the victors and the vanquished respectively, while red-faced in their specific disagreements, exhibited a remarkably similar mindset and negotiation logic. Both were grounded in a ruthless assessment of reality, both pursued maximization of their interests, and both adeptly exploited the weaknesses of the other to exert pressure. It resembled a strategic chess match between masters rather than an emotional outpouring of hatred. They even managed to briefly align on certain macro issues regarding the future order of the ninja world and responses to threats from other great powers. They shared the belief that mere idealism could not sustain peace. It must rely on formidable military might and intricate systems. Song, through some special channels, perhaps gleaning fragments from the police force's authority or sensing the negotiating atmosphere through Shiri, captured this peculiar tacit understanding. He chuckled coldly to himself. Tobarama might be inclined to exhibit a degree of pragmatic tolerance towards the defeated Kumogakure in order to counterbalance other great powers, while they would gladly leverage this to secure breathing room for his village. This collaboration, rooted in interests rather than trust, is fragile and perilous, yet precisely because of this, it may become extraordinarily robust under specific circumstances. Song perceived the causal thread connecting Tobarama and A, slender yet remarkably resilient, exuding a cold, metallic texture, imbued with calculation and mutual benefit. He silently noted the characteristics of this thread, sensing that at some unforeseen moment in the future, it might determine the fates of many, including that of Senju Tobarama. During a practice match, organized by Sarutobi Hisashi to foster exchanges among the younger generation, the impetuous and fervent Hisashi, believing firmly in the power of the will of fire to inspire all, enthusiastically invited Inoki from the land of earth to engage in a friendly spar. With a radiant smile, Hisashi earnestly conveyed goodwill. "Inoki-kun, let us keep it to friendly exchanges, just learn from each other." However, Having been scarred by the terror of Uchiha Madara and influenced by his teacher, the steadfast Inoki, who emphasized resilience, stubbornness, and the collective over the individual, could not fathom Hisashi's naive enthusiasm. To him, such a contest was yet another form of struggle between nations and villages concerning dignity. With a serious and somewhat obstinate expression, Inoki stiffly returned the greeting. A ninja's contest must be taken seriously. Please instruct me. As the match commenced, Hisashi showcased the full spectrum of the Sarutobi clan's mastery in the 5 elemental jutsu, his attacks fluid and vibrant. In contrast, Inoki fully embodied his obstinate nature. Exhibiting an impregnable defense, his earth techniques impenetrable, and his occasional counterattacks delivered with a resolute force, fueled by an indomitable spirit. Ultimately, Hisashi, with superior overall strength and versatile tactics, gained a slight upper hand and emerged victorious. Panting, he sheathed his kunai and flashed a sunny smile, extending his hand to help Inoki up. That was an exhilarating match. Your earth techniques are truly formidable. Yet, Inoki rose from the ground by himself, brushing off the dust with a grim expression. He did not perceive the so-called spirit of camaraderie. Instead, he felt as if the victory was a mere act of condescension. Hisashi's dazzling smile and outstretched hand appeared to him somewhat glaring and insincere. He stubbornly believed that Hisashi was merely flaunting the might of Konoha and his own sense of superiority. I concede, Inoki replied stiffly, refusing to grasp Hisashi's hand. Turning instead to walk back to Mu, whispering, "Teacher, I lost." The ninjas of Konoha are indeed impressive. His tone held little admiration, but rather a deeper sense of humiliation and a stubborn resolve to surpass them eventually. Mu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, remaining silent, yet his gaze conveyed understanding. He too did not believe that such exchanges could yield genuine friendship. They merely served to sharpen the prideful disciple's awareness of the disparity, igniting his fighting spirit. Sarutobi Hisashi stood there, awkwardly retracting his hand and scratching the back of his head, seemingly perplexed by the other's cool demeanor. Nearby, Shimura Danzo cast a cold glance at Inoki's retreating figure and muttered, "Humph, an ungrateful stonehead." Uchiha Tsang observed all this unfold. He witnessed how Hisashi's pure yet somewhat fragile goodwill met a wall, and he saw how Inoki's causal thread, hardened by fear and failure, bore a hint of obstinacy. This unpleasant first encounter etched a subtle scar on the young, prideful heart of Inoki. Over the long years ahead, this scar might evolve into a deeply entrenched disdain for the naivety and weakness represented by Sarutobi Hisashi. The envoys from various nations were performing their respective scripts on the stage of Konoha, some probing, some clashing, and others planting seeds of old grievances. Meanwhile, Uchiha Tsang stood as an outsider, a calm observer and facilitator, meticulously analyzing and occasionally extending an invisible hand to gently nudge the chaotic web of causality. He understood well that these small causes, nurtured by time, would one day grow into towering trees that could influence the landscape of the ninja world. And within Konoha, the brewing storm accelerated under the strain of external pressures. Chapter 19. The calm before the storm and the weaving of causality. The stay of the delegations from various nations in Konoha was nearing its conclusion. Beneath the surface of merriment and feasting lay increasingly taut nerves and surging undercurrents of probing. Everyone was acutely aware that the fleeting illusion of peace was about to dissolve, and the true game was only just beginning. Uchiha Tsang seized this final opportunity, akin to a masterful phantom weaver, continuing his meticulous and ruthless operations on the intricate web of causality in Konoha. Kisame Hashigaki seemed to feel that his previous stirring of discord between the wind and earth had not been sufficiently satisfying. At an informal tea gathering, he chanced upon Shaman and began discussing the geographical environment of the land of earth. Indeed, the Iwagakure village built upon such steep cliffs, easy to defend yet challenging to attack, truly aligns with their consistent style. However, I wonder, after hiding behind stones for so long, does their perspective become narrow? He continued, I've heard they are remarkably conservative internally, their pace of accepting new technologies astoundingly slow, far less courageous than you, Shaman-san, in boldly reforming. Shaman listened in silence, not responding immediately, yet his gaze flickered slightly. He was indeed committed to advancing the militarization of Sunagakure and held a certain disapproval of Iwagakure's stubborn conservatism. Kisame's words cleverly resonated with a sense of superiority within him, while simultaneously reinforcing his negative impression of Iwagakure. Meanwhile, Kisame encountered Mu and Inoki, who were surveying the terrain. Ah, is that not Mr. Mu? Inspecting Konoha's defensive structures? Quite exquisite, indeed. However, compared to the natural barriers of your land of Earth, it pales in comparison. He shifted his tone. I hear that shaman from the land of wind seems to look down upon your reliance on such natural defenses, believing it lacks ambition. Truly, every household has its own difficult scriptures to recite. Mu's expression remained steady, yet his eyes grew colder. Inoki could hardly contain his clenched fists. Kisame's duplicitous behavior, sowing discord and fanning flames, was exceedingly base, but effectively planted a thorn of distrust between shaman and Mu. Song observed coldly, making no effort to intervene, even taking pleasure in the unfolding events. The more divided the ninja world became, the more space Shiri would have to weave his designs. The private interactions between the second Raikage A and Senju Tobarama became increasingly frequent. They circumvented formal diplomatic occasions, opting instead to engage in clandestine discussions within the secluded confines of a conference room in the Hokage Tower during the stillness of the night. The specifics of their dialogue remained shrouded in mystery, yet through subtle traces, such as fragments of discarded pages regarding the tailed beast sealing techniques found in Tobarama's office wastebasket, treated with a special solution that faintly revealed their text, and the glimmer of satisfaction and determination in AI's fatigued gaze as he departed. Tsukuyomi surmised that their conversation must have encompassed profoundly sensitive and intricate matters. It likely touched upon a consensus regarding the future distribution or control of the tailed beasts, or perhaps a tacit agreement on how to counterbalance the ambitions of other great nations. The cold, metallic thread of causation connecting Tobarama and AI grew increasingly discernible and resilient. Tsukuyomi could almost foresee the lethal radiance this thread would emit at a pivotal moment that could alter the dynamics of Konoha and the entire shinobi world. He meticulously documented every detail, akin to an armorer preparing munitions for the future. Sarutobi Hisashi, undeterred by previous setbacks, intensified his efforts to engage with young ninjas from foreign lands. He approached Inoki once more, attempting to discuss tactical concepts regarding the synergy of earth-release defense and fire-release offense, hoping to find common ground. However, Inoki's response remained as frigid and resistant as ever. He obstinately believed that Hisashi was merely flaunting the diverse techniques of Konoha or probing into the defensive strategies of a Wagakure. He brusquely dismissed the conversation with remarks about the validity of a Wagakure's tactics, leaving Hisashi once again thwarted. Hisashi's radiant smile faltered, as he struggled to comprehend why this younger boy harbored such stubbornness and hostility. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo, following Hisashi's lead, recorded each of Inoki's rejections and cold remarks with an icy gaze. These details destined to inform his future strategic assessments of the land of Earth, stubborn, difficult to communicate with, necessitating a firm hand. Uchiha Kagami observed this scene with a sense of powerlessness. He attempted to convey to Hisashi that similar rifts and pains existed within the Uchiha clan, only to find his words inadequate. The intricate web of familial bonds, village expectations, teachers' teachings, and comradeship left him breathless. The more he sought to bridge these divides, the more he felt himself at the center of the fracture. On the eve of the envoy's departure, Uchiha Tsukuyomi undertook a bold and intricate endeavor. Seizing an opportunity during the rotation of the police force, he deftly adjusted the activation sequence of an inconspicuous protective rune surrounding the South-He Shrine. This minuscule alteration was nearly imperceptible, yet its effect would be to send a fleeting, encrypted misdirection signal at a specific time, estimated shortly after the envoys departed Konoha's borders, to a predetermined, exceedingly difficult-to-trace frequency. The signal, meticulously crafted by Tsukuyomi, intertwined fragmented information regarding Uchiha Madara's recent potential departure from Konoha amidst an intensifying internal suppression of the Uchiha clan, hinting at a formidable chakra source, possibly a tailed beast. He remained oblivious to who might receive this signal. It could reach Kurizetsu, or other lurking forces, or even be inadvertently intercepted and misinterpreted by spies from Kumogakure or a Wagakure. It was akin to casting a poisoned dagger into the darkness, uncertain of whom it might strike, but certain that it would incite chaos and suspicion. The seed he sowed aimed to exacerbate the unease and ambition of external parties at the most sensitive moment of awareness regarding Konoha's internal discord, thereby creating a more opportune environment for the impending internal tempest. Having completed this subterfuge, Tsukuyomi stood atop Konoha's highest lookout tower, gazing down upon the village gradually returning to tranquility. The lights in the envoys' quarters flickered out one by one as they prepared to depart, bearing with them a reverence for Konoha's strength, a glimpse into its internal fissures, and the nascent seeds of discord among themselves. Within Konoha, the hawk's indignation, the dove's anxiety, the neutral's confusion, Tobirama's machinations, and Uchiha Madara's increasingly suppressed yet impending impulses for destruction, all coalesced like a taut bowstring, reaching a critical point. Tsukuyomi's Sharingan glowed faintly in the night, sensing that the moment of destiny approached with an inexorable velocity. A storm was imminent, and he stood ready to reap the harvest. Chapter 20. The Binding of the Treaty. The fracture of fate after several rounds of intense and stalemated negotiations, a harsh ceasefire treaty between Konoha and Kumobikure was finally established. Under the auspices of Senju Tobirama, the second Reikage AI reluctantly acquiesced to the terms, which included Kumobikure's obligation to pay a substantial war indemnity, ceding certain strategically vital border territories, imposing strict limitations on the size of their ninja forces, and a commitment to permanently abandon any ambitions towards the Nine Tails, with all research facilities pertaining to tailed beasts within their territory mandated to be dismantled under Konoha's supervision. This treaty was an unadulterated humiliation for Kumobikure, yet it afforded them a precious respite. AI departed Konoha with the treaty in hand, seething with resentment and hatred, vowing to exploit this period of dormancy to strengthen Kumobikure at any cost. Simultaneously, the envoys from the wind, earth, and water countries began to depart in succession. They left not only with the formidable display of Konoha's military prowess and some non-core technical resources offered for sharing, but also with a profound assessment of Konoha's internal conditions. The envoy from the sand, intrigued by Konoha's military technology and organizational model, departed with an agreement focused more on economic and technical cooperation. Yet, his vigilance towards Konoha remained undiminished, particularly regarding Uchiha Madara's inhuman strength, prompting him to accelerate research into forbidden techniques and the construction of a desert army upon his return to the Land of Wind, seeking means to counter such power. On the other hand, Onoki left with a particularly heavy heart. His fear of individual extreme power intensified, while the resolve within Mu solidified that a Wagakure must rely on absolute defense, dust release, and collective strength to confront superlative threats. Konoha's might did not foster a sense of kinship. Rather, it deepened their sense of crisis and isolation. Kirigakure's Hozuki Mangetsu departed with a sly smile, having successfully sowed seeds of distrust between the wind and earth, while also perceiving the significant rift between the Uchiha and the higher echelons of Konoha. This realization validated his journey, and upon returning to the Land of Water, he leveraged these insights to further advocate for the swift integration of Kirigakure under the banner of power and blood mist policies. However, it was the insidious rumors circulating in the shinobi world following the departure of the envoy that truly ignited the powder keg. These rumors, akin to a lethal miasma, varied in form yet bore a core of deadly implication. Some claimed that Uchiha Madara, dissatisfied with the treaty's leniency towards Kumobikure, had irreparably severed ties with the Hokage and would soon depart the village. Others suggested that Konoha's upper echelons feared Uchiha's power and were conspiring to further diminish their influence, even planning to disband the police force. More sinister whispers insinuated that the Uchiha clan possessed some forbidden power or had ties to a tailed beast, harboring ulterior motives and poised to instigate rebellion. There were even obscure versions linking Uchiha Madara's obsession with the ancient steel at the South-He Shrine. These rumors, true or false, were like precise poisoned arrows, striking at Konoha's most sensitive nerves. The warmonger's dissatisfaction with the treaty, the Uchiha's sense of humiliation, and the trepidation of other clans towards the Uchiha. The rumors returned to Konoha at an astonishing speed, triggering an uproar. Within Konoha, a high-level meeting convened. Absurd. Shameless. An elder from the Dove faction trembled with rage, declaring, "This must be a scheme from Kumogakure or other nations, aimed at undermining our unity." A scheme? Where there is smoke, there is fire. A hawkish senior coldly remarked. Everyone witnessed Uchiha Madara's demeanor during the meeting. His dissatisfaction with the treaty is genuine. Who can assure us that these rumors lack a kernel of truth? Moreover, the power of the Uchiha Sharingan is undeniable. His words hung in the air, unfinished. Yet their meaning was unmistakable. In the conference room, many high-ranking officials not of Uchiha lineage exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with the seeds of doubt and fear, which once sown, would proliferate uncontrollably. Senju Tobarama's face turned ashen. His piercing gaze scanned everyone present. The priority is to stabilize the situation and investigate the source of these rumors. We must not falter and allow the enemy to exploit our discord. Yet, he understood all too well that such precisely targeted rumors could not have emerged from thin air. There must be someone with profound knowledge of the inner workings orchestrating these provocations. He instinctively cast a suspicious glance towards Uchiha Madara himself. Seated at the head of the table, Senju Hashirama clenched his hands tightly, his knuckles turning white. He attempted to speak, but his voice was laced with exhaustion and hoarseness. I trust Madara. I believe in the Uchiha clan. This must be a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? A chilling voice echoed from the doorway of the conference room. Uchiha Madara had appeared there without anyone noticing how he had arrived. His face bore no expression. Yet the storm in his eyes caused the temperature in the room to drop several degrees. He advanced step by step, his gaze pressing down on each individual like a tangible weight, finally resting upon Hashirama's face. What is there to communicate, Hashirama? How to more effectively enforce this humiliating treaty? How to further placate those who fear us? Or perhaps how to implement the measures regarding the Uchiha mentioned in these rumors? He abruptly raised his hand, pointing at those high-ranking officials who had previously displayed skepticism. Look at their eyes, Hashirama. Where is your so-called trust and understanding? The moment you chose to show leniency towards the hidden cloud, the moment you allowed these doubts to fester, the chasm between us, between Konoha and the Uchiha, has rendered us speechless. Madara, it is not like this. Let me explain. Hashirama stood up urgently, his face etched with anguish. Explain? Madara scoffed, his laughter filled with endless sorrow and derision. Explain how you have compromised step by step. How you have sacrificed the dignity and interests of the Uchiha for your ethereal dream of peace. Explain how you have stood by and watched while Tobarama undermined the Uchiha. Powerless to intervene? Hashirama, I have given you too much time. I have waited too long. His voice suddenly rose, a massive surge of chakra sweeping through the conference room like a tempest, leaving many gasping for breath. Even now, mere rumors from outsiders can instill suspicion in Konoha towards the Uchiha. Is this the peace you desire? Is this the village you wish to protect? An edifice built upon mistrust and hypocrisy. Madara, calm down. Tobarama shouted sternly, his hands subtly forming seals. Calm down. Madara turned sharply to face Tobarama, his eyes brimming with palpable malice. You, of all people, are the last to utter such a phrase. Surely, this has been part of your machinations all along. As the tension escalated, Hashirama let out a heart-wrenching roar. Enough. His powerful chakra erupted, barely countering Madara's oppressive aura. With bloodshot eyes, he gazed at his once trusted friend, his voice trembling. Madara, we cannot continue like this. We must not be defeated by rumors. Madara observed Hashirama's pained expression, and for a fleeting moment, his eyes flickered with a complex array of emotions, but that nuance was swiftly consumed by a deeper darkness. The strange black thread connecting him to Kagaya's will writhed in excitement. It is too late, Hashirama. Madara's voice turned cold and resolute once more. The rumors have merely shattered the last veil of pretense. From the moment you failed to prevent the Uchiha's marginalization, from the moment you acquiesced to Tobarama's regime, from the moment you chose the path of compromise, we have been destined for divergent ends. He slowly stepped back, his gaze sweeping across the faces in the room, some filled with fear, others with anger, and still others with doubt. This village has rotted to its core. It does not deserve true peace, nor does it merit the power of the Uchiha. I, Uchiha Madara, hereby announce my withdrawal from Konoha. His eyes finally settled on Hashirama, filled with pity, derision, and a near-manic resolve. Let your hypocritical dream of peace decay slowly. Once I acquire sufficient power, I will return to personally end this erroneous era and bring true, everlasting peace to this world. As his words faded, Madara's figure transformed into a mere shadow, vanishing from sight, leaving behind a conference room steeped in deathly silence, and Senju Hashirama slumped in his chair, pallid as if all strength had been drained from him in an instant. The rumors had ultimately become the final straw that broke the camel's back. The shinobi world's demonic fury had forsaken Konoha. The storm had finally arrived in full force. Chapter 21. The Southern Negotiation and Silent Rejection. The news of Uchiha Madara's impending departure from Konoha loomed over the Uchiha clan like a dark cloud, suffocating and oppressive. Before taking action, he summoned all prominent Uchiha members remaining in the village for a final meeting at the Southern Shrine. The atmosphere inside the shrine was heavy. The flickering light of the eternal lantern seemed unable to penetrate the dense darkness. Whispers filled the room, faces entwined with fear, anxiety, unrest, and a touch of disbelief. Standing before them, Uchiha Madara remained clad in his dark attire, his expression stern, and his gaze, sharp as a hawk's, swept over each face present. He made no attempt to conceal his intentions. "I will leave Konoha." His voice was calm, but laced with an undeniable resolution, reverberating like thunder in the hearts of everyone present. This village has long strayed from its original purpose, transforming into a cage that confines the Uchiha. Hashirama's ideals are but a castle in the air, while Tobarama's system serves as invisible shackles. Remaining here will only lead to the gradual erosion of the Uchiha, ultimately robbing us of all power and dignity. He paused slightly, his penetrating gaze assessing his clan's reactions. "Now, I offer you a choice." His voice rose with a sense of finality, almost cruel in its anticipation. "Those willing to follow me in pursuit of true power, to shatter this hypocritical order, and to carve a new path for the Uchiha, step forward." Upon his declaration, the shrine fell into a profound silence. A few radical elder hawks and jonin felt their cheeks flush with excitement, their chests heaving as they yearned to respond. They opened their mouths, nearly ready to proclaim their allegiance to the strongest clan leader they revered, to wage war and reclaim the honor and power that rightfully belonged to the Uchiha. However, just as they were about to voice their commitment, a larger, heavier wave of emotion silently engulfed them. It was the fear, exhaustion, and weariness of the vast majority of clan members surrounding them. They saw the terror in their wives' eyes, heard the stifled sobs of their children, and felt the palpable resistance, pleading, and fear emanating from those who had endured the bloody tumult of the warring states and were now weary of conflict. The scars of war had yet to heal, and the shadow of death from the hidden cloud invasion remained unshaken. The hard-won relative stability of their lives, though filled with grievances and injustices, was still a lifeline many clung to desperately. What did following Madara entail? It meant becoming a rogue ninja immediately, opposing the entirety of Konoha, facing a life of upheaval, endless battles, and immense risks of death. This immense and silent sentiment of war weariness, akin to a frigid tide, instantaneously extinguished the fervent flames ignited by the hawkish faction. Their open mouths ultimately failed to articulate any sound, and their animated expressions became frozen upon their faces, gradually eroded by the coldness of reality and the silent pressure surrounding them, culminating in a bitter silence and a painful struggle. They scarcely dared to lift their gazes to meet Madara's eyes. Meanwhile, the Dove faction and the neutral party, at this moment, the overwhelming majority of their kin could be categorized as such, bowed their heads deeply or averted their gazes, fearful of confronting Madara. Their silence was, in itself, an unvoiced yet profoundly clear response. "We refuse. We fear. We no longer wish to fight. We desire to remain." Uchiha Kagami stood amidst the crowd, his complexion as pale as parchment, his body trembling slightly. The agony within him tore at his soul, reaching a crescendo. He comprehended Madara's anger and disappointment, and even subconsciously shared a fragment of that sentiment. Yet he was far more aware of the brutality of war and could not forsake his connection to the village and the comrades beside him. Ultimately, he too could not take that step, burying his head even lower. The entire South-He Shrine was enveloped in a suffocating silence, more stifling than any quarrel. No one stepped forward. Only the sound of raindrops tapping against the windows echoed, resonating like a rhythmic beat upon each heart. Madara's gaze slowly scanned this silent ocean. Inch by inch, his expression remained unchanged, yet within his profound eyes, a final glimmer, perhaps the last flicker of hope, seemed to extinguish, transforming into an abyss colder than eternal ice. He understood. He comprehended fully. A soft scoff escaped him, so faint it was nearly inaudible, filled with boundless derision. Whether directed at these cowardly kin or at the glimmer of hope he still harbored for himself. Indeed, it was as such. There were no furious rebukes, no disappointed roars. Only a light remark laden with chilling finality and resoluteness. It appeared that the Uchiha's capacity had reached its limit. Upon finishing his words, he ceased to regard anyone, as though the clansmen before him were no different from stones by the roadside. He resolutely turned away, his dark figure merging into the rain and darkness beyond the shrine. Without a trace of longing, he, Uchiha Madara, would from henceforth be truly alone. It was not until Madara's silhouette completely vanished that the suffocating silence within the shrine was shattered. What replaced it was not a sigh of relief, but a deeper sense of bewilderment, anxiety, and an ineffable hollowness, as if they had lost something of great significance. One by one, the people departed in a dazed stupor, akin to walking corpses. Uchiha Sasuke stood still, raindrops trickling from his hair. He observed everything with an indifferent gaze. He witnessed the hawkish faction as suppressed and distorted resentment. He saw the Dove faction and the neutral party, relieved yet filled with shame and unease. Most importantly, he perceived the extinguished light in Madara's eyes and the stark clarity of his resoluteness, severed from the world. All of this perfectly validated his long-held beliefs. The so-called bonds of kinship were utterly fragile in the face of survival instinct and fear. What most sought was merely a humble stability, rather than genuine dignity and strength. Madara's path was destined to be solitary, yet it was precisely this solitude that represented the only path transcending the mundane and leading to the truth. An ultimate, icy realization pierced through his confusion and lingering warmth like the sharpest ice pick. In that profoundly piercing moment, a surge of immense and fiery chakra erupted from the depths of his eyes. A searing pain ensued, as if his eyeballs were being torn apart. Uchiha Sasuke abruptly lifted his head, allowing the cold rain to wash over his face. His eyes suddenly wide open. Crimson light replaced the pitch-black orbs. 3 black tomos spinning with unprecedented speed before abruptly solidifying. They became clearer, deeper, flowing with a power far stronger and more chilling than during the double tomo phase. The 3 tomo Sharingan awakened. After witnessing the collective cowardice of his clan and Madara's profound solitude, amidst the intertwining of utter disappointment and icy clarity, his ocular power underwent its final transformation. He felt the surging strength within his eyes, a cold and penetrating smile slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. Capacity? He murmured to himself, his voice drowned by the sound of rain. A group of ants content to wallow in mud dares to speak of capacity? His gaze pierced through the rain, directed toward the vanishing figure of Madara, as the 3 tomo spun slowly, shimmering with a cold yet resolute light. True capacity lies in the courage to tear apart this falsehood, in the determination to pursue that singular truth. Lord Madara, your path is not solitary. I shall follow you. But before that, his gaze, as sharp as the coldest blade, gradually shifted toward the center of Konoha, where Senju Tobirama resided. I require one final gift to unlock the door to truth. Chapter 22. The resolve and unfulfilled trial before the stone tablet in the depths of the south, he shrine's secret chamber. The air felt as if it had solidified for a millennium. The ancient stone tablet in the center emanated a cold and enigmatic aura under the dim light of the everlasting flame. Uchiha Madara stood quietly before the stone tablet, his fingers brushing over the frigid engravings. The sound of soft footsteps approached from behind. You have come. Madara's voice was flat and undisturbed. Uchiha Sasuke halted beside him, slightly behind, his 3 tomo Sharingan glowing faintly in the darkness. Lord Madara, he began, you witnessed the outcome of the clan meeting. Madara's tone revealed no emotion. Indeed, Sasuke replied, the collective cowardice chose safety over dignity. Madara slightly turned his head, his Rinnegan glancing at Sasuke. Do you not deem that wise? Living is better than dying. To merely survive, rather than truly live, Sasuke's voice remained calm, yet bore a hint of hard skepticism. But is their choice truly devoid of reason? Or has Konoha's decay reached a point of no return, necessitating a complete rupture? Madara's gaze sharpened, the pressure within the chamber suddenly intensifying. Oh, are you questioning my judgment? Or have you begun to yearn for this false warmth? His words carried a chilling undertone. Not a question, Lord Madara. Sasuke met that suffocating gaze. The 3 tomos slowly rotating. I firmly believe your path leads to the truth. I too harbor a deep loathing for this distorted world. He shifted his tone to one of extreme calm and caution. However, I believe that absolute despair requires the most thorough validation. The Uchiha's capacity is indeed disappointing. But does that mean this clan, or even this village, holds no value worth saving, or deserving of a more complete destruction? I wish to confirm this myself. He paused slightly, declaring the most pivotal decision. I will remain temporarily, not out of agreement, but to observe and validate, with my own eyes, in my own way. I wish to witness how Konoha treats the Uchiha after you depart, and where the fate of the Uchiha will lead. This shall be their final and most brutal judgment. At the same time, Sasuke's gaze deepened. Perhaps it will also plant unexpected seeds for your future plans. Madara listened quietly, the coldness in his eyes gradually replaced by a profound, somewhat amused scrutiny. He did not feel anger at Sasuke's defiance. Rather, he seemed to perceive another possibility emerging, a colder, more calculating possibility. How intriguing, Madara finally spoke after a long pause. You wish to witness this despair's conclusion firsthand, even wish to crown it with your own hands. Do you wish to continue weaving your causality as an observer? As you said, my abilities may still seem feeble, yet they are perfectly suited for operating in the shadows. Calmly, I respond that when the final judgment arrives, and the fate of the Uchiha is irrevocably settled, my validation will be complete. It shall also mark the moment I sever my ties and pursue your path. At that time, I shall bring you not questions, but the most unwavering conviction, and perhaps even unexpected aid. The chamber fell into a brief silence, punctuated only by the crackling of the eternal flame. Madara suddenly chuckled, his laughter imbued with a complex significance. Excellent. Uchiha Ao, you are more intriguing than I had anticipated. You are not a blind follower. You are a calm martyr and a judge. You desire to witness hell firsthand, even willing to stoke its fires. He turned once more to face the stone tablet, as if having made a certain decision. Then as you wish. Remain here. Use your eyes to perceive this feast of despair clearly. Validate it in your own manner. With those words, Madara's figure moved without warning, not to depart, but rather to appear before Ao like a specter. A suffocating aura of menace pressed upon Ao, as substantial as it was overwhelming. Yet, before that, Madara's voice, as cold as steel, commanded, "Show me the measure of your resolve to confront hell alone. Display the strength required to remain. The trial has begun." He paused before continuing, "Exhibit your enlightenment, Ao. Let me see if your fortitude truly aligns with the path you seek." Before his voice had fully faded, an overwhelming murderous intent erupted from Madara, flooding the chamber instantaneously. This was not a targeted attack, but rather a pure, oppressive force akin to a domain, sufficient to shatter the spirit of any high-ranking ninja in an instant. Uchiha Ao's body stiffened, the three tomo of his Sharingan whirling into a frenzy. A wave of primal fear clutched at his heart, but he resolutely suppressed it with cold determination. His posture remained upright, his gaze devoid of retreat, embodying unyielding focus and extreme calm. "Good eyes," Madara remarked with indifference. In the next instant, his figure vanished, not through body flicker, but through a sheer velocity that transcended the ordinary. Ao's three tomo locked onto him, barely catching a glimpse of a blurred trajectory barreling toward him. Driven by instinct,